Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 151 Bancyport. Count Mistral chuckled as Louise remained sullen. During my few days in Damel Harbor, I also gathered a lot of sea news, learning that recently someone named Covero has been selling a Blood Clan Baron's residual beyonder characteristic in pirate circles. I previously sent someone to contact his informant in Damel Harbor, and we agreed to trade that Blood Clan Baron's residual beyonder characteristic tomorrow in Bancy Harbor. If you are interested, how about you handle the transaction tomorrow? Louise, who had been lowering her head sullenly, instantly lifted her head and blurted out. Bancy, the one known as the Weather Museum. But shouldn't pirates who kill our compatriots and sell their beyonder characteristic be completely eliminated? Count Mistral shook his head, correcting her statement. That Baron died in a sudden conflict and had no time to find a successor. Covero only obtained this inheritance later and has been unable to sell it because he doesn't know which sequence and which potion it corresponds to. Moreover, that fellow is a pirate captain who once served as a sailor on the Black Emperor, so he's considered an outer force of the Five Seas King Nastor. We should try to avoid creating new problems and attracting unnecessary trouble with this operation. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Furthermore, this sea area is the easiest place for naval fleets and church ships to blockade. Even when the 4 kings and 7 generals pass through nearby sea areas, they try to keep a low profile. Louise then nodded, intending to go to the Moon Shadows library later to read about Bancy Harbor. The sky was dim, clouds rolled in, and deep blue waves rose and fell. According to the normal plan, the Moon Shadows' next stop would be Bancy Harbor. It had been sailing for a whole day and was expected to arrive around 4 p.m. After leaving Bancy Harbor, it would head directly to the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, Generous City Byam. After resting in Byam for a period, they would follow the border of the Violent Sea and Sonia Sea directly to their final destination, East Byram, South Continent, the northernmost city of the Loan Colony, Gula City. The Moon Shadow rocked up and down in this pre-storm scene, like a toy in a giant's hand. This is the sea. No matter how powerful a force, it appears insignificant before it. Louise stood by the window, admiring the scene outside, looking at the distant, faintly visible outline of the island, and the introduction to Bancy she had read yesterday flashed through her mind. Mysteriously disappearing in the great fog, bones appearing on the seashore and in the mountains, natives seemingly having a tradition of cannibalism. And precisely because of these legends, Bancy Harbor developed 2 unique customs. One is to keep doors tightly shut on nights with heavy fog and drastic weather changes, not to go out, and not to answer knocks. The other is that they are fond of the fresh blood of various animals and have learned from migrating elves to add salt to it, causing the blood to solidify into peculiar blocks, which, when combined with several local spicy seasonings, are tender and fragrant. What an interesting place. After the transaction is complete, I must take a good tour of Bancy and try their local delicacies. Louise closed the book in her hand, looked at the overcast sky, and her thoughts gradually drifted. After leaving Damel Harbor, the Moon Shadow's voyage had been quite smooth. With the help of the wind, its speed remained steady at 15 knots, so it arrived at Bancy Harbor much earlier than scheduled. Louise followed Baron Casimir off the Moon Shadow. Even if they decided to solve the problem with money, they couldn't be treated as lambs to the slaughter. Therefore, having an experienced elder accompany them was quite necessary. Just then, the weather at the harbor suddenly changed. Gale force winds whipped up, making the trees sway violently. As expected of Weather Museum, Bancy Harbor. Louise used her spirituality to erect an invisible barrier to block the strong winds, examining the surrounding scenery with interest. Pedestrians on the street, whether gentlemen in formal tailcoats or ladies in beautiful dresses, were all in a hurry, ignoring their hats blown away by the wind and their skirts fluttering. Doors slammed shut, accompanied by dim yellow lights illuminating inside the houses. Louise was somewhat surprised by their reaction, but not all doors were closed. A bar not far from the harbor was still brightly lit, its clamor carried by the strong winds. That was also the agreed-upon transaction location. Louise followed Baron Casimir into the bar, pushing through the bustling, diverse-skinned drunkards, and arrived at the innermost private room. Alger Wilson, with deep features and a rugged outline, sat in a very humble posture on a chair, looking at the great pirate Covero, who was reclining on the sofa, drinking Sonia blood wine, and respectfully said, "Respected Captain Covero, I wonder if you are interested in my conditions just now. Can we obtain the information we desire from you?" Covero drained the Sonia blood wine in his cup and responded lightly. "Heh, as long as there's money, of course. For £500, I can tell you all the information about the Azure Avenger. I really don't like that ghost ship's captain, and I actually think highly of you." Alger Wilson paused slightly, his heart immediately conflicted. This was £200 more expensive than the condition he had just proposed. After exchanging a glance with Sains, whose expression was a bit stiff, he finally gritted his teeth and took out all the bonus he received from his last debriefing, placing it on the table. Covero scanned the gold pounds on the table with satisfaction. The first mate, who stood by, quickly collected the gold pounds from the table and pushed a wooden box to Alger and Sains. Alger quickly took the box, opened it for a look, then bowed his head respectfully. Sains's face twitched a bit. As a Church of Storms pastor, bowing to a pirate made him feel like he was blaspheming his faith. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat tense, the private room door suddenly opened, and two handsome young people with black hair and red eyes walked in. It was Louise and Baron Casimir. The atmosphere in the private room immediately relaxed. Alger quickly grabbed Sains and left the private room after a low farewell. As the private room door closed, Louise withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and casually asked, "Who were those two just now?" Covero felt the aura emanating from the two newcomers and their characteristic red eyes, instantly understanding. His previous indifference gone, he chuckled and said, "You must be the ones here to trade for that Blood Clan Baron's residual beyonder characteristic. Welcome, welcome." As for those two just now, he paused, recalling Sains's various abnormal reactions just now, and a slight smile played on his lips. They might be from the Church of Storms, or perhaps connected to a pirate king or a secret organization. They usually disguise themselves as ordinary pirates, collecting intelligence on targets for their true loyalists, making it easier for targeted purges. Sometimes, they act on behalf of the forces behind them to do things they find inconvenient, such as silencing witnesses or robbing specific special items. Louise immediately understood, and Baron Casimir, who had experienced many storms, clearly knew about this. He didn't pick up on that topic, but instead asked directly, "Where is that Blood Clan Baron's residual beyonder characteristic?" Covero's smile grew even wider. He took a wooden box from his pregnant and opened it, revealing a completely crimson heart that was subtly expanding and contracting, its surface semi-transparent, with liquid faintly flowing within. "I want 4,000 gold pounds. You are not weak, so you should know that this price is not expensive, it's a very sincere price. Of course, if you have the Sequence 5 Reaper Potion formula and are willing to exchange it, I can give you this residual beyonder characteristic directly and compensate you with an additional 1,000 gold pounds." Baron Casimir was silent for 2 seconds before taking out 4,000 gold pounds from his pregnant and placing them on the table. At the same time, he took the wooden box handed to him by the first mate. After both parties inspected the items, the transaction officially concluded. Louise watched from the side, feeling somewhat bored. There was no verbal struggle as she had imagined, nor did she get a chance to show off. Just as she was following Baron Casimir, intending to leave, a voice came from behind. "Respected guests, to celebrate our successful transaction, I'll give you a piece of advice: do not wander around the streets. Either leave Bansi as soon as possible, or find a place to stay. Remember not to answer knocks on the door." Covero's smile had long vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He pointed his finger out the window. Only then did Louise realize that in just a short while, the strong winds had weakened, but strangely, a faint mist was gradually appearing. On the seaside mountains outside Bansi Harbor, towering rock walls formed a natural, hidden altar. The altar was inscribed with bizarre patterns, designs, and symbols. A seemingly ordinary wooden door was embedded in a giant rock, with a brass-colored keyhole and handle. 6 figures appeared as the mist drifted, standing around the giant rock. They were all draped in black cloaks, headless, with blood still gushing from their necks, and only swirling breezes propped up their hoods. 6 headless bodies, with dangling esophagi, and strange smiles on their faces, hovered in midair. At the base of the giant rock, where it met the soil, a spot of fresh red seeped out. That fresh red gradually expanded, like gushing blood spreading out. However, it didn't contaminate too much, confined to a very small area. The entire altar was faintly glowing, and the sounds of wind and thunder could be heard in the distance. A low, muffled voice, full of seductive and frenzied meaning, rang out, echoing around the altar. "What are you still hesitating about? What the Church of Storms cannot give you, the great God of Weather can bestow upon you. As long as the Great Lord can gradually awaken, let alone Sequence 5, even a demigod, the Lord can fulfill your requests. As long as you open that door, you can truly become a believer of the Lord and listen to the Lord's voice." Bishop Miller, dressed in a dark blue bishop's robe embroidered with the storm symbol, walked to the giant rock with his head bowed, his face pale, his breathing rapid, and his steps somewhat unsteady. Seeing him remain motionless for a long time, the seductive voice sounded again. "Miller, do you want to stay in that small church forever? Do you think you still have a chance to turn back now?" Bishop Miller trembled all over. His slightly trembling arm gripped the handle and gently twisted it downwards. With a slight metallic click, the wooden door swung open diagonally backward. A stretch of gray-white mist suddenly appeared before Bishop Miller's eyes. Within the mist was a flattened mountaintop, on which were intertwined silver white and crimson patterns, forming a complex design. In the very center of the design lay a rust-covered coffin. Looking into the distance, through the mist, one could vaguely see a faintly visible street and rows of terraced houses behind the mountaintop. As Bishop Miller's pupils dilated, a vague murmur came from within the faintly mist-shrouded, rust-covered coffin. Castel Medici, the last hope, disaster. Along with the murmuring, bright light suddenly erupted within the mist, as if countless lightning bolts were intertwined and striking down. The mist immediately surged out, spreading towards Bansi Harbor with the strong wind. In a dim room at the deepest part of the moon shadow, docked at Bansi Harbor, an ancient coffin was placed. As if sensing a certain aura, the coffin lid trembled slightly, and Marquis Nibizodra's low voice echoed in Count Mistral's ears, who was standing on the deck, frowning and looking into the distance. "There's a problem with Bansi. Leave as soon as possible. Iruziel, East Taker Manor hunting ground." It had been over half a month since returning to Iruziel, and January was nearing its end. Aaron had carefully selected several Beyonders, and after this period of integration, he could now barely use the ability of Dominion. In the process of practice, Aaron also discovered a problem: the power that Dominion could borrow could not exceed his own sequence. That is to say, if the current Aaron borrowed power from a sequence 5, the upper limit of the borrowed power would not exceed sequence 6. As for the dispersion of damage, facing different attacks, the effect would also vary. The dispersion effect was best for physical damage, while for conceptual damage such as spiritual bodies, the dispersion effect was very small. Of course, it might also be due to insufficient team tacit agreement. Aaron returned to the lounge, holding the Sword of Judgment, his face somewhat pale, and saw Gusmanwell standing with his hands behind his back, his face stern and old-fashioned. Before Aaron could ask, Gusmanwell nodded slightly and spoke first. "Last night, a iron-blooded knight from the Fozak royal family's Einhorn family suddenly made a move in Nicephorus, West Bayern, and a shaman king also secretly made a move. With the help of a Class 1 sealed artifact from the Church of the Night, Mashiana repelled them, but she was also seriously injured. The ancestor's intention is for me to go to the South Continent to jointly stabilize the situation, and at the same time, be wary of Intis intervening in the situation." He paused, a hint of worry appearing on his face, and continued. "I originally wanted to accompany you to the South Continent and escort you safely there, but now the family's demigods are all tied up with matters there and have no time to look after you. You must be careful before the situation becomes clear." Aaron nodded, but more thoughts came to his mind. Sequence 3 War Bishop begins to truly involve himself in war, capable of concentrating the power of the army within himself, and also truly integrating the army, making it as easy to command as an arm. And the ritual for advancing from Sequence 4 to Sequence 3 is related to this. Coupled with the previous planning for that God of Weather's Beyonder characteristic, it seems Father has already been included in the ancestor's promotion list. Being sent to the South Continent this time is both a consideration for the situation and an opportunity to complete the ritual ahead of time. Chapter 152, Garden of Eden. Thinking of this, Aaron's thoughts paused slightly. He suddenly thought of a possibility. That iron-blooded knight from the Einhorn family wouldn't also be harboring this thought, would he? If that's really the case, then he should have a Sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic in his hands, or a corresponding Grade 1 sealed artifact. Then the scale of this war will grow larger and larger until it satisfies his advancement ritual, and there's also the Rose School of Thought's involvement in this. Aaron raised his head and saw the solemn expression on Gusmanwell's face. As an iron-blooded knight, he obviously also thought of these things. After a moment of contemplation, Gusman said to Solo Binter, who was standing quietly by the side, silently. "Solo, you, Darren Shirodo, and Harland Rooney, who are already in the South Continent, the three of you will still follow Aaron and obey his command." Solo Binter, who had been silent, raised his head as if to say something but was interrupted by Gusman's wave. Aaron frowned slightly, immediately recalling the information he had obtained from the Red Priest card. Compared to the advancement of demigods from other pathways, Hunter can be said to be the easiest tier. It only requires a battle team to be cultivated personally, sharing life and death. Correspondingly, as part of the ritual, the members of this team are the iron-blooded knight's anchors, helping to digest the potion and maintaining the self-cognition of the advanced Beyonder who first obtains divinity, preventing loss of control. Conversely, the iron-blooded knight can also enhance the team's combat power, and even create a mystical connection between each member of the team. Angel-level hunters can even summon each other through team members. In other words, even if alone and separated by vast distances, each person is actually equivalent to being with the team. As the price of a relatively simple advancement ritual, or rather the inevitable risk, the death of every member serving as the iron-blooded knight's anchor will shake the iron-blooded knight's self-cognition. Others might not be clear, but Aaron knew that his father's advancement ritual team back then was the current Duke's Guard. And as the deputy captain of the Duke's Guard, a Sequence 5 mentor of disorder, Solo Binter, from every aspect, could provide his father with a lot of help. With this in mind, Aaron spoke. Father, the situation in the South Continent is unclear. Fozak and the Rose School of Thought have already made their moves. Once the situation becomes deadlocked, Intis will probably also try to fish in troubled waters. I can leave Darren Shiroto and Harland Rooney, but you must take Solobinter with you. You must maintain your best state and fully unleash your strength. Aaron gestured, and a burly giant, estimated to be over 2 meters tall, slowly walked over from the hunting ground, knelt on one knee, and said in a booming voice. Respected Duke and Lord Aaron, please feel free to give any commands. Aaron smiled and shook his head, helping up the burly giant with distinct South Continent features. Boyer Baylet, I've said it many times, we are not master and servant, we are friends, and you don't need to kneel to me. Boyer Baylet raised his thick, broad hand and scratched his slightly simple face, grinning. My life was saved by the family. I don't understand big principles, but I have 2 wishes. One is to avenge my deceased family and friends, and one day personally kill undead King Agalito. The other is to forever be loyal to the East Taker family, to repay the kindness of saving my life and the family's cultivation over the years. Seeing him say this, Aaron sighed and stopped persuading, turning to introduce him to his father, Gusmanwill. Boyer Baylet, the captain of my newly formed personal guard, a Sequence 5 guardian. Before, I mentioned to the family that I wanted someone strong enough, loyal enough, and knowledgeable enough about the South Continent to be the captain of my personal guard. And he has extremely rich combat experience in the South Continent and understands the situation there very well. After comprehensive consideration, I finally chose him. Gusmanwill scrutinized Boyer Baylet, who had a faint glow like the morning light on his body, for a moment, then slowly nodded. Then he looked at Aaron and asked. Are you all ready? When do you plan to depart? Aaron waved his hand, signaling Boyer Baylet to leave, then replied. Next week, I will depart in early February. However, before that, I still need to go to Constant City in Intercia County. There's a spoils of war that I haven't recovered yet. I also don't know what Beyonder materials and sealed artifacts are left from Flora Jacobs' lineage. I hope they can bring me some surprises. Aaron muttered to himself at the same time. Loen Intercia County, Constant City, Constant Industrial University. Lawrence Nord, with his silver hair and wrinkled face, slowly walked out of the campus, turned his head to look at the place where he had worked for so long, and sighed softly. He came today to complete the official resignation procedures. The surface reason was his frail health, making him unable to hold the position of public school teacher. The actual reason was that the frequent blood moons this year had almost completely destroyed his body. Lawrence walked with faltering steps through this purely industrial city, passing towering blast furnaces, chimneys, and tall buildings, and arrived at a 2-story building by the Maris River. Lawrence opened the mailbox with hopeful anticipation, found a letter inside, and his smile immediately froze. He had recognized this letter, it was the one he had written to Laboro and Annalise last week, appearing untouched in the mailbox. There was only one possibility. That was, the postman could not find Laboro and Annalise, and had to return the letter. Lawrence stood for a long time before opening the door and going up to the 2nd floor. He took out a palm-sized notebook from the compartment. Its cover looked very hard, copper green, and appeared quite ancient. On the cover, there was a line of words written in ancient Fuzak language. I came, I saw, I recorded. Looking at this mystical item, which was also the symbol of his lineage's identity, Lawrence slowly sat down, muttering in pain. Where did Laboro and Annalise go? Richard died at the hands of the Aurora Order. Sam doesn't want to contact us at all, doesn't want to bear the responsibility of the surname. Is the Abraham family really going to slowly die out like this? Then he uncontrollably recalled the Abraham family's suffering over the years. After the disaster brought by the Aurora Order, the reconstructed Abraham family elder council reflected on their past actions over many years, but could not find a solution to the problem. Negative, despondent, and despairing emotions enveloped the few remaining family members. Lawrence was unwilling to stay in such an environment, nor was he willing to face size and a depressing atmosphere every day, plus he didn't know how much longer his body could hold out. He had just decided to leave Constant City and planned to come to Backlund to seek out another half-brother, Laboro, and a stepbrother, Sam. Now, he suddenly found that he couldn't contact Laboro. And he himself was nearly 80 years old, and all his children had died in the disaster brought by Bodis. Just recalling these things filled him with overwhelming sorrow. What pained him most was seeing no hope for revenge, no dawn for the family's glory to reappear. I am already very old, and my physical condition is extremely poor now. Unless absolutely necessary, I dare not use Beyonder abilities anymore, as that would lead to loss of control, or bring down a curse. Where exactly does the future of the Abraham family lie? Lawrence fell into a long silence. On the other side of Constant City, west of the industrial district. In a luxuriously decorated room, at a dining table laden with various delicacies, a strange figure sat at the head of the table. This figure wore a formal 3-piece suit, a semi-tall silk top hat, and a bizarre mask on his face. The mask's mouth was stretched wide, almost to the ears, and it remained open, as if to swallow everything its two eyes saw. This figure had an extremely elegant demeanor, with a scholarly air, but his hand movements were as fast as afterimages. In just a moment, a table full of food was reduced to empty plates. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on the strange mask. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses slowly walked in, personally collected all the empty plates, and as he turned, revealed a room full of empty plates behind him. The figure with the strange mask nodded in satisfaction. Well done. I might be going out for a while recently, so the psychology alchemists in Constant City will be temporarily under your charge. The young man paused slightly, then joy and gratitude appeared on his face, and he replied excitedly. I will certainly live up to your expectations, Counselor Howard Phillip. Ignoring the young man, Mr. Gluttony, Howard Phillip, a member of the Psychology Alchemists Council responsible for Constant City in the Loen Kingdom, turned his head to look out the window. A smile, whether mocking or wary, appeared on the strange mask. His illusory figure had already arrived on the street outside. People came and went on the street, but no one noticed his strangely dressed appearance, and they also avoided the central area. A large carriage was parked there, and the coachman was an ordinary middle-aged man wearing an old top hat and a dark jacket. However, in Howard's eyes, the coachman simply did not exist, because he had no corresponding spiritual island or conscious activity. In other words, the coachman was just an illusion, a dummy. The master of the carriage was the horse itself. Howard curled his lips slightly and walked over. The carriage door creaked open. Mr. Gluttony, you're late. A low male voice came from inside. The mouth on Howard's mask stretched even wider. He boarded the carriage and saw a gentleman sitting in a black wheelchair. His pale yellow eyebrows were long, his hair was neatly combed back, and there were a few wrinkles on his forehead. His face had an abnormal paleness. Oh, President, I just ate a bit more. You shouldn't have to come and pick me up yourself, should you? The president of the Psychology Alchemists, Bolly Delamo, rubbed the wheels on both sides of his seat and said. This meeting is still very important, and it will only officially begin once everyone is present. Mr. Gluttony Howard remained silent, neither responding nor sitting down. The carriage had unknowingly arrived at a city shrouded in night, Eden. In the city, magnificent buildings with a mysterious and dark aura stood tall, and pedestrians symbolizing bestial desires walked about. They either wore top hats and trench coats, or exquisite and complex dark long dresses, trying their best to imitate humans in every detail, but they could not truly be like humans. The carriage drove under the dim night, passing among these pedestrians and various Gothic buildings, and soon arrived at the central church of the city. This church was over 80 meters high, supported by black giant pillars. Each giant pillar was inlaid with a certain number of skulls, some from humans, some from different creatures, but all their hollow eyes were directed downwards, as if watching every living being entering the church. Stepping out of the carriage and through the main entrance, one entered a grand but empty hall. In the depths of the hall, a huge cross stood, and a grey-white dragon statue was coiled around the cross. In front of the dragon statue, a small long table was placed, with 5 chairs on each side. Only the top and side positions were still empty. Bolly Delamo maneuvered his wheelchair to the top of the long table, and Mr. Gluttony Howard sat indifferently in the seat beside him. Huon Lambes, wearing a grey-white pride mask, spoke faintly. Mr. Gluttony seems to have no sense of time. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Howard glanced at him, chuckled strangely, and said mockingly. Oh, who do I think it is? It turns out to be Mr. Pride, who almost got killed last time. My apologies, my apologies. Then he changed to a serious tone and added. Although you narrowly escaped last time, I have a premonition that you will definitely be the first among us to die. My premonitions are quite accurate, so you should be careful. Huon Lambes looked at the mask with its mocking expression, his fingers clenched, and the pride mask emitted a faint glow. The other Psychology Alchemist Council members wearing other personality masks remained silent, neither helping nor stopping, as if they were already used to it. Bolly Delamo raised his hands, clasped them, and rested them on the surface of the long table. Enough. First, let's share our respective intelligence, then discuss matters. Mr. Greed, who was responsible for St. Milan, the capital of Fozak, and whose mouth was stretched to his ears but not open, and whose eyes were closed, spoke first. According to the President's arrangement, the war between Loen's East Taker family and Fozak's Royal Einhorn family in West Bayern has officially begun. Both sides are increasing their stakes, and everything is going smoothly. Bolly Delamo nodded, then looked at Mr. Lust, who was responsible for Trier, the capital of Intis. Mr. Lust, whose eyes were sunk into the middle of his nose, as if looking up at people, nodded and then spoke. My manipulation failed. Someone intervened to stop my actions. Intis will not participate for now, only observe. If we want them to act, we can only offer greater benefits. Bolly Delamo frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and said. No need. The Einhorn family can already make the East Taker family reveal their true strength. They have long wanted to swallow the East Taker family. George III is very eager to know the true state of Varnawil, that fourth epic angel. Since he is willing to pay the price, then we will help our partners. Chapter 153 Hermes. Howard's lips curled upwards when he saw that no one else spoke. Constant City was previously home to a dream stealer from the Marauder pathway. She broke through to Demigod last year and left Constant City, and has not returned since. The surrounding members of the Arbitration Council were not surprised by this. Unlike Backlund, where churches, the military, royalty, and hidden organizations were intertwined and many powerful individuals were hidden, it was not uncommon to encounter a demigod. Constant City was merely the capital of Dongtak County. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, as long as she avoided the areas where the major churches were located, and traversed the collective subconscious sea and explored the islands of mind, it was not uncommon to discover hidden demigods, especially since she had not yet reached demigod status before. Thump, thump, thump. Bolly DeLoe tapped the table lightly, his tone serious as he looked at Howard. Gluttony, you had best stop monitoring that area. Those thieves are likely to cause big trouble, and she's already a demigod. Stay away from there and don't ask for trouble. Seeing Howard nod slightly, Bolly DeLoe immediately withdrew his gaze and said, "The matter to be discussed today is the dragon worship custom existing in East Chester County of the Loen Kingdom. The dragon worship custom in certain areas there has not weakened at all over these years. I suspect that a mind dragon is still influencing that place in some way. Perhaps we can find clues about it through this. Who would be willing to handle this matter?" The hall immediately fell silent. After a moment, someone broke the deadlock. "This is a matter for Loen, and it's not really appropriate for us to interfere," Mr. Lust said, looking around. "Unless Mr. Pride and Mr. Gluttony truly don't have time." Hohen Lambeth spoke indifferently. "I believe the matter I am responsible for is far more important than seeking clues." Bolly DeLoe nodded and looked back at Howard. "Gluttony, you will be responsible for this matter then. If you are worried about danger, I can help you separate some identities. They can go and explore, and even if they die, it will not affect you." Howard chuckled softly and shook his head. "Let one of your virtual personalities enter my self-unrestricted mind-body. Wouldn't I just become a fish to be slaughtered? Do you really take me for a fool?" Seeing the few people around him remain silent, he looked at DeLoe and said, "I will try to investigate. I won't trouble the president to act, but I need more detailed information." Seeing Howard willing to try and investigate, Bolly DeLoe did not continue the previous topic and nodded lightly. "The detailed information will be given to you later, but I must warn you, this matter is quite dangerous, and you absolutely cannot be careless." Speaking of this, DeLoe paused and said, "If you encounter an accident and cannot resolve it on your own, you can call out to Adam, and this will bring you salvation." Howard's eyes darkened. He did not respond or speak further, while the other members of the Arbitration Council began academic exchanges in the spiritual domain. "All right, this Arbitration Council meeting ends here." After a while, DeLoe clapped his hands lightly. Howard got up and walked towards the door. He paused slightly in front of a cross with a gray-white dragon statue entwined around it, then stepped out and vanished from Eden. Constant City, Dongtak County. The bloody moonlight cast a pall over this steel forest, creating a strange beauty. At the city center's bell tower, the colors became rich and vivid. Aaron, whose face had returned to Lusawee Joseph, slowly walked out, wearing a top hat and with the sword of judgment slung diagonally across his back. "I finally found it." Standing at a high vantage point, Aaron gazed at this purely industrial city. Although he was visiting for the first time, he had seen various photographs of Constance in newspapers and magazines in the past. Those photographs were all black and white, documenting every aspect of the city. Among them, 3 points left the deepest impression on Aaron. First, the chimneys and blast furnaces stood in dense rows, as if creating an artificial forest, which was visually striking and represented industry even more than Backlund. Second, buildings widely used concrete and rebar, constructed taller, larger, and more densely than similar structures in Backlund. Third, many places were stained with coal dust, including people's bodies, but the air quality was slightly better than Backlund because of the strong winds from the sea. Withdrawing his gaze, Aaron looked at the red moon in the sky and sighed helplessly. He had departed from Iruziel in the afternoon, and even traversing the entire Loen should not have taken until evening to reach Constant City. The main reason was that Aaron did not know the corresponding spirit world coordinates. Traversing the spirit world primarily relied on the guidance of his divination pendant, but divination was not omnipotent. Some of the revelations given by divination needed interpretation, and Aaron, not being a seer, found that the revelations he received in the chaotic information of the spirit world were easily interfered with and distorted. Because of this, Aaron went to several wrong places, even accidentally ending up in Indoport on the Fasak Empire's coastal area, only reaching Constant City by evening. The figure on the bell tower slowly dissipated, and Aaron's figure appeared at a nearby street corner. Without expending effort on divination, Aaron directly hailed a horse-drawn carriage and instructed the local driver to go to 12 Iris Street, South Lost District. This was Flora Jacobs' former residence, and also Aaron's destination for this trip. As a heavy industrial city in Loen, even in the dead of night, there were still many pedestrians on the streets of the industrial district. Most of them wore dusty worker uniforms. With a clatter, the carriage left the industrial district and arrived in the South Lost District, where aristocrats and wealthy merchants mostly resided. As cultured aristocrats and respectable merchants, they naturally would not choose to go out late at night. The streets here were empty, but such an environment was more suitable for Aaron's actions. The carriage stopped at 12 Iris Street, in front of a two-story building. Aaron paid the fare and went around to the back of the building. He first performed a divination with his divination pendant and received a revelation that there was some danger, but it could be handled. Aaron put away his divination pendant. The Lord of Mysteries on his finger flickered slightly, and a slightly illusory door immediately appeared on the wall at the side rear of the building. Aaron drew his sword of judgment and slowly passed through the illusory doorway, arriving in a plainly decorated, dust-filled room. Feeling no dangerous aura, Aaron looked up diagonally. A faint spiritual fluctuation emanated from the second floor. Aaron pushed open the door from inside the room and saw the equally dust-filled ground floor hall. Unlike the room, the remaining footprints in the hall indicated that at least 4 people had already arrived before him. Aaron frowned slightly. After searching the ground floor hall without any findings, he slowly walked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Aaron took his 4th step, he immediately felt something was wrong. His thoughts began to slow, his body stiffened slightly, and his movements became sluggish. Without any hesitation, the hand gripping the sword of judgment swung downwards sharply. As the stairs collapsed, Aaron used the momentum to retreat, returning to the ground floor hall. The sluggishness in thought and movement he had felt earlier had disappeared. Aaron looked at the collapsed section of the stairs and activated his spirit vision. However, he still found no problem. If it weren't for Aaron's spiritual intuition far exceeding that of Beyonders of the same sequence, and his Beyonder senses, which had been strengthened multiple times and came from a sheriff, he would have found it difficult to detect the subtle changes in his body and react in time. Recalling his previous sensations and the current situation where spirit vision yielded no results, Aaron had a vague suspicion in his mind. This should be due to the marionettist spirit body thread's ability. As a demigod of the Marauder pathway, it was not surprising for Flora Jacob to possess a sealed artifact or mystical item of a neighboring Sequence 5 pathway. Realizing this, Aaron actually felt relieved. With this sealed artifact corresponding to a marionettist guarding it, the probability of the items on the second floor still being present would greatly increase. After all, spirit body threads are a very unique ability, involving the spiritual body, astral body, mind body, and etheric body, and indirectly controlling the physical body through the etheric body. It is very comprehensive, and therefore, ordinary spirit vision cannot observe spirit body threads. And ordinary thieves or low sequence beyonders, without extraordinary perception and spiritual intuition like Aaron's, would only walk up to the second floor step by step, becoming controlled puppets. Standing in the ground floor hall, a smile appeared on Aaron's face. He was quite familiar with the marionettist's abilities and already had a way to deal with them. The essence of the marionettist's ability is to manipulate targets like puppets, using the spirit body threads that exist in every living creature, turning them into his own puppets. It could be said that for an ordinary marionettist, the strength and number of puppets directly determined the upper and lower limits of his power. The marionettist Rosego's dramatically reversed defeat in that battle, where he was nailed to the pillar of shame, was also inextricably linked to his lack of puppets at the time. Aaron stood outside the influence range of the sealed artifact's spirit body threads. His spirituality surged, and the Lord of Mysteries flickered slightly. A translucent, much smaller and more solidified eye then appeared. The surface of the eyeball had some disconnected, obscure patterns. It was the historical void image of the messenger Astolfo. The marionettist spirit body thread manipulation did not include historical void images that did not exist in reality. Astolfo slowly floated up the stairs, following Aaron's will. A restrained wraith's wail swept towards the second floor. Even the spirit body threads, which even spirit vision could not observe, slowly twisted and suddenly snapped. 4 muffled thuds in succession. 4 bodies fell from the ceiling, which was swallowed by blackness, hitting the floor. They were already unrecognizable, and 2 Beyonder characteristics emitting faint spiritual fluctuations appeared on the bloody, blurred ground. If he were facing a true marionettist, the opponent would naturally not be so weak. Even if the spirit body thread control was interrupted by a wraith's wail, the opponent could still use puppets to switch positions and launch another attack. But this was just a sealed artifact. Without human manipulation, the range of the spirit body threads only covered the second floor, which is why it was so easily broken. Seizing the gap where the spirit body threads were temporarily interrupted, and without looking at the two beyonder characteristics that had fallen to the ground, Aaron exerted force with his feet. Accompanied by the sound of the floor cracking, he rushed towards the second floor. There wasn't a single footprint on the dust-covered floor of the second story, all footprints stopped at the stairwell. Relying on his spiritual intuition, Aaron directly rushed into the innermost room. As soon as he violently broke into the room, that familiar feeling of obstruction reappeared. Aaron ignored it and directly rushed towards a gray pocket watch placed on the desk. He pressed the rust-covered charm tightly clutched in his hand against the pocket watch. With a crunch, the charm shattered, transforming into silver white and crimson interwoven patterns that enveloped the pocket watch. Aaron immediately felt a lightness throughout his body. The faint sense of danger that had been present since he entered the villa finally disappeared. A certain flying insect in a corner of the first floor slowly flew to the stairwell of the second floor, seemingly observing everything. On the outskirts of Constant City's riverside district, unlike within Constant City, it appeared vast and desolate, without towering chimneys and blast furnaces, only stretches of forest. Deep within the forest, a stone house with distinct features not belonging to the current era stood quietly. Howard Phillip, wearing the gluttony mask, emerged from the collective subconscious sea, passing through an invisible membrane of light, and appeared at the stone house's entrance. Howard entered the stone house and came before a mirror. As he stepped in, the corners of the gluttony mask on his face instantly shrank and detached, floating quietly to the side, as if fallen into a deathly stillness. Howard, however, showed no surprise. He slowly walked towards the mirror. Suddenly, he paused, as if sensing something, and turned to look in the direction of Constant City, a slight smile on his lips, and his figure vanished into the mirror. Behind the mirror were layers of steps. In front of the steps was a solid, blurry, hazy sea surface. Above, streaks of light and shadow swayed and roamed. They were dense, they overlapped, like an illusory sea. Howard was both familiar and unfamiliar with this. This was the collective subconscious sea he knew well, yet it was different from what he usually saw and felt, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact difference, only a vague sense of disconnect. In the center of the hazy, seemingly calm sea surface was an isolated island. An ordinary-looking old man stood on the isolated island, looking at Howard with a benevolent smile. This old man's hair was completely white, but still thick. There were few wrinkles on his face, and his appearance was unremarkable, yet he seemed to be the center of the entire world. Howard floated across the sea surface and came before the old man, bowing respectfully. "Teacher, I have something to report." The old man's figure did not move, yet Howard felt his body straighten uncontrollably, and heard a gentle voice. "I, Hermes, have lived since the ancient era, and have had few disciples. You have already acquired divinity and stepped into the demigod realm, you need not be so restrained." Howard nodded and immediately released the restrictions on his mind-body. Scenes from his memories instantly appeared in the surrounding subconscious ocean. Hermes calmly finished watching, pondered for a moment, then spoke kindly. "Boli Delo did not discover the connection between you and me. As for that one." Hermes was silent for a moment, then slowly continued. "That place is indeed very dangerous. There should be a secret behind the dragon worship. I cannot extricate myself now, and I'm afraid I won't be able to help you at critical moments. Later, I will separate an identity for you. Let him complete the exploration for you. Remember, you only need to do some peripheral exploration, there's no need to dig deep." Chapter 154 Harvest and Meeting. Howard Phillip nodded, and in the surrounding gray mist, points of light suddenly lit up, each containing a different Howard from a different period and identity. Hermes raised his right hand, and with his index finger, traced lines of flickering light in midair. These were like images from the deepest dreams. A few seconds later, those faint lights absorbed one of the light points, twisting and transforming into a middle-aged man with golden hair and brown eyes, becoming another Howard Phillip. What differed from Howard was that this gentleman also possessed a strong scholarly demeanor, and the depths of his eyes lacked the cold indifference of someone who had seen through everything. "Teacher, Mr. Gluttony, good evening." Howard performed a standard lone noble bow, greeting them courteously. Howard looked at the identity that had been separated from him, as if recalling something. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand, and Howard instantly transformed into a point of light and vanished. A few seconds later, the points of light that had illuminated in the surrounding gray mist converged to form a ball of light, revealing the scene on the second floor of Flora Jacobs' villa. Watching the unfolding scenes, Hermes' eyes gleamed slightly. As a Sequence 2 discerner, he seemed to have discovered something interesting. Aaron glanced at the sealed silver pocket watch corresponding to the marionettist and put it away with satisfaction. Without wasting time searching, Aaron took out his divination pendant and directly divined for high-value items in the room. A moment later, Aaron pried open the wall of the compartment, broke through the spiritual wall on it, and found a brown box. Without the obstruction of the spiritual wall, Aaron saw the colorful spiritual hues within the box through spirit vision. Feeling no danger, Aaron directly forced open the lock, picked up the item with the strongest spiritual fluctuation, pried open the outer layer of gold, and saw the item wrapped inside. It was a strange decorative item, similar to a brooch, entirely grayish-white, with peculiar folds and protrusions. Patterns and symbols formed a miniature door in the center of the brooch. The divination pendant quietly floated above the brooch. A moment later, Aaron frowned slightly and opened his eyes. Travel brooch. Ability 1, Teleportation Door, allows one to perform spirit world travel that can sense the outside world and self-locate. Beyonders of different sequences, due to the varying strength of their spiritual bodies, can withstand different teleportation times, and the effect and distance of spirit world travel will also vary significantly. Ability 2, Record, retains some of the scribe's abilities at Sequence 5 level. It can record one demigod level Beyonder ability at most, with specific effects close to Sequence 4. Negative effects: 1. If not isolated by gold, it will continuously affect the wearer and even those around them, causing hallucinations until they go mad. 2. When opening the travel door, self-localization will be affected, with a certain probability of being teleported to an unknown area. Aaron looked at the travel brooch in his hand with a headache. He now roughly guessed why this item, corresponding to the Sequence 5 Traveler, was sealed here and not used. Although its abilities were good, the two negative effects truly impacted the practicality of this sealed artifact. Having to constantly use gold for isolation was acceptable, he could just carry a gold box. But the divination pendant's revelation of a certain probability of being teleported to an unknown area corresponded to too many possibilities. Does he really have to use the divination pendant to divine whether there will be a problem before every trip? Sighing, Aaron decided to use it for now and later find time to extract the pure Beyonder characteristic. When he reached the South Continent, he would have Harland Rooney reforge it into a new mystical item. As for the remaining items, they were all some mid to low sequence Beyonder materials and a few low sequence sealed artifacts. However, Aaron found a silver box at the bottom of the box. Unexpectedly, he found 5 worms of time inside. Although the Beyonder characteristic contained within them had long since flowed back to the main body, they were still extremely high-end spiritual materials that could be used to make talismans. Looking at the worms of time quietly placed in the box, Aaron couldn't help but ponder. The essence of a talisman is to pray for power from a high-level existence and fix the obtained power with suitable materials and corresponding symbols. But in actual operation, as long as one achieves divinity and becomes a demigod, they can create some talismans. The sealing talismans I used before were of this kind. These worms of time can indeed serve as unique carrying materials. They are high enough in level, conform to the essence, and their spirituality is sufficient to meet the needs. However, the uniqueness of the carrying material will also affect the effect of the final talisman. In other words, different special materials can induce different types of responsive power. The talismans I can currently make roughly correspond to the Justiciar, Black Emperor, Red Priest, Evernight, and Destiny pathways, but none of these are compatible with the Worms of Time. But among the 3 pathways most compatible with the Worms of Time, besides Amon, the remaining high-level existences are either dead or injured. What a pity. Aaron regretfully put away the Worms of Time and went to the first floor to take the 2 Beyonder characteristics, putting them into the brown box as well. With a slight spiritual movement, the scene before Aaron immediately became richly colored, like an abstract painting. Taking a step, he arrived in the spirit world. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten something. Recalling the spirit world coordinates of Iruziel, Aaron did not stop, wandering in the spirit world, which was difficult to distinguish directions and appeared exceptionally chaotic. With one step, Aaron had already arrived in the Duke of East Turok Gusmanwill's study. The Duke of East Turok Gusmanwill, who should have already departed for the South Continent, was now quietly sitting behind his desk. Aaron's expression remained unchanged, as if he had long expected this. He sat down on a nearby sofa and heard a familiar voice. As soon as I arrived in the South Continent, I was attacked by at least 2 demigods. One of them seemed to have borrowed the power of an angel through some ritual, while the other was a demigod in the spiritual domain. Fortunately, I timely used my reserves to awaken my ancestor. As soon as he made a move, the entire battlefield was enveloped in storms and lightning. Then Gusman's tone carried a hint of worry and fear. Although the enemies were repelled, I could clearly feel that my ancestor's state was extremely poor. It seemed that after confronting the angel who secretly made a move, he could no longer maintain his own state. At the same time, I also felt some prying gazes that only disappeared after my ancestor appeared. Finally, the mysterious head of Military Intelligence Department 9 in the South Continent made a move. At this point, Gusman sighed, with some surprise. I didn't expect him to be Prince Grove of the Loen royal family, a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter of the Arbiter pathway. He came to the battlefield in West Bayern with the royal family's Grade 0 sealed artifact. Because of his joining, the war ended quickly, and I returned to Iruziel. Aaron listened intently, not saying a single word from beginning to end. Everything Gusman said was so smooth, like a beautiful dream. That's right, it was a beautiful dream. Because of the Evernight goddess's blessing, Aaron, who could always remain clear-headed in dreams, discovered as soon as he entered the spirit world that he was already in a real dream woven by someone else. Such a level of real dream, there were not many existences in the entire spectator pathway who could achieve it. Aaron was also very curious who the existence who made the move was. And what was their purpose? Therefore, regarding being in a real dream, Aaron pretended not to notice, following the will of that existence, and like an ordinary beyonder, deliberately ignored the illogical parts of the conversation. Because he had not yet detected any malice, and even though he was in a dream, he could still sense the presence of the night mark, which was Aaron's greatest confidence. And through the information revealed in the words of this Gusman before him, Aaron already had many guesses in his mind. With this thought, Aaron smiled, stood up, and bowed to Gusman. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. May I ask if Senior would grant me a meeting?" As soon as the words fell, the real dream Aaron was in disappeared silently. Everything around him seemed to return to normal. He was standing on the first floor of Flora Jacobs' villa, still holding the brown box in his arms. He had never left. Aaron's eyes darkened. He suddenly turned to look at the corner of the room, where a mirror had appeared. The mirror surface was hazy, unable to even reflect a human figure. Aaron's hand went into his pocket, gripping a paper crane, and he silently called out in his heart. After a moment, Aaron stepped into the mirror. After an indescribable strangeness, he saw layer upon layer of stairs. Aaron's originally strong physical qualities seemed to have vanished into thin air, and the box he had been holding in his arms also disappeared. He could only move forward step by step along the stairs. What Aaron did not notice was that points of light slowly emerged on both sides of the stairs he walked past. This seemed to be an external manifestation of a person's subconscious, reflecting his experiences, identity, and even emotions. Unlike Howard, all of Aaron's light points were covered in a thick dark golden mist, making them impossible to peek into. The concept of time here seemed to be distorted, or Aaron's perception of time was distorted. After an unknown period of walking, he finally reached the end of the stairs. It was a solid, blurry, gray ground, with shimmering light and shadows swaying and roaming above it. They were dense, they overlapped, like an illusory ocean. Collective subconscious ocean. This term unconsciously surfaced in Aaron's mind. He then looked up, surprisingly finding that his vision was no longer obscured, and the sky above was clearly visible. There were countless indescribable figures there, and 7 clear, bright lights of different colors, containing infinite knowledge. Although Aaron was not of the spectator pathway, the cat in his house was a spectator, so he had some understanding of psychological concepts. He instantly recognized it. The spiritual sky. Suddenly, Aaron felt his consciousness explode, and his body seemed to be infected, becoming somewhat ethereal. At this moment, his mental body, astral body, and etheric body all seemed to be absorbed and assimilated by his mind body. His entire being was like an aggregate of pure thoughts, floating. And because of this, he sensed the boundless collective subconscious ocean connected to all living beings, and he sensed the spiritual sky corresponding to it. Seemingly having passed through some obstruction, Aaron blinked in a daze, then alertly opened his eyes and looked around. He saw an ordinary-looking old man floating in midair, looking at him calmly, and sighing in ancient Hermes. "I cannot peek into your mind island. I originally intended to guide you through dreams to show your uniqueness. I didn't expect you to be unfolded by the dream I wove. It seems your secrets are far more than this." After saying this with a hint of meaning, the old man in the gray-white robe chuckled softly and kindly added, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hermes. Hermes. The angel of the spectator pathway who survived from the second epoch and created the ancient Hermes." Aaron was first startled, then confirmed some of his thoughts, but also many questions arose. South Continent, Caesar Port. The civilian district here was far from the port area and the western district where the church was located. The Intis people ignored it, and the locals didn't want to manage it. Therefore, law and order were extremely poor, a place where various gangs ran rampant, and also a breeding ground for various grey transactions. In a particularly spacious underground room in the civilian district, open coffins were scattered about. The bodies inside, though emaciated and clearly from the lowest class, had peaceful expressions before death. These coffins were strangely arranged according to the patterns on the underground floor. As several members of the numinous episcopate's sleeping faction chanted in low voices, one pattern after another lit up. Checkwald, who had recently become a Sequence 7 spirit medium, first glanced at Anthony standing at the very front, then focused his gaze on the patterns inscribed on the ground. As a spirit medium, he himself mastered various mystical rituals related to spirits and could directly communicate with the natural spirits and lingering souls of the real world. He had also previously traded with Sharon for which King Calaman's Book of Secrets, and was extremely knowledgeable about mysticism and ritual knowledge, barely able to recognize that this was likely a targeted awakening ritual. Thinking this, Czech suddenly felt a cold wind sweeping through the underground room. The few natural spirits that had been present wailed and left, as if sensing some aura. Anthonius took out a white feather stained with light yellow grease from his embrace, used it to cut his wrist, and crimson blood merged into the patterns. A mysterious door, as if leading to the underworld, slowly emerged. A pale, bony hand reached out from within, and a figure slowly walked out. This figure was dressed luxuriously with a distinct fourth epic style, but white feathers grew from his back. He tilted his head slightly, revealing the obvious red patches on his face, as well as dull, blank, emotionless eyes. It was Undying Fauzelen, currently the sleeping faction's only saint. As an Undying, he would die once and resurrect once every 60 years, forgetting most of his past memories, which he would slowly retrieve later, like starting a new life. And this period was precisely the stage of him searching for his memories and slowly recovering, which was also the main reason for the sleeping faction's recent decline. The blood-stained white feather with light yellow grease slowly floated to Fauzelin's forehead and directly merged into it. Those dull, blank, emotionless eyes instantly became sharp. Everyone present felt as if they were frozen in an instant, having the illusion of becoming corpses. Anthonius raised his stiff fingers, signaling everyone to retreat. After they had all left, he meticulously recounted which King Calaman's request for cooperation from beginning to end. Chapter 155 Hermes' Answer. In the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere, Anthonius finished recounting the events and waited for the saint's decision. After a moment of silence, Fauzelin said, as if reminiscing. Those blasphemers from the man-made death faction intend to emulate what the hidden sage did, attempting to create a new death god themselves. The grand priest of the death god church, Heidel, who has already disappeared, is also the current controller of the man-made death faction. Later, thanks to the man-made death plan, he became an angel, which made him even more fanatical about this plan. If not for the existence of the Pale Empress making him wary, and the severe erosion he suffered in a certain ritual, preventing him from leaving his mausoleum currently, otherwise he would directly lose control. If not for that, he would have probably long wanted to devour us. Anthonius' pupils constricted. This was the first time he had heard these inside stories. As he let his imagination run wild, he heard Fauzelin continue. However, in recent years, the man-made death faction seems to have made some progress. The god they speak of seems to have awakened a little, giving birth to many byproducts of the man-made death plan. At this point, Fauzelin's lips seemed to curl slightly, and he said with a hint of mockery. The most successful product can be said to be Patrick Brain. That fool even thought he was rescued by numinous episcopate members and survived due to the grace of that god in a ritual. In fact, the man-made death faction originally only intended to use him as a sacrifice or material for a certain ritual. As a result, their inherently uncertain attempt produced an unexpected outcome. The uniqueness left behind by the death god developed an initial instinct, or underwent other changes, leading to Patrick Brain's survival and the establishment of a certain connection with the so-called man-made death god, with both his spirit and body tainted with something special. So he has always been watched by Heidel. If you ever encounter him in the future, you must be careful. He is also a fanatic. Anthonius' mouth slightly agape, information quickly surfaced in his mind. Patrick Brain, achieved Undying 7 years ago, is one of the 3 saints of the numinous episcopate's man-made death faction. Unexpectedly, he, who was already a demigod with an extraordinary status, was also an experimental material and was never truly regarded as a member of the numinous episcopate's man-made death faction. Looking at the somewhat dazed Anthonius, Fauzelin sighed. Factional infighting within the numinous episcopate, the royalist faction already covets our smaller factions, and in recent years, the man-made death faction has been making constant moves. We indeed need help, but you must always remember one thing. External power is always just external power, it can be gained, and it can be lost. I will provide you with the necessary help, and I hope you can become the second saint of our sleeping faction. Anthonius respectfully lowered his head, responding solemnly. I will not disappoint the saint. Looking at the amiable Hermes in front of him, Aaron couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I just came to get my spoils of war, why did I run into him? I don't have any high-level items from the spectator pathway on me. Hermes smiled, looking at the young man whose mind-body was enveloped in dense dark gold mist. 2 chairs instantly appeared on the originally barren isolated island. Seeing the angel casually sit down, Aaron had no choice but to follow local customs and sat down somewhat cautiously. No need to be nervous. I cannot pry into your thoughts, I can only see a layer of mist. If I continue to forcibly pry, there might be some unpleasant consequences. Hermes smiled, his posture casual, without the airs of an angel, and at the same time, he hinted with a reminder. At most, it's like the previous dream, where through the guidance of the dream, you yourself display it. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, making a note of this. Connecting it to the previous events, he no longer deliberately suppressed his thoughts, and his brain rapidly processed information. The information Hermes revealed through the dream earlier is very interesting. Those things haven't happened yet, but they are logical, as if they are about to happen. It sounds like a prophecy. Is this also one of the abilities of a Sequence 2 discerner? Or is it information obtained from the Twilight Hermit Order? Is it a benevolent reminder? Or is it part of a trap itself? Aaron hesitated slightly, looking at Hermes, who wore a constant smile, and pretending to be ignorant, he slowly began. Why did you think that ancestor Varna's condition was extremely poor before? Hermes scrutinized Aaron from head to toe, chuckling. During the Pale Disaster at the end of the fourth epoch, Varna, who had already achieved angel status, obtained a Grade 0 sealed artifact that belonged to the Demoness sect at the cost of severe injuries and near madness. Later, during Loen's 20 Years' War, a Sequence 3 war bishop of the East Taker family was severely wounded by an angel from the Faesak Empire. Nearly 1,000 years have passed since then. That war bishop has been missing, whether he is also in slumber to delay his injuries or has already fallen and become a sealed artifact. Even if in slumber, except for those few special pathways, a demigod's lifespan is at most 1,000 years, they will inevitably age and die. And that war bishop was Varna's biological son, and also the core of Varna's previous demigod promotion ritual. Heh, the Red Priest pathway has a peculiarity or flaw after demigod. Aaron's pupils constricted, almost blurting out, "Anchor." Immediately, his heart tightened, and he suppressed the strange emotions within him, quickly stopping his words. Looking at Hermes, who was still smiling and very inviting to confide in, he thought to himself. This should be one of the inherent traits of a high-level spectator pathway beyonder. I need to be careful, I absolutely cannot let anything slip. Hermes smiled and nodded, not minding Aaron's small gesture. That's right, the stronger one is, the more important the corresponding anchor. Such an anchor being severely injured or even dying would only worsen Varna's condition. This is also why Varna signed a contract with William Augustus I of Loen back then. His condition at the time was extremely poor. Many high-level beings speculated that he wouldn't last much longer, but he still hasn't fallen even now, which is the fundamental reason why many existing beings are curious about his condition. Aaron slightly lowered his head, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He had seen Varna, and his condition was surprisingly good, nothing like what Hermes had described. For Hermes to consider his condition extremely poor means that ancestor Varna was indeed severely injured at the time, to an extent that even angels were somewhat helpless. And to fully recover in less than 1,000 years, there is only one possibility. Varna, who secretly became a favored one of Evernight, received help from the Evernight goddess and secretly recovered to normal. Without continuing to ponder, Aaron raised his head again and tentatively asked. That spectator pathway demigod you mentioned in the dream you wove. Hermes acted less like an angel and more like a learned and benevolent teacher, saying gently. That is a member of the Psychology Alchemist Council, but that is merely a separate identity. Psychology Alchemists. George III. A flash of lightning crossed his mind. Combining the hints from the dream with Hermes's explanation, Aaron finally confirmed his thoughts. And this also made him recall a previously overlooked issue: neither George III nor Adam were ready to become gods. Starting a war prematurely was not their objective, which was why Aaron hadn't thought so much about it initially. But combined with the final hint in the dream, after Prince Grave, who carried a Grade 0 sealed artifact, appeared, this sudden war abruptly ceased and did not trigger a larger conflict. This made Aaron realize that from beginning to end, this suddenly erupted South Continent war was essentially meant to force Varna to act, to test his true condition. And the only one capable and motivated to do so was George III. After all, not everyone wanted him to achieve Black Emperor status. Having an enemy angel whose condition was unknown would also make one uneasy when thinking from their perspective. Aaron's lips curled slightly, unable to tell if it was mockery or sneer, and he sighed in his heart. What a good plan. George not only tested the ancestor's condition but also didn't lose the colony, and incidentally, consumed the family's strength. That iron-blooded knight of the Einhorn family also gained the opportunity to complete his promotion ritual. Truly a win-win solution. Aaron, now enlightened, stood up and bowed to the angel, asking his last question. Why do you help me like this? Hermes remained seated in his chair, his smile undiminished. The first time I saw you, I felt you were very much like a friend of mine. He was as mysterious as you, but you are more composed and know more than he did at the same stage. It's just a pity that he has already fallen. I hope you can go further with the help of that one. The great tide of the era is coming, and the doomsday is not far in the future. He. Already fallen, does that refer to Roselle? As this thought just surfaced in Aaron's mind, his consciousness wavered for a moment. Opening his eyes again, the subconscious ocean and the spiritual sky had disappeared. Aaron looked around, hugged the brown box in his arms, and took out a dark gold talisman from his embrace, throwing it towards the second floor. This was an interference talisman Aaron had crafted himself, above the dark gold mist, in response to himself, capable of disrupting any potential subsequent tracking and investigation. After confirming his condition was normal again, Aaron activated spirit world travel. He was somewhat eager to return to Iruzil to verify some conjectures. The southernmost tip of the South Continent, the indigenous region of East Byram. Near the southern coast is a massive canyon spanning hundreds of kilometers, known by the natives as the Abyss of Ferrying. Legend has it that many years ago, black river water flowed here, and living beings in the areas it passed through would slowly wither and fall into the embrace of death, as if crossing the river of death inch by inch. After the death god church was eliminated, the entire Abyss of Ferrying was shrouded in dense black smoke, looking from afar like the maw of the abyss. Patrick Brain grew white feathers stained with pale yellow grease on his back, holding an ancient token from the Byram Empire period. Following the pull, he passed through the eerie black smoke. He arrived at an unusually massive, entirely black mausoleum, embedded upside down into the ground, like an inverted pyramid. Surrounding this mausoleum, a city with even more ancient Byram Empire characteristics was built. Ghostly fires surrounded the city, and pale lights flickered everywhere, replacing the sun. The city was divided into two parts by a black river. Walking on the streets were not only living people but also rotting corpses and countless vengeful spirits and phantoms. This was the headquarters of the numinous episcopate's man-made death faction, Manuel, where the city of the living and the city of the dead faced each other across the river, forming a complete cycle of life and death. Patrick Brain stopped at the entrance of the massive mausoleum. A gray-robed woman with distinct Byram features turned her head, her lifeless gray eyes fixed on Patrick. "Follow me to meet the Grand Priest." After speaking, she ignored Patrick and walked directly towards the mausoleum. Patrick showed no discomfort at the slight. Because the one who had just spoken was Flora Tristan, the spokesperson for Grand Priest title, a Sequence 3 ferryman. Silently following the lady, as they continuously descended through the passage and stairs, in the completely silent environment, there was no impatience or unease, letting their footsteps echo all around. Until a river suddenly appeared before them, a phantom and dark river. Flora's gray eyes shifted slightly, and a hint of pleasure appeared on her delicate yet lifeless face. Beneath the surface of the river, countless skinless bloody arms, green vines with baby faces, and slippery tentacles with eyes were densely packed together, constantly leaping upwards, lifting a black and red boat from the river. Patrick's eyebrows twitched slightly. He endured the faint sense of crisis transmitted by his spiritual intuition and followed Flora onto the ferry boat. At the edge of the river near the entrance, there were figures, some tall, some short, dressed in old clothes, walking back and forth with their backs to the two, seemingly troubled about how to cross the river. Suddenly, they all slowly turned to face Patrick, revealing faces that were unusually numb. They were all people who had sacrificed their lives for the man-made death plan. As long as God awakens from slumber, all your sacrifices will be exchanged for God's grace, eternal life in God's kingdom. Patrick's gaze became frenzied, and he kept muttering. Flora, at the front of the ferry boat, curled her lips slightly, saying nothing. The ferry boat sailed across the illusory, pitch-black water, leaving a long trail, and arrived before an altar. On it lay a heavy coffin wrapped in white feathers, surrounded by pale skulls. These grotesque white skulls were from humans, some belonged to animals, and some were extremely strange, with a sense of deformity, making it impossible to imagine their original appearance. Patrick was momentarily dazed. His spirituality seemed to be stirred by some homologous power, as if he saw nearly illusory black thin tubes extending from the deep, dense, eerie, and cold boundless black mist, directly inserting into the coffin. In just an instant, this scene disappeared. Patrick shook his head, suppressing the doubts in his heart, and quickly walked towards the altar. Standing in front of the coffin, Patrick bowed his head and chanted in a language that seemed to originate from the underworld. King of the depths of hell. Angel who plays the symphony of death. Ruler above the river of the dead. Chapter 156 Family Secrets. As Patrick Blaine chanted, the various skulls surrounding the deep black coffin gradually took on a layer of dark green, which blended with their inherent white, creating an extremely chilling sensation. The voice, seemingly from the underworld, echoed continuously, and the skulls floated up one by one, as if imbued with their own vitality. Then, in an orderly chaos, they flew towards the heavy, paint-black coffin, passing through the lid as if without substance, and entering inside. The coffin immediately transformed into a deep, insatiable vortex, expanding in place, emitting a cold, chilling, lofty aura that made Patrick Blaine instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was the aura of an angel, a death consul. From within the deep vortex formed by the black coffin, an old, cold voice emerged, making one's soul feel as if it would directly leave the body. Go to Backlund, spread the faith of the God, and collect clues about the various things left behind by the God. Lead loyal believers and continue to try to awaken the God. You are the host of the operation and the core element of the ritual. Patrick Blaine did not question the words of High Priest Hyder, nor was he surprised why he had to go to Backlund, because the other party was a favored one of the God, an agent of the God. He respectfully nodded and said, "I will bear in mind the god's teachings. May every spirit live forever in the god's kingdom." While speaking, he used the prayer posture of the current numinous episcopate's artificial death faction, which was to raise both hands, with thumbs touching, placed on the center of the forehead. In the corresponding mystical theories, this is the core of the underworld within every gatekeeper, representing the position of death. After Blaine finished speaking, the old, cold voice sounded again. "That's all for today. If you have anything else, contact Flora Tristan, she will fulfill your requests." "Yes, Your Excellency the High Priest." Patrick Blaine stood up, bowed, and retreated to the edge of the altar. The ferrying boat slowly emerged on the illusory, black water surface. Patrick stepped forward alone, and the pale, faintly dark green light grew fainter and fainter. The ferrying boat finally disappeared into the darkness, as if it had never appeared. Seeing Patrick leave, Flora Tristan, who had been silently standing, spoke faintly. "High Priest, is it not appropriate for you to send him to Backlund? There are several major churches and the Loen royal family there." This demigod had done nothing yet, but merely her words made the surroundings even colder, as if countless unseen creatures were reveling. A sigh came from the coffin. Recently, the activation of the uniqueness has stalled. Relying on ordinary sacrifices is no longer enough to speed up the process. More suitable rituals would cause unknown changes. The last change has already caused me to slumber in the mausoleum until now, still unable to leave here. But in order to awaken the god faster, some risks are necessary to take. Even if something unexpected happens, Backlund can be destroyed. Irosil, East Taker Manor. Aaron's expression was somewhat solemn. After returning to reality from the spirit world, he first went to confirm the current location of his father, Gusmanwil. Through the exchange of telegrams, it was finally confirmed that Gusman was currently in Conant City in DC Bay. That place had a large port and was also the closest Loen naval base to the West Baron colony on the South Continent. Unlike an imperative mage, an iron-blooded knight can establish a hidden connection with the army, concentrating the power of the entire fleet on themselves and unleashing terrifying strength. However, both the movement of the army and the deployment of the fleet require a certain amount of time, so Gusman was still in Conant City and had not yet officially gone to the South Continent. After understanding the situation, his originally somewhat impatient state of mind finally calmed down. Regardless of the reason Hermes showed goodwill, the information he revealed must be taken seriously. With the token given by Varna, Aaron arrived at the Ancestral Tower's underground hall without hindrance. Looking at the figure still sitting on the bronze high-backed chair, Aaron recounted his encounter with Hermes in full, only concealing his own secrets. Varna was silent for a while, then spoke in a low voice, as if already knowing what Aaron wanted to ask. "I did indeed gradually recover with the help of that one, and it is thanks to that one's hidden authority that no one knows I have recovered." He paused, then continued with a hint of complexity in his tone. "The war bishop Hermes mentioned is my child, Wardwill. He was born at the end of the Fourth Epoch, and thanks to the chaos of that era, he achieved the war bishop in continuous wars." Speaking of this, he sighed, then changed the subject. "You also know that after a high-sequence powerhouse dies, the Beyonder characteristic that precipitates will have residual mental imprints. These are very strong and resilient, simply relying on time, they might not completely dissipate for hundreds or even thousands of years. Many people, in order to effectively reduce the difficulty of promotion, consume a potion similar to their own spiritual body. But most of them will be affected by the residual mental imprints within, unknowingly developing personality splits and other conditions, gradually evolving into mental patchwork monsters, just as if the original high-sequence powerhouse had resurrected in them. During the 20-year war back then, the war bishop of the Einhorn family of the Fozak royal family, who fought against us, was in this situation. The already barely maintained mental balance could no longer be sustained after the death battle with Wardwill, leading to an unknown mutation." Meeting Aaron's surprised and curious gaze, Varna sighed. Although Ward ultimately won a tragic victory and was on the verge of losing control as a result, under the influence of the convergence instinct, he eventually formed a mental patchwork monster with the war bishop of the Einhorn family. And the war bishop, before completely going mad, was already a mental patchwork monster to some extent. His self-perception and mental imprint partly belonged to a certain ancestor of the Einhorn family contained within the Beyonder characteristic. Ward is not an angel, and many methods he cannot withstand. He can only wear down the invading mental imprints through slumber, but he is still sleeping even now. Aaron nodded, his thoughts racing. The pathway most proficient in the spiritual domain is naturally the spectator pathway, which is difficult for other pathways to match. If Hermes was willing to act, for a mental imprint at the sequence 3 level, he would definitely have a way to resolve it. But this is not urgent for now. Without sufficient strength, rash contact would only expose more. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Aaron pondered and said, "We must be prepared. Since someone wants to force you to act, no matter how we avoid them, they will not give up easily. So we must be prepared to show them what they want to see." Varna lightly tapped the armrest of the chair with his finger, then suddenly flipped his right hand, and a dark gold token appeared out of thin air, floating above his palm. Aaron felt an inexplicable pull, and his gaze involuntarily lifted to look at the token, his pupils instantly constricting. He had already recognized it. This was precisely the token that could find and open the treasure of the Ghost Empire. Before Aaron could speak, Varna chuckled, and the dark gold token with complex patterns already floated in front of Aaron. You have given me many surprises. This token is officially entrusted to you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. East Chester County, in the Hall family manor. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table, recalling the ritual Aaron had taught her. After clumsily setting it up, she lit the candles and began to summon the messenger. She took out Amantha Dew. As the candlelight flickered, the few drops of dew quickly evaporated, filling the room. An extremely familiar, clear, and charming scent wafted into Audrey's nose, relaxing her tension and quickly calming her mind, as if she were overlooking the darkness in the dead of night. Then, she spoke in somewhat unpracticed ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. The spirit wandering in nothingness, the upper world creature driven by others, the messenger exclusive to Lusawi Joseph. As the spirituality stored in the emerald chain spread, a translucent, much smaller and solidified eye emerged, its surface covered with obscure, interconnected patterns. Audrey took the letter, and at the same time placed her own letter in the center of the altar. Then she curiously observed this rather peculiar-looking messenger. She clearly remembered it wasn't like this when she was in Backlund. After observing for a moment, Audrey suddenly realized this was impolite. She immediately averted her gaze, suppressed the doubts in her heart, and bowed slightly with great politeness. Thank you, Mr. Messenger. After the messenger disappeared, Audrey put away the candles and other items, went to the desk, and eagerly unfolded the letter. Sunlight filled the room. After an unknown amount of time, Audrey was suddenly startled awake by the loud, urgent barking of a dog, followed by a familiar voice. All right, Susie, stop barking. What are you doing squatting at Mrs. door? Audrey immediately stuck out her tongue in a rather unladylike manner. She glanced at the time on the wall and was stunned. Oh no, it's already been over an hour. If I don't go on today's exploration, it will be too late. Audrey very skillfully put away the letter on the desk, tucked it into an unused book, and placed it on the small bookshelf in her bedroom. Then, she walked lightly to the door and pulled it open. A large golden retriever sat obediently outside, with her personal maid, Annie, standing beside her with a helpless expression. Audrey's lips curved upwards, revealing a smile as bright as sunlight, and praised inwardly. Susie, you've done a wonderful job with your task. A detective miss indeed needs a large dog to follow her. Her personal maid, Annie, seeing Audrey walk out, said with a somewhat helpless tone. Miss, the outdoor activity you proposed yesterday is all ready, but you still haven't changed your clothes. As a noble, you must change into different attire for different occasions and display the proper etiquette. Looking at the chattering Annie, Audrey couldn't help but rub her forehead and said gently. All right, Annie, I know. Come help me change. East Chester County in early February was still cold, with frequent snow. The woods were bare-branched and leafless, beasts hidden, utterly lifeless. East Chester County, in the vast and beautiful countryside, at the side gate of an expansive manor. Audrey, dressed in a cinched black riding habit with a simply decorated lady's shirt underneath, sat quite skillfully on the back of a reddish-brown mare, without the slightest sway. Her black leather boots rested in the stirrups, her white-trousered legs slightly tucked in, and she turned her head to look at Susie, the golden retriever, who was running playfully beside her, carrying a small leather bag on her back. One by one, fine horses galloped out, ridden by attendants, maids, and even a nighthawks who followed, and their only task was to protect Miss Audrey. Galloping on the snowy road, Audrey recalled Aaron's narrative and the family records of several villages in East Chester County with dragon worship customs. A cold wind swept by, and Audrey's delicate face seemed to blur for a moment. She suddenly reined in her horse, very naturally turned it around, and headed back in the direction she came from, seemingly having forgotten her previous thoughts and plans. And the surrounding attendants and the nighthawks followed without any question, as if all of this was perfectly natural. Only Susie's eyes showed a human-like confusion. After a bark, she looked at the outline of Hedrak village, which was already appearing in the distance, before chasing after them. Below the spiritual sky, the deep, dark sea of subconsciousness, where every drop of liquid was like a light and shadow, seemingly representing a point of consciousness, an imprint. Near this great sea, there were several islands, corresponding to the mental islands of Audrey and her group. And above these mental islands stood a figure, dressed in a thin, pure black overcoat and a tall top hat, possessing a refined and gentle demeanor. It was precisely the identity separated from gluttony Howard Phillip. His gaze was profound, and through the subconscious ocean, he saw the group of people leaving the outside world, muttering thoughtfully. Audrey Hall, Aaron Will. He then withdrew his gaze, floating above the island, and looked to the west. There was a large expanse of lonely, silent gray mist, obscuring the view. Even with Howard's demigod status, he could only see the vast and deep black outline of the subconscious and the illusory, rippling collective subconscious ocean, unable to obtain much information. Within that gloom, the outlines of some things were vaguely sketched out. They were giant stone pillars, dozens to hundreds of meters high, standing alone or collectively supporting magnificent but ancient palaces. These stone pillars and palaces were primarily gray and white, resting on island-like foundations, with a long-bodied lizard-like monster perched above them. This monster squatted on the top of the stone pillar, like a small mountain, its body covered in large, gray-white stone-like scales, and its eyes were pale gold and vertical. This was a mental dragon from a mythical legend. Although this scene disappeared in an instant, submerging into the illusory, rippling collective subconscious ocean, it still made Howard's breathing falter slightly. Hedrak Village. Howard sighed, and after silently repeating the name in his mind, his figure disappeared into the subconscious sea. He had no intention of going to Hedrak Village to investigate the truth. With Hermes's reminder and warning, he had long understood that a demigod's strength was insufficient to deal with that mental dragon. Even if this was just a separated identity, theoretically, even death would not affect the main body. But facing a mental dragon that could also be a high-level spectator pathway beyonder, and without knowing the opponent's methods, Howard was unwilling to take risks for the Psychology Alchemist mission. Chapter 157 The Secret of the Messenger. North of the raging sea, east of Dongtak County. A ship sailed through the waves, and even though the sea was turbulent, the ship remained stable. It was unusually large for humans, said to be able to carry hundreds of passengers. It had the distinct characteristics of the era, with both chimneys and sails. Each side of the hull had 12 cannons and their respective gunports, a necessity for defense against pirates and rival ships. The strong sailors and crew members on deck all wore the Dongtak family crest, and the proportion of beyonders among them even exceeded half. In the luxurious dining room within the ship's cabin, Aaron enjoyed some fried fish with a strong DC flavor, finding the taste quite good, but he knew he couldn't eat it all the time. Next to the dining table, Evelina, who had already advanced to Sequence 7 psychiatrist, pushed her plate away with a look of disgust, not forgetting to grumble. Aaron, the books all say that fried food isn't healthy. This method completely destroys the original flavor of the ingredients. I still prefer the merman you caught a few days ago. When are you going to catch a few more? Aaron drained the Suinya blood wine in his cup before glancing at the haughty Evelina and letting out a soft snort. If you want to eat, go catch it yourself. I can even help you by throwing you into the sea so you can eat your fill. Watching Evelina immediately deflate and obediently eat her meal, Aaron cleared his throat, pointed at the pale gold necklace around her neck, and urged. You've only recently advanced to psychiatrist, and this is when your emotions are most easily stirred. You need to quickly familiarize yourself with your abilities, especially psychological suggestion. With your current sequence, you can already fully utilize the power of the hypnotic chain. When we arrive at Demir Port, I'll need your help. Evelina straightened up, almost thumping her chest with her claws, and promised with a confident expression. Don't worry, I'll quickly get familiar with my abilities. Just give me any tasks you have. Aaron nodded in satisfaction, then seemed to remember something, his face darkening as he said. Next time you dare to use psychological suggestion on the ship to make the crew do those strange things, I'll throw you directly into the sea to keep company with those mermen. After giving Evelina a good scolding, Aaron went to the deck and saw the extremely burly Boyer Bale, who had distinct characteristics of South Continent people. As Aaron's personal guard captain, Boyer Bale's actions these days had lived up to Aaron's trust. Seeing Aaron approach, Boyer Bale had the rest of the personal guards continue their training to build rapport, while he respectfully approached Aaron. Looking at the bright sunlight, Aaron smiled and asked. In your impression, what is Lloyd City in the Pass River Valley like? Lloyd City, the largest city in the northern part of the Loen Kingdom's East Balam colonial region, was Aaron's final destination for this trip. It and Walter City on the Hagati grassland in southern East Balam were the two most important strongholds of the South Continent's Military Intelligence Department 9. One in the south and one in the north, they jointly maintained the rule of the Loen colony in the South Continent and continuously supplied resources to Loen itself. Boyer Bale scratched his head in a simple manner, thought for a moment, and then replied. Lloyd City was originally established to resist the invasion of the Intis Republic, so even after Loen later conquered other areas of the Pass River Valley, Lloyd City's location is still not very good. Its west is the Intis Republic's colonial area, and its south borders the West Balam native area, where forces are extremely mixed. However, due to the high pressure from the church and the royal family, the local area still maintains a superficial peace. Aaron listened intently, then raised an eyebrow and asked directly. Superficial peace. Boyer Bale nodded and explained. Lloyd City is different from Walter City in the south. The most powerful church force here is the Church of the Storms, which is very hostile to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun in Caesarport on the other side of the Intis Pass River Valley, and there are constant skirmishes along the border. What's more troublesome is the West Balam native area in the south, which belongs to the eastern part of the Starry Plateau. There are many remnants of the Highland Kingdom's resistance army from the early 5th epoch there. They have received support from the Rose School of Thought and have built many secret bases there, disrupting Loen's colony, and small-scale wars often occur. There are also some other organizations, both overt and covert, mixed in, such as the Numinous Episcopate, and also the East Balam Restoration Society, etc. Aaron nodded in understanding. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Highland Resistance Army. After all, he had severed an arm of one of their leaders, the one nicknamed the Silent One, Moms. Just as he was about to ask something else, his spirituality suddenly stirred slightly. Aaron's mouth curved upward, and he waved Boyer Bale away, then walked back into his spacious bedroom. Evelina had long since disappeared, and in the empty room, the colors immediately became vibrant. A translucent eye, much smaller and more solidified, then appeared, its surface covered in interconnected, obscure patterns. A letter fell, but Astolfo remained there, not returning to the spirit world as usual. Aaron took the letter, frowning as he examined his messenger. Astolfo's condition was clearly much better than before, and the patterns on its body were now completely interwoven. This also meant that it had completely digested the Sequence 5 Wraith Beyonder characteristic. However, it was well known that advancement from Sequence 6 onwards required the assistance of a ritual. Aaron had originally wanted to communicate with his messenger about how to help it complete the advancement ritual, but the current situation made him think of many things. There was another very similar situation where one could advance directly without a ritual, and it was one Aaron was quite familiar with, the formation of a malevolent spirit after the demise of a high-sequence powerhouse. For example, the Red Angel evil spirit could directly absorb and accommodate Beyonder characteristics of its own pathway without needing ritual assistance. Of course, the prerequisite for doing so was that the malevolent spirit's own standing had to be high enough. It couldn't directly accommodate Beyonder characteristics higher than its sequence when alive. But Aaron could be sure that his messenger was definitely not a malevolent spirit. As Aaron was observing Astolfo, the eye with its interconnected, obscure patterns on its surface rotated slightly. Its black and white pupils looked at Aaron, and fragmented thoughts were transmitted. I need more Beyonder characteristics to recover more memories and to give you greater help. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he didn't feel any malice, he still took out his sword of judgment and placed it in front of him, then frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" A human-like confusion appeared on the black and white eye, and the obscure, interconnected patterns on its surface also glowed slightly. After a moment, it spoke softly. "I am Astolfo now, but I think you should also have heard of one of my former identities. At that time, my believers called me the Bound God." Aaron's pupils contracted sharply. He looked at the messenger in front of him with some disbelief, momentarily unsure what to say. The consciousness became coherent and smooth, no longer pausing, and continued. "Don't worry, I am not him, or rather, I am not the complete him. I only possess a portion of his memories." Aaron had by this point recovered from his initial surprise. He frowned as he looked at the messenger in front of him, unsure whether to believe it or not. The Bound God, as a king of angels of the prisoner pathway, had been corrupted by the mother tree of desire 1,000 years ago, living completely in endless pain. Not only was he forced to give birth to CEA, but he was also used by the mother tree of desire as a vessel for faith. Logically, that Bound God should have long since lost the ability to resist now, so this one in front of him. Seemingly discerning Aaron's doubts, Astolfo did not answer directly, but instead transmitted another thought. There is one crucial step in the ancient Highland Kingdom's process of making pharaoh mummies. That is to perform the purification ritual, placing the body on an altar and praying to the Bound God, hoping that half of the deceased spiritual energy would remain in the body. This neither affects the return of the Son of God nor prevents the mummy from retaining its spirituality for a long time. And the memories I can recall now tell me that I am just another small part of the Bound God's spirit that was separated. The angel I encountered when I took you through the spirit world was the corresponding other part of that spirit." Aaron paused, and in his mind, the image of that massive body with festering long legs dripping yellowish-green liquid and wrapped in corpse oil bandages instantly appeared. Some of his previous doubts were answered, but they were followed by even more questions. If the angel in the spirit world was truly formed by a part of the Bound God's spirit combined with Beyonder characteristics, why had the Rose School of Thought not taken any action? Given their indulgence in desire, they wouldn't just stand by and watch an angel-level Beyonder characteristic remain outside. The outer god behind them shouldn't allow him to continue existing in the spirit world either. Moreover, Aaron had seen that angel at the time. There was no trace of rationality, only instinct. Although it was just a fleeting glance, Aaron could confirm that he was definitely not just a Sequence 2 ancient bane. There were also some strange things mixed in. Originally, Aaron had only considered those strange aspects as inherent peculiarities of spirit world creatures and hadn't thought deeply about them, but now it seemed there was more to it. Aaron thought for a moment and then voiced his doubts. However, Astolfo's transmitted will disappointed Aaron. Its memories were originally only vague consciousness until it devoured the Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic last time, after which it recovered quite a few memories. It might be missing many important memories, and it couldn't explain what exactly happened back then now. Aaron shook his head with some regret. Although he was very curious about how his messenger came into being, since he couldn't ascertain what exactly happened back then, he wouldn't force it. Looking at the black and white eye, Aaron cleared his throat and asked, "Can you control that existence walking in the spirit world? I might need his power." Astolfo stared at Aaron for a moment before transmitting its thoughts. "No, although I am from the same source as him, our standings are too different. Even if he only has instinct left, I cannot do it. Instead, he would sense me because of it, bringing disaster upon you." When Aaron heard the first half of the refusal, his eyebrows had already furrowed, but when he heard the second half, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind, diverting disaster. Bansi's operation will be more assured now. Thinking this, Aaron looked at Astolfo, who was still floating in front of him, and slowly said, "I agree to your initial condition. I will collect beyonder characteristics of the prisoner pathway for you, but this will take time." The black and white eye floated up and down, as if nodding, then disappeared into the colorful spirit world. Whoosh! The whistle blew, and the ship carved with the Dongtak family crest sailed into Demir port. It would replenish fresh water and food on this colonial island and set sail again the next morning. Flying fish and wine, Aaron, who had already changed his appearance, glanced at the sign and saw that the pub's entrance was covered with various bounty orders. Evelina, on his shoulder, idly wagged her tail. Thanks to the hypnotic chain's psychological invisibility, no one noticed it. The bounty orders here ranged from £800,000 for a King of the Five Seas to hundreds of pounds for ordinary pirate leaders, layered from high to low, forming a unique sight. Retracting his gaze, Aaron pushed open the pub door. It was extremely noisy inside. He walked to a high stool at the bar and lightly tapped the wooden counter. 1 Southwell beer, 1 plate of special cured meat. £5, 6 pence. The bronzed, white-toothed bartender said unenthusiastically as he wiped a glass. The bartender still had that cold expression. He pushed open the door to the kitchen behind him and quickly brought out a plate of thinly sliced cured meat, clearly red and white with fine marbling. Ignoring the bartender's attitude, Aaron chewed the cured meat and drained the Southwell beer, then asked with a slight curve of his lips, "Where is your boss, White Shark?" Evelina, who was psychologically invisible on his shoulder, instantly had her pupils turn pale gold, and the hypnotic chain on her neck glowed faintly. The previously cold bartender seemed to have had his soul drawn out, smiling foolishly with a look of infatuation, and replied eagerly, "White Shark is in the basement of the second-to-last private room. You can find the basement entrance behind the wardrobe." Looking at the bartender, who seemed utterly bewitched, Aaron glanced back at Evelina on his shoulder with slight surprise, then walked towards the back partitions. In the dim basement, Aaron's figure quietly appeared. "You, White Shark," Hamilton, who was sitting in front of a strangely shaped robot, first froze, then opened his mouth wide, trying to shout. At the same time, illusory fish scales appeared on the back of his hand, and his already tall and stout body swelled another size. Suddenly, his heart pounded faster, and an intense, instinctive fear gripped his throat. At that moment, he felt that the stranger standing by the door was a devil that had been hungry for many days, examining his flesh and soul with cold, hungry eyes. Aaron's mouth curved slightly, and his low voice, like that of a devil, sounded in Hamilton's ear. "I finally found you. I heard you work for Admiral of Blood. I have something I want to ask him. I wonder if you can help me." Chapter 158 Intelligence and Gathering. In an instant, White Shark, Hamilton was plunged into extreme panic, unable to make an effective response. Aaron leisurely walked to the sofa, sat down, and said with a polite smile, "You have two choices. One is to answer truthfully, and the other is to be killed by me, and then answer truthfully. Killing and communing with spirits." White Shark, Hamilton had heard similar rumors, and his attempts to argue immediately got stuck in his throat. He swallowed hard and said, Are you crazy? That's Blood Admiral Senior, a byword for bloodthirsty cruelty on the sea. Everyone who dared to disrespect him has been buried at the bottom of the sea. If I dare to betray him." Before his inner fear had fully vented, he saw a pair of pale golden pupils light up on the man's shoulder opposite him, and the words he hadn't finished saying abruptly stopped. Looking at Hamilton, whose face was gradually becoming dazed, Aaron frowned, resisted the urge to kick him, and said directly, "Find the frequency band spectrum and codebook you used to contact Blood Admiral Senior's intelligence officer, Old Quinn." White Shark, Hamilton's eyes were glazed over, and he responded obediently. "Okay, beautiful Miss Thea." Saying that, he turned and went to the gray-white safe behind him, pried open the floor in front of the safe, and by twisting a device, made a secret door appear on the wall. Miss. Aaron, with a face full of black lines, picked up Evelyn from his shoulder, pinched her scruff of the neck, and asked through gritted teeth, "What did you do?" Evelyn meowed, symbolically resisted for a moment, then gave up, and immediately argued. I merely catered to his deepest desires, using another application of psychological invisibility combined with hypnosis, to replicate the image of the demoness you caught in Backlund onto you. How about it, aren't I amazing? Look how obedient he is now. Also, quickly put me down. Although this guy is only a low-sequence beyonder of the Sailor pathway and his potion digestion is a mess, if the hypnosis lasts too long, he'll eventually notice something is off. Aaron let out a deep breath, suddenly having the thought that he didn't need this cat after all. He casually tossed her onto the ground and turned to look at the open secret door. Behind the secret door was a hidden cabinet divided into 3 compartments. The top layer held some documents and tickets, the middle had weapons like revolvers and new-style semi-automatic pistols, and the bottom was stuffed with complex black machinery. Hamilton took out the radio and codebook from the bottom layer and said with a fawning, eager expression. This is it. Messages sent from here can be received by similar devices as far as the Rørsted archipelago. Any further than that depends on the weather and luck. Usually, it's very troublesome and has many limitations. Looking at the expression on the guy's face, Aaron suppressed his disgusted feeling. His peripheral vision caught sight of the documents at the very bottom, and his gaze paused. He then took them out as well. The contents of the documents were all tasks and information transmitted by Old Quinn, the intelligence officer in Byam. Among them, 2 things caught Aaron's attention. The first thing was that Blood Admiral Sr. was approaching the Rørsted archipelago from the waters near Toskate Island in the Sonia Sea, to encircle and suppress the fleeing Rose School of Thought defectors. All intelligence personnel on the islands near the Rørsted archipelago were to report any traces of the defectors. The other thing was that Helmos Hugh, the father of the second-generation difference engine, had left the northern continent and arrived on the sea. Intelligence personnel on all islands along the way needed to closely monitor this key figure. Once his exact location was discovered, he was to be secretly captured immediately. The end of the document also included Helmos Hugh's appearance and peculiar habits to facilitate identification. Aaron was not surprised that Sharon could escape the encirclement. After all, the sea was not the South Continent, and the Rose School of Thought's power was limited. 2 Sequence 6 Beyonders plus a sealed artifact equivalent to a Sequence 5 were already enough power to deal with most situations. Coupled with the heavy losses the Rose School of Thought suffered last time, they would most likely not dispatch Beyonders above the demigod level without definite intelligence. At most, it would be a Sequence 5 Beyonder like Senior, carrying a sealed artifact similar to the Crimson Moon Crown that could bring about a full moon effect and greatly weaken the Temperance faction's power, constantly encircling them. But what interested Aaron most was Helmos Hugh. The last time he heard this name was in Backlund, and he didn't expect to hear it again now that he was on the sea. The second-generation difference engine was indeed very important, but even more crucial was his other identity, an avatar of Orange Light, Hilarion. As one of the 7 lights of the spirit world, Orange Light, Hilarion already possessed the status of an angel. For such a noble existence, the Pure Light Brotherhood actually didn't send anyone to protect him, which genuinely puzzled Aaron. Putting away his jumbled thoughts, Aaron thoughtfully put the documents back in their original place, hands in his pockets, and quietly listened to Hamilton's explanation, committing all the content of the frequency band spectrum and codebook to memory. He temporarily did not plan to deal with White Shark, fearing to disturb the real prey. Anyway, a guy like this, who was on land, had a fixed territory, and whose weakness he had seized, could be easily dealt with afterward. Of course, to avoid alerting the enemy, necessary measures were indispensable, such as hypnosis. Aaron then had him put all the items back in their original places. He coughed lightly, and Evelyn immediately understood. Jumping onto a nearby table, her small body stood upright, her pupils glowing pale gold. The chain of hypnosis emitted a faint light, and White Shark, Hamilton's face instantly stiffened and became blank. Remember, you are very tired and want to sleep badly. When you wake up, you will forget everything that happened tonight. After 3 consecutive repetitions, Hamilton walked to the sofa and lay down stiffly. Looking at Evelyn, who was already a bit unsteady on her feet due to excessive spiritual consumption, Aaron sighed, picked her up, and after clearing all traces, activated spirit world travel. What Aaron didn't notice was that the originally weak Evelyn in his arms had a slight curl to her lips, looking as if her scheme had succeeded. Rørsted Archipelago, Generous City Biome. The red moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating a dark alley and revealing a lean, sharp-featured figure with an aggressive appearance, wearing a boat-shaped hat. A lock of black hair fell, partially covering his left dark green eye, which softened his inherent coldness considerably. This was Calm Scal, with a bounty of 1,500 pounds. He wound his way through several turns, arriving at an unknown street, and entered an unremarkable house. Long time no see, Scal. The person who opened the door was an old man with more white hair than black. He was dressed as a local, wearing loose, wide-legged trousers. Old Quinn opened the door and chuckled. Everyone's been waiting for you to come back, come on in. Saying that, he walked ahead. Scal pulled at his black trench coat and nodded coldly. He didn't turn on the gas wall lamp, holding a silver candelabrum in his hand, leading Skal through the dark hall into a spacious, sturdy, windowless basement. Skal saw the flagship's second mate, Steele McVeigh, leaning on the living room sofa, waiting for him. The other companions were either lying, standing, or sitting, forming a semicircle, while the puppets and zombies served as guards around the perimeter. McVeigh had thick lips, dark skin, and hair curled in strands, like the steel beads commonly seen in factories. What did the captain say? His arm muscles twitched, full of power, yet his overall appearance gave people the cold, eerie illusion of being inanimate. Skal sat on an empty sofa on the other side, and with a zombie massaging him, he relaxed his body and took out a wooden box from his. Inside the box was a dark, viscous liquid that seemed to have life. The captain wants us to continue gathering intelligence. The most important task currently is to capture the old man Helmos Hugh in. Other matters can be put aside. This is also the will of the lords. This item is what will help us complete the task. It is a grant from that great existence. Skal said, pointing to the wooden box on the table, then added. As for those two traitors, we only need to keep track of their whereabouts. Once they leave Byam, the big figures will naturally deal with them. Meanwhile, in the Loenese settlement of Byam, which was the upper-class residential area. In several terraced garden villas, Louise sat bored in her room, flipping through Calaman's secret book, which she had borrowed from Sharon through a sacrifice and grant ritual. The Rorstad archipelago was a strategic point of the Loen Kingdom's rule in the central Sonia Sea and also a key diocese of the Church of Storms. A high-ranking deacon who could participate in the Privy Council was stationed there long-term. Regarding the Sanguines' arrival, these irritable old men chose to temporarily ignore it, but this was only on the premise that they didn't cause trouble. Count Mistral had also rarely shown himself recently, seemingly doing something in secret. Louise only knew that they would be staying in Byam for a while longer. Looking up at the wall clock, Louise's face broke into a smile. She skillfully set up the spiritual wall and began to wait for the gathering to be convened. As the chime of midnight struck, Louise's eyes were filled with a rich dark golden mist. Accompanied by the familiar sense of disorientation, she opened her eyes and found herself in a magnificent palace. Aaron sat in the high-backed chair belonging to the favored one, looking at the spiritual light points of the members below, and nodded secretly. Frank, who had already advanced from Sequence 7 Harvest Priest to Sequence 6 Biologist, scratched his head and said in a somewhat rough voice. Many thanks to Mr. Favored One for the suggestion last time. My experiments have made great progress. Mushrooms are indeed an extremely high-quality research direction, which has given me more inspiration and ideas. I have already made many samples. Although they all have some flaws, I will continue to improve them. If you need them, I can also send them to you. Aaron politely declined Frank's offer. He didn't want his ship to be covered in mushrooms. However, he could find a specific area as an experimental site after reaching the South Continent. Currently, all members of the Chaos Council are at least mid-sequence Beyonders. The time spent digesting potions and acting has increased, and the frequency of demand for potion formulas and Beyonder characteristics has decreased. The trading segment has also shortened. More often, they trade certain special charms and mystical items, which is also the fastest way to become stronger when sequence cannot be improved in the short term. Watching the other members exchange various charms from Mr. Favored One to varying degrees, Louise patiently waited for the trading segment to end, becoming even more convinced that the organization behind Mr. Favored One had an extremely vast foundation. At the very least, they controlled or possessed artisans. The sheer quantity and variety of charms were enough to prove all of this. Seeing someone propose a trade, Louise spoke impatiently. She looked around, explaining her current situation and the internal competition among the Sanguine that Count Mistral had told her about. Aside from Frank, who was single-minded and only thought about experiments, the other members secretly gasped. For them, who were only Sequence 7, struggles involving demigod levels, whether with the Sanguine or the Rose School of Thought, were too distant. Sharon, who had been silent, slightly raised her head and slowly said. If you are going to deal with the Rose School of Thought, I can provide some help. My potion has been fully digested, and I can prepare to advance to Sequence 5. This will be a very good opportunity. Seeing Louise's gaze, Sharon continued to add, seemingly to strengthen her persuasiveness. The most crucial part of the Sequence 5 advancement ritual is to consume the potion while the spirit and flesh are separated, and to transform into a true wraith under the baptism of the spirit world. And this requires arranging a specific ritual array. The initiation of the ritual until the baptism and final transformation must utilize the peculiarities of the spirit world, and this will produce a special resonance. This special resonance is extremely difficult for Beyonders of other pathways to detect. Even at the demigod level, it is very difficult to detect without spirit world-related authority. But for other wraiths or even higher sequence Beyonders of this pathway, this fluctuation is like a lighthouse, conspicuous and dazzling. Listening, Louise finally truly understood the fundamental reason why Count Mistral had said that wraiths naturally possessed the ability to divine and counter-divine. Then she spoke with some embarrassment. Letting you be the bait, that's too dangerous. Is there no other way? Over this time, Louise had come to regard the members of the Chaos Council as her friends. Although she was eager to win the competition, her pride as a sanguine made it difficult for her to allow her friend's safety to be used as a bargaining chip. Sharon calmly shook her head, her tone flat yet firm. Perhaps there were other ways before, but the last defeat will make them more cautious, so this time we must take some risks. Looking at the resolute Sharon, Louise was silent for a moment, then nodded. Aaron listened quietly, also slightly surprised that the ritual for advancing to Wraith would be like this. His eyes then darkened, and he suddenly spoke to Sharon. Can you give me a copy of that special ritual array from your advancement ritual? In exchange, I can provide some help for your upcoming actions. Aaron planned to give this ritual array, which was related to Wraith and the spirit world, to Astolfo. Perhaps it would bring unexpected surprises. Chapter 159 Divination and Backlash. Sharon paused, seemingly not expecting Mr. Favored One to be interested in this ritual. However, she didn't hesitate and began to materialize. The surrounding dark golden mist surged and converged, forming a slightly illusory, complex ritual pattern that appeared before Aaron. Looking at the ritual pattern, Aaron's eyes lowered slightly, suppressing the surprise in his heart. The complex patterns in the center of the ritual diagram were almost identical to the strange patterns on Astolfo's body, only more detailed and obscure. Aaron simply glanced at it and didn't spend time memorizing it. After all, he could use dream divination to recall it later. With a slight thought, a charm seemingly cast from gold appeared in his hand. Aaron flicked his finger, sending it into Sharon's hand, then spoke indifferently. Before you act, you can use it to contact me. I will provide you with help based on the situation. Sharon's azure eyes looked at the charm before her. She held it in her hand, stood up, and bowed. Even though this could be considered an equal exchange, she still said with gratitude. Thank you for your help. Aaron nodded, looking at Sharon, who rarely showed extra emotion, and added. If you wish to restore your sealed artifact to a beyonder characteristic, you can offer it to my lord. Sharon nodded slightly and sat back on the stone chair. Louise, who was beside her, slowly withdrew her gaze from the golden charm, feeling as if it was identical to the one Mr. Favored One had given her. Dismissing the strange thoughts in her head, Louise mused. I currently reside at 20 Daffodil Street, St. George District, Byam, and the Sanguine accompanying me also live nearby. The Church of Storms does not trust us and always has a Punisher team patrolling nearby. I will convey your idea to Count Mistral of the Sanguine. We can find time to meet and discuss the specific plan in detail. Sharon listened silently and nodded. Seeing a plan that might involve a demigod-level being achieve its basic framework in just a few words, Faye Luanitas was secretly amazed and also slightly wistful. So far, apart from the mysterious and powerful Mr. Favored One, he had never seen a demigod. The strongest he had seen was only a Sequence 5 captain. Are you still on the Golden Dream? As his thoughts drifted, Faye Luan was suddenly startled awake by Aaron's voice. He coughed dryly and quickly replied. Last week, the captain brought us to the Olak Islands near the Mist Sea. I have already left the Golden Dream and am currently collecting intelligence near the archipelago. Before Aaron could ask, Louise, who had thoroughly read the fifth epic general history of the northern continent, spoke first with interest. Olak Islands. Isn't that the territory of the Intis Republic? I remember the rumors about Iceberg Admiral. Wasn't she said to be from Lumberg or Seeger? Could the rumors be wrong? Is she actually from Intis? Looking at Louise, whose eyes were full of gossip and curiosity, Faye Luan's forehead twitched slightly, and he explained dryly. We are just here to seek treasure. The captain learned from a certain source that Emperor Roselle, 100 years ago, found a ghost ship left by the Solomon Empire, the ancient Black Throne, near the Olak Islands on the edge of the Mist Sea. Even if that Black Throne has already been taken away, it is said that there might still be some ancient books remaining there, or even a hidden treasure map pointing to an unnamed small island. That was the final settlement of a great noble of the Solomon Empire who retreated and left the northern continent. Everything he left behind is there. Everyone listened intently, only Aaron was thoughtful. Others might not be clear. Iceberg Admiral Edwina's ancestor, Edwards, was Roselle's subordinate, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. He only moved his family to Lumberg after Roselle's fall and lived to be over 100 years old. So, from this perspective, it's not surprising that Iceberg Admiral obtained some clues about Roselle's adventures from her family. As for that treasure map, Aaron was more inclined to believe that Roselle, who had grown stronger later, put it back, and the location it pointed to should be a relatively safe area. After all, according to the original map, Roselle found the abyss during his voyage, was corrupted, and also found the original island where Roselle later built his final mausoleum. However, this also cannot rule out that it was done by Roselle during a period when his mind was not normal. Therefore, if a so-called treasure map is indeed found, it is still necessary to pay attention. Looking at Faye Luan, who was recounting his experiences during this period, Aaron coughed lightly, interrupting his narration. The next time you return to the Golden Dream, you can find Edwina and tell her that someone wants to buy the iron black key she has. I am willing to pay 6,000 pounds. Of course, if Iceberg Admiral has any other additional requirements, you can also inform me. You can also ask if she has a book called Grizel's Travels. I am also willing to buy it. Fei Luan carefully remembered Mr. Favored One's requests and was secretly amazed that such a strange key was worth 6,000 pounds, and he was even willing to agree to other additional requirements. This was almost comparable to the value of a Sequence 5B under characteristic. As for Grizel's Travels, Fei Luan seemed to have seen it in the captain's library, but compared to other mysticism books, Fei Luan naturally didn't pay much attention to this type of book that looked like a biographical novel. However, anything that Mr. Favored One specifically expressed a desire to purchase must contain significant secrets. Fei Luan secretly decided that once he returned to the ship, he would definitely read what was written inside. The other members were also secretly curious about what key could be worth 6,000 pounds and secretly noted down the items mentioned in the transaction proposed by Aaron, as these might all be valuable information. Seeing everyone fall silent, Aaron secretly manipulated the magnificent figure on the throne to end this chaos council. Clusters of light dissipated within the hall, where dark golden mist drifted. Aaron waved his hand to disperse the phantom and sat back on the throne. He conjured the divination pendant from the pile of sundries and performed dream divination, rematerializing the ritual array required for promotion to Wraith that Sharon had provided. Next, he took out the Mask of Death, an item Astolfo had resided in before becoming a messenger, which could also be considered a medium for divination. Aaron was concerned that directly giving this ritual array to Astolfo might disrupt some existing balance and cause unknown changes, so he decided to use the authority of the Nation of Disorder to divine the possible outcomes. With a slight thought, Aaron incorporated the Black Emperor card into his body. The boundless dark golden mist seemed to gather into waves and strong winds. A majestic armor formed on Aaron's body, a pitch-black crown appeared above his head, and a long cape of the same color draped behind him. Lines containing divinity also emerged on the armor. Feeling the surging power within him, Aaron nodded in satisfaction, suspending the divination pendant between the Mask of Death and the materialized ritual array. His mind quickly calmed, and the pale golden color of his eyes deepened, entering a semi-meditative state. He let the light blue crystal hang naturally in front of him. Once its swaying subsided, Aaron infused his spirituality and silently chanted in his mind. Giving this array to Astolfo will cause terrible changes. Again and again, after exactly 7 times, Aaron opened his eyes to see the citron pendant rotating clockwise, and quite rapidly. This indicated that it would indeed trigger an uncontrollable anomaly, and the danger level was not low. Aaron pinched his brow, his expression unusually solemn. He leaned back against the chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. After a few seconds of consideration, feeling the surging power within him, he decided to take this opportunity to further investigate what kind of anomaly his messenger might cause. And this time, Aaron decided to use dream divination, which was clearer in its direction and more explicit in its revelations. Aaron materialized a piece of paper and wrote down a new divination phrase on it. What exactly is the change that will be triggered? The divination pendant hung down again. Aaron paused, then reached out and conjured the sun-chasing scepter from the pile of sundries, instantly feeling much more at ease. He then half-closed his eyes and silently chanted the divination phrase 7 times, allowing his spirituality to resonate with the spirit world, which was above all else. Soon, he saw in boundless, illusory, dark golden mist. The mist slowly parted, revealing illusory, transparent entities with indescribable forms. All colors became vivid and distinct yet overlapped, while the hazy mist faded to nothingness, pervading and enveloping everything. And in the depths, high in the sky, 7 clear, distinct lights of different colors slowly moved. They seemed to possess life and contained infinite knowledge. Aaron recognized at a glance that this was the spirit world, completely overlapping with reality, omnipresent. Not far away, space twisted and overlapped, with rich, vibrant color blocks. A rotting long leg, oozing yellowish-green liquid, stepped out of the red and blue interwoven color blocks. Further up, there was a massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages. This mysterious and mad angel clutched a human-shaped light cocoon in his right hand. The strange yet familiar patterns on the surface of the light cocoon, combined with his spiritual intuition, immediately made Aaron realize that this was his messenger, Astolfo. Before Aaron could clearly see what was happening, a sudden change occurred. Brownish-black branches, covered with viscous black liquid, pierced through the spirit world, obscuring the 7 clear lights of different colors in the high sky of the spirit world. Amidst this aura that almost solidified the surroundings, the terrifying figure, whose full appearance was hard to discern and who was oozing yellowish-green pus, was pierced by countless brownish-black branches, and together with the human-shaped light cocoon in his hand, was dragged towards the violently torn gap in the spirit world. Through this gap, Aaron could vaguely see a mummy wrapped in yellowing bandages, its body pierced by countless brownish-black branches, suspended in an unknown space. Its belly was swollen, and at times, a certain spot would bulge and then deflate, as if nurturing new life. Its opening and closing mouth continuously let out miserable screams. Aaron clearly knew that this was merely a scene from a dream divination and he shouldn't be able to hear actual sounds, but a pain still resonated within his body and soul, making him bear a little of the mummy's suffering. Bound God. Aaron's heart suddenly clenched, and this name appeared in his mind. Without giving him time to react, everything before Aaron's eyes collapsed and shattered, and the dream instantly disintegrated. Inside the magnificent palace, Aaron suddenly straightened his back, feeling his heart pounding wildly for no reason. With his control over this space, Aaron easily saw his current state. The gold and crimson in his eyes intertwined, the divine patterns on his body were corroded by ink-black, seemingly living liquid, and his belly was subtly bulging. The entire magnificent palace seemed to be draped in a curtain of crimson and black. Without any hesitation, and without Aaron needing to command, the dark golden mist swirling throughout the magnificent palace, and even the entire space, completely boiled. Boundless mist surged in, confusing all conceptual directions and completely isolating this space from everything outside. Aaron's consciousness, in a peculiar form, floated at the highest point of this space, watching the boundless dark golden mist erode the curtain of crimson and black. He wasn't sure if it was the effect of the Sapphira's own autonomous counterattack or an anomaly caused by the clash of two forces, but Aaron felt that his current control over this space seemed to have reached another level. This strange and unique feeling lasted only for an instant. The next second, Aaron felt a moment of disorientation and then returned to his body. The surging, wave-like dark golden mist gradually calmed. The original anomaly had disappeared, and Aaron, his body restored to normal, leaned back against the chair, his face pale. Before he could think, his consciousness plunged into darkness. By him, inside a simple room, Sharon, who had just finished the gathering, suddenly turned her head to look out the window. The crimson moon high in the sky had, at some unknown point, become rounder and larger, and its color had visibly deepened, like flowing blood. Blood moon. Sharon murmured silently, clenching her fists, enduring the pain brought by the curse. The northernmost tip of the Rorsted Archipelago, a small city northeast of Byam, in a deserted alley. Although it was still February, the Rorsted Archipelago's location was close to the equator during Earth's time, coupled with being surrounded by sea, so it was hot all year round, roughly divided into a dry season and a rainy season. A thin man with gray but disheveled hair, wearing a cotton-padded jacket that was unfitting for the season and a woolen overcoat, was tossing coffee-colored candies into his mouth one after another, chewing and muttering to himself incessantly. It was Helmos Hugh In, the avatar of Orange Light, Hilarion. Suddenly, his heavily clothed figure abruptly paused, and his chewing stopped. As if sensing something, he looked up at the blood moon in the sky. A moment later, he lowered his head and sighed, seemingly muttering a few words, then changed direction and slowly walked towards Byam, to the southwest. Northern edge of the Mist Sea, Olak Islands. Inside a room near the port, Fei Luan opened his eyes, looking tired. The sudden blood moon last night had made him feel uneasy, and he hadn't rested well all night. He sighed, just about to ask the inn-servant to bring food to his room, when he heard a strong shout from the window, seemingly from the nearby port. "Hey, come one, come all. Anderson Hood, the strongest hunter of the Mist Sea, will lead you to unearth lost treasures. Hee, tickets to the God's War ruins are running out. Seize the opportunity now, cling to this big guy's leg, and getting rich overnight will no longer be a dream." Chapter 160 Gains and Losses. God of War Ruins. Fei Luan paused, slightly surprised to hear that name here, as it was one of the famous treasures that had endured on the sea for a long time. The God of War ruins were definitely the dream of every bounty hunter, but this was the edge of the Mist Sea, the west side of the northern continent, separated from the legendary God of War ruins by the entire Violent Sea and Sonia Sea. Curious that someone would recruit crew members here to explore the God of War ruins, and also impressed by the title of the strongest hunter in the Mist Sea, Fei Luan turned around and changed into clothes suitable for going out. If Danitz were here, hearing this title, he would definitely disdainfully curse bullshit. Fei Luan opened his room door, muttering to himself. Danitz had parted ways with him more than a week ago, saying he was going to Nosier Town in southern Intis, as he wanted to go home and visit. By my calculations, that guy should be back soon. If it weren't for waiting for him, I should already be back on the Golden Dream, and Mr. Favored One's mission wouldn't have been delayed for so long. Fei Luan shook his head, walked to the port in the morning sea breeze, and found that many people dressed as adventurers were already gathered somewhere, with shouts coming from there. Fei Luan, who had traveled extensively, immediately saw that those people were more like pirates disguised as adventurers, and several of them were beyonders. As the closest archipelago to the Intis Republic's mainland, its status was equivalent to that of the Rorsted Archipelago to Loen. The Intis military and the two major churches had strong individuals stationed here, and the Red Theater on the archipelago had strong Intis characteristics. Therefore, some pirates would often disguise themselves as adventurers and go ashore to enjoy themselves. Fei Luan, whose eyes narrowed, having carefully studied disguise-breaking techniques from his captain, lingered for a while on the figures of several suspected wanted pirates, secretly noting them down, intending to earn some extra money later. Withdrawing his gaze, Fei Luan walked through the crowd and arrived at a very simple temporary shed, where he heard the familiar shouts again. This time, what we're exploring is the ocean evolved from the God of War ruins, where countless treasures are buried. Fei Luan pushed through the crowd and saw a young-looking man in a white shirt and black vest, of medium build, with golden short hair parted in a 3:7 ratio, and emerald green eyes that were focused and serious. It wasn't until his emerald green eyes met those of this gentleman that Fei Luan suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast in the jungle. An unprecedented sense of crisis emerged in his heart, and Fei Luan quickly averted his gaze, feeling a mix of nervousness and surprise. So strong. To give me such a dangerous feeling, is he a Sequence 6 who has mastered some mystical item, or is he a Sequence 5 comparable to a pirate general? With this kind of strength, the strongest hunter in the Mist Sea isn't an exaggeration. Anderson also stopped shouting at this moment, sizing up Fei Luan with a brilliant smile on his face that easily gave people a good impression. He showed his pearly white teeth and said to Fei Luan with a chuckle. Just like you, my friend. If you can join my team, I believe this journey will not be lonely. Looking at Anderson, who was very familiar, and his brilliant smile and white teeth, Fei Luan always had the illusion of looking at Danitz, and wanted to give him a punch. No need, thank you for your invitation. I still have other things to stay here for and cannot go on an adventure for now. After speaking, he didn't wait for a response, feigning composure as he turned to leave, while secretly praying in his heart that this powerful individual, who might be a pirate general, wouldn't suddenly blurt out. Young man, you're very good, come with me. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, the bad scenario Fei Luan envisioned did not happen. Although he constantly felt eyes on him, Fei Luan still returned to the inn safely. Seeing that Anderson no longer spoke, the blond man beside him motioned for his subordinates to take over from Anderson and continue recruiting crew members, saying with a chuckle. What's wrong? The famous strongest hunter in the Mist Sea wouldn't happen to like men, would he? Anderson turned his head, not angry, and sized up the blond man with a smile, saying. Then you'd better be careful when you sleep from now on. William Black was not intimidated at all, puffing out his muscular chest and even provocatively wiggling his butt. Anderson pouted and said indifferently. That guy just now, his strength is good. More importantly, I felt a familiar sensation on him. Could it be that this guy is from Lumberg? William Black clearly knew Anderson well, and upon hearing this, he immediately laughed. Did it remind you of the past when you were repeatedly expelled from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church School for failing exams? I told you a long time ago that people without brains would eventually be driven out, and it turned out just as I expected. You really are a bad student. Anderson glanced at William Black, who was laughing so hard he was bent over, and immediately curved his lips, saying with a brilliant smile. I forgot to tell you, I joined an organization in Intis before. They hope to change society, change the world, make Beyonder no longer secret, appear in everyone's eyes, and become the true rulers. They are called the Iron and Blood Cross Order, and they believe in the true creator. William Black's smile froze, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Glancing at William Black's expression, Anderson pretended not to notice anything and continued. However, their brains seem to have been eaten by zombies. They are fanatical to the point of being foolish, which doesn't quite fit my aesthetic. So I recently scammed some things from there and then quit. Now their foolish brains seem to have reacted, and they are chasing me. This is also why I want to explore the God of War ruins. Separated by the Violent Sea and the Sonia Sea, far from Intis, that's where one can truly fly high like a bird and swim freely like a fish. Oh, why is your face a little pale, and so much sweat on your face? Did you get sunstroke? As a Sequence 6 notary of the Sun Pathway, you wouldn't even be able to stand this much sun, would you? William Black raised his right hand, wiped off his sweat, cursed a couple of times in his heart, and forced a smile, saying, I once heard someone say that once you believe in an evil god, it's almost impossible to break free. As he spoke, his chin lifted, looking as if he was watching how Anderson would die. That's very true. Anderson responded with no hint of gloom in his smile. I didn't truly believe. At that time, what I recited were sentences I had altered from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's honored name. Anyway, they don't really like to use their brains, no, they don't have them at all. As long as you pretend to be devout on the surface, you can fool them with any random excuse. Looking at William Black, whose face was stiff and could no longer smile, Anderson finally nodded with satisfaction, patting his shoulder in a very pleased mood. Young man, you're still too young. Compared to me, you're still a little bit lacking. I've been here for almost a day, and there are enough people. If I stay any longer, the people chasing me will probably arrive. Let's set off at noon. Inside the magnificent and towering palace, Aaron, who was slumped on the throne with dark golden mist swirling around him, slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his still throbbing head, put the somewhat dim black emperor card back into the clutter, and finally had time to survey his surroundings after recovering from the backlash. The first two things that caught his attention were the sun-chasing scepter, which had been placed beside him to deal with danger. Originally, when not activated, the sun-chasing scepter seemed to be in slumber, but now it looked more like it was composed of pure flames, and the surrounding dark golden mist was affected, being repelled outwards. Without the Black Emperor card providing the authority blessing, merely looking directly at the current sun-chasing scepter made Aaron's eyes sting intensely. Looking at the sun-chasing scepter, gradually calming down under the shroud of dark golden light, a realization dawned on Aaron's mind. Due to the Sapphira's autonomous counterattack against possible contamination from an outer deity, the collision of two extremely high-level powers loosened the original seal of the nearby sun-chasing scepter. Although the seal of the current sun-chasing scepter has not been completely broken, to some extent, it already possesses some abilities of a level 0 sealed artifact. If used well, it could play an unexpected role even in angel-level battles, but the corresponding negative effects would probably be terrifyingly severe. Thinking of the negative effects, Aaron subconsciously looked to his right, where the divination pendant had originally been. With just a glance, Aaron's expression immediately became strained. Not far to his right, through the gathered dark golden mist, he could see a completely black, infant-like object within it. Its figure was not solid, its eyes were made of shattered divination crystals stained crimson, and its ink-black body was covered with crystal shards, like stars in the night sky. As the master of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron could clearly feel the fluctuations emanating from this strange infant reverberating throughout the mysterious space, yet seemingly unable to transmit outwards. As early as the Sapphira's autonomous counterattack, all connections with the outside world were completely severed. Even the omnipresent spirit world was isolated. Aaron also took this opportunity to feel a deeper level of control over this Sapphira. And the contamination transmitted through the spirit world in dream divination was also cut off at its source. Even if the Beyonder sequence was high enough, the contamination, having lost its support, was gradually being cleaned up and gathered. As the medium for divination, the divination pendant bore the brunt, being directly contaminated, shattered during the Sapphira's counterattack, and finally forming a part of that strange infant. Aaron glanced at this item that had accompanied him for a long time with some regret, then withdrew his gaze and sighed. Since the divination pendant was gone, Aaron didn't intend to experience its unknown negative effects. He wrapped the two items in layers of dark golden mist. Only after no unusual fluctuations were emitted did Aaron place the two items together and throw them into the clutter. Without immediately contemplating the divination scene obtained at a great cost, Aaron used his last bit of spirituality to unlock the Sapphira's seal, returned to the real world, struggled to get into position, and began meditating. In front of the elegantly and luxuriously decorated door, the tall and burly Bayer Bailey paced anxiously. Beside him, Evelyn sat gracefully at the dining table, elegantly savoring the tender white meat with a hint of red in front of her. This was the most delicious part of a merman, and Evelyn's favorite food at the moment. After finishing the last piece of meat, Evelyn let out a satisfied purr, smacked her lips, then lay on her side on a blanket, wagging her tail and saying carelessly, "Big guy, what are you pacing around for? Go catch me another merman, meow. When Aaron comes out, I'll have him praise you well." Bayer Bailey stopped, his expression a little anxious. It's been almost 2 days. Since that blood moon night, Earl has not left his room for almost 2 days. If Earl really has an accident, then I can only apologize with my death. Evelyn rolled over, glanced at the big fool, and meowed disdainfully. Don't worry, he used to be like this too, and he still ended up lively and energetic. Then she shook her head and said, "Meow, what was that saying again? Good people don't live long, but scourges last 1,000 years. He won't die even if you do." Just as Evelyn was smugly slandering him behind his back, she suddenly felt a hand pinch the back of her neck, her fate in its grip. Feeling the familiar pushback and suffocating sensation, Evelyn's white fur stood on end, and her limbs flailed wildly, seemingly trying to escape, but she was subdued by another hand. The bedroom door opened silently. Aaron stood expressionless by the dining table. After casually subduing a rebellious offspring who was ruining his image, he looked at Bayer Bailey, whose expression had softened, and asked calmly, "Where are we now?" Bayer Bailey's already bent waist lowered even further as he respectfully replied, "Earl, as per your request, we traveled directly from Damel Harbor to Tianaport without stopping, and then directly to Byam from there. Yesterday, we just passed the sea area near Bansi Port, between Damel Harbor and Tianaport. Due to poor weather conditions, our voyage was somewhat delayed, and we are expected to arrive at Tianaport tomorrow." Aaron nodded in satisfaction. This route was the fastest way to reach Byam, and even if something happened at Bansi later, no one would point the finger of suspicion at him. Releasing Evelyn from his hand, watching her disappear without a trace with a whoosh, Aaron's lips curved slightly. After a day of rest, he had recovered his state. Nodding to Bayer Bailey beside him, Aaron left first and went to the telecommunications room in the middle of the ship, intending to see if Blood Admiral had sent any valuable intelligence via radio recently. Before this, he had already written a letter in his room, enclosing the traveler beyonder characteristic extracted from the extremely terrifying traveler's brooch after sealing it. He had asked Arolfo deliver the letter to Harland Rooney, who was already in the South Continent, asking him to forge a new divination pendant. And allowed him to use all resources to forge that traveler beyonder characteristic into a mystical item. Aaron only had 2 requirements for it: small negative effects and the core ability of traveler must be retained. Chapter 161, The Response of the Rose School. Stepping through the carved wooden doorway, Lord Aaron arrived at the telecommunications room in the middle of the ship. What greeted his eyes was a massive copper frame, hung with telegraph machines and keys, each machine possessing a complex mechanical structure, some even emitting noticeable beyonder characteristic fluctuations. Between the frames, intricate specialized copper wires were laid, transmitting telecommunication signals from one place to another. As a ship traversing the Violent Sea and even the Sonia Sea, this was its greatest feature apart from its luxurious decor. Even though the Violent Sea and Sonia Sea experienced drastic weather changes and numerous factors affecting electromagnetic propagation, it could still receive telegrams from Loen and the South Continent. Upon seeing Lord Aaron enter, the mechanical din and the tapping of telegraph machines that had filled the entire telecommunications room diminished somewhat. The military-clad man sitting in the corner quickly rose, picked up the documents on the table, and walked towards Aaron, saying, "Lord Aaron, these are the intelligence reports intercepted and deciphered over the past 2 days based on the frequency spectrum and cipher you provided. There are 3 reports on top. The rest are intelligence from Loen and the South Continent." Aaron nodded slightly, taking the intelligence. The first page contained a line of loan words. Helmos Hewen appeared at 46 Oak Avenue, Byam. Arrest at 3 p.m. Aaron's pupils constricted slightly. He quickly looked at the time in the bottom right corner, realizing this was a telegram from yesterday morning. Frowning slightly, Aaron continued to flip through. The next 2 pages of intelligence were both sent this morning, almost simultaneously. One was an order for all intelligence personnel in Byam to continue searching for Helmos Hewen, while the other was related to the Blood Admiral. The Blood Admiral has already arrived in Byam, but unfortunately, the telegram doesn't have a detailed address, otherwise. Aaron regretfully put away the 3 intelligence reports. At least from the current information, Mr. Helmos Hewen had not been captured yet. Aaron wasn't too concerned about the Blood Admiral. He was just a pirate general with a great reputation, merely a slightly more powerful Sequence 5. The real reason Aaron checked the telegrams as soon as he woke up was that he had defeated the contamination originating from the bound god in the Nation of Disorder, which in turn pointed to the outer god, the Mother Tree of Desire. Even with an original barrier and a dream separating them, Aaron couldn't be sure how much this outer god, who acted so wantonly and ostentatiously, had perceived. Currently, the simplest and most direct method he could think of was to make a judgment based on the Rose School of Thought's actions. The Blood Admiral was a very good target. Aaron continued to scroll down. There were 2 more intelligence reports. One was from Connaught City in DC Bay, a telegram sent by his father, Gusman Will. The content of the telegram was quite simple, merely bidding Aaron farewell. The fleet would depart in mid-February because Fozak's colonial area in West Bayern was close to the coast. Considering the potential for skirmishes along the West Bayern coast, they would likely only reach the Loen Kingdom's colonial area in West Bayern by late March to support the war there. The last one was from Lloyd City in Pass River Valley, South Continent, sent by Glenn Will, who had arrived over a month earlier. It contained only a few brief words: "Mission accomplished." Looking at those brief words, a smile finally appeared on Aaron's face. He put away all the intelligence in his hand, nodded slightly to the officer, and then left. Aaron stood on the deck, looking at the shimmering sea under the red moon and Bansi Harbor, which was enveloped by dark clouds nearby but still showed some discernible outlines. Watching Bansi Harbor recede into the distance, Aaron's fingers lightly tapped the ship's hull. After much deliberation, he finally decided to investigate first. He tossed a bronze-colored talisman to Bay Bale, who stood nearby, which could help Aaron locate the ship in the spirit world, making it convenient for him to return in time. After preparing, Aaron returned to the cabin. Even without the aid of divination, relying on his spiritual intuition, which was almost comparable to a Sequence 5, and the sheriff's enhanced extra perception of the beyonder level, he finally found Evelyn, who was hidden by psychological invisibility, in a corner. After a friendly exchange, she happily perched on Aaron's shoulder and disappeared into the colorful blocks. Byam, inside an ordinary residential building not far from the governor's mansion. In the spacious basement, candles burned quietly, casting a dim yellow light around. Silver-white Viper, Odell had taken off his hooded robe and looked at the middle-aged man opposite him with a slight tremor, saying in an unsteady voice, "Lord Senior, I also don't know why Helmos Hewen suddenly disappeared. Your second mate's item has been destroyed by the Sea King of the Church of Storms who arrived later." By the end, his voice was almost trembling. Senior wore an old tricorn hat. His eye sockets were deep-set, and his face was terrifyingly pale, looking more like a wraith than a human. He raised a hand to wipe the two black mustaches on his lip. His light brown eyes coldly swept across Odell's face, causing the renowned adventurer to involuntarily lower his head. After silently observing the other party for a few seconds, the Blood Admiral, dressed in white trousers and a red jacket, spoke in a low, hoarse voice. How many subordinates died? For him, who had a strong desire for blood and even slaughtered his comrades, subordinates were merely useful tools. The only reason he cared about their lives was that the upcoming mission required cannon fodder of a certain strength. No, your first mate, your second mate, they only suffered minor injuries. It's just that the item your second mate provided, once released, could not be retrieved and was thus destroyed by Sea King Arno Courtman, who arrived later. Silver White Viper, Odell hastily agreed, hoping that Blood Admiral wouldn't think it was his incompetence that led to the failure of the operation to capture the great scientist Helmos Huin. He knew very well how cruel this pirate general was to subordinates who made mistakes. Senior glanced at Odell and sneered. But no matter what, you failed. If it weren't for you and your mistress, who gave me much pleasure, I would make you pull out your own intestines. Go mobilize all your spies in Byam and drag that old man out. That's the only thing you can do right now. Upon hearing this, Odell silently breathed a sigh of relief. He looked fearfully at the Blood Admiral and the bloody altar in the dark room behind him, respectfully replying. Yes, Lord Senior. He had just thought he would become part of the sacrifice. After Odell exited the basement, Blood Admiral Senior turned to look at the altar covered with human heads, internal organs, limbs, and blood, and said with an even more respectful attitude than Odell had shown him. Lord Jakes, was the ritual successful? It was successful. Now we just await the god's response. A cold, emotionless voice came from behind the curtains hanging around the altar. Then, the curtains seemed to come alive, rolling back on both sides, smoothly tying themselves into a knot, and falling in the center of the altar. A slightly transparent figure appeared by the altar at some unknown point. His skin was brownish, his face deeply furrowed with wrinkles, and his white hair was as sparse as autumn leaves, as if he had lived for many, many years. It was Jakes, a high-ranking member of the Rose School of Thought, a Sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. He looked humbly at the candlelight, his brown eyes unmoving. Blood Admiral Senior dared not speak again. He stood beside Lord Jakes, waiting for the altar to change. Suddenly, the candle flames took on various colors, each seemingly corresponding to the observer's different desires. The human heads, internal organs, limbs, and blood on the altar moved without wind, piling up layer after layer, and appearing to melt like wax. Before long, they formed a short tree of flesh and blood, its surface uneven like a walnut shell, with black and red intertwined branches spreading out. Thump. 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 Inside the tree of flesh and blood, a heart seemed to be beating, strong and powerful. Just as Senior was about to be unable to bear the noise, the tree of flesh and blood withered, decayed into mud, and spread out. Where it had been, a fleshy, wet, sticky small ball remained. Soon, the small ball grew limbs and a head, transforming into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face had no eyes, no nose, no ears, only a hole-like mouth. From that mouth, dark golden mist exhaled and then retracted, repeatedly, without stopping. Jakes devoutly and fanatically chanted, Mother Tree of Desire, many times, then humbly reached out and picked up the strange little figure. Silently, all the candlelight extinguished, but for wraiths with night vision, this did not affect their ability to see. Blood Admiral Senior looked up at Jakes, hearing the Lord say in a low voice. We have been preparing for this ritual for a long time, and the God's grace can help us sense the target's presence over a considerable range. Then, we can accurately find him with the glasses made by members of the Life School of Thought. As he spoke, Jakes took out a monocle from his inner pocket. It looked normal, but in the darkness, it shimmered with a luminous white glow. Lord Jakes, what do we do next? Senior respectfully asked. Jakes, with his deeply wrinkled face, put the monocle back and thought for a few seconds before saying. In the sudden blood moon a few days ago, I sensed the God's will. That mysterious person who, along with the Queen Mystic, severely wounded Moms in the Sonia Sea, or the organization behind him, has attracted the God's attention. Our main task now is to pursue that mysterious powerhouse. Coincidentally, the instigator of that incident, the traitor Sharon, is in Byam. Capture her and try every means to get clues from her. Senior remained bowed, not daring to straighten his body, and hesitated before asking with some concern. What if that mysterious powerhouse wasn't drawn by the Queen Mystic, but by Sharon? Even Lord Moms was severely wounded, relying only on us. A flicker of emotion, difficult to detect, crossed Jakes's withered face. After a moment of silence, he placed the strange little figure over his heart and spoke with devotion and fanaticism. If she has a powerful helper, we will monitor her to prevent her from leaving our sensing range, then patiently wait for Lord Sua to arrive. If she has no protector and is in poor condition herself, then we will act directly. When he heard the word Sua, Blood Admiral Senior's forehead clearly twitched, as if that lord's name alone could inspire fear. He slowly took a breath and said, "Yes, Lord Jakes." After replying, Senior instinctively touched the necklace hanging on his chest. This necklace appeared to be made of pure silver, with a matching pendant shaped like an ancient coin. Both sides were covered with mysterious patterns and symbolic symbols, and inscribed with an ancient Hermes language inscription. "As lucky as you are now, so unlucky will you be later." This item originated from a member of the Life School of Thought, a Sequence 5 winner of the Monster Pathway, and one of the important members of the Life School of Thought provided by Enzo after his defection. After dying at the hands of the Rose School of Thought demigod Jakes in the South Continent, his Beyonder characteristic, his own spirit, and an ordinary silver necklace he carried combined to form a mystical item, which was finally bestowed upon Senior. Bansi Harbor, inside an unoccupied room in the port area, Aaron and Evelyn emerged from the colorful, distorted world of oil paintings. Looking at the dim streetlights outside the window and the slightly thin mist, Aaron habitually touched his right wrist, where his divination pendant used to hang. After feeling nothing, Aaron sighed, unaccustomed, and finally understood why Klein always divined before doing anything. On one hand, it might be out of caution, as a seer doesn't fight unprepared battles. On the other hand, it might truly be due to habit. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, he tossed Evelyn to the door, motioning for her to guard the room, then walked towards a side compartment. A thought inexplicably flashed through his mind. Caution saves one from disaster, one cannot be careless. Seeing the compartment door close, Evelyn, shedding her previous docile demeanor, fiercely bared her teeth at the compartment, stood up, and made a few phantom grabs at it, before turning around with a vigilant expression to watch the door and windows. Aaron skillfully set up the ritual and ascended above the dark golden mist. Using the true vision provided by the Sapphira, he continuously raised his perspective, looking through the thick dark clouds gathered high above, overlooking the entire port area and the coastal mountains outside Bansi Harbor. Under true vision, a patch of grayish-white mist appeared deep within Bansi Harbor. Within the mist were a faint street and rows of terraced houses. The coastal mountains outside the harbor, on the other hand, were a swirl of crimson, blazing white, or orange flames within the grayish-white mist. In just an instant, Aaron severed the transmission of true vision. After summoning the Black Emperor card, he carefully examined himself, and only after confirming that he hadn't been contaminated by any obscure pollution did he relax. After all, that was a Sapphira. Even sealed, the leaked contamination could make an angel wish for death. Aaron had to be careful and avoid igniting true danger before the hunting plan was completed. Chapter 162 Will Septon's Reminder. On the coastal peak outside Bansi Port, Bansi appeared devout as he emerged from a cave in the cliff, his lips still bearing remnants of meat and faint blood stains, as if he had just enjoyed a feast. The natives of Bansi had a tradition of cannibalism, sacrificing to a self-created weather god, holding 4 rituals annually where they killed chosen so-called favored ones, shared their blood and flesh, and buried their heads in the altar. After Loen conquered the area, such traditions were long replaced by storm rituals, but for those like Bansi who secretly believed in the weather god, this ritual was the best way to communicate with God. Bansi walked out of the dense fog and headed towards the port area of Bansi, completely disregarding the unique custom of Bansi Port not to go out on nights of heavy fog and drastic weather changes. With the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder, Aaron could sense that Bansi, who had just emerged from the cliff, was merely a Beyonder of Sequence 9. The reason he could ignore the dangers in the dense fog was due to a badge he wore on his chest. Aaron could clearly see waves of subtle fluctuations emanating from within the badge. The monsters drifting in the surrounding dense fog consciously avoided Bansi, seemingly regarding him as one of their own. Ironically, the badge's surface was composed of symbols like strong winds, ocean waves, and thunder, which were precisely the holy emblem of the Church of Storms. Aaron's gaze lingered on that badge for a moment, then he thoughtfully withdrew his sight, watching Bansi enter a room in the port district, not far from the Bansi Port Telegraph Office and the Church of Storms. Bansi took off his black robe, looked at himself in the full-length mirror with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, removed the Storm Holy emblem from his chest, placed it by the bed, then went to the corner of the room, opened a secret compartment, and took out a letter with the storm mark from his inarms, placing it in the secret compartment. After doing all this, Bansi felt very sleepy for some reason. After putting all items back in their original places, he lay down on the soft bed. Not far from the door, Aaron exited his hidden state, glanced at the secret compartment in the corner, and the Lord of Mysteries on his hand flickered with a faint glow. Bansi, who had just lain down on the bed, instantly broke into a blissful smile, as if entering some woven dream. This was the Beyonder ability of Sequence 7 Nightmare recorded by the Lord of Mysteries, but this was far from enough, as recorded abilities inherently differ from the original. Aaron closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, and after realizing that the door to Bansi's mind had been opened through the dream, he looked at Evelyn next to him. It meowed, and the chain of hypnosis glowed, a layer of scales seemingly appearing beneath its snow-white fur, and a faint dragon's might emerged. Since Aaron had already opened the door to Bansi's mind-body with the Nightmare ability, Evelyn only needed to go through a few necessary steps to directly modify his consciousness and thus influence his subconscious. Evelyn is currently only a Sequence 7 psychiatrist, although she can enter the subconscious ocean through self-hypnosis and other rituals. That is the extent of her ability, and she cannot yet influence the subconscious ocean. Only through the combination of the nightmare and psychological suggestion beyond her abilities can one bypass the subconscious ocean and directly influence his subconscious. As Evelyn's light golden eyes slowly opened, Bansi on the bed opened his vacant eyes and slowly stood up from the bed. Alright, although this guy is only Sequence 9, in some ways, his mind is quite firm, and he can be considered a devout believer. Hypnotizing him required a lot of effort from me. Seeing Evelyn looking at him expectantly, Aaron glanced at it sideways and said lightly, "Alright, I'll let bygones be bygones. Tonight, after we get back, I'll have a sailor catch you a merman, how about that?" Evelyn wagged its tail, nodding very demurely, then seemed to remember something and added, "Although we opened the door to his mind through nightmare and psychological suggestion, by modifying his consciousness, we can make him unknowingly follow our arrangements and perform actions contrary to his true will. But this is limited. If it directly harms his life or the things he values most in his subconscious, he will strongly resist, causing the hypnosis to fail. During our contact just now, I found that the most important thing in this guy's subconscious is the false god he believes in, so you need to be careful later, otherwise, don't blame me if the hypnosis fails because I didn't warn you." Aaron frowned slightly. Didn't that mean he couldn't directly ask for information about that weather god? Then, with a thought, he used the nightmare ability to implant the honored name corresponding to himself into Bansi's open subconscious door. Aaron, his brows now relaxed, said to Evelyn with a smile, "Plant a psychological suggestion in him. Whenever he goes to the coastal peak to participate in the ritual, he will unconsciously recite the words I just implanted in his subconscious, without him realizing it." In this way, during each ritual, Aaron could observe the true situation of the altar in the valley through the true vision provided by the prayer light spot. This way, there was no need to kill Bansi and alert the enemy, and he could still obtain the desired information. This method of probing for information through prayer light spots could almost evade all checks, making it extremely covert. The bewildered Evelyn planted the psychological suggestion as Aaron requested, while Aaron walked to the corner of the room and opened the secret compartment. Inside, besides a good amount of gold pounds and spiritual materials, the rest were letters from other believers who worshipped the weather god. And the letter placed at the very front was signed by Bishop Miller. Aaron didn't care about the traitors of the Church of Storms, but he also didn't mind sending a tip-off letter to that irritable elder brother in Byam. Finding no other valuable items, Aaron put the letters back in place and closed the secret compartment. Seeing that Evelyn had completed the psychological suggestion, Aaron stepped forward, picked it up, and his figure disappeared into the vibrant, dense patches of color. Byam, St. George District, Daffodil Street, number 20. Sharon sat quietly on the sofa, wearing an intricately elegant black Gothic court gown and a small black soft hat. Across from the sofa, Louise was very curiously observing this member of the Chaos Council, whom she was meeting in person for the first time. Despite only brief interactions in reality, the restrained and taciturn Sharon still left a deep impression on Louise, though Louise understood this was due to the influence of her adherence to temperance and ascetic ideals. Just then, both of them felt a slight stir in their spiritual senses, almost simultaneously looking towards the window. Through the understatedly luxurious window, scarlet moonlight poured in, and patches of red scales emerged, forming a hazy, illusory figure that gradually solidified as the moonlight surged in. The tall, silver-haired, blood-eyed Count Mistral, using his moonlight transformation ability, bypassed the surveillance of the Punisher's team and arrived at Louise's residence. Count Mistral, whose figure had just solidified, narrowed his blood-red eyes, looked at Sharon on the sofa, then turned his head to glance at Louise, who was constantly winking at him. Taking a step, his figure had already appeared like a ghost in the main seat of the living room. Count Mistral looked at Sharon and said with a very certain tone, "Rose School of Thought Temperance Faction." Sharon nodded slightly, stood up, and bowed, acknowledging it. Count Mistral tapped his finger lightly on the back of the chair and said in an indifferent tone, "Louise has already told me your thoughts, and I can give you one last chance. With that sealed artifact, you can, to some extent, rival a Sequence 5, and everyone knows there's still a Sea King in Byam. In such a situation, if the Rose School of Thought decides to act against you here, it will definitely not be as simple as just a Blood Admiral. At least a demigod will need to act to resolve all combat before Aaron Cortman arrives. So, if you abandon this plan, I can pretend nothing happened." Sharon said nothing more, merely gripping the wraith dagger tightly, her gaze firmly fixed on Count Mistral. A smile spread across Mistral's face. He nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand and pressed it down, and a viscous, blood-like liquid appeared before Sharon's eyes. "This is a special potion I concocted, which can help you accelerate your integration into the spirit world to complete the ritual. It can also be considered a token of sincerity from the sanguine, represented by me." Looking at the crimson, blood-like liquid before her, Sharon hesitated for a moment, but still put it away, saying in a voice without the slightest fluctuation, "Thank you for your generosity. I will be advancing the night after tomorrow, at Oak Manor outside Byam City. It's sparsely populated and won't cause too many casualties. Count Mistral was somewhat surprised that the timing was so tight, but after a moment of thought, he gave an affirmative reply. Seeing the deal concluded, Sharon stood up, bowed her farewell, and the wraith dagger flickered with a faint light, disappearing from the room using its mirror flash ability. Seeing the Temperance faction member depart, Count Mistral turned to Louise beside him and said lightly, "Is she also one of the members of that gathering you attended?" Though a question, his tone was affirmative. Louise sat gracefully in her chair, a subtle smile on her face. "Grandfather, that's not hard to guess, is it?" Mistral smiled and shook his head, looking out at the red moon through the window, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. Violent sea, waters near Tiana Island. Aaron, following the positioning Mark left before his departure, returned to his ship's bedroom from Bancyport via spirit world travel. Just as he had sent Evelyn away and was about to go to sleep, Aaron suddenly heard layers of prayers, a female voice, calm and indifferent. "Sharon." Aaron, in his pajamas, sighed helplessly and sat up from the bed again, moving to the adjacent compartment. Passing through the boundless, dark golden mist, Aaron sat upon the throne, seeing the contracting and expanding prayer light spots on the stone chairs below. His spiritual sense penetrated, hearing the complete prayer sentences. "Great Order Master, please inform Mr. Favored One that I wish to extract the Sequence 5, Wraith, Beyonder characteristic from the Wraith Dagger, to use as the main ingredient for the potion. I am willing to offer several low to mid Sequence Beyonder characteristics as compensation. Additionally, I have reached a cooperation agreement with the Sanguine and will begin my advancement the night after tomorrow." Aaron slightly raised his finger, spiritual energy surged in, and the prayer light spot expanded into a dark golden bifold door, somewhere between illusory and real. A strange dagger, sometimes illusory and sometimes real, along with several other light clusters emitting different spiritual fluctuations, flew out from the golden bifold door. Reaching into the pile of miscellaneous items, Aaron summoned the sun-chasing scepter, shrouded in dark golden mist. Even through layers of obstruction, Aaron could still sense the scorching heat that seemed capable of burning souls. Aaron forcefully pressed the strange dagger onto the sun-chasing scepter. Before he could react, a pure, scorching light completely enveloped the wraith dagger, turning it into a reddish, gelatinous substance. A moment later, a translucent liquid detached, transforming into a bizarre, kaleidoscopic crystal, precisely the Beyonder characteristic corresponding to Sequence 5 Wraith. Seeing this extraction speed, which was immeasurably faster than before, Aaron's brow twitched violently. Extracting Beyonder characteristics was, to be precise, one of the sun-chasing scepter's negative effects. From this, one could indirectly infer the terrifying negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter once its seal was broken. He rewrapped the somewhat active sun-chasing scepter in layers of dark golden mist and tossed the Wraith Beyonder characteristic into the still-dissipating sacrifice and grant door. Without further delay, Aaron quickly returned to the real world, lay on his bed, and soon fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Aaron awoke in a dream, finding himself unknowingly in a barren plain, with black stones beneath his feet and not a single blade of grass. In the center of the plain stood a black spire, around which coiled a gigantic, scaleless, silver-white long serpent, its body covered in dense patterns and symbols. These formed interconnected revolving wheels, each with different markings around its periphery. At this moment, its head was raised, its crimson eyes coldly watching Aaron. Unlike before, a small boy stood in front of the black spire. Aaron was a bit surprised, wondering if he hadn't used his paper cranes recently, but his movements didn't stop. He proactively bowed and said, "Good evening, honored chairman, may I ask what brings you here?" Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting withdrew his gaze from the scaleless, silver-white long serpent on the black spire, turned to scrutinize Aaron up and down for a moment, then clicked his tongue. "Your sequence isn't high, but your knack for causing trouble is truly outstanding. The previous blood moon appeared because of you, didn't it? Let me give you a warning, lest you die inexplicably. Something has set its eyes on you. I have already sensed the fluctuations of fate." Without giving Aaron a chance to ask, he continued. "The fluctuations of fate indicate that in the coming days, revelations will be subjected to unknown interference, and I am unable to obtain accurate information." Aaron's expression had already become exceptionally solemn. For Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting to warn him through a dream, combined with what he had been doing recently, it was easy to conclude. He had been targeted by that outer god, and there was even a certain possibility of being tracked. Looking at the deeply furrowed brows of Aaron, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting warned, seemingly with a hint. "That existence is extremely terrifying. My current state is not good, and I cannot help you." Then he slyly pointed to the sky and whispered, "You need to find an existence that can help you, like the one behind you." Chapter 163 Prayer and Secrets. Aaron Will's originally somewhat somber expression subtly froze, and he didn't respond immediately. Before the original barrier was broken, and with the limited power that outer gods could penetrate, Evernight Goddess was definitely capable of handling it. But what he was struggling with now was what he would have to pay to get the goddess's help, and where that outer god, or rather, the Rose School of Thought, would start. Recalling Sharon's prayer from earlier, Aaron Will's thoughts gradually cleared. Sharon's escape in the Sonia Sea earlier was also due to his intervention. The true high-ranking member of the Rose School of Thought, the Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence, Moms, was severely wounded, and the Rose School of Thought's Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Calamity Scepter, was also lost in that battle. Having suffered such a great loss, the Rose School of Thought must have conducted a thorough investigation. The fact that Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting specifically came to warn him indicated that they had already grasped certain clues, and might even be using Blood Admiral and a potential Rose School of Thought demigod as bait to draw him out. Alright, I've given you the warning I needed to. Oh, by the way, Richard is currently in Byam. Once you've settled the Rose School of Thought matter, I'll have him come find you. Will, deep in thought, was interrupted by Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting's words. He reined in his thoughts, intending to make a decision after praying to the goddess tomorrow. Seeing that Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting intended to end this dream, Will lightly coughed. No way, he had finally caught him once, he couldn't let him just run off like that. The wool that needed to be shorn, of course, had to be shorn completely. Chairman, when we were in Backlund, you said you could act for me once. Before Will could finish speaking, Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting glared and interrupted him, correcting him. What I said was, within my capabilities, even if you haven't completed my task, I can act for you once in advance. The fellow you've provoked this time is beyond my current capabilities. If I were in my peak condition, it wouldn't be impossible to help you, but right now, no. Looking at Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting, who was clearly resistant, Will's face broke into a kind and amiable smile, explaining. I think you must have misunderstood. I'm not referring to the Rose School of Thought, but to dealing with another angel who is in a very poor state. And you don't need to personally fight, you just need to provide some necessary assistance. Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting and the scale-less silvery white long snake coiled around the black spire stared at Will simultaneously, looking at his harmless smile. After a long moment, he muttered. Anyone who doesn't know better would think you're the angel. Can't you let me have some peace for once? The Red Angel evil spirit, Hermes, the existence behind the Rose School of Thought, and the angel in a poor state that Will mentioned, Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting suddenly felt an urge to retract his previous promise. Taking a deep breath, Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting reminded him with a serious expression. I need to warn you, dealing with powerhouses at the angel level is different from the others. The fluctuations for my actions are hard to conceal and might attract a smelly snake to you. I'm not in good shape right now, so I can't beat him yet. Are you still sure you want me to help you? Will's smile remained unchanged, and he nodded, saying. I will find a way to erase the traces of your actions, so that Fate Angel won't find your whereabouts. Wei Er, Ong Sai-ting nodded somewhat reluctantly and quickened his pace. All right, when you need me, light that paper crane, and I will naturally act. Also, don't bother me every time something happens. As if fearing Will would make more excessive demands, giving him no chance to respond, the dream shattered with a rumble. Northern edge of the Mist Sea, the central island of the Olak Islands. Danitz, bathed in the warm sunlight, stood on the deck with his luggage, looking at the Olak port nearby. He hummed a tune, a slight curl to his lips, in a very good mood. He had just arrived at the Olak Islands by boat from Nathsi town in the Intis Republic, traveling directly along the Rhine River. Ever since his last trip with the captain to the South Continent to trade with the local natives, Danitz had seized the opportunity to acquire many gold ornaments with a distinct Byram style. These exotic ornaments allowed Danitz to make a significant profit in Intis, where gold was highly valued. He kept half of the money he earned for himself, to live a carefree life. The other half was all converted into real estate and land deeds. Danitz was well aware that even if he truly died at sea, his parents could live a prosperous life. Carrying a heavy briefcase full of gold pounds, Danitz, who had been in a pleasant mood, suddenly felt his expression drop as soon as he thought about having to give at least half of the money in the briefcase to Fei Luan. Muttering shit under his breath, Danitz silently vowed. Once I pay off that guy's debt this time, if he ever dares to nag me again, I will definitely ask the captain to mediate for me. Just as Danitz was muttering, his spiritual perception suddenly stirred, and he subconsciously turned his head to look towards the Olak port. Above the undulating deep blue sea, beneath the scattered white clouds, a point of blazing white light flew from far to near at high speed. This light grew larger and clearer, eventually revealing its complete form, a gigantic flaming spear. The flaming spear cut across the sky and landed at Olak port, but it didn't ignite anything. It merely shattered the hard port street, and then the flaming spear scattered directly, reassembling into a human figure. Danitz's mouth fell open, his pupils constricted, as he saw the figure. The figure wore a white shirt and a dark blue coat, with a high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, light blue irises, and slightly curly brown hair. His facial contours were hard, and his chin was slightly raised, giving off an air of looking down on everyone. He appeared to be middle-aged and slowly surveyed his surroundings. He walked past the wide-eyed, half-mouthed travelers and approached a person in a police uniform. With a shake of his hands, a portrait was revealed. The portrait showed a young man in a white shirt and black vest, of medium build, with golden short hair parted in a 3:7 ratio, and emerald green eyes that conveyed a direct sense of mockery. It was Anderson Hood, the strongest hunter in the Mist Sea. Even from such a distance, Danitz could still feel the oppressive aura that made his soul tremble. Thanks to Iceberg Admiral's teachings, he quickly reacted. The man who transformed from the flaming spear was a Beyonder, a figure comparable to a pirate king. Danitz abruptly withdrew his gaze, daring only to watch the subsequent developments from the corner of his eye. The mysterious powerhouse seemed to have inquired about something, but Danitz couldn't hear it due to the distance. Then, blazing white flames suddenly surged around his body. Next, he transformed into a gigantic flaming spear and hurled himself towards the violent sea. The flaming spear moved further and further away, and soon only a speck of light remained. Throughout the entire process, this Beyonder, except for the very beginning, did not spare another glance at the surrounding travelers, as if they did not exist. In a hotel near the port area, Fei Luan listened to Danitz's slightly exaggerated account, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, he nodded. "I'll go report to the captain. You pack your things, we'll depart this afternoon." After speaking, he walked to the partition, took out a glowing charm, and began to set up the ritual magic as taught by the captain from memory. Once everything was in place, Fei Luan closed his eyes, his spirituality diffused, and the hazy, blurred surroundings became clear. Accompanied by the sound of light tapping on the table, Fei Luan opened his eyes. He found himself in a spacious and elegant study. Edwina Edwards, with her smooth brown hair draped down, sat quietly behind the desk, her light blue eyes, like clear spring water, calmly gazing at him. Fei Luan first bowed to the captain, then recounted Danitz's words again, and also informed the captain about his previous encounter with Anderson Hood, who claimed to be the strongest hunter in the Mist Sea. Iceberg Admiral, Edwina had listened quietly, not interrupting him. Finally, she nodded gently. "I understand. You two should leave the Olak Islands as soon as possible and head to the northern small island. The Golden Dream will stay there for 2 days, after which we will head to the Mist Sea to explore for treasure." Accompanied by the long whistle of the ship, Erenwell stood on the deck, watching the vessel sail away from Tiana Port, heading towards Byam, the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, the generous city. He had learned from the captain that at the current speed, they would reach Byam by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, or tomorrow noon at the earliest. After a night of rest, his depleted spirituality had recovered. Recalling the dream from last night, Erenwell rubbed his temples, feeling a headache, and turned to return to his room. Regardless of the specifics, Erenwell felt it was best to observe the goddess's attitude before making a decision. Without further hesitation, Erenwell set up a spiritual wall and immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles, burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powders, stepped back 2 paces, and let his spirituality surge into the red moon mark on his wrist. At the same time, he solemnly chanted in ancient Hermes. "You are the Evernight goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. You are the Scarlet Lord, the Hidden Mother. You are the Queen of Misfortune and Fear, the Lord of Slumber and Silence. I implore your help, I seek your protection." After reciting the honored name, Erenwell switched to normal rune language, concisely and respectfully recounting the general course of events, including Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's warning and his own conjectures. Erenwell did not directly state a request but merely presented the facts. This was equivalent to an exchange of equal value, rather than an offering of items in prayer for a bestowal. Other aspects of the ritual could be less meticulous, but this fundamental attitude, as a favored one of the Evernight, Erenwell felt needed attention. After waiting for a moment with no unusual reaction, Erenwell gently exhaled. He took out the sequence 4, Cataclysmic Interror, Beyonder characteristic, obtained from the shattered Calamity Scepter, and placed it on the altar. Then, he reverently chanted the sacrificial incantation in ancient Hermes. As Erenwell's words ended, 2 of the 3 candle flames suddenly swelled and intertwined, forming an illusory and dim mysterious door. The door slowly opened, bringing forth a strong invisible wind. Before Erenwell could speak further, an invisible force lifted the Cataclysmic Interror Beyonder characteristic from the altar, and it disappeared into the darkness. A black strand of hair emerged from behind the ethereal door, coiling around the red moon mark on Erenwell's left hand. Erenwell felt a moment of trance, as if he saw a young woman in a classical hooded robe, with black eyes and hair, and a beautiful but vacant face. In just an instant, all anomalies disappeared, and the illusory and dim mysterious door also vanished. Having tidied up all the materials, Erenwell finally let out a sigh of relief. Regardless, as long as the goddess accepted his sacrifice and responded, at least his safety was guaranteed. He then felt a pang of heartache for losing a demigod-level Beyonder characteristic, and could only hope that his upcoming actions would compensate for his loss. Thinking this, Erenwell suddenly turned to look at the corner of the room, where colorful blocks intertwined. Astarolfo's figure floated quietly in midair, with a bulging envelope beside him. Reaching out to take the envelope, Erenwell opened it and found it was a letter from Harland Rooney of the South Continent, along with a newly forged divination pendant. As for the Traveler Beyonder characteristic, due to the high sequence of the materials, it would take some time to forge. His spirituality probed the newly forged divination pendant. He didn't know what materials Harland Rooney had used during forging, but the divination effect was far superior to before. Satisfied, Aaron Will recoiled the pendant and looked at Astolfo, who had not yet left. Seeing Aaron Will look over, an intention emanated from Astolfo's form, which was covered in mysterious patterns. The previous blood moon anomaly caused unknown changes in the spirit world, and many of my memories have revived because of it. A long time ago, my true body, the existence you call the bound god, was corrupted by a terrifying existence. The bound god had been fighting against the erosion of the terrifying existence, but unfortunately, he failed. But the long period of erosion also granted him different abilities. Perhaps you've heard this saying, the heart is the prisoner of the body, and the body is the prisoner of the world. This refers to bound madness and suppressed desires. And when he was forced to give birth to the abomination Sua, he also expelled a sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, fleeing to the spirit world with the last remnants of his conscious awareness and spiritual imprint. Some anomalies occurred during this process, which is also the origin of that angel in the spirit world. Even with the original barrier and the spirit world's isolation, because the Beyonder characteristic he carried originated from the bound god, he was still slowly eroded. Decades ago, I peeled off my last shred of conscious awareness and re-entered the spirit world, seeking a turning point. Based on previous lessons, I did not separate any Beyonder characteristics, only consciousness. I autonomously gave birth to a new spirit world creature in the spirit world, which is my origin. Having lost my conscious awareness, my body in the spirit world, driven by the instinct to aggregate, has been constantly pursuing my traces in the spirit world. Chapter 164, Biome. Aaron recalled the enormous body wrapped in corpse oil bandages and dripping yellow-green liquid that he had seen in the spirit world, then looked at Astolfo in front of him and tentatively asked, if he were caught by him, what would happen? Astolfo's already substantial body suddenly expanded and contracted, and a thought was transmitted, I will be completely assimilated, and that terrifying existence will awaken within my body. He will use that body and his own specifications to forcibly open a real passage in the spirit world, and disaster will gradually spread from the spirit world to reality. After verifying his previous divination, Aaron's eyes lit up slightly, and he pondered for a moment before asking, how strong is the body remaining in the spirit world? I mean, even without a clear consciousness, can he still exert the power of a sequence 2? Astolfo's distinct black and white pupils slightly widened, as if recalling, and only after a moment did he respond, my memories are still quite fragmented. I only remember that when I was forced to separate from that sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, some accident occurred in the spirit world. It seems to have been mixed with other high-level Beyonder characteristics. Although this made him more insane, the presence of other high-level Beyonder characteristics did indeed slow down the erosion, and the power he can exert in the spirit world will also be much stronger than an ordinary angel. This is also the reason why he has remained in the spirit world for so long. Mixed with other high-level Beyonder characteristics. Aaron immediately thought of the crazy ancient gods of the second epoch, and then he noticed a question in the thought transmitted by Astolfo. In the spirit world, can he not appear in the real world? Astolfo's form swayed up and down, as if nodding. In the spirit world, there is the obstruction of the spirit world itself, as well as the help given by the 7 lights of the spirit world using their own positions and unique characteristics. Even the abomination Sua is not unmanageable. But if he leaves the spirit world, he will be like a firefly in the dark night, attracting various prying eyes, and various unpredictable anomalies will occur. Aaron nodded with some disappointment, watching as the terrifying messenger, with mysterious patterns flowing around him, slowly disappeared into the colorful, rich color blocks. He looked down at the red moon imprint on his left hand. The strand of hair seemed to have caused no special change after merging. Looking at the newly acquired divination pendant in his hand, Aaron wisely abandoned the somewhat suicidal thought in his mind. Sitting up from the sofa, Aaron rearranged the ritual, sacrificed the divination pendant onto the dark gold mist, and his consciousness sank into the magnificent palace. Looking at the divination pendant in his hand, Aaron beckoned the Black Emperor card to merge into his body. The boundless dark gold mist seemed to gather into waves, forming a strong wind. A majestic armor formed on Aaron's body, a pitch-black crown appeared on his head, and a long cape of the same color draped behind him. Lines containing divinity also emerged on the armor. Feeling the surging power within him, Aaron nodded with satisfaction and took out the sun-chasing scepter, which was wrapped in layers of dark gold mist in the pile of sundries. A feeling of directly staring at the sun rose in his heart. Aaron endured the scorching sensation that seemed to burn his soul, and spiritual energy poured into the divination pendant, beginning to divine this terrifying sealed artifact of level 0. Amidst increasingly brilliant bursts of light, a sun seemed to rise in the magnificent palace. Aaron suddenly opened his eyes and put away the dim divination pendant. The divine patterns on the armor pulled the surrounding dark gold mist, forcibly suppressing the somewhat out-of-control, sun-chasing scepter. After this level 0 sealed artifact returned to calm, he put it back into the pile of sundries. Wiping away non-existent cold sweat, Aaron leaned back on the throne, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. Besides the original qualities of the Spear of No Shadow and the Domain of No Shadow being qualitatively improved, the sun-chasing scepter can now harm high-level beings at the angel level, provided the user can withstand it. Among them, the Domain of No Shadow has transformed from a non-physical auxiliary aura into a physical boundary, capable of pushing enemies away and blocking beyonder abilities like the Spear of No Shadow. What excited Aaron even more was the emergence of two new abilities. One is called Domain of Light Pursuit, but Aaron prefers to call it Divine Descent. The sun-chasing scepter will emit endless light, as if it suddenly transforms into the sun descending into reality. This ability can be released through corresponding prayer points. The Domain of Light Pursuit spreads outwards. This ability, simulating the descent of the sun, has effects including melting beyonder abilities below the angel level and defending against attacks with dark and evil attributes of higher beyonder characteristics. The other is Sun-Chasing Arrow, which is currently Aaron's strongest single-target skill among all his beyonder abilities, somewhat similar to a super-enhanced version of the Pure White Ray ability obtained at Sequence 4. It accumulates light according to the spiritual energy consumed, condensing a scorching white arrow of light to attack the enemy, expanding into a miniature sun bright enough to illuminate a city, and possessing a certain supernatural sense of enemy-seeking ability. However, both Domain of Light Pursuit and Sun-Chasing Arrow place a considerable burden on the user. With Aaron's current spiritual energy, even with the Black Emperor card's blessing on the Dark Gold Mist and the Crimson Eyes auxiliary spiritual recovery, Aaron cannot last long. And the corresponding negative effects are several times more terrifying. Besides requiring the holder's blood to be drawn after each use, long-term holding will cause the beyonder characteristic to forcibly detach from the body, accompanied by a strong burning sensation. Two new negative effects have also been added. Firstly, all abilities of Deviant and Outliers types cannot be used when wielding the Sun-Chasing Scepter, including corresponding sealed artifacts. Secondly, if the user cannot stop using the Sun-Chasing Scepter within a relatively short period, it is equivalent to having a Sequence 2 potion poured over them. At that time, they will either be lucky enough to successfully advance to a Light Seeker, or they will lose control and go mad, turning into a monster. Without auxiliary materials or the corresponding ritual, the probability of the former is so low as to be almost negligible, especially for Aaron, who is not of the Sun pathway. Aaron divined that the safe usage time was 3 minutes. Of course, this is for Aaron, who currently appears to be at Sequence 6 but actually possesses the position of a demigod with the blessing of various items. After breaking the seal, the Sun-Chasing Scepter, whether it's its abilities or its terrifying negative effects, lives up to its status as a level 0 sealed artifact. Aaron muttered to himself with some emotion. After learning the true abilities of this level 0 sealed artifact, he finally felt much more at ease. Even though he knew that the Evernight Goddess would definitely do something after accepting his sacrifice, what others give can never compare to having one's own confidence. Amidst the faint murmuring, the figure on the throne quietly disappeared, and silence returned to the magnificent palace. On February 11, 1347, the sky was dim, and before the storm arrived, the ship bearing the large East-Taker family emblem successfully entered the harbor, arriving at Byam, the capital of the Rorstad Archipelago, the Generous City. This place is also known as the Spice Archipelago, possessing a wide variety of exotic spices, with plantations in this area serving as the economic pillar. After leaving Tiana Port, the voyage was quite smooth. With the help of the wind, the speed remained stable at 15 knots, so they arrived at Byam's port at noon. Reporters from the Sonia Morning Post and the News, the best-selling newspapers in the Rorstad Archipelago, looked excitedly as the ship entered the harbor. Because the amount of information that could be transmitted by telegraph was limited, non-urgent or non-critical content was always delayed by a few days. So, at times, the colonists of the Rorstad Archipelago would only learn of the latest situation on the northern continent after 1 or 2 months. But as media professionals, unlike other less informed sea residents, they knew quite a lot about Lord Aaron on the ship. Louise, standing in the crowd, listened to the discussions around her and curiously observed the richly dressed, tall, and handsome man walking at the very front. She immediately found him exceptionally familiar. After thinking for a while, she remembered that he was the nobleman she had seen at the steam train station when she first arrived in Backlund. What a coincidence. Louise muttered silently, withdrawing her gaze, while her peripheral vision swept over the members of the Punisher squad following her not far behind. Then she turned and walked in another direction. Considering the risks and uncertainties of tonight's mission, Earl Mistral refused Louise's request to go together. And gave her another mission, which was to take the Punisher squad near the Sanguine residence and wander around the urban area of Byam, attracting the attention of the Church of Storms. Unaware of the scrutiny from a certain Chaos Council member, Aaron walked down the gangplank with a gentle and warm smile, heading towards a particularly conspicuous open space in the port area, followed by members of his personal guard, including Boyer Bailey. Standing in the open space was an old man with white hair, but his spirit was still vigorous, as if he could rush out at any moment to personally solve all problems. He was well built, his muscles filling out his bishop's robe, and with each breath, the surrounding wind stirred, and the air was humid. Aaron, who had already learned about him on the ship, smiled and extended his right hand, greeting him. "Good afternoon, Your Excellency Joggery." Diocesan Bishop Joggery, a Sequence 5 ocean songster, was responsible for representing the Wave Church in welcoming Aaron. A smile appeared on his serious and rigid face, and he also extended his hand. "Good afternoon, Your Excellency Earl." Their hands clasped together, and several quick-eyed reporters captured the moment, already planning the headlines for tomorrow's newspaper. Ignoring the surrounding noise, the two walked ahead and entered a luxurious carriage, discussing recent events or interesting anecdotes from the sea. Aaron was somewhat surprised to find that Bishop Joggery was quite talkative, which did not quite match Aaron's impression of those irritable old men. Even though Aaron did not choose the Church of Storms as his faith, and his opinions on the subsequent Grain Act diverged from Duke Negan, who was supported by the Church of Storms, this would not change the cooperative interest between the Easttaker family and the Church of Storms. Given Aaron's identity as a believer in the Evernight Goddess, the fact that a Sequence 5 bishop personally came to greet him was enough to show the sincerity of the Church of Storms. Considering Aaron's identity as a believer in the Evernight Goddess, the carriage did not go to Daffodil Street in Byam's St. George district. Although it was a wealthy area, it was too close to the Church of Storms Wave Church. Bishop Joggery thoughtfully arranged for Aaron to stay on Phil Street in Byam's South District, which was the aristocratic gathering area of Loen. After conveying Archbishop Jan Kortman of the Rorsted Sea's invitation for tomorrow to Aaron, Bishop Joggery bid farewell and left. Recalling tonight's plan, Aaron's expression suddenly became a little strange. Watching the carriage drive away, he muttered to himself. "Tomorrow? I wonder if His Excellency the Sea King will still have the energy to meet me tomorrow." Outside Byam City, at Oak Manor, the crimson moonlight cast down, adding a touch of silence and gloom. In the woods, birds chirped and insects crawled, and occasionally small wild beasts scurried past. Sharon, still dressed in Gothic style, walked very quickly on the humus-covered ground. Unbeknownst to her, a faint sense of unease had always lingered in Sharon's heart. Therefore, she refused Marek's suggestion to act together, leaving almost all items to Marek. She only kept the potion given by Earl Mistral that could accelerate her integration with the spirit world, a specially made charm inscribed with the advancement ritual array, the already prepared Sequence 5 potion, and the charm given by Mr. Favored One. Oak trees grew luxuriantly, their leaves intertwined, almost forming a dense green barrier. As she moved through the woods, the red moon's light could only sporadically penetrate the thick leaves and fall onto the ground, illuminating the dense bushes and weeds. Swish. 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 Branches broke off from the surrounding trees, their surfaces covered with black-red ice shards, shooting like arrows towards Sharon. And those dense bushes and weeds also seemed to have their own vitality, connecting together to form an impenetrable monstrous web, which suddenly pounced over. Suddenly, Sharon felt as if every tree, every leaf, every stone, every blade of grass around her wanted to kill her. The long-standing sense of unease in her heart was confirmed. Plans always change, and before she could even begin her advancement, the Rose School of Thought appeared. Spiritual energy surged. Sharon was about to activate the charm given by Mr. Favored One when her body stiffened, and all her movements stopped. Her azure pupils reflected, Blood Admiral, Sr., who wore a worn-out tricorn hat, had sunken eye sockets, and a terrifyingly pale complexion, looking more like a malevolent spirit than a human. The arrow-like branches pierced through the rigid Sharon and landed in the distance, while the monstrous web immediately enveloped everything there, coiling into a sphere that gently creeped. No sound emerged, nor did any blood seep from within the monstrous web. There was only a paper figure, seemingly formed from crimson moonlight. This was the moon paper figure that Earl Mistral had specially given her before her departure. It could allow Sharon to withstand one fatal injury or a direct attack on her spiritual body. Chapter 165 God's Container. As the moon paper figurine shattered, Sharon, temporarily freed from control, appeared not far away, the golden spells in her hand glowing before exploding. Blood Admiral Sr.'s light brown eyes narrowed, and a thin arrow of ice crystals, stained with a dark green hue, shot towards Sharon's head at an extremely fast speed. Even with Sharon's Sequence 6 zombie physique, taking that hit head-on would likely incapacitate her. Just as Sharon was about to dodge, her sleeves tightened on their own, contracting inwards, constricting her arms and forearms, like a giant bear delivering a hug. Within a mere 1 or 2 seconds, she was bound in place by her own clothes, pants, and shoes. Suddenly, pieces of pure, crimson light scales appeared, gathering together to form Count Mistral, dressed in a suit and bow tie. Behind this sanguine, a dense black mist emanated, forming a pair of illusory bat wings. He casually crushed the incoming arrow, dispelled the restraints on Sharon, and then threw her far away from the area. Where Sharon had been standing, the greenish weeds suddenly withered, and the dark ground instantly turned white, as if it had been weathered for a long time. This attack came silently, without warning. Had Count Mistral not thrown Sharon away, she would have been severely wounded, incapacitated, or even lost her life. Count Mistral fed, his crimson eyes rippling with clear, scarlet light, instantly illuminating the entire oak forest, as if a red moon had descended upon it. A figure was forcefully pulled out of the greenish trees by the scarlet moonlight. This figure could no longer maintain its unseeable state, rapidly becoming semi-transparent and semi-real. He was a dark-skinned old man with sparse white hair and deep wrinkles, his features distinctively South Continent, none other than Jax, a high-ranking member of the Rose School of Thought, a Sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. As Count Mistral's image appeared in his brown eyes, the surprised expression on his face had not yet faded, but he still unhesitatingly opened his mouth, seemingly intending to unleash the ultimate curse brewed during a long period of silence. Jack's figure was reflected in Mistral's pupils, and then he closed his eyes, allowing the scarlet moon to be completely swallowed by darkness. Deep, solidified darkness then appeared around Jax, binding him in place, freezing the scene there, and preventing his open mouth from emitting any sound. The closed-eyed Count Mistral took out a bronze box inlaid with several rubies. Inside the box was an eyeball-shaped glass sphere, a level 1 sealed artifact from the Sun domain called Pure White Vision, which he had applied from within the Sanguine for this long sea voyage. It had an excellent effect against demigods of the abnormal pathway or shaman kings, and in some aspects, it could even be considered a counter. Of course, it would not show mercy or become benevolent just because Mistral was its owner. But time was pressing, and even though he also wielded other sealed artifacts, none could inflict truly severe damage on a Sequence 4 puppet in a short time. The longer they dragged it out, the more likely it was to attract the attention of the Sea King, so Mistral decisively chose to use the sealed artifact. Seemingly sensing the source of danger, Jax frowned, and dense black flames ignited on his body, finally breaking free from the restraints. He continuously flickered between shallow puddles, animal eyes, and dewdrops on grass, preventing Mistral from pinpointing his location. Aaron sat atop the dark gold mist, using the prayer light points provided by the shattered spells from Sharon, his brows slightly furrowed as he watched the two sides battle. Because of Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's warning, Aaron was very attentive to tonight's operation. He had arrived early atop the dark gold mist, ready to respond to Miss Sharon's call for help at any time. Relying on the true vision provided by the Sapphira, Aaron had long since discovered Mistral hidden in the moonlight, as well as a more deeply hidden powerful individual who had not yet appeared, Marquis Nibiazadra, whom Aaron had once spied upon from atop the dark gold mist. Even so, the sense of unease in Aaron's heart had not diminished in the slightest. His heart sank slightly, and he beckoned the Black Emperor card, holding the sun-chasing scepter through layers of dark gold mist, while the Lord of Mysteries on his left hand glowed faintly. Jax, relying on his demigod-level mirror flash, constantly evaded Count Mistral's pursuit, heading towards the seaside cliff away from Byam. Count Mistral, who was leaping with the help of the moonlight, suddenly raised his left hand, gloved in black velvet, and picked up the Pure White Vision. His expression instantly twisted, experiencing the pain of being completely exposed to scorching sunlight. Enduring this sensation, he quickly brought the eyeball-shaped transparent glass sphere to his right eye. All the forest ahead abruptly disappeared from his sight, leaving only a figure like a giant black vortex, frantically devouring the surrounding light, making itself distorted. This was Mistral's target, Jax, a high-ranking member of the Rose School of Thought and a puppet. A point of light then lit up, condensing into a scorching, dazzling ray, shooting out from the Pure White Vision directly towards the distant figure. Suddenly, on the cliff not far from the sea, an illusory, hazy door inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols emerged. It was that summoning door. With an illusory creaking sound, that summoning door opened a crack. A middle-aged man with the mixed-race appearance of the North-South continent, wearing a white robe inlaid with gold thread, emerged from behind the door. Accompanied by an invisible shriek that seemed to echo only in the spirit world, the scorching, dazzling ray instantly vanished into nothingness, its after-effects spreading towards Mistral. In his brown eyes was an uncontrollable malice and madness, and on his relatively thick lips were golden nails covered with intricate patterns, sealing his entire mouth, giving him an eerie and terrifying feeling. It was Mahams, the Sequence 3 disciple of Silence, who had been severely wounded by Aaron before. Now, on his shoulder stood a small puppet filled with resentment, its body inscribed with complex patterns and wrapped in black branches. The puppet's right hand was missing, which paired well with Mahams, who had lost his left arm. However, Aaron did not pay attention to these minor details, his eyes fixed on Maham's only remaining right hand. Clutched there was a wet, sticky, palm-sized small person. This small person had only one hole in its face, from which the extremely familiar dark gold mist that Aaron knew so well was emerging, and all his unease seemed to emanate from this small person. Without any hesitation, Aaron activated his spirituality, and the dark gold mist surged violently. A true sun seemed to rise within the palace, and a light arrow, seemingly condensed from pure, immortal radiance, appeared. At the same time, the red moon mark on Aaron's wrist glowed faintly, a faint glow appearing, and without any interference, it merged with the light arrow into the prayer light points. Outside, Mistral fully activated the Pure White Vision to defend. He suddenly turned his head to look behind him, and Marquis Nibias, who had been secretly preparing to strike, also paused slightly. Only a light arrow, condensed from pure, immortal radiance, seemed to appear out of thin air, carrying an aura that made the soul tremble, and shot towards Moms. The bizarre puppet on his shoulder seemed to sense what was about to happen and shrieked as it fled. Moms ignored it, a mocking expression on his face, and directly stuffed the small person in his hand into his mouth. His skin instantly turned black, wrinkled, and secreted obvious moisture. His hair and eyebrows withered and fell off, and after his limbs were restored, they became thin and long. In just 1 second, Maham seemed to have been assimilated by the small person, becoming a large, black, long-limbed, swollen and shriveled, wet baby. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears detached from their original positions and moved towards the center of his face, seemingly gathering together to form a brand new organ. Emitting an indescribably mysterious and evil aura, Mistral, who was very close, only took one glance, and his skin erupted in red spots composed of fine granules. Marquis Nibias's figure instantly appeared, pressing the pure white vision directly onto Mistral's forehead, and with a muffled grunt, rapidly leaped away using moonlight. The next second, the light arrow shot directly into Maham's mutated body, piercing through the black, swollen skin, causing the putrid black-green liquid inside to twist and deform in the pure radiance, but not dissipate. After a series of infant-like screams, the summoning door, which had shown signs of closing, seemed to be stimulated, and was instantly completely opened by some unknown force. The sky suddenly darkened, and an arm stretched out. This arm was 10 meters long, its surface dark and sticky, with strange protrusions. Some were skull heads, others three-dimensional eyes, or tongues with sharp teeth. As soon as it appeared, the entire forest trembled. All the green leaves withered, all the insects stiffened and died, all the wild beasts either collapsed to the ground or frantically bit themselves, covered in blood. The entire forest was withering, as if something that could destroy everything was about to descend. Just as that arm was about to fully extend, thick silver-white lightning bolts appeared out of thin air, illuminating the entire mountain and crackling as they connected, forming a cage found only in myths and legends, enveloping the dark, sticky arm. Dark clouds rapidly gathered high above, growing eyebrows, eyes, and a mouth, seemingly hiding a human face. The enormous commotion just now had alerted Sea King Yankortman in Byam City, who unhesitatingly struck from afar and ordered the Punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifacts. Aaron, atop the dark gold mist, was pale, leaning against the throne. The arrow of sun chasing just now had almost drained his spirituality. The crimson eye floated silently in midair, enveloping Aaron in a dense crimson moonlight, his spirituality continuously growing and replenishing. Watching the irritable old man successfully block the arm extending from the summoning door, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Maham's previous location, his pupils constricting sharply. Maham's, whose body had originally been damaged, had now recovered. He was pierced by countless brown branches, suspended in midair, his belly greatly distended, with certain areas occasionally bulging and deflating, as if new life was being gestated within him. His opening and closing mouth screamed frantically, his monstrous, inhuman face now only showing fanaticism. Behind him, a mummy wrapped in yellowed bandages seemed to emerge, its figure becoming increasingly clear. Even through the prayer light points, Aaron could still feel the trembling aura, though it was not yet as strong as the arm enveloped in the lightning storm in midair. But his spiritual intuition told him that Moms, after devouring that bizarre small person, had, to some extent, gradually evolved into a semi-finished divine descent vessel. Aaron gritted his teeth, preparing to force himself to launch another arrow of sun chasing at the sky. At that moment, almost by instinct, his gaze shifted slightly upwards. A figure with a feminine grace quickly outlined itself there. The figure wore a hood and a dark robe, gazing blankly at the mutating Moms. Then, all mutations abruptly stopped. The mummy figure wrapped in yellowed bandages seemed to encounter an irresistible force, twisting and dissipating. Moms, meanwhile, seemed to turn into a pencil drawing, quickly erased by an eraser, utterly powerless to resist, leaving only an expression of bewildered unwillingness, and despair hidden within madness, etched into the mind of the sole spectator present. This, Aaron's raised hand froze in midair. The moment the thought occurred, he saw the figure turn its head, seemingly by some connection, looking at him through the dark gold mist. It was a beautiful face, but devoid of any expression. Its black eyes were deep and dark, yet lacked spirituality. Feeling that gaze, and the coldness emanating from the red moon mark on his wrist, only one thought remained in Aaron's mind. Divine Descent Vessel, 0-17. Just as Aaron was still unsure how to respond, 0-17's lips slowly stretched upwards, curving into a smile. After looking up at the lightning storm high in the sky, which resembled divine punishment, the figure instantly faded and disappeared from its original spot. The other people around the battlefield seemed unable to see 0-17, they only saw Moms, who had been emitting an evil and terrifying aura, disappear from his spot with unwillingness and despair. Jack's originally mocking and playful face instantly twisted. He charged like a madman towards Mistral, whose strength had been greatly diminished by the pollution, and the latter could only barely maintain himself with the pure white vision. Marquis Nibias, a Sequence 3, blocked the ultimate target of this sanguine expedition not far away, the bizarre puppet corresponding to the Sequence 3 High Summoner. Aaron, whose spirituality had recovered considerably with the help of the Crimson Eye, was hesitating which side to help when he saw a familiar figure through his true vision. Jax, who was severely injured in the fierce battle, suddenly stiffened, sensing an aura he had only felt from a few high-level existences within the Rose School of Thought. His remaining sanity made him turn his head slightly to look behind him, where an eyeball with obscure, interwoven patterns on its surface appeared out of thin air. It was Astolfo. Under Jack's disbelieving gaze, the spirit world door behind Astolfo suddenly opened wide, and an irresistible force swept both of them into the spirit world. Chapter 166 The End of Blood Admiral. After the mutated Moms and Jax both met with unexpected incidents, Seora, who had transmitted his power from a great distance using some method, was thoroughly enraged. Just then, the surroundings suddenly turned dark, not the kind that precedes heavy rain, nor caused by a moonless, starless night. It was utterly silent, emanating a putrid smell. Terrifying darkness swept towards the lightning storm, and roars that could instantly blank out the minds of all living creatures, causing them to temporarily lose all thoughts, echoed. The arm within the lightning storm suddenly elongated, its surface black and viscous, seemingly oozing an evil liquid. From within these liquids, pale skeletal heads, blood-veined eyeballs, fanged tongues, and various other bizarre and grotesque things grew out. An extreme sense of evil and madness rapidly permeated the area, causing the forest below to instantly crack and dry. Count Mistral, severely wounded, had no time to ponder what had just attacked Jax, as his body abruptly shattered into crimson moonlight. The evil liquid transformed into a new black, viscous arm, its momentum undiminished as it stabbed towards Count Mistral, who was recoalescing his body behind Nibizodra. A hint of solemnity flashed in Nibiz's eyes. His left hand tightly restrained the bizarre puppet. He softly chanted a phrase in ancient Hermes, then extended his right hand forward, conjuring a translucent, ethereal door inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. A phantom figure, as if merely a projection, appeared behind the portal. Strands of blood-red silk surged from the projection's body, rushing towards the black, viscous arm. Amidst sizzling sounds, everything vanished into nothingness. Unlike Seora's physical form, the projection of Duke Olmer, a mere sanguine, should not have possessed this level of power. However, with the power transmitted through the summoning door of a fellow Sequence High Summoner, this projection of His Excellency Full Moon also possessed power nearly at the angel level, though it was not long-lasting. As this phantom stepped out of the portal, the surrounding ground, which had become parched and putrid from Seora's aura, instantly seemed to blossom anew, filled with the essence of flourishing life and new beginnings. Just as Duke Olmer's projection entangled Seora, the area above the battlefield suddenly grew gloomy, seemingly containing an unspeakable natural wrath. In just an instant, streaks of lightning of different colors leaped across the night sky, clawing and expanding wildly, seemingly engulfing the entire heavens in an ocean of thunder. Boom. 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 Dull rumbling echoed. In faraway Byam City, many residents were startled awake, shouting about miracles. Louise stood behind her window, gazing at the distant silver-white sky, lost in thought. Hundreds of massive silver-white lightning bolts descended from thin air, simultaneously striking the barrier formed by Seora's abomination state, transforming it into a forest of thunder, emitting a powerful aura of destruction. Rumble. Before the deafening sound dissipated, silver-white, blazing lightning bolts, like a torrential downpour, covered the entire sky, piercing through the barrier and tearing all corruption, secrecy, darkness, impurity, and evil into shreds. A tall, burly middle-aged man with thick, dark blue hair, wearing a storm priest's robe, stood in midair, looking down, his eyes containing evident rage. He was none other than the Cardinal of the Storm Church, the Archbishop of the Rorsted Archipelago, a senior Punisher deacon, and Sea King Jan Koopman. Electric snakes coiled around his body, and his right hand held high a scepter emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. It was the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Scepter of Divine Punishment, codenamed 0-23, wielded by Jan Koopman, and the greatest deterrent of the Storm Church in suppressing the beyonder world of the Rorsted Archipelago. This Grade 0 sealed artifact had always been wielded by Sequence 3 Jan Koopman. Once Jan Koopman left Byam, the Rorsted Archipelago would, like other lone colonies, at most retain 2 to 3 Grade 1 sealed artifacts for defense. Watching the arm retreat unwillingly back into the portal amidst the destructive storm, akin to a divine punishment, Jan Koopman's eyes no longer spewed flames, and the destructive aura emanating from 0-23 subtly receded. Jan Koopman slowly descended to the ground, feeling the life force swirling around him. He restrained his surging anger and nodded slightly towards the phantom projection. This was a gesture of respect for an angel of the land. At this moment, the scenes of the recent battle still lingered in Jan Koopman's mind, remembering every participant. A mysterious powerhouse, suspected to be a high-level beyonder of the Sun Pathway or one who wielded a corresponding sealed artifact. The thought of that disgusting sun aura made Jan Koopman involuntarily frown, yet he couldn't even track how the opponent attacked or disappeared. The Rose School of Thought's demigod and saint, the bizarre spirit world creature that appeared abruptly, and the Rose School of Thought's angel, as well as these sanguine before him. The only one without divinity had fled the area before Jan Koopman arrived, or more accurately, when the Rose School of Thought was in decline, and could not be found afterward. However, Jan Koopman recognized him. A pirate general with a bounty of £42,000 was worthy of having his information on the Sea King's desk. Although this type was considered less important, Jan Koopman, having experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the relevant details. Looking at the mess around him, Jan Koopman glared impolitely at Nib Izodra, who was standing nearby, and said, suppressing his anger, "I need an explanation." As soon as Jan Koopman, holding that Grade 0 sealed artifact, and the projection emanating endless vitality appeared, Aaron proactively cut off his vision. There was no need to care about what happened next. If two couldn't defeat one, it would be better to just find a spot and bury himself. Seated on his throne, under the illumination of the Crimson Eye, Aaron's spirituality had mostly recovered. He very restrainedly put away the Crimson Eye, avoiding its terrible negative effects, then took out his divination pendulum and began divining using a wisp of Admiral of Blood's aura he had previously intercepted. In the hazy dream fragments, Aaron saw a somewhat familiar street. Admiral of Blood's Seigneur, his old tricorn had fallen somewhere unknown, still bore a look of horror on his face, which hadn't faded. He emerged from a mirror-like puddle on the street, his face grim. Aaron opened his eyes with a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, that street was right next to Phil Street in Byam's South District, very close to where he currently lived. Firmly sealing the sun-chasing scepter, Aaron planned to endure the remaining negative effects after he dealt with Admiral of Blood. His figure abruptly vanished from the throne. Seigneur tightly clutched a necklace made of pure silver, with a matching pendant shaped like an ancient coin hanging below. Both sides were covered in mysterious patterns and symbolic designs, and inscribed with an ancient Hermes text. "However lucky you are now, you will be just as unlucky later." It was by relying on the luck provided by the sealed artifact that he was able to escape the battlefield almost unharmed. Of course, this was also related to his weak strength and not being the target. The direction of the seaside was covered by the battlefield. After escaping, he decided to return to Byam first to rendezvous with his crew, and use some prearranged methods to hide in Byam until the storm passed before leaving. But no matter what, tonight's operation had completely failed. Seigneur dared not imagine what punishment he would face in the future. He trembled slightly, recalling the battle, completely oblivious to the faint glow emanating from the necklace in his hand. As a wraith, he didn't even notice certain changes occurring in the surrounding space. Aaron silently appeared, accompanied by a brief ancient Hermes phrase. "Imprison." Seigneur's movements abruptly halted. Transparent walls seemed to surround him, or perhaps extremely viscous liquid flowed around him. Aaron knew that wraiths could transform their state into a true phantom and gain corresponding damage immunity, so he did not slack off. The illusory black thread cluster in his eyes receded, and two dazzling silver-white lightning bolts burst forth from deep within to the surface. Interrogator, mental pierce. In a normal state, Seigneur's spirit body-like physique would only be slightly affected, perhaps even causing Aaron to suffer a backlash. But under the negative effects of the sealed artifact and the imprison edict, he could only forcibly endure this invisible arrow aimed at his mental body. His mind felt as if a knife tip had drilled into it and violently stirred, and the pain spread throughout his body, causing him to temporarily lose his sanity. When he regained consciousness and prepared to leap repeatedly to create distance, he heard the edict, prohibit mirror teleportation. At the same time, an ancient longsword, covered in blood-red patterns and without a trace of rust, continuously magnified in Seigneur's vision. Using the prohibit edict, combined with the weak point attack provided by the Sword of Judgment, S-Harvest, assisted by the Death Edict's targeting and mental pierce's interference, the Sword of Judgment directly struck Seigneur's head. Seigneur, who only managed to transform into a semi-phantom state, directly faced the attack. His head shattered in response, but no blood splattered, only a fragmented phantom dissipating amidst wails. Even for a wraith, whose body is like a fused spirit and flesh and who can transform into a true phantom, this level of damage was considered a fatal injury. Seigneur, reassembling his body not far away, felt a mix of anger and despair. He finally seemed to realize something and forcefully threw the silver necklace away. Aaron sighed, a hint of regret in his voice, and mused. Wraiths sure are tenacious. Seigneur's face was pale. He opened his mouth, attempting to let out a wraith shriek, while simultaneously condensing transparent, slightly greenish ice crystal arrows in front of him. However, they were not aimed at Aaron, but at the surrounding streets and houses, seemingly intending to delay Aaron's movements and buy time to escape. Aaron was already prepared. He spoke in a low voice and waved his left hand, which wasn't holding the sword. Exile. Seigneur was immediately struck by a vast, invisible force. His entire spirit body was blown away, crashing against the wall, against the invisible barrier created by confinement, but he did not pass through and escape. Seizing this opportunity, the golden light in Aaron's eyes suddenly intensified. In an instant, he seemed to grow slightly taller, as majestic as a great figure who could control others' lives. Senor, who had just been freed from the exile state, immediately felt an immense, unprovoked fear. He couldn't help but want to lower his head, to prostrate himself, to listen to every word of the other party, and obey every command. His movements became quite sluggish. In his pupils, Aaron, rapidly approaching, raised the sword of judgment in his hand. Only one thought remained in his mind. This is impossible. With a sound similar to shattering glass, the sword of judgment passed through the spirit body, cutting Senor in half. Looking at the two halves of the corpse, which had detached from its phantom form and fallen to the ground, Aaron took a deep breath, feeling the judge potion being digested. In addition to judging and arbitrating beyonder cases, establishing new rules for a certain area using several of the judge's edicts and judging beyonders who did not comply with the rules could also lead to potion digestion. The feedback from judging a sequence 5 advanced Aaron's judge potion digestion significantly. Aaron opened his eyes with satisfaction. Seeing that Senor's beyonder characteristic had not fully precipitated yet, he turned and picked up the silver pendant that had been thrown away earlier. Looking at the inscription on it, however lucky you are now, you will be just as unlucky later. Aaron somewhat understood why Admiral of Blood Senor was lucky enough to escape the battlefield, where an angel had intervened, almost unharmed, only to unluckily end up near his residence right around the corner. He casually named the necklace Scales of Fortune, and then pulled out a box with a spiritual wall from his person, placing the necklace inside. Aaron tilted his head to look at the ground. He saw a translucent crystal, mixed with many black and red blood threads, gradually condensing and shrinking from Senor's corpse. After flicking off the greenish blood adhering to the beyonder characteristic and putting it away, Aaron lifted the confinement edict on the surrounding area. He stood quietly in place, waiting for the Storm Church's Punisher team to arrive. In just a moment, accompanied by strong winds, a short-haired man in a Storm Church clerical robe, riding the wind, avoiding obstacles, and gliding short distances in the air, landed steadily in front of Aaron. As the captain of the Punisher team, already a Sequence 6 wind blessed, he had clearly arrived before the other team members. Seeing that Lord Aaron was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and explained. Something happened in the Rorstad archipelago tonight. Bishop Joggery left by him, so only. Before he could finish speaking, the captain saw the two halves of the corpse lying on the ground. His throat seemed to be choked, and he could no longer speak. Even covered in blood and with his head split in two, for a Punisher extremely familiar with pirates, especially famous ones, he could recognize him at a glance. This was Admiral of Blood. Aaron, who was well aware of what had happened in the Rorstad archipelago tonight, first gave an awkward cough, then very thoughtfully put the two halves of the head back together. Aaron pointed at the corpse on the ground, then at the damaged streets and walls around them due to the battle, and said to the still stunned Punisher team captain. You can take the body. I'll send someone to collect the bounty tomorrow. The repair costs for these damaged walls can be directly deducted from the bounty. Chapter 167 The Aftermath of the Battle. Looking at the corpse on the ground with a somewhat complex gaze, the captain of the Purifier Squad's lips were a little dry. He nodded, a thought flashing through his mind. This Lord Aaron's strength is actually so formidable. That was a pirate general, yet he was hunted down. It seems the situation on the sea will undergo a drastic change. One must know that every pirate general, who earned their fame across the 5 seas, second only to the 4 kings, did so not merely because they represented a team or a faction with numerous beyonders under their command. It was also because they themselves were strong enough, possessing at least the strength to rival a Sequence 5, especially a pirate general like Admiral of Blood, who had dominated the 5 seas for many years. Even if the hunt was accomplished with the aid of a mystical item, it was still enough to prove that the person before him possessed the strength of a pirate general. If his respect before receiving Bishop Joggerly's mission was more due to Aaron's identity, then now it had completely transformed into respect for a strong individual. Aaron nodded slightly. With outsiders present, he did not use spirit world teleportation. Instead, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and with his formidable physical prowess, his figure vanished like a phantom. After a few leaps, Aaron returned to his villa, calmed down Bay Bale and other members of his personal guard who were ready for action, and went back to his own bedroom. Although he knew the Rose School of Thought would definitely not appear in Byam again, Aaron still didn't want to carry Senor's beyonder characteristic with him. Sacrificing it to the dark golden mist, completely crushing and sterilizing it, was the correct approach. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sense Asterolfo's location at all right now, only knowing he was fine through the messenger's special sense. Even if it was a sneak attack, being able to instantly incapacitate a Sequence 4 demigod, and even take him away before he could use his mythical creature form for a last-ditch effort, such strength meant Aaron didn't need to worry. Aaron couldn't even divine his exact location through the connection on top of the dark golden mist. This should be the reason why he had never been discovered in the spirit world all these years. After sacrificing the Beyonder characteristic and the strange scale of fortune to the dark golden mist, Aaron's consciousness sank, and he returned to his throne. He reached out and retrieved the scepter of the sun, which was wantonly venting in the pile of sundries, endured the pain of soul burning, cut his wrist, and let blood soak the scepter, calming the remaining negative effects. On the westernmost side of the Rorsted archipelago, a small town far from Byam. Marek's face was grim as he looked towards Byam in the southeast, feeling the destructive aura emanating from the silvery white sky. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, and a hint of joy appeared between his brows as he looked at a certain shadow, where the Gothic-styled Sharon stood. The original plan had gone slightly awry, the Rose School of Thought's attack had come much earlier than expected. Therefore, after completing her decoy mission, Sharon immediately abandoned the idea of advancement and swiftly retreated from the battlefield. The sanguine powerhouse cooperatively entangled the members of the Rose School of Thought, giving Sharon enough time to escape. As a blessing in disguise, she also didn't participate in the subsequent major battle, remaining in good condition without any injuries, and didn't end up on a certain enraged Sea King's blacklist. And no matter how the plan ultimately unfolded, Byam was bound to undergo a major cleansing. To avoid being caught red-handed by the enraged Church of the Storms and creating unnecessary trouble, she had arranged for Marek to leave Byam with all their belongings before the plan even began, agreeing to meet in this coastal town at the end. Sharon, who had just escaped danger, still responded with a calm Her clear voice then rang out. The people of the Rose School of Thought shouldn't come to the Rorsted archipelago again for a while. This is already far enough from Byam. Let's go to the seaside to continue my advancement ritual. She had previously drunk the potion prepared by Count Mistral, which could help accelerate integration into the spirit world and complete the ritual. The effects of the medicine had not completely worn off, so now was the best time. Looking at Sharon with her resolute eyes, Marek, who knew how dangerous the advancement ritual was, ultimately swallowed his words of dissuasion and followed Sharon to the seaside. On the desolate beach, Sharon stood alone and drank the prepared potion in one gulp. As spirituality surged, the runes inscribed with the advancement ritual shattered, transforming into complex patterns that enveloped Sharon, who stood on the beach, layer by layer. Waves of obscure fluctuations emanated, accompanied by the appearance of a richly colored space, like an oil painting. Sharon's body, which was as hard as steel and could even withstand bullets and cannonballs, disintegrated inch by inch under the wrapping of complex patterns. Even Sharon let out a low growl from her throat. The extreme pain stimulated her previously suppressed desires for slaughter and bloodlust. Under such inhuman torment, Sharon's body completely shattered, turning into illusory specks of light that surged into the spirit world space, which resembled an oil painting. Coming into contact with the chaotic and jumbled information of the spirit world, she was gradually cleansed and transformed, but Sharon did not become immersed in it. Her consciousness quickly cleared, and she looked around while also sensing her current state. Before Sharon could even sort out the knowledge that had suddenly appeared in her mind, in her wraith state, she suddenly tilted her head slightly and looked behind her, her pupils contracting slightly. A colossal sailing ship drifted in the spirit world, predominantly dark and gloomy in color, with a faint greenish hue. On its stark white mainsail, a blooming, pitch-black tulip was depicted. This was Admiral of Hell Ludwig's flagship, the Black Tulip. And on it, white skeletons, some unclothed, others wearing leather armor, busily manipulated the sails. Pale zombies, armed with long swords, patrolled back and forth, their eyes, burning with a faint green flame, scanning their surroundings. Shadows, wraiths, and various strange spirit world creatures occasionally flew and circled, or drilled into the hull, causing indistinct transparent faces to protrude from the ship's side. Sharon could clearly see that there was only one living person on the Black Tulip, the man dressed as a captain, standing on the foredeck and silently gazing in her direction. He wore an exaggerated tricorn hat embroidered with white skulls and adorned with feathers, a frilly white shirt, and an intricately ornate brown short jacket. A thin rapier hung from a russet leather belt that secured his white tight trousers. The man's face was covered by a silvery white mask, his features and contours hidden within. Around the holes that symbolized the eyes, nose, and mouth, cold lines made one feel awestruck. This perfectly matched the rumored image of Admiral of Hell Ludwig. Admiral of Hell Ludwig then looked up at Sharon, who was in a strange state, like a hunter who had caught his prey. Two pale flames in the eye sockets of the silvery white mask clearly flickered twice. Watching the Black Tulip sail towards her at a rapid speed, Sharon's heart sank to the bottom. The joy of her impending advancement vanished without a trace. I must lead Ludwig away from this area of the spirit world and not involve Marek, who is outside the spirit world. Thinking this, just as Sharon was preparing to fight to the death, the Black Tulip, which had been sailing towards her, suddenly retreated at an even faster speed than it had arrived. Under Sharon's astonished gaze, Ludwig, standing on the foredeck, suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against his face, removing the silvery white mask. Deep, pale light suddenly burst forth from behind the mask, causing the dark, square ring on Ludwig's left index finger to instantly spread out with endless dead silence. A bronze door immediately appeared in the direction the black tulip was retreating, accompanied by an influx of endless dead silence. This door, covered with mysterious patterns, rapidly expanded to over 30 meters high, as if connecting to another world, different from the current one. Clang! The bronze door suddenly opened, and an indescribable darkness surged out, enveloping the entire black tulip. Pulled by the darkness, this colossal sailing ship quickly sailed into the bronze door, heading towards another world. Admiral of Hell, Ludwig stood at the bow of the ship, tilting his head slightly, his face covered by pale light, making his specific appearance unclear. His gaze first fell on Sharon, seemingly wanting to remember this prey, but he did not attempt to attack again, as if restricted by the surrounding darkness. Then he looked behind Sharon, the pale flames flickering in his eyes trembling, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Accompanied by a terrifying pressure emanating from a life level, before Sharon could turn her head, her figure was enveloped by a ball of white light. Strange patterns flowed, concealing all fluctuations. A gigantic foot descended, stepping into the red and blue intertwined color blocks. Above the foot was a rotting long leg, dripping with yellowish-green liquid, exceeding 3 meters in overall length. Further up was a massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages. He stomped towards the position where the black tulip had been. The original bronze door had already disappeared, only melting the residual black mist into pus that adhered to his foot. Seemingly having lost the target that had originally attracted him, this terrifying spirit world creature stepped out of this area of the spirit world. Sharon watched the scene through a layer of pure white light membrane, but her body did not relax in the slightest, because an equally terrifying aura was emanating from the figure in front of her. Rather than a person, it was more like a human-shaped light cocoon made of light, seemingly gestating something within. The light membrane that had just blocked the terrifying creature's perception was released by it. Sharon didn't know the other party's identity, nor did she know the reason why the other party saved her. Just as she was about to tentatively speak, her gaze froze. A ferocious and terrifying face appeared on the surface of the light cocoon, like an afterimage, fleeting, but Sharon had already recognized that face. It was Jax, the high-ranking member of the Rose School of Thought, who had acted earlier, a Sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway. Thoughts exploded in her mind. Sharon didn't know what to say for a moment. After a few seconds of stunned, she noticed that the gaze from the mysterious light cocoon in front of her seemed to be fixed on her wrist. There, a pattern composed of scales representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion was glowing faintly. And this symbol had only appeared on her wrist after she had attended the Chaos Council held by the Great Existence who called himself the Lord of Order. A guess surfaced in Sharon's mind. Before she had time to think, a strange fluctuation emanated from the light cocoon, sweeping towards Sharon. The process of cleansing and transformation, which had been interrupted after being enveloped by the light membrane, advanced at an incredible speed. After only a moment, accompanied by a crisp sound that only Sharon could hear, she officially advanced to Sequence 5 Wraith. The next morning, Aaron, whose face was pale due to the scepter of the sun, having absorbed too much blood, sat on the spacious and luxurious sofa in the living room. Bishop Joggerly, who looked travel-worn and very tired on the opposite sofa, forced a smile and said, "Last night, a very serious beyonder incident occurred in Byam. All church clergy were mobilized, including His Grace the Archbishop and the Purifier squads. Due to the suddenness of the matter and its wide-ranging implications, the meeting with His Grace the Archbishop, originally scheduled for today, had to be temporarily cancelled." He offered an apologetic smile and pushed the box placed before him towards Aaron. "However, I truly didn't expect that your lordship's strength had already reached such a level. This is Seigneur's bounty, a total of 42,000 pounds, which I brought with me. As for the repair of the streets, we will bear the cost. After all, it was our oversight to allow a pirate general to openly appear within Byam City." Aaron nodded, not bothering to count the pounds in the box. He deliberately put on a curious expression and asked, "Bishop Joggerly, would it be convenient to reveal what happened last night? Who dared to cause trouble in Byam?" Bishop Joggerly hesitated for a moment, but thinking that this matter would surely appear in the newspapers later, there was no need to conceal it. So, after removing what he believed might involve the Church of the Storm's secrets, he roughly recounted the version he knew, which was also the announcement the Church of the Storms was about to release. The core content of the announcement can be summarized as: the Rose School of Thought's conspiracy, plotted last night at Oak Manor outside Byam City, was crushed by the Archbishop of the Church of the Storms, and several important members were killed. It seems the Sanguine must have paid something as an exchange to make Arnaud Courtman pin all the blame on the Rose School of Thought. Aaron listened carefully, pondering inwardly. And due to last night's events, Byam would undergo a day-long citywide search, and no ships in any port of the Rorstad archipelago were allowed to set sail. After some casual conversation, Aaron, having not extracted any other useful information, bid farewell to the bishop, who had been busy all night. Sitting on the sofa, Aaron had just poured himself a glass of Sonia blood wine when he heard a rhythmic knock on the door. Aaron thought it was Bishop Joggerly returning specifically to inform him of something he had forgotten, so he put down his glass and personally opened the door. As the door creaked open, Aaron saw an old man in a black short jacket, leaning on a sturdy walking stick. The old man's hair was as white as snow, his face had no obvious wrinkles, but he wore a black eye patch that covered his entire vision. "Good morning, Lord Aaron. I am Counselor Richard of the Life Council. I believe the speaker must have mentioned me to you. It's an honor to meet you." Then, with great understanding, he pointed to his eye patch and explained with a chuckle. "I apologize, but I can only meet you like this. I woke up this morning and suddenly had a premonition that I shouldn't open my eyes to see anything today. To prevent any accidents, I had no choice but to wear an eye patch." Chapter 168 The Visit of Orange Light. How could this be? I really can't compare to this divine trickster style unique to the fate pathway. But how did you find this place with your eyes covered? Could it be the guidance of fate again? Aaron felt both amused and astonished looking at the counselor, unable to resist complaining inwardly. Immediately, he understood the accurate interpretation of the other party's premonition. Don't look at him. Aaron knew that Beyonders of the monster pathway could see things others couldn't. Therefore, even though most of his unique traits were concealed, Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting could still vaguely perceive some. Counselor Richard had a premonition of danger and put on an eye mask in advance. Alas, if it weren't for that, I would have asked him what he could see. Although Aaron was also curious about what could be seen from him with such a special perspective, he had no hobby of forcing others to harm themselves. He reined in his thoughts and invited the gentleman into the living room. Richard leaned on his cane, walking slowly behind, without needing anyone to assist or guide him, as if he hadn't actually worn an eye mask. Recalling what Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting had said in his dream earlier, Aaron guessed that she had sent this counselor to find him, and waited for the gentleman to state his purpose. Richard sat on the sofa and turned his head towards Aaron, but the dark eye mask covered all his gaze. He paused for a few seconds, then smiled slightly. "The speaker asked me to tell you that the source of danger she previously predicted has disappeared. You can rest assured now. In addition, if your subsequent actions require the speaker's personal help, you can come to me in advance, it will be safer this way." Aaron nodded. Although he wanted to know why this would be safer, considering it might involve the secrets of the Life Council, he suppressed the urge to ask. Counselor Richard on the sofa had no intention of explaining and continued. "I will remain in Byam for 1 to 2 months, thanks to Lord Aaron who severely crippled the Rose School of Thought. They are no longer able to track me, and only need to deal with searches from the royal family and the military. During this period, if you need help, you can come to me at 76 Iris Street. If, by any chance, I leave Byam later, you can also go to Alavi Island and find the bell ringer Kano in the port city, he will lead you to me." The expression on Aaron's face stiffened slightly. He wasn't sure how much Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting had told him. After mentally noting the name and location, he cleared his throat. "Counselor, you flatter me. All of this is the credit of that Sea King." Then, as if remembering something, he said to Richard, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go get something." A moment later, Aaron returned to the living room with the lucky scale. Looking at Counselor Richard, who unconsciously straightened his back, he placed the sealed artifact opposite him. Richard seemed to have identified the residual aura on the sealed artifact through the peculiarities of the fate pathway. His mood instantly became somewhat complex, and he did not ask Aaron how he obtained the sealed artifact. He merely took out a wooden box from his arms. Inside was a dark, button-shaped object encased in an amber shell. He placed the opened wooden box next to the lucky scale and, with his masked eyes, looked at Aaron and said, "This is a mystical item I carry with me. Although its sequence only corresponds to sequence 6 Devil, for some people, its value even exceeds certain sequence 5 mystical items. Its name is Devil's Button. It was personally crafted by the speaker. Besides retaining some fire-based and defilement-based spells, its most valuable feature is the almost perfectly preserved ability of a devil to foresee danger. If someone intends to cause fatal harm to the holder in a very short time and has taken practical action, then the holder can sense and perceive it, grasping where the danger comes from and from whom, thereby allowing for targeted elimination or retaliation. Different users have different effective ranges for their intuition, with times ranging from a few minutes to a day, and distances from a few kilometers to an entire metropolitan area, which depends on the holder's spiritual strength. I was able to escape the encirclement of the Rose School of Thought in the southern continent back then thanks to its help. As for its negative effects, prolonged wear merely brings about negative psychological states such as cold-bloodedness and disregard for life. This is not a difficult problem to solve." Saying this, he pointed to the second-floor bedroom and added, "As long as you regularly adjust it, the pet you keep can even help you eliminate its negative effects." Even though he couldn't see Aaron's eyes suddenly light up, Richard, who could still sense the corresponding emotional fluctuations, chuckled and pushed the item towards Aaron, while also pointing to the lucky scale on the table. "I presume you are aware of the peculiarity of this sealed artifact. It is difficult for Beyonders not of the fate pathway to control how to use luck and how to deal with sudden misfortune. And this often brings unbearable consequences to the user. The southern continent does not only have the Rose School of Thought, a mystical item that can foresee danger will definitely help you a lot. I would like to exchange this mystical item for the sealed artifact. What are your intentions, Lord Aaron? Swallowing the good that had reached his throat, Aaron pretended to ponder for 2 or 3 seconds before nodding reservedly. For Aaron, exchanging a highly useless sealed artifact, one that could even backstab its owner at crucial moments, for such a useful mystical item was definitely a gain. It was spoils of war, a no-cost transaction, any exchange was a profit. Seeing Aaron nod, Richard smiled, picked up the lucky scale from the table, and put it into his arms, reminding him. The ability to foresee danger is not omnipotent. Certain Beyonders can conceal their actions and intentions, making it impossible for targets who can foresee danger to perceive them. This could be due to their pathway characteristics, or it could be achieved through certain sealed artifacts or other means. Therefore, in some special circumstances, even if no danger is predicted, you must still be careful and cautious. After exchanging the Devil's Button from Counselor Richard, Aaron nodded, secretly taking note. When the counselor had no further additions and proposed to leave, Aaron rose to see him off. After he left, Aaron took out his divination pendulum and suspended it over the Devil's Button. Only after confirming through divination that there was no danger, and that its functions and negative effects were almost identical to what Richard had described, did he wear it on his jacket. The only thing to add was that the malice perception accompanying danger foresight was not limited to sources of malice that would cause fatal harm to the user. Ordinary dangers and malice could also be sensed and perceived, and the source of the malice could be grasped, which could render most ambushes ineffective against him. However, this frequent perception of malice could also be considered a negative effect to some extent, and in a real battlefield, it might even interfere with the most crucial danger foresight. Just as Aaron was fiddling with and studying this newly acquired mystical item, a knocking sound echoed from the door again. What's going on today? The door has been knocked 3 times in one morning. Who is it this time? Not sensing any malice from the Devil's Button, Aaron somewhat speechlessly put away the item, walked to the door, and pulled it open. Outside the door was a gaunt visitor with gray but messy hair. He was wearing a cotton jacket that was not quite suitable for Byam's current weather, draped in a woolen overcoat, and was popping a brown candy into his mouth. Aaron, who had seen the portrait of White Shark Hamilton in Demirport before, immediately recognized the visitor. Tyrandit von Hermosius. Or, more accurately, Orange Light Hilarion. Why would he come looking for me? I'm not some great sovereign above the spirit world, what kind of connection could I have with the 7 lights? Also, how did he find me? A string of questions flashed through Aaron's mind, but he didn't voice them. As a guest, Aaron politely invited him into the villa. Hermosius seemed very pleased with Aaron's attitude. He walked in, sat on the sofa, and chuckled. Good morning. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Tyrandit von Hermosius, or you can call me Orange Light Hilarion. Hehe, I also recalled many things because of the last blood moon and last night's battle, so I decided to find you before I leave. Unsure of the Orange Light's purpose, Aaron nodded cautiously, then asked in confusion. May I ask what you need? Hermosius chuckled. I'm here to warn you, beware of the Mother Tree of Desire. Even if you have repeatedly thwarted the actions of the Rose School of Thought, those mere pawns don't represent anything. What's more, in the last battle, your messenger was exposed to her sight. In the next few years, the body she left in the spirit world will suffer even more intense erosion. Even if I and the other pure lights assist with all our might, for erosion stemming from the sequence system like this, we cannot offer much help. The only good news is that it met you, and has now recovered to the demigod level, giving this matter a turning point. Aaron nodded silently. Just as he was about to speak, Hermosius continued. Some of your characteristics, even if concealed, can still show slight clues to a few special, high-level spirit world creatures, as long as they have been in close contact. Several deities with unique authorities or Beyonders representing fate can also discover this to varying degrees, provided, of course, that they have been in close contact. And in the prophecy of Yellow Light, the existence corresponding to similar characteristics will be one of the variables of the apocalypse, but I cannot be certain, there are too many possibilities for you to possess that characteristic. For example, her favored one, her child, her chosen divine messenger, but this does not prevent me from expressing friendliness. Hearing the word favored one, Aaron instinctively felt a pang of guilt. He calmed himself down and, remembering what he had said earlier about, before leaving, he changed the subject and asked. Mr. Hermosius, may I know where you are going? Hermosius crunched on a candy, a satisfied smile on his face, and replied. The Fog Sea, the entrance to the abyss. He glanced at the slightly surprised Aaron, then simply explained. Unlike the chained god, the dark side of the universe, at the top of the abyss pathway was corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire very early on. Anyway, this body won't live for many more years, and the apocalypse is drawing nearer, so I also need to observe the current state of the abyss up close. Aaron pondered, then after a moment of thought, asked. Mr. Hermosius, I want to know if there truly is a passage in the abyss that leads to the forsaken land of the gods. Hermosius put away his smile, his expression serious as he warned. There is indeed a passage, but the location of that passage can already be considered the boundary between the outer and inner abyss. It can no longer be described as merely dangerous. Even an angel would be corrupted if they stayed there too long, let alone you, who haven't even achieved demigod status. Even if you manage to enter that passage while the dark side of the universe is not paying attention, once you attract her attention, you won't be able to return. It can be said to be a dead end with no return. Looking at the serious-faced Hermosius, Aaron cleared his throat and explained. I was just curious about the answer to this question, I won't personally explore it. At the same time, he pondered the information revealed in the words of Hermosius, this orange light incarnation. First, the abyss can indeed lead to the forsaken land of the gods, and orange light also knows the exact location of that passage. Secondly, beyonders of non-chained, or abyss, pathways who possess the rank of an angel or are close to it have a chance to enter that passage with very little cost. However, such an opportunity is only once. Once the dark side of the universe is on guard, that place will truly be a dead end. However, Aaron only needed one chance to send someone in. As for getting out, he certainly wouldn't go through the abyss again, and the best candidate for the mission was still sleeping in the Ghost Empire, so Aaron was not in a hurry. Looking at the pensive Aaron, Hermosius sighed, popped a candy into his mouth, and then mumbled indistinctly. Later, if you need help, you can use the mystic ritual to pray to my true body, orange light Hilarion. Once you become a demigod and are capable of exploring the depths of the spirit world, we will have a chance to meet again. Aaron pulled himself out of his thoughts and, after a second of silence, said. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Hermosius. Rorstad Archipelago, Byam, the City of Generosity, Governor's Mansion. This place served as the stronghold of the Loen Kingdom's colonial rule in the central Suanya Sea and was also the naval base of the central Suanya Sea. In the spacious, grand, and luxurious reception hall of the Governor's Mansion, only 3 people were seated, representing the Governor's Mansion, the Loen military, and the Church of the Storms, respectively. Unceremoniously, the one seated in the main position was none other than Sea King Arn Courtman. To his sides were Admiral Emilius, who had just returned from inspecting the Olavi naval base in the past few days, and George Nigan, the governor of the Rorstad Archipelago, who should have been in the main seat. As the weakest of the 3, being only Sequence 5, George Nigan, who had become the governor of the Rorstad Archipelago only through a Grade 1 sealed artifact and the operations of the Nigan family, finally couldn't bear the oppressive and dull atmosphere. He carefully began. The cause and course of the incident are largely clear. The losses were only a manor outside the city and a few mountains. Byam was not damaged by this. On the contrary, several important members of the Rose School of Thought were killed. I think this is a great victory. Chapter 169 Meeting and Departure. Before the governor could continue his impassioned speech, Admiral Emilius, seated opposite him, scoffed and interrupted with a sneer. Those vermin were all slain by His Excellency Sea King. What does that have to do with you, Governor? The Rorstad Archipelago has been infiltrated by the Rose School of Thought to such an extent, yet you have the gall to speak of a great victory. Within his cerulean eyes lay an undeniable and unchallengeable authority, a majesty unique to an imperative mage. Originally, under his push, the position of governor of the Rorstad Archipelago should have been held by his younger brother, Austin Lovett, but on one hand, the king considered balance, and on the other, the Nigan family's machinations ultimately prevented his wish from being fulfilled. Even though Austin Lovett later received the position of governor of Olavi Island as compensation, Admiral Emilius still disliked this governor who had snatched the position, and he didn't mind putting him in his place. George Nigan, the governor of the Rorstad Archipelago, immediately looked incredibly chagrined, intimidated by the other's status and unable to act out. He merely snorted in displeasure and then fell silent. Admiral Emilius's lips curled upwards, and he turned to the silent Archbishop Aun Courtman, who was seated at the head of the table. His tone lost its previous arrogance and sarcasm as he carefully began. Your Excellency Archbishop, it is regrettable that this has happened, but I can represent the Central Sonia Sea Navy and promise to fully combat the Rose School of Thought's maritime forces, to teach them a lasting lesson. Aun Courtman's primary duty was as a senior deacon of the Punishers, but because the archipelago was isolated overseas, he concurrently held the position of Cardinal for Unified Authority, and his style of action was closer to that of a Punisher's, decisive and resolute. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, and the smile on his face became more pronounced. He glanced at the stern-faced George Nigan opposite him, his dignified demeanor subtly concealing pride, which was fully revealed. That Blood Admiral, who was supported by the Rose School of Thought, seems to have been killed by that Lord Aaron from Backlund. I think this is a very good opportunity for publicity, and it can also suppress the arrogant momentum of the Rose School of Thought. As a faction of the military, he didn't mind doing a favor, and he could also annoy the Nejan family, who were at odds with the East Taker family in Backlund. George Nejan seemed to want to say something, but feeling somewhat derelict in his duty, he ultimately closed his mouth. Completely disregarding their verbal sparring, Sea King Aun Courtman withdrew his gaze from the south of Byam City and slowly nodded. 20 Narcissus Street, St. George's District, South Byam City. An old-fashioned carriage slowly stopped, and the pale-faced Count Mistral dismounted alone, knocking on the door. Hearing the movement, Louise quickly opened the door, and upon seeing the visitor, her tense face finally relaxed. As early as after the storm ended last night, Louise learned from her prayers that the operation had been successful, but Count Mistral had not returned, which kept her from truly resting assured. After Count Mistral sat on the sofa, Louise looked at his pale face and asked worriedly, "Grandfather, last night's operation." Count Mistral slightly raised his hand to stop her words, and a phantom blood moon emerged from behind him. The room was enveloped in a bloody moonlight, and after isolating the inside from the outside, he slowly began. "Last night's operation was successful. The powerful individual you invited has helped us obtain the sealed artifact corresponding to the High Summoner." Count Mistral recalled the light arrow that made his body tremble, as if it could purify all things, and his face was slightly unnatural, but he continued. "He even killed 2 Beyonder powerhouses of the Rose School of Thought, including a saint." Louise's blood-red eyes widened as she listened. A saint was an honorific title for a Sequence 3 powerhouse, and within the Sanguine, that corresponded to a marquis. If a dependence was already this powerful, then... Louise didn't dare to continue thinking. Looking at Louise's strange expression, Count Mistral put away his expression and sighed, adding, "Even though the plan was successfully completed, we still caused some trouble. Besides making some compensation, that Sea King also demanded that we go to the southern continent to jointly encircle and suppress the Rose School of Thought, as the price for this incident. Marquis Nibase has already personally taken that sealed artifact back to the Sanguine headquarters, to Duke Full Moon. After that, he will return and go with us to the southern continent. Your hunting competition to become a Viscount, competing with other barons, will also officially begin in the southern continent. During this time, try to minimize going out and familiarize yourself with your Beyonder abilities." Upon hearing this, Louise immediately broke free from her own little world and nodded in a hurry. 3 days after the battle outside Byam City ended, under the guidance of Bishop Joggery, Aaron arrived by carriage at Byam's largest storm cathedral, the Waves Cathedral. It has a classical style, extensively using stone columns and arches, and features a towering grand dome and 2 bell towers. Standing at the cathedral entrance, Aaron didn't rush in. Instead, he scrutinized the dim and mysterious atmosphere inside, as well as the warm candlelight illuminating human activity areas, through the narrow windows high above. He then followed Bishop Joggery through the ancient and majestic dome, which was carved with wave reliefs, passed through the prayer hall, and arrived at the main hall in the back. In the center of the magnificent hall stood a tall, burly middle-aged man with sharp, deep facial features and distinct muscle definition that filled out his loose storm priest's robe. This was precisely the Cardinal of the Church of Storms, the Archbishop of the Roarsted Sea, a senior deacon of the Punishers, and Sea King Aun Courtman. He had deep blue eyes, and his hair, of the same color, was twice as thick as a normal person's, like small worms, like tentacles, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Seated to his side and slightly below was a middle-aged gentleman in a military uniform, with black hair and blue eyes, exuding an undeniable and unchallengeable authority. Aaron was very familiar with that sense of authority. He often felt it from Josephwell when he was in Backlund, an aura originating from an imperative mage. Even without having seen a photo, combining the other party's strength and characteristics, Aaron had already guessed that this gentleman should be the weaver of spells, Emilius Lovett. He felt some doubt in his heart as to why this person would appear here, but his actions did not stop as he bowed to the 2 powerful individuals. "Good evening, Your Excellency Archbishop, General." Aun Courtman subtly nodded, retracting the oppressive aura that filled the hall, acknowledging Aaron's strength in single-handedly killing the Blood Admiral. Then, he spoke indifferently. "I heard from Joggery that you will be leaving Byam tonight." Aaron nodded, explaining. "It is already mid-February, and His Majesty the King's stipulated appointment date is running out. I must reach the southern continent before the end of February, which is why I seem to be in a hurry." Admiral Emilius, who was beside him, spoke with some regret. "Is that so? I had hoped to invite you to visit Olavi Island." "Visit Olavi Island? Don't end up being forced to have children by the mother tree of desire." Aaron's expression stiffened for a second, then he lightly coughed to cover it up. "Thank you for your generous invitation, General, but I truly am pressed for time now. When I return to Backlund at the end of the year for my report, I will definitely visit in person." Aun Courtman waited until the 2 had finished their conversation before continuing. "The news of your killing of the Blood Admiral has spread throughout the 5 seas. Even though the Rose School of Thought has suffered a heavy blow, they are still rampant in the southern continent. They will not give up on retaliating against you. You might not know, but some sanguine powerhouses will also go to the southern continent to encircle the Rose School of Thought. This is a token I made, you can use it to gain their help once, free of charge. As he spoke, he threw over a token. Aaron raised his hand to catch it, and upon contact, there was a tingling sensation like an electric current. The front of the token depicted a giant stepping on lightning and waves, while the back was carved with Aun Courtman in starlight. On the edge of the fog sea, southwest of the Alodek archipelago, the Golden Dream was traversing thin mist and the azure ocean. Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina Edwards sat behind the desk in the captain's cabin, with sunlight filtering through the mist onto her. Her light blue eyes, like clear spring water, scrutinized Ferran, who stood opposite the desk, until the cuckoo clock on the wall chimed, and she withdrew her gaze. Ferran took the opportunity to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and saw his captain take out a book bound in parchment from the desk compartment. The dark brown cover had a line of ancient Fasak. Grozel's Travels. Ferran's eyes immediately lit up. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Edwina's cool voice. This book, and the key we acquired, can both be sold to that powerful individual you know. I can even sell them to him very cheaply. Before Ferran could rejoice, he heard his captain's subsequent addition. However, I have one condition. What condition? Ferran instinctively asked back. Edwina pursed her lips and said, I want to meet that person. If it's inconvenient, you can teach him this secret ritualistic magic. Edwina raised her right hand, and a stand and a blackboard appeared in the captain's cabin. It's called the Spirituality Ritual, and it allows the caster's spirit to pass through the spirit world and attach to your body, allowing direct conversation with me. Below demigod, the effective range is no more than 500 nautical miles. It involves reason and communication, belonging to the domain of the god of knowledge and wisdom. You must depict the corresponding symbolic patterns and magical signs. As Edwina explained, she wrote down the key points to remember on the blackboard. Ferran instinctively sat down, adopting a posture of attentive listening. This way, I can converse with him through your dream, and this is very safe for both of us, requiring no risk. Edwina added at the end, after confirming that Ferran had written down all the knowledge on the blackboard. Ferran nodded his heavy head, recalling the knowledge he had just learned, feeling bitter inside. With heavy steps, Ferran left the captain's cabin and came to the exceptionally bright deck, which even reflected a golden coin-like color in the sunlight. Meanwhile, Danitz stood under the main cannon's barrel, arms crossed, leisurely supervising the sailors, occasionally shouting loudly. Wipe that spot again. Shit, do you want to copy the ancient Fasak dictionary? Aaron, who had already returned to the villa, heard the faint, overlapping prayers. He arranged for the servants to continue packing his luggage, preparing to leave Byam that night, and then walked into his bedroom. Aaron leaned back against the throne, lightly tapping the armrest with his finger, observing the images transmitted within the prayer light and that unique magical ritual. Iceberg Vice Admiral wants to meet me. The spirituality ritual sounds a bit like a parasite. Could it be a ritual created based on it? After pondering for a moment, Aaron condensed a ball of light, containing his dependent's image, and set a time for the spirituality ritual at 9 p.m. tonight. Confirmed it was correct, he casually tossed the ball of light into the prayer light. For others, mastering and digesting that complex ritual created by a Sequence 5 mysticism magister would take a considerable amount of time. But for Aaron, who possessed Sapphira, he didn't need to spend time mastering complex ritual knowledge and procedures. He only needed to follow the knowledge and ritual procedures transmitted within the prayer light, using the special properties of this space to fully replicate it onto an object, forming a stable, clearly directed charm. After pondering for a moment, Aaron retrieved an iron box from the pile of sundries. Inside were the worms of time he had previously plundered from Flora Jacobs's home. Through dream divination, he restored all the knowledge and ritual procedures transmitted within the prayer light just now. As the dark golden mist continuously poured in, the worm of time gradually transformed into a crystalline charm. Aaron confirmed through divination that the charm made with the worm of time as a medium, combined with Ferran's own connection to this space, and Sapphira's ability to respond worldwide. Without considering the consumption, even in Byam, the so-called spirituality ritual could be performed. Upon thinking about finally obtaining Grozel's Travels, Aaron's heart couldn't help but burn with excitement. He put away the charm and returned to the real world. Crimson moonlight illuminated Byam's port district. After 2 days of cleanup and encirclement, it had returned to its usual hustle and bustle. However, unlike before, there was a lot more discussion, and many people curiously watched a giant ship gradually departing from the port. That Lord Aaron, who killed the Blood Admiral, seems to be on that ship. That's a pirate general. It seems the situation at sea is about to change again. There were merchants, bounty hunters, and pirates mixed among them. They were completely uninterested in the political struggles far away in Backlund, but the achievement of successfully hunting a Blood Admiral made them remember this name. As the center of discussion, Aaron had long since dismissed the others and sat alone in the ship's cabin bedroom, holding the charm and looking at the wall clock. Suddenly, he clenched his hand, crushing the charm. A rich dark golden light flashed in his eyes, following the pull of some force. After an unknown amount of time, a sensation of weightlessness suddenly came. Opening his eyes abruptly, Aaron saw rows of bookshelves and a beautiful, scholarly woman standing opposite him. Twisting his body, feeling a bit unaccustomed, Ferran's lips curved upwards. "Good evening, Iceberg Vice Admiral." Chapter 170 Transactions and Recipes. Without a hat, Edwina Edwards wore a beige coat cinched at the waist, with a large, palm-sized floral decoration made of white lace woven around the collar, extending downwards. She sat behind the desk, her light blue eyes scrutinizing Ferlin before her. Under her spirit vision, a dark golden light could be faintly seen enveloping his entire body. Her palm swept over Grosel's Travels, placed on the table, and Edwina nodded in a very calm tone, responding. "Good afternoon." Aaron, maintaining his persona, no longer spoke, waiting for the other party to state the purpose of wanting to see him. He looked at Edwina. Edwina looked at him. A few minutes of silence suddenly filled the scholarly captain's cabin, as if both sides were waiting for the other to speak. Is this why she's nicknamed Iceberg Vice Admiral? A thought flashed through Aaron's mind. Although a bit speechless, since he didn't know how long his talisman could last, if the standoff continued, the persona of a mysterious powerhouse would likely collapse. Ferlin coughed twice, and said to Iceberg Vice Admiral Edwina Edwards. "You previously said you wanted to meet me before trading. Now that I'm here, I wonder if we can proceed with the trade." Edwina nodded very slightly, looking at Ferlin and saying, "I also recently acquired this copy of Grosel's Travels and haven't mentioned it to other crew members. I'm very curious how you knew it was in my possession." Ferlin feigned contemplation for a few seconds, then replied earnestly. "That's a secret." The air was still for a few seconds. Edwina was silent for a moment, not dwelling on the question. "If you want them, I can sell both items to you. I've been researching for a while and still haven't had any breakthroughs. However, I have one condition." "What condition?" Ferlin retorted, though he already had a guess in his heart. Edwina pursed her lips and said, "If you research anything, please be sure to tell me the results so I no longer have doubts. As long as you agree to this condition, I can sell them to you very cheaply." A smile spread across Ferlin's face, and he readily agreed to this not-so-demanding request. Edwina nodded, and suddenly a dark iron-colored key appeared in her hand. It was as large as a zither, ancient in form, and dull in luster. The pirate general half-held, half-supported the shipwreck relic, pointing to Grosel's Travels, on the table and reminding. "The previous owner of this book cannot be verified due to the mists of history and a lack of corresponding information, nor can the author be confirmed. Ah, it's unsigned. I've done some research using secret arts and found that the parchment was made at least 3,000 years ago, before the cataclysm. This is what I've researched so far. I hope it can be of help to you." Ferlin nodded and asked the lady captain for some spiritual materials. Without hesitation, he directly set up a ritual on the desk. A moment later, he spoke in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. Spirits wandering in the void, upper realm creatures driven by others, the messenger exclusive to Luciferid Joseph. Whoosh! The wind stirred up a hum, and the golden candle flame instantly turned a ghostly blue. Under its illumination, nearly transparent ripples spread out from the center of the three candles. Luciferid Joseph. Edwina, full of interest, withdrew her gaze from the ritual and looked at Ferlin to her side, her eyes slightly shifting. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply, her expression instantly becoming solemn. A puppet whose face consisted only of eyes walked out from there, accompanied by an aura that made everyone present tremble. That was the aura of a demigod. A demigod acting as a messenger. Edwina couldn't help but glance sideways at Ferlin, who was smiling silently. The day after Orange Light Hilarion visited him, Aaron was already able to contact Astolfo and confirmed that it had recovered to the demigod level. Astolfo's only black and white eye on its face slightly turned, becoming pure white. Ripples spread, and two piles of gold coins emerged from it, neatly placed on the floor of the captain's cabin, like two golden mountains. Ferlin suppressed himself from looking at the gold mountains on the floor. That was the price Edwina quoted after the discount, £17,000 for both items. If Aaron hadn't just received the bounty from the Admiral of Blood a few days ago, plus the gold pounds from selling beyond her characteristics and various talismans, he wouldn't have been able to produce so much cash at once. Without paying much attention to the gold mountains on the floor, Edwina looked at the uniquely shaped messenger, who resembled a spirit world creature more, nodded in acknowledgement, and handed over the dark iron key and Grosel's Travels. The huge, black and white eye suddenly turned pure black, like the abyss, directly swallowing the two items. Ripples spread, and it slowly disappeared into the spirit world. Only after the messenger left did Edwina withdraw her gaze, looking very seriously at Ferlin, her lips slightly curved, seemingly in a very good mood. "I suppose I can call you Mr. Luciferid, right. Seeing Ferlin nod slightly, she pointed to the still-present ritual and said with great interest. I once tried to find a messenger, but I could only grope for the incantations myself. It was not only dangerous but also very difficult to get a satisfactory one, so I eventually had to give up. This is one reason. Another is that the simulated power of the undead cannot be used to sign contracts. And your incantation gave me a lot of inspiration. I think I now have a concrete direction. This is a very good research direction. Although he was curious why Edwina, who had the backing of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, wouldn't know the ritual for signing a messenger, he didn't ask further. Glancing at the door of the captain's cabin, his lips slightly curved, Ferlin nodded slightly. A very smooth transaction. Thank you for your generosity. If I research anything, I will have Ferlin relay it to you. Your crew must have gathered by now. I won't disturb you further. Farewell. As the words fell, accompanied by an invisible fluctuation, Ferlin trembled as if waking from a deep dream, almost falling. He stared at the two golden mountains piled on the floor, instantly falling into a daze, even forgetting to pick up the chair that had fallen over. Even with the captain's warning, the commotion from inside still prompted the anxious crew members outside the door to break in. Seeing the unharmed captain and the golden mountains piled on the floor, the words everyone wanted to say suddenly got stuck in their throats. The third mate, Yodsun, wearing a white shirt, black vest, and a patterned tie, quickly recovered. He glanced at the broken door and hurriedly explained. Captain, we have arrived at the mysterious island you marked earlier. Do you need me to go down and investigate first? Edwina withdrew her gaze, speaking calmly without showing joy or anger. No need. I know there's a safe passage. After obtaining the treasure map, we'll make one last resupply at the northern archipelago, then officially begin our adventure. In the waters near the Sonia Sea, at the edge of the raging sea, within a luxurious bedroom in the ship's cabin, Aaron suddenly opened his eyes, rubbing his slightly swollen head. It took him a while to recover. Before he could sigh in relief, a familiar fluctuation appeared beside him. Astolfo floated out of the spirit world, releasing the dark iron key and Grozel's travels. Looking at Astolfo, who was completely different from before, Aaron pondered before speaking. You must have devoured Jex to recover to the demigod level. He must have been a fanatical believer, and should have been contaminated with a lot of pollution. If you need, I can help you remove the pollution. The face with only an eye remaining quietly looked at Aaron. After a moment, instead of the previous mental transmission, a neutral voice, indistinguishable between male and female, rang out. I have already removed the pollution on him. After recovering to demigod, my memories are no longer incomplete. You can ask any questions you have, and I may also need your help later. Aaron's eyes slightly brightened, and he asked with great anticipation. Can you now affect him in the spirit world? Or can you borrow a portion of his power from him? Astolfo was silent for a moment, not directly answering the question, but instead said. Although the ancient bane, beyond a characteristic of the bound god, which autonomously separated into the spirit world after being corrupted, transformed into a spirit world creature due to the spirit world's unique properties, the corruption is still spreading. The source of the corruption is an existence I cannot contend with. The only way is to delay the corruption and await a turning point. With the help of the seven lights of the spirit world, I at that time found the remnants of the giant King Ormer from the second epoch in the spirit world. That was a sequence to glory beyond her characteristic, mixed with much of his mad consciousness. It was only by relying on the residual will of Ormer within it that I could barely contend with that terrifying corruption. And the abnormally powerful distorted force brought by the forced aggregation of different high-sequence characteristics also caused Sarah A to return empty-handed time and again. Sequence to glory. Warrior pathway. Remembering the huge, pus-oozing figure he saw in the spirit world, Aaron understood somewhat. Just as he was about to speak, Astolfo continued. Therefore, if I borrow his power, I can temporarily possess power comparable to an angel, but it will also gradually destroy his original balance, and the corruption will become uncontrollable. Aaron frowned, no longer dwelling on this point. Anything involving an outer deity had to be handled with caution, no risks could be taken. He cast aside his original bold idea and instead asked. Then do you know the high-sequence potion formula for the warrior pathway? I have a sequence 5 personal guard whose potion has long been digested, but he lacks the potion formula and ritual. As soon as his words fell, 2 streams of light shot out from Astolfo's pupils, forming 2 segments of text and corresponding symbols in the void before Aaron. Sequence 4, Demon Hunter. Main ingredients, 1 heart of an adult demonic wolf, 3 tail feathers of an adult feathered serpent. Auxiliary ingredients, 1 piece of dawn stone, 80 milliliters of phantasmal beast blood. Advancement ritual, drink the potion. Before losing control and dying, kill an evil creature at the demigod level, filled with chaos and madness. Advance to Demon Hunter in a baptism of blood. Sequence 3 Silver Knight Advancement Ritual. Set up a complex altar, place the remains of 6 powerful creatures hunted by oneself in the correct positions, and obtain a blessing from an angel or above. Although the Silver Knight potion formula was incomplete, with only the advancement ritual remaining, there was a complete Demon Hunter potion formula. Looking at the starlight that appeared before him, Aaron frowned deeply. Just by looking at the main ingredients of the potion, he could confirm that this must be a formula from before the second blasphemy slate appeared. Not to mention the possibility of remaining feathered serpents on some remote, hidden islands, just the demonic wolves, which have been nearly wiped out by the Church of Evernight, make the main ingredients very difficult to gather, unless one prays to the Evernight goddess, which might be the only way to obtain them. The God of Combat Church's potion formulas must have made corresponding changes, finding substitutes while ensuring the original efficacy. However, Aaron had a more convenient method. Instead of painstakingly searching for materials, it would be better to directly kill a demon hunter, then everything would be available. It just so happened that the Fasak Empire colonial area in the southern continent was at war with the family, which could be an opportunity to make a fortune. Having made up his mind, Aaron looked at the demon hunter advancement ritual, then suddenly his expression changed, and he looked at Grozel's travels at his feet. Didn't the King of the North, in the book world, who blended different abilities, perfectly fit the requirements of the ritual? At this thought, Aaron's eyes flickered. He had originally planned to enter the book world tonight, but he immediately changed his mind. Seeing that Aaron had no questions to ask, Astolfo returned to the spirit world. Knowing the special nature of Grozel's travels, to avoid any accidents, Aaron sacrificed it along with the dark iron key to the dark golden mist. February 23, 1347, Southern Continent, East Balam, the coastal city of Glynn in the Loen colonial region. Aaron walked down the gangplank, gazing at the distinct layers of the city built against the mountain, and looking at the streets mixed with Southern Continent and Loen styles, he said to his adjutant beside him. Arrange a carriage as soon as possible. We need to reach Lloyd City in the Pasa River Valley before the end of the month. You can send a telegram to inform Glenville that I am arriving soon. The adjutant left to carry out the order, while Aaron watched the people riding bicycles back and forth with great satisfaction. Most of the houses in Glynn City were built along the winding roads, with occasional flatter, more open areas serving as squares or markets. As a coastal city in the Loen colonial region, it was exceptionally prosperous and also the area where bicycles were most widely used in the southern continent. His personal guard captain, Bayer Barrett, slowly walked over and reminded. Your lordship, you should still be very careful. Although this place belongs to Loen's colonial region, the Church of the Storms, the military, and the Church of Evernight all have influence here. But many local natives still secretly believe in other secretive organizations, such as the Numinous Episcopate and the Rose School of Thought. You just killed the Admiral of Blood last time, so the Rose School of Thought will definitely consider you their primary target. Chapter 171 The New Pirate King. Aaron nodded calmly. Just moments after disembarking from the gangway, the Devil's Button had already transmitted several faint malicious intentions. The malicious intentions originated from within the passing traffic, all from indigenous people of the colonial area. They would often glance in Aaron's direction, seemingly confirming something before quickly departing. Even though he had been at sea recently, without landing for supplies or intelligence, the ship's built-in telegraph room had continuously received intelligence from the northern and southern continents. Among the most sensational news was not the hunting of the Admiral of Blood, but the emergence of a new Sea King. This was a mysterious powerhouse who called himself the King of the Blood Moon, and he, accompanied by a Sequence 5 Wraith, absorbed the fleet that originally belonged to the Admiral of Blood. What was most astonishing was that this newly emerged Sea King actually used some pirates as bait to slaughter the lone Sunia navy, which was besieging the remaining forces of the Rose School of Thought at sea. Had Admiral Emilius not arrived in time, the entire fleet would have been wiped out, and even with the use of a sealed artifact, this Sea King could not be captured. Such a crazy act instantly solidified his identity as a Sea King. The bounty for the King of the Blood Moon in Loan soared to 150,000 pounds, even surpassing the 100,000 pounds for the King of the Undying, Agathos. Unlike external speculation, Aaron had already received accurate intelligence from Admiral Emilius. The so-called King of the Blood Moon was an ancient shaman king of the Rose School of Thought named Tavari, who controlled a ghost ship and additionally possessed a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Even with the aid of the imperative that weakened mystery and strengthened reality, Admiral Emilius could do nothing to him and could only let him leave, unable to wait for the arrival of the Sea King. Although he didn't know what the Rose School of Thought was thinking by sending a Shaman King to replace the Admiral of Blood, combining it with the previous reminder from Orange Light Healerion, Aaron felt it was better to be cautious. Even if he was confident in dealing with a surprise attack from the Rose School of Thought, he would certainly expose more of his trump cards, and without sufficient self-interest, it wasn't worth it. Under Aaron's arrangement, the group slowly drove by carriage towards the Church of Evernight in Gillen City. Under the cover of night, except for Aaron and Boyer Bailey, the others disguised themselves as church followers and left in batches, taking a steam train directly to Lloyd City in the Central Pass River Valley. Faintly illusory colorful blocks emerged, and Aaron, with Evelina perched on his shoulder looking around, and the tall, burly Boyer Bailey following behind him, stepped out of the spirit world. The mysterious ring on his finger flickered faintly, and Aaron felt the speed of his spiritual power consumption, frowning slightly, and asked Boyer Bailey, who was looking around at the environment. "How is it? Do you recognize where this is?" Hearing Aaron's question, Boyer Bailey thought for a moment, then replied with a confident tone. "Your Highness, this should be Tetnik City, southeast of Gillen City, less than 200 kilometers from St. Annis. St. Annis is the capital of the East Tark family's colonial area in the southern continent, named in memory of a demigod who sacrificed himself more than 100 years ago during the East Tark family's struggle for colonies after the opening of new sea routes. The family's colonial territory extends from the easternmost part of the Pass River Valley to the vast ancient forest of East Byron, bordering the Forsac Empire, which occupies the eastern coast of East Byron." After hearing his personal guard captain's words, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't deviated from the route. Because the essence of the Death Mask is a demigod-level undying Beyonder characteristic, and even mixed with some of the Death Consul's power, even if it is sealed, there is still a great risk in using it in the southern continent. This place is not like the northern continent. The Numinous Episcopate's influence is enormous, and Aaron did not want to encounter a Numinous Episcopate saint one day when using the Death Mask to enter the spirit world. The mystical item made from the Traveler Beyonder characteristic had not yet been obtained, so Aaron had to use the spirit world shuttle recorded by the mysterious ring. Although it avoided the potential trouble that the aggregation of Beyonder characteristics might bring, it also caused a lot of inconvenience. For example, the recorded spirit world shuttle was much inferior to the original, not only in teleportation distance but also in teleportation accuracy, forcing Aaron to use it in conjunction with the divination pendant's divination to determine direction when shuttling through the spirit world. At most 2 more shuttles should get us there. After silently calculating the distance and confirming the direction, Aaron, with 1 person and 1 cat, once again activated the spirit world shuttle. Loen, East Chester County, Hall Family Castle. As March approached, the tale of winter had quietly slipped away, and all things were reviving. Audrey led Susie, who already had the physique of an adult hound, strolling in the manor's backyard, humming a tune while taking the People's Daily she had specially ordered from her personal maid, Annie. Suddenly, she exclaimed, and seeing Annie look over nervously, Audrey lightly covered her lips and waved her hand, indicating that she was fine. Susie's spiritual eyes showed confusion and bewilderment as she watched Audrey, who was holding the newspaper and walking quickly towards the castle, barked once, picked up the small ball on the ground, and wagged her tail as she caught up. Audrey quickly arrived at her room, spread the People's Daily on her desk, and read it with sparkling eyes. Unlike previous issues, this issue of the newspaper had a blood-red title on both the front and back pages. Shock. The Admiral of Blood, famous throughout the 5 seas and a headache for navies worldwide, was killed by Aaron Weil. Lone Sunia Navy suffers crushing defeat, 5th Sea King born. Limited by communication methods and costs, the 2 pieces of news, which had already been widely spread at sea, only reached Backlund and East Chester County more than a week later. Audrey carefully read this issue of the newspaper, both shocked that the Lone Sunia Navy would be defeated by a group of pirates and unusually yearning for Aaron's actions. Pirate General, Sea King. Audrey gently folded it, yearning even more for the Beyonder world, took out stationery and ink from the drawer, and pondered writing a letter, inquiring about Aaron's adventures during this period, and expressing her curiosity at the end of the text. Picking up the freshly dried letter, Audrey read it twice from beginning to end to confirm it was correct, then summoned the information according to the ritual Aaron had taught her before. A slightly cold wind blew through the room, and as the candlelight flickered, Astolfo's figure slowly emerged under Audrey's mixed expression of surprise and bewilderment. Watching this strange creature, completely different from the previous messenger's image, take her letter, Audrey somewhat unconfidently suspected that she had made a mistake in the ritual. Just as Audrey was still hesitating, seeing this strange humanoid creature nod slightly to her before disappearing into the candlelight, the question on her lips suddenly stopped. Maybe Aaron's messenger evolved. Don't those folk tales have such plots? Just as Audrey was lost in thought, a woof, woof, woof sound came from outside the laboratory, and Audrey immediately frowned. She quickly extinguished the candle on the table, put it away with various spiritual materials, and then turned around and walked to the door. "Susie, who's here?" Audrey twisted the doorknob, asking the golden retriever sitting at the door. The golden retriever Susie wagged her tail, looking pleased, and following her gaze, Audrey saw her personal maid Annie appear in the nearby corridor. East Byron, St. Annis, a secluded alley unnoticed by anyone, Aaron was the first to step out of the door of the spirit world. Perhaps it was the blessing of Will Onsiton, the subsequent teleports occurred without incident, and the 2 people and 1 cat arrived smoothly at St. Annis. The main purpose of coming here was to retrieve his mystical item made from the Traveler Beyonder characteristic, and to see if there were any auxiliary materials needed by a demon hunter, and incidentally to visit the family's demigod, Joseph Weil, who had been stationed here for a long time and whom he hadn't seen. Thanks to his superb makeup skills, no one recognized him as the famous Lord Aaron this time, but he did attract the attention of the street police. This was unavoidable, as Boyer Bailey's exaggerated physique could not be concealed by makeup. To Aaron's surprise, this officer, who was clearly an indigenous person of the southern continent, spoke fluent Loenese and even had a slight East Dongtak County accent. But unlike other indigenous police officers in the Loen colonial area of the southern continent, even when he saw Aaron's standard Loenese appearance, he showed no flattery, handling matters officially and unceremoniously. After successfully passing the interrogation, Aaron got into a carriage, and the sights he saw along the way surprised him even more. Here, there was no obvious class distinction between indigenous people and Loenese. Noticing Aaron's surprise, Boyer Bailey, who had to curl up to fit in the carriage, explained in a muffled voice. In the 100 years of occupation here, the family has built nearly 100 schools, teaching the local indigenous people Loenese and Loen culture. The family has invested in all industries in St. Annis and even the entire family colonial territory. Furthermore, a committee has been specifically established under the city lord's mansion, inviting local indigenous nobles to serve as members, jointly promoting the prosperity and stability of the entire colonial territory. Cultural colonization. This term instantly popped into Aaron's mind, weakening the indigenous people's awareness of the southern continent, identifying with the culture spread by the East Dongtak family, and reducing the hatred accumulated from violent colonization. The only drawback was the longer time cycle. The effect would only truly manifest after a generation of colonized people passed away, and more than 150 years was enough to accomplish all of this. Aaron's mind quickly recalled what his father had told him when he left Irothil. Establish unique systems or imperatives, truly implement them for a period, leave an imprint in the minds of the populace, and accumulate enough feedback. Then, write the implemented system or imperative that received feedback in spiritually rich blood on paper, and ignite it while consuming the imperative mage potion. This is the auxiliary ritual for advancing to imperative mage. The feedback brought by the established system or imperative could be positive or negative, and these would all affect the advancement. Gusman was not clear about the specific effects, only telling Aaron to ask Joseph when he achieved Sequence 5 and began preparing for the Sequence 4 advancement ritual. Looking at the orderly scene around him, Aaron speculated that this might be a lingering effect brought about by the advancement of one of the family's imperative mages. As Aaron pondered, the carriage stopped at the city lord's mansion, which was ancient in style yet solemn and majestic. After verifying his identity, Aaron was invited to the backyard and saw Harland Rooney, whom he hadn't seen for several months. Seeing his deep dark circles, Aaron cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly. Before he could ask, Harland Rooney proactively took out a total of 5 boxes, 1 large and 4 small, and explained to Aaron, who looked puzzled. Lord Your Highness, the mystical item made by the traveler has been completed according to your requirements, but due to some issues with it, it cannot be transmitted to you by messenger for the time being, so I must trouble you to make a trip. He then pointed to the largest box, which contained a badge inlaid with transparent, almost illusory crystals. I call it the Traveler's Badge, and it has 2 abilities. The first is the Traveler's Door, which allows the user to perform spirit world shuttle that can sense the outside world and self-locate. Beyonders of different sequences, due to the varying strength of their spiritual bodies, can withstand different teleportation times, and the effect and distance of the spirit world shuttle also vary significantly. The specific effects still need Your Highness to try them yourself. The second is Record, but to meet the requirement of minimizing negative effects, it can only record 1 demigod level ability, and the effect is only 70% of the original, allowing only 1 use of demigod level power per day. Aaron nodded with great satisfaction. He was not lacking in offensive means now, and what he needed most was that Traveler's Door. He was not very concerned about the limited ability of the scribe. Then, with interest, he pointed to the other 4 small boxes and asked, "What are its negative effects? And what are in these 4 boxes?" Harland Rooney took out the 4 conical objects emitting strong spiritual fluctuations and explained. Its negative effect is that prolonged use or wearing has a certain probability of uncontrollably starting spirit world wandering, and you might even get lost in the depths of the spirit world. Seeing Aaron's somewhat strange expression, he quickly explained. That's also why I didn't have the messenger deliver it to you through the spirit world. However, I have come up with a solution. You only need to place these 4 items in 4 completely different, widely spaced locations in the depths of the spirit world, using them as special coordinates. When encountering its negative effect, no matter where you wander, you can instantly return to any of those 4 special coordinates. Moreover, this negative effect will appear at most once a month. Aaron pondered, picking up the Traveler's Badge, and secretly thought. This is equivalent to a directional teleportation array. The negative effect isn't unacceptable. At worst, I'll just divine every day. If I encounter danger, it might even have a miraculous effect. I'll have Astolfo place the beacons in safe positions in the depths of the spirit world later. Aaron first put away the items, planning to divine and confirm later to see if there were any other overlooked abilities or negative effects. This was an experience he had gained from the Devil's Button. Chapter 172 Preparation Before Hunting. Aaron patted the shoulder of Harland Rooney, who had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and praised him. Well done. The family sees your contributions. I will help you find the potion formula for Sequence 5 Astronomer. I never treat those who work for me unfairly. Aaron was not the type of boss who drew a big picture for his employees, he only made promises when he was somewhat confident. Before Roselle became the Black Emperor by crossing pathways, he was Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor of the Mystery Prior Pathway. As the son of Steam, he definitely knew a lot about the adjacent pathway of Savant, not to mention that he later created 22 Blasphemy Slate. As Roselle's favorite child, Bernadette, a Sequence 3 of the Mystery Prior Pathway, most likely also possessed some potion formulas for the Savant pathway. Bernadette might also hold clues to several Blasphemy Slate, or even an unknown number of Blasphemy Slate. It is confirmed that she currently holds at least one Wheel of Fortune card. Even if she didn't have any of these, there was still her younger brother, a Sequence 2 Knowledge Magister, and a high-ranking member of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. As long as there were clues, there would always be a way. Harland Rooney nodded excitedly, showing his loyalty. Aaron withdrew his gaze from him with satisfaction. Not feeling any reaction from the token Joseph Wall had given him in Backlund earlier, Aaron looked suspiciously into the depths of the city lord's mansion and casually asked, "Do you know where Joseph Wall is? I'd like to see him." Upon hearing this, Harland Rooney's expression immediately became serious. He raised his hand and pointed to the vast ancient forest east of St. Annis City. "Lord Baron, the city lord is not in St. Annis right now." Meeting Aaron's puzzled gaze, he explained. "You might not know, but the war in West Balam has entered a fierce stage, subtly escalating from localized conflicts. Across East Balam, the colonial areas bordering Loen and the Fasak Empire have almost entered a state of war preparedness. A few days ago, the lone Southern Sonia Navy's disastrous defeat made the Fasak Empire even more rampant. The situation in the area where the family's colonial zone borders the Fasak Empire in the ancient forest is now extremely tense. A high priest of the God of Combat Church even came personally. He is a Sequence 4 demon hunter. To prevent any accidents, the city lord personally went to the front lines and took many beyonder of the city's families and sealed artifact with him." Aaron frowned slightly. He knew the truth behind the war in West Balam and didn't expect Fasak's appetite to be so large, wanting to take the opportunity to swallow all the East Tacker family's colonies at once. "Demon hunter, huh?" Aaron's lips curled into a mocking arc. He glanced at Boyer Bell, who stood beside him with a furious expression, and comforted him leisurely. "Don't worry, maybe you'll even thank him later." Without explaining to the bewildered Boyer Bell, Aaron returned to the bedroom prepared for him, planning to stay in St. Annis for a while. Anyway, with the traveler's badge, he could directly teleport for the rest of his journey without worrying about time, as he had plenty of it. Skillfully dismissing Evelina, Aaron was about to summon a messenger to put the object with the positioning coordinates deep into the spirit world. Before he could even begin the ritual, Aaron's spirituality stirred slightly, and he turned to look to the side. A letter floated down onto the table, and Astolfo, covered in complex patterns, stood quietly in the corner of the room. Aaron glanced at the candle in his hand, silently put it back, picked up the letter on the table, and unfolded it. Familiar handwriting came into view. With a slight curve of his lips, he folded the letter back into his pocket. Aaron took out the 4 conical objects emanating strong spiritual fluctuations and pushed them towards Astolfo. After explaining the purpose of these items, Aaron looked at his influential messenger, pondered for a moment, and carefully began. "My idea is to place them in a relatively safe place deep within the spirit world." A place that is relatively safe for me." Astolfo made no demands, simply nodded, and his figure instantly vanished into the spirit world. The 4 boxes on the table also disappeared instantly. Sitting back at his desk, Aaron unfolded Audrey's letter and read it carefully. Then, he took out a piece of letter paper and began to write. "Dear Audrey, I am very happy to receive your letter. I have already arrived in the southern continent and will reach Lloyd City in Pritz River Valley in a few days. Your second brother, Alfred Hall, should have already arrived there. If you have anything you want to tell him, you can send it in the next letter, and I will forward it to him. As for hunting the Blood Admiral..." Aaron's pen paused as he was writing, hearing layers of illusory pleas. What a strange voice, it should be a male. After making a brief judgment, Aaron frowned. His honorific name had not yet been leaked, and very few people knew it. He tapped his finger on the table, blew the ink dry, carefully put away the unfinished letter, and sank his consciousness above the dark golden mist. Aaron leaned against the throne and looked along the source of the pleas to the palace wall. There was a point of light formed by a shielded prayer, from which spirituality extended, probing into it. Through the hazy mist, Aaron saw an acquaintance, Yuri, the cultist who believed in the god of weather, and had been hypnotized in Bansi Harbor. At this moment, he had stopped praying, completely forgetting what he had just done, and was looking ahead with a fanatical expression. There were protruding stone pillars, on which dozens of people with closed eyes and bruised bodies were tied. Their blood slowly flowed, merging into the thick mist deep in the valley. Aaron felt the sense of repulsion from the depths of the valley against his gaze and secretly guessed that it was the instinctive repulsion between different Sapphira. He did not rashly continue to explore. Based on the connection established by the prayer just now, Aaron already knew that a large-scale ritual would be held at midnight tonight. The people on the stone pillars were all sacrifices, and the god of weather, who received the sacrifices, would bestow power upon his believers. Since the hypnosis had expired and the other party was no longer praying, the scene formed by the prayer light spot could be interrupted at any time. Without any hesitation, Aaron quickly raised his vision. With the true vision provided by the Sapphira, he finally discovered the hidden ritual site concealed within the dense mist. Just as Aaron noted down the specific location of this valley, before he could explore any more information, the prayer light spot was directly interrupted. Recalling the scene he had just seen, Aaron waved his hand, drew in the Black Emperor card, and after accommodating it, unfastened the divination pendant from his wrist and began to divine. A moment later, looking at the randomly spinning divination pendant that offered no revelations, Aaron sighed. Even though he knew that the divination might be interfered with by the influence of high-level existences, making it impossible to obtain effective results, he was still somewhat disappointed. Aaron peeled off the Black Emperor card and put it back into the pile of miscellaneous items. Then, he took out a paper crane that had been rewritten multiple times and was almost crumpled beyond recognition, and returned to the real world. Unfolding the paper crane, Aaron found the thinnest pen and carefully wrote a message in the last intact blank space. "I need help and would like to meet you." After folding it back up and placing it by his pillow, Aaron lay down on the bed. A familiar drowsiness swept over him, and Aaron suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself in a desolate plain. Under his feet were black stones, without even a single blade of grass. In the center of the plain stood a black spire. In front of the black spire, Septon played with the slightly tattered paper crane and mumbled to Aaron. "Didn't I give you several paper cranes? Why do you always use this one? You're too frugal." Looking at Aaron, who was smiling awkwardly, he didn't continue the topic and instead asked, "Tell me, it's so late, what do you need me for?" Aaron coughed lightly and got to the point. "Esteemed Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask you to look at my fortune tonight, well, for the next few days." Septon looked at Aaron strangely for a moment, then seemed to realize something, his face darkened, and he muttered in a low voice. "I knew it. Every time I see you, it's never good news." Feeling a strange fluctuation spread throughout his body, Aaron was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. Did you encounter those old men in the spirit world recently?" Aaron froze for a few seconds before realizing that old men referred to the 7 lights of the spirit world. He then nodded. "Yes, I met the incarnation of Orange Light, Hilarion, and had a conversation with him." "That's right, so it was that fat old man," Septon clicked his tongue and continued. "This old man helped you erase your traces in the spirit world and even gave you some disguise." Aaron was immediately surprised, then frowned and asked, "Will this affect your observation?" Seemingly displeased with the suspicious tone, Septon scoffed. "I am the noble snake of fate, not some strange spirit world creature. That fat old man Hilarion can't affect me. It would be closer if all 7 of them came together. Your recent fortune has been consistently good." As expected of someone favored by me." Ignoring Septon's obviously boastful words, Aaron's face broke into a flattering smile after getting the answer he wanted. "Mr. Speaker, the help I mentioned to you when I was in Byam last time, I want to use it tonight." To hunt an angel. You're so powerful, you definitely won't refuse my request, right?" Septon's previously somewhat smug face instantly stiffened. He stared at Aaron and gritted his teeth, saying, "Hunt. That's an angel, an existence that could be called a demigod in the ancient era. It's not a common cabbage on the roadside. Have you really thought clearly about taking this risk? And you didn't say that last time. Hunting an angel and taking action against an angel are 2 different concepts." Looking at Septon's darkened face, Aaron, who hadn't expected such a strong reaction, hurriedly explained. "Including you, I can invite 3 angels for this operation, plus at least 1 grade 0 sealed artifact. The target is just a heavily injured sequence 2 angel. After the battle, I also have a way to erase the traces of our fight, so your archenemy won't track you down." Hearing Aaron's explanation, Septon's expression improved significantly, and his gaze towards Aaron became very strange. "All right then, working with you really makes me worry myself sick." Saying that, he threw the tattered paper crane in his hand towards Aaron and added, "After you find Rejod, remember to give him this paper crane too. The means I originally left for him won't be enough to complete your mission. Also, if the situation changes in any way, you must first ensure Rejod's safety. Don't even think about him, he has his own mission." "Nonsense, am I that kind of person?" Aaron coughed unnaturally. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. "He will later take an important sealed artifact from our life school of thought and leave traces around the world to attract the attention of another stinky snake. If you don't want to be tracked by a king of angels, then protect Rejod well and don't let anything unexpected happen. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros." The phrase instantly appeared in Aaron's mind, and he immediately felt that Rijad was a hot potato. He had originally wanted to try to win him over, but now he instantly lost the desire to speak. Looking at the disappointed expression on Aaron's face, Will Septon withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and finally said, "Give this paper crane to Rijad. He will know when to make a move. You can leave now." Before Aaron could express his gratitude, the dream shattered with a crash. Aaron, politely dismissed from the dream, picked up the paper crane by his pillow. The traveler's badge in his jacket pocket shimmered, emitting a faint, illusory light blue glow. A portal suddenly materialized, as if reaching out from the void, and Aaron's figure faded with it, disappearing. West Balam, Intis Colony, Caesar Port, separated from St. Annis by the entire Pritz River Valley. A peaceful night enveloped the area. In the spacious and luxurious reception hall of the aristocratic district, far from the civilian area, sat 3 people, but the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Anthony Us, responsible for the Caesar Port diocese of the numinous episcopate slumber faction, had now achieved Sequence 5 gatekeeper. Opposite him sat Shaman King Karaman, and Enzo, also a Sequence 5 winner, was only allowed to stand behind Karaman. But he had no complaints, looking at Anthony Us, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him, with hidden pity in the depths of his eyes. Anthony Us put down the newspaper with a somewhat dazed expression. A blood gash appeared on his right cheek, and the outline of a human face faintly emerged. Though no one spoke, a voice, as if from the underworld, echoed out of thin air. He, this is quite different from the Rose School of Thought I remember. When did they become so unrestrained and flamboyant? But this is also good. But now it seems your little tricks have been noticed by them, otherwise this, King of the Blood Moon, should have been you. Glancing at Anthony Us, Karaman responded with a calm, unreadable expression. Your Highness says Aegis, you perished at the end of the 4th epoch. It was very difficult for me to find a gatekeeper to free you. And many things have happened since the 5th epoch, not just our Rose School of Thought, but also the former Death Church, and now the numinous episcopate. I presume you must have noticed. Chapter 173 Hunting for the Weather God. As for that, King of the Blood Moon, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, Kalaman said, a mocking curve on his lips, his tone full of disdain. That idiot Tawari probably doesn't understand that once he's pushed into a certain position, many things are no longer up to him. Even though Kalaman was not taken seriously within the Rose School of Thought due to his belief in the primordial moon and various other reasons, his demigod level allowed him to learn many inside stories. He knew very well that the Rose School of Thought had lost a puppet in Byam, and even their highly valued Sequence 3, Disciple of Silence, Moms had fallen. Kalaman didn't know, nor did he want to know, what happened then. He joined the Rose School of Thought under the inspiration of the primordial moon, essentially to live longer. Kalaman was utterly disdainful of becoming a so-called pirate king and directly clashing with the lone military or even the Church of Storms. The bloodied mouth on Anthony Us' right cheek squirmed, and SAS Eggs, who was residing in the underworld within this gatekeeper, sneered. Interesting, you do somewhat match the Rose School of Thought in my impression. You certainly know how to restrain your desires. Ignoring this slightly mocking evaluation, Kalaman looked at this death bloodline descendant calmly and asked. You've just been freed. Feel free to mention anything you need help with. I also believe you have the means to pay the reward. Anthony Us leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed posture, and only after a moment did he reply. I'm not interested in this body. Only a body flowing with the noble Eggs family bloodline is worthy of my status. Therefore, I need you to find a classical alchemist to tailor a body for me. I have some of my original flesh and blood preserved here that can be used as raw material. Classical alchemist, also known as human alchemist, is the Sequence 4 name of the plantar pathway. They can achieve ultimate life alchemy with incomplete spirits and various materials. As a demigod of a neighboring pathway, Kalaman naturally knew this very well. His eyes flickered slightly, and he said, the plantar pathway is firmly controlled by the Earth Mother Church. Ordinary people can't find a classical alchemist to help. Then he changed the topic. However, I happen to know a classical alchemist who doesn't belong to the Earth Mother Church. I can personally go and ask her for help, but the reward. As if he had expected this, Anthony Us chuckled lightly. I know of a hidden treasure. I arranged it in advance at the end of the 4th epoch. Inside, there's also a mystical item crafted from an undying beyonder characteristic. With it, even if you no longer believe in the primordial moon, you can obtain a long lifespan, with only a small side effect as the price. To show my sincerity, and to thank you for helping me escape, I can give it to you. Kalaman's eyes lowered slightly, concealing the fleeting greed in his gaze, and he said in a low voice. Good, I will go discuss it with her tomorrow. The reward required for life alchemy can also be paid by me. I hope you don't go back on your word. The bloodied mouth on Anthony Us' right cheek slowly healed, and his lingering voice drifted. This little fellow has just been promoted to gatekeeper, and the underworld within him is not stable enough. Occupying his body for a long time can lead to irreversible damage. Let's stop here for today. Come find me after you confirm the situation. In Generous City, Biome, in the shadows beside the gate of Iris Street number 76, Aaron's figure slowly emerged. The traveler's ability is indeed very convenient. I can sense the outside world and self-locate, saving even the need for divination. Aaron, who had just traveled from St. Annis in the South Continent, felt quite emotional. To give the Earl time to prepare and prevent any accidents, Aaron did not directly teleport into his room but politely prepared to knock on the door. As soon as his hand was raised, the door opened, and Earl Richard, already blindfolded with a black cloth and fully dressed, stood behind the door, catching the paper crane that automatically flew out of Aaron's pocket with his right hand. Respected Lord Aaron, I already know your purpose. We can depart now. Since it saved the process of explaining, Aaron was happy to go along. He grabbed his shoulder, and their figures slowly blurred. In Bansi Port, thick fog enveloped everything, and strong winds rose. In an unoccupied room in the port area, Aaron brought Earl Richard here. Aaron turned to look at Richard, who was blindfolded with a black cloth. The target is on the coastal mountain outside the port, not far from here. I need to make some arrangements here, and you can also use this time to prepare. After speaking, Aaron walked into the cubicle, closed the door, and took down the temporarily quiet, sun-chasing scepter and Lord of Mysteries from above the dark golden mist, putting the crimson eye, which enhanced spirituality, into his pocket. Aaron placed the token Varna had given him into the center of the simply constructed altar and chanted in low ancient Hermes. Controller of the misty battlefield. Master of weather changes. Totem of flames and lightning. Great Varna will. In Backlund, East Turok County, Iruziel, in an underground palace, the armored figure sitting on a high-backed chair suddenly raised his head to look southeast, lightning and flames flickering in his brown eyes. Within the wall of spirituality, a whirlwind suddenly swept up, lifting the token. Feeling a gaze fall upon him, Aaron immediately handed over the sun-chasing scepter, which was sensing a high-level aura and was eager to move. The swirling whirlwind seemed to pause for a second, then a scorching white light surged from the token, temporarily suppressing and shielding the aura of the sun-chasing scepter. A phantom armored figure appeared, grabbed the token and the sun-chasing scepter, and then vanished. Aaron, without true vision, could only feel that the gaze still existed. After clearing all traces in the cubicle to avoid investigation by the Church of Storms afterward, Aaron opened the door and saw Earl Richard, who had already stood up, his face solemn. Even with the barrier of the wall of spirituality, at such close proximity, Richard, as a misfortune mage, still sensed the descent of some power. But seeing that Aaron had no intention of explaining, he also found it difficult to inquire. Aaron led him to teleport again to the nearby coastal mountain. Putting down the Earl, Aaron exhaled, looking at the mountain enveloped in thick fog. He took out the token Ms. Ariana had given him and at the same time prayed softly to the Evernight goddess. Having done this, he immediately stretched out his right hand and reached into the air. The Lord of Mysteries on his finger glowed, and spirituality surged in. As he pulled his arm back, a figure appeared before him. It was a lady with ordinary features, dark eyes, wearing a simple long robe, a bark belt, with long black hair hanging down, and bare feet without shoes or socks. The abbess of Black Knight Monastery, leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, angel on earth, Ariana. It succeeded on the first try. Aaron was startled. He had even planned to pray to Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting for enough luck to try again if it failed too many times. Feeling the frantic consumption of spirituality, Aaron directly used the Crimson Eye to replenish the consumed spirituality. He didn't care to think further and quickly said, "Conceal this valley and cast misfortune upon the one within it." Bansi Port is not far from Biome. Ein Koetman, who had been tricked once by the Rose school of thought, would certainly intensify his surveillance of the nearby sea area far beyond before. Having Ms. Ariana provide concealment assistance could both buy time and greatly reduce the burden on Aaron's spirituality. Okay, but battles between angels will greatly increase the consumption of concealment, and you won't last long, Ariana replied calmly, not stiff or rigid at all. It can't be her real body, can it? Aaron's expression stiffened, then he immediately denied the thought. The most logical explanation was that the abbess of Black Knight Monastery, upon sensing her past image being summoned in the Ammon Mountains, deliberately entered a state of concealment, disappearing from the real world, allowing the projection to gain consciousness. This was a completely feasible operation, especially since the authority in the concealment domain likely gave her some control over her image in the crevices of history. Inside the coastal mountain outside Bansi Port, towering rock walls formed a natural hidden altar, and dense mist surged from within the valley. Outside the valley, streams of blood converged onto the altar, which was inscribed with bizarre patterns, designs, and symbols. The chosen sacrifices were brought one by one into the valley, and the bloody cannibalistic ritual had begun. Headless, withered figures appeared in the increasingly dense mist, all cloaked in black, their necks still gushing blood, with only swirling breezes holding up their hoods. Heads with dangling esophagi, sporting grotesque smiles, were piled in the center of the entire altar. Great God of Weather, your humble servants offer sacrifices to you, praying for your revival. Accompanied by hoarse, frenzied prayers, the dense mist, like a vortex, lifted the pyramid of skulls and surged towards the deepest part of the megalith. An ordinary-looking wooden door was embedded in a megalith, with a brass-colored keyhole and handle. The entire altar glowed faintly, and the sound of wind and thunder could be vaguely heard, accompanied by the clatter of metal, as the wooden door strangely opened on its own. Behind the door was a world enveloped in gray-white mist. The outermost and closest to the wooden door was a flattened mountaintop, with silver-white and crimson patterns intertwined on it, forming a complex altar. In the very center of the altar, a rust-covered sarcophagus seemed to be stimulated, its lid was directly blown open, and a rotten, bone-revealing arm, dripping with pale yellow pus, reached out. Along with this arm, bright light suddenly burst forth in the mist, as if countless lightning bolts were intertwined and striking down. The megalith suddenly shattered, and lightning tainted with a strange aura surged from within that wooden door, colliding with a light arrow that seemed to be composed of pure light. A figure also clad in armor appeared, holding a scepter emitting dazzling light, while a spear entwined with lightning and flames had already condensed in his other hand. Easily breaking through the lightning storm, the light arrow instantly entered the sarcophagus. A miniature sun rose, and the bronze sarcophagus melted, revealing a rotten skeleton wearing broken armor. A tyrannical, undisguised aura of madness then swept out. The bewildered believers and remaining sacrifices, who didn't know what was happening, gradually rotted away amidst painful wails, their heads, dragging bloody spines, floating out. The entire valley seemed to be covered in a layer of dark mist. The aftermath of the battle swept over and was silently smoothed away. Aaron, with the crimson eye hovering above his head, suddenly turned pale, feeling as if most of his spirituality had been drained. In the valley, with the massive deaths of believers and the sudden attack, a large number of anchors disappeared simultaneously. The originally fragile balance directly collapsed, and the rationality of this corrupted, weather warlock seemed to completely vanish. He no longer retaliated, seemingly drawn by some force, and flew directly towards the city enveloped in gray-white mist. In that city, on the faintly visible streets within the pale mist, one by one, rotten bodies with heads dragging their spines looked up at Varna. Even through the power projection, Varna felt as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. The movements in his hand paused, and he failed to stop him from approaching that city. Just then, a paper crane completely soaked in silver blood slowly drifted down in the dim firelight, and starlight merged into Richard's body. He now, tore off the black cloth covering his eyes. A scaleless silver-white giant snake filled his eyes. Its surface was composed of dense patterns and symbols forming one mysterious wheel after another. It connected head to tail, as if converging with countless illusory rivers, evolving into a blurred, somewhat unreal, slowly rotating giant wheel. And around the wheel, there were various symbolic representations of different futures. Suddenly, the weather warlock, who had been very close to that strange city, rapidly retreated until he returned to the position near the wooden door. However, the raised heads in the city seemed unaffected. Doomsday Restart returned everything except that strange city to the moment that weather warlock had just suffered heavy damage. Varna had adapted to that gaze and eliminated the interference. The sun-chasing scepter emitted terrifying fluctuations, and the spear condensed in his right hand was fiercely thrown, piercing through the weather warlock near the wooden door under the blessing of a sealed artifact. Just as Varna was about to drag him out, the originally ancient-looking wooden door seemed to sense something and rapidly disintegrated. Ariana's historical projection appeared beside the wooden door, turning into pure darkness to envelop it, delaying its dissipation. Varna, surrounded by lightning and flames, had already used all his strength and finally, at the last moment, dragged out that weather warlock, who had begun to completely lose control and mutate. Just as Ariana's historical projection turned into pure darkness and joined the battle, Aaron only lasted less than a minute before his spirituality completely dried up. With the collapse of the historical projection, the dark mist covering the valley also disappeared directly. Accompanied by the terrifying aura overflowing, storms and lightning intertwined, as if doomsday had arrived. In Byam, at the Wave Cathedral, Einkoetman suddenly looked northwest, lightning and fury flickering in his eyes. Chapter 174, Angel of Destiny, Ouroboros. A deep blue, almost black, bolt of lightning shot out from the grand and spacious church, accompanied by an explosive roar. That was a terrifying sonic boom. And unlike a normal sonic boom, it seemed to be mixed with the wailing of the wind domain. This was from King Jan Kortman. Aaron, under the illumination of the crimson eye, barely escaped the state of spiritual exhaustion. He supported his sore and swollen head, observing his surroundings, feeling a sense of urgency. Ariana's historical projection had already dissipated. Without its hidden concealment, the commotion here could no longer be kept secret. Not far away, at the very center of the battlefield, the the severely wounded weather warlock, now completely mad, roared, gathering the surrounding mist, as if about to transform into some unspeakable monster. The sun-chasing scepter in Varna's hand surged with endless light, seemingly transforming into a sun that had descended upon reality. The domain of chasing light enveloped the transforming weather warlock. Pure, scorching light, like that of a blazing sun, dispersed the mist and forcefully interrupted the transformation. Richard had already closed his eyes at this moment. Drops of silver blood emerged from his body, and one mercury-colored complex symbol after another converged, instantly forming a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed interconnected wheels, with different markers around each wheel. With a cold, crimson gaze, the giant snake soared into the air, above the weather warlock, curled its body, and bit its own tail. Its shadow enveloped him, like a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. An illusory river flashed past, and that small area of space seemed to be isolated from the outside world. Fate cycle caused the weather warlock, who had lost the ability to resist, to fall into a peculiar state. Time maintained a certain degree of flow, but was fixed within a certain range, cycling back and forth, maintaining balance and continuity. Having realized that certain uncontrollable factors might emerge, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting decisively sealed him first and handed him over to Varna. Using his last bit of strength to disrupt the fate current of this space, he sent Richard, whose eyes were bleeding, to Aaron's side, and said with a somewhat anxious tone, "Hurry and leave. I can already feel it, that guy is coming soon." Watching the giant snake's illusion completely dissipate into the air, and Varna disappear with the sun-chasing scepter and the weather warlock, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed Richard, whose condition was unknown, with his left hand, and crushed a dark gold rune with his right. This was an interference rune Aaron had created himself above the dark gold mist, using the power of the Sapphira to respond to himself, which could disrupt any potential pursuit and investigation later on. After doing all this, he looked at Astolfo, whose figure had emerged from the spirit world, nodded, and then began his journey. Feeling Aaron's aura rapidly disappearing in the spirit world, Astolfo stood in the center of the half-collapsed valley. The complex patterns on his body gradually became illusory, as if some kind of shielding had been lifted, and an invisible fluctuation spread into the spirit world. Spiderweb-like cracks covered the void. A blood-yellow arm, wrapped in rags and filled with wriggling rotten flesh in its crevices, pierced through the spirit world and violently grabbed at Astolfo. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt, illuminating the surrounding sea, struck down. Electric snakes began to dart around, followed by dense, silver-white lightning bolts, each with bared claws. The lightning storm successfully blocked the huge arm reaching out of the spirit world. Amidst a roar that made all living beings and spirits tremble, Astolfo's figure quietly disappeared. As if pulled by some force, the deep black waves surged up, nearly 10 meters high. These waves were like a wall created by a god, pushed by an invisible hand, surging towards the offshore mountains of Bansi Port. This was the tsunami created by Sea King Jan Kortman. This could already be called a calamity. Although he was still some distance away from here, he, who could already control the sea area, could exert influence from afar while en route. This was a Sequence 3, a saint close to the angel rank. Upon sensing the aura highly similar to that of the Rose School of Thought, he did not hesitate and immediately attacked with full force. The sound of crashing waves, like an explosion, woke all the travelers and residents in Bansi Port from their sleep. Looking at the sky covered by silver-white lightning, the swirling dark clouds, and the giant waves outside, they felt as if doomsday from mythical legends had arrived, and all fell into a state of panic. Inside the giant waves created by the tsunami, a fundamental illogical and unscientific chaos appeared. An indescribable vortex rapidly formed, tearing at the whole, causing the terrifying waves to collapse with astonishing speed. A giant sword, seemingly condensed from the light of dusk, emerged from the vortex. Accompanied by chaotic and violent aura, silver armor with mottled bloodstains appeared on the arm holding the giant sword. The terrifying lightning storm struck the armor without causing a ripple. As the giant sword slashed out, an orange-yellow and brown mixed sword light cut through layers of tsunami and sped towards the distance. Perhaps the object that attracted him disappeared, or perhaps it was due to the limitations of the spirit world itself. After delivering this strike, the terrifying arm retracted back into the spirit world. A few minutes later, Jan Kortman, enveloped in lightning and holding the sealed artifact with code name 0-23, the Staff of Divine Punishment, appeared on the seaside mountain that had been completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. There was a bone-deep wound on his left arm. The orange-yellow power mixed with black light clung to the wound like a maggot, eroding against the flickering silver-white electric arcs. Jan Kortman closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, discovering that not only was the spirit world of this area completely chaotic, but even the aura that might have remained was completely covered by the aura of that terrifying creature just now. Besides the surging anger, there was also an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, his spiritual perception stirred, and he instinctively turned his gaze to his side and back. There, a flash of light and shadow, and an illusory door emerged, from which a figure stepped out. The figure wore a simple and plain linen robe and had long silver hair. He was a male, with gentle features, a beautiful face, and eyes that held a hint of indifference within their tenderness, as if observing fate and every person in the world from a bystander's perspective. Behind him, layers of pure, illusory wings formed by light spread outwards, obscuring the red moon. A hint of surprise flashed across Jan Kortmann's still angry face, his pupils constricted, and his mind quickly recalled the texts recorded within the Church of Storms, accessible only to archbishops and other members of the Sacred Synod. Fate Angel. The Tail Swallower, Ouroboros. The King of Angels who believes in the true Creator. Jan Kortmann, already injured, did not bother to consider why this terrifying existence had appeared here. He raised the Staff of Divine Punishment, and simultaneously chanted the honored name of Pope Gad II of the Church of Storms in his mind. Even if he, holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact, could contend with ordinary angels, this clearly did not include the one standing opposite him, and only an angel could truly unleash the full power of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Ouroboros did not care what the Archbishop of the Church of Storms did. For him, who had accommodated 2 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, and with the gods of the 5th epoch having retreated to the astral world, the Church of Storms would not actively provoke him. Looking down at the shattered valley, a shimmering river appeared simultaneously in both his eyes, encircling the entire area. Silently, the valley that had been destroyed in the lightning storm reappeared. Suddenly, the illusory river was violently disturbed. The auras of several angels mixed together, and the recently reset scene shattered, returning to its ravaged state after the great battle. The tail swallower Ouroboros watched quietly, motionless for a long time, a slight curve on his lips, as if he had discovered something interesting. Bansi. Medici. Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting. A beam of light composed entirely of lightning broke through the swirling dark clouds, accompanied by a fear-inducing thunder, and landed beside Jan Kortmann, transforming into a human figure. He wore a triple crown inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and other gemstones, and a deep blue, almost black, robe. Embroidered on it with gold and silver threads were symbols of lightning, storms, and the ocean, exuding a profound and majestic aura, giving the feeling of an impending great storm. It was indeed an Earth Angel, the spokesperson of the Storm Lord, Pope Gad II, who had governed the Privy Council for nearly a century. The Staff of Divine Punishment actively delivered itself into his hand, behaving completely unlike a Grade 0 sealed artifact. At the same time, Ouroboros also slightly turned his head to look at His Holiness the Pope, his indifferent pupils no longer showing any outward emotion. East Turok County, Loen, Iruziel, East Taker Manor. Aaron returned here, holding Richard, whose eyes were bleeding, completing the final disruption through Astolfo's connection with the terrifying existence in the spirit world. As long as they didn't actively expose it, no one would know that the East Taker family had obtained a Sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic. Thinking this, Aaron looked at Richard, who had regained consciousness, and his hand, which had grown some silver-white scales, with some concern, and couldn't help but ask. "Counselor, your eyes." Richard's eyes were tightly closed, blood flowing down his cheeks. He skillfully took out a black cloth, recovering his eyes, and said in a relaxed, even matter-of-fact tone. "This is a necessary backlash. All gifts of fate require a price. I am already a demigod, and the speaker bore part of the backlash for me, so this injury is only temporary. I will recover in at most a month." Richard coughed twice, and said in a hoarse voice. "I'll have to trouble Your Highness during this time. My power is a bit out of control, anyone who enters a certain range of me will be afflicted with bad luck." Aaron was stunned for a moment and did not feel any so-called bad luck. He then nodded. The reason he returned to East Turok County was because he considered Richard's condition unsuitable for the perilous South Continent. After settling the counselor and explaining the precautions, Aaron went directly to the underground hall of the Ancestral Tower. As soon as he entered the hall, covered in red copper rust, a strong aura of iron and blood, accompanied by a terrifying, almost tangible pressure, assailed him. Aaron's steps paused slightly. He saw Varna, dressed in classical full armor, with red hair and brown eyes, standing in the center of the hall. The entire hall was enveloped by an ancient array pattern. The sun-chasing scepter, entirely crimson gold, like the sun, was plunged into a silver-white and blood-red intertwined ball of light, which was also the center of the entire array. The decree array patterns left by my imperial father are buried here, which can help me suppress and wear down that weather warlock. With your Grade 0 sealed artifact, even if the contamination he suffered is of a high rank, we can obtain his Beyonder characteristic in at most a week. Emphasizing the words, Grade 0 sealed artifact, Varna said with a half-smile. Not only that Grade 0 sealed artifact can also extract additional Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 3 and below. No wonder the demigod Beyonder characteristics you gave the family before were so pure. Aaron coughed dryly. Still unsure how to explain, he simply feigned ignorance. Without pressing for details, Varna pointed to the sun-chasing scepter. "I will keep this sealed artifact for now. You can come back and retrieve it in a week. Aaron nodded. After leaving the underground hall, he began his journey, teleporting several times before finally returning to St. Annis in the South Continent. The intersecting sea area of the Violent Sea and the Mist Sea, Syros Island, port area. Anderson covered his face with his hat, propped his legs on a chair, and listened to William Blake's shouting nearby. He clicked his tongue and said, "I didn't expect that after all this, it's still you accompanying me. I didn't realize our friendship was so deep." William Blake, his face full of black lines, stopped shouting. "I'm a Sequence 6 notary, not some nobody. Anyone you ask in the Olak Islands would know I've been hanging out with you lately. I've boarded your pirate ship, and I can't escape now. If I couldn't beat you, I'd want to tie you up and send you to those lunatics from the Iron and Blood Cross Order." Anderson shrugged carelessly. "I've said it before, their brains seem to have been eaten by zombies. Even demigods, aren't they still easily played around by me? I shook them off quite easily. Don't worry, I'm the strongest hunter in the Mist Sea. I can definitely lead you to the treasure in the Divine Battle Ruins." Hee, by then. Just as he was about to instill some more of his toxic wisdom into this wavering crew member, Anderson seemed to sense something. He flipped his hat onto his head and sat up. A beautiful lady, wearing a white linen shirt and a dark red coat, appeared at the dock. Her dark, charming curly hair was tied up high, wrapped in a white headscarf. She wore well-fitting beige trousers, and her figure was tall and slender, yet graceful. As she looked around, her eyes occasionally lost focus, appearing hazy and particularly alluring. "Is this a demoness?" Anderson, curiously observing the lady and sensing the strong sense of temptation, curved his lips into a sunny smile and walked towards her. Tracy, who had recently advanced to Sequence 5 Demoness of Afflictions with the help of her mother, Katerina Pell, felt a surge of murderous intent within her as she sensed the man walking towards her, his gaze blatant, as if he were observing a rare animal. Then, remembering her mission and sensing that the other party's sequence might not be lower than her own, she forcefully suppressed her distorted desire for slaughter and decided to enter the island as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Anderson and Tracy turned almost simultaneously, looking towards the northern sea area of Syros Island. A huge naval fleet appeared on the horizon, slowly approaching, with the East Taker family crest hanging from the flagship. Chapter 175 Hunting in the Southern Continent. Watching the massive fleet enlarge in his pupils, and feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the leading flagship, Anderson reined in his smile, his brow furrowing slightly. Not far away, Tracy was even more decisive. No longer caring if she would be noticed, a phantom black flame flickered, and her body vanished quickly from her original spot. Amidst the sudden exclamations, Anderson withdrew his gaze from the sea, glanced to the side with a slight curl of his lips, as if disdainful, then returned to his stall. He saw William Blake hastily packing his luggage, looking as if he was rushing to escape, his expression quite similar to some of the pirates around him. Anderson stood with his arms crossed, a smug expression on his face, watching him pack. Only when all the luggage was packed did he let out a sneer. "What are you preparing to do? Are you so eager to go on an adventure with me?" Already accustomed to this guy's foul mouth, William Blake glanced around and said in a low voice, "I just found out that this fleet was dispatched by Loen to the South Continent, preparing to participate in the war in West Bayern. They should be here for supplies, and there must be a demigod among them. We're already being hunted by the Iron and Blood Cross Order, so it's best to lie low for now and avoid any unnecessary trouble." Anderson looked him up and down with an idiotic gaze and retorted, "Are you a pirate?" William Blake paused for a second, then shook his head. "Then are you on the Loen Navy's wanted list?" Looking at his teammate who was still shaking his head, Anderson naturally retorted, "Then why are you running? With this lone demigod here, even if that not-so-smart demigod from the Iron and Blood Cross Order knows we're here, he won't come." Recalling the demoness who had given him a sense of danger just now, Anderson looked back towards the interior of the island and muttered, "But we do need to be more low-key. It's not just the Navy that's dangerous here." In the waters near Bansi Port, a cluster of sparkling, crystal-clear bubbles appeared out of thin air, converging to form a human figure. Bernadette, dressed in a white Inta-style shirt and a dark black jacket, stopped her forward movement because she sensed danger. As a Sequence 3, Master of Prophecy, she could peer into the secrets of fate, gain revelations, and make prophecies. It was for this reason that she could, to some extent, also sense the fluctuations of fate, which brought her here. Looking at the vaguely visible Bansi Port in the mist, she pondered for a moment, her spirituality stirring. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes, almost transparent and without eyelashes, emerged, then attached themselves to the invisible servant Bernadette had summoned. Manipulating the invisible servant to move slowly, as if breaking through some boundary, Bernadette, through the Eye of Secrets, seemed to see a lightning storm encircled by a phantom long river. As soon as she stepped onto Bansi Port, before she could manipulate the invisible servant to make any other reactions, a silver-white electric snake directly shattered it. With the blessing of Clairvoyant, the Eye of Secrets did not immediately disappear. As if momentarily disoriented, the vision transmitted by the invisible servant recovered, and the invisible servant returned to its original place, the injuries it had just sustained seemingly an illusion. Bernadette's eyes darkened. As someone who also controlled a portion of the authority of fate, she was not greatly affected and voluntarily dispersed the invisible servant and the Eye of Secrets. Looking at the phantom river that subtly enveloped the entire area around Bansi Port, Bernadette muttered to herself with some confusion. Cycle of fate. Which one could it be? South Continent, Pass River Valley, Lloyd City. This ancient and magnificent city was situated on the vast plains of the Pass River Valley. Unlike other cities, it was divided into an inner city and an outer city, with clear stylistic differences between the two. The inner city was smaller, with distinct ancient Bairam Empire and Highland Kingdom characteristics, while the outer city was much larger, its style leaning entirely towards Loen, with a strong northern continent city-state flavor. As the largest city in the northern part of the Loen Kingdom's East Bayern colonial area, the reason for such disparate styles was primarily because Lloyd City itself was built on Hamon City, which was under the rule of the Highland Kingdom. The original city-state became the inner city, and the newly added outer city was both to strengthen governance and to cope with the covetous Intis colony to the west. Aaron sat on the steam special train, looking at the magnificent city outside the window while listening to the introduction of the city. Ever since the battle at Bansi Port ended, Aaron returned to St. Annis, brought Bayer Barrett, Harland Rooney, and Evelyn with him, found the main force they had separated from earlier, and together they took the steam special train to Lloyd City. Accompanied by the hum of the train, Aaron was the first to step off and saw the crowd who had already received the news and were waiting there. Leading them were two men in lone lieutenant colonel military uniforms. One was Glenwill, who had arrived earlier, and the other was a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, clearly of Loen descent. Feeling the unique law fluctuations of a judge emanating from the other party, Aaron raised an eyebrow, already guessing his identity, Audrey's second brother, Alfred Hall. Aaron smiled and nodded, handing Alfred the letter Audrey had sent with him last time. "This is what Audrey asked me to give to you." Alfred calmly took the letter. He didn't think much of it, assuming it was a letter his sister had given him when they were in Backlund. He clearly knew that the two had a good private relationship. After exchanging pleasantries with the welcoming guests, Glenwill led Aaron to a carriage, where a stranger was already seated inside. Upon Aaron's arrival, the man stood up to bow, and his face underwent a series of changes. Then a familiar face emerged. It was Darren Shiroto, the faceless who had arrived in the South Continent long ago to handle intelligence work. As the carriage moved, Darren cautiously inserted a charm into a hidden slot within the carriage compartment. With a burst of spiritual fluctuation, the compartment was isolated from the outside world. He then lowered his voice and said, "Earl, my informant in Byam received a message. It seems something big happened in Bansi Port." Unconsciously recalling the battle in Bansi Port and somewhat curious about how it ended, Aaron clenched his fist to his mouth, coughed twice, and asked very frankly, without any guilt, "What happened?" Darren thought for a moment and said cautiously, "I'm not sure exactly what happened, only that it might involve high-level power from the Church of Storms. It's said that Sea King Jan Kotman was even injured. As a result, the encirclement originally targeting the King of the Blood Moon had to be temporarily suspended. And a few days ago, all shipping routes to Bansi Port were cancelled, and all ships entering the waters near Bansi Port disappeared." Aaron frowned slightly. He indeed didn't know what happened in the end, only that Astolfo, who had acted as bait, had not encountered any problems. Did some unexpected change happen that I don't know about? Recalling Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's last words, Aaron's expression shifted slightly, and he silently prayed for Jan Kotman in his heart. Then, suppressing the emotions in his heart, he calmly said, "What was the outcome? What is the Church of Storm's attitude? Even if the Punishers are known for being irritable and reckless, in matters of such importance, the necessary procedures will still be followed, such as making preliminary confirmations, and sealing off the surrounding sea area. Of course, all of this takes time." Fei Luan recalled the information from the intelligence report and sighed with a smile. "There won't be a Bansi Port for a long time. The Church of Storms has officially sealed off that sea area, and the public announcement states that it's due to an ancient evil spirit worshipped in Bansi Port." Aaron hummed in agreement, not offering his own opinion. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject and asked, "How is the task I assigned you earlier coming along? Have you investigated it thoroughly?" This concerned the ritual for advancing to Sequence 5, Disciplinary Night, and Aaron, whose judge potion was almost fully digested, was very serious about it. Fei Luan nodded gravely, took out a small booklet from his and handed it to Aaron, explaining at the same time. "These are the Intis and Fozak Beyonders who have been confirmed to be lurking in Lloyd City during this period. The Intis Intelligence Department in the South Continent is controlled by a marionettist. This individual also possesses the Faceless ability and has evaded many searches. During this time, even with the help of Military Intelligence Department 9 and the Church, and the use of a certain sealed artifact, we haven't been able to pinpoint their location." Aaron flipped through the roster in his hand and said indifferently. The situation is not clear now. Even if Intis is stirring, they haven't entered the war. There's no need for us to provoke them at this point. Fei Luan nodded in agreement and said with a smile. I think the same as you, Earl, so our main investigative direction is the hidden personnel from Fozak. When Fozak suddenly started the war in West Bayern, they left many traces in Lloyd City. After such a long time and various methods, we finally determined her identity and address. She is now going by the name Valerie Susan and is the owner of a Red Theater in the Outer City, and also a Sequence 5 Reaper. Aaron's expression was a bit strange. He had never heard of a female Reaper before. He wondered what it would be like to become a male. Quickly stopping his stray thoughts, he glanced at the sunset outside the carriage window and said to Glenwill and Darren Shiroto. No time to lose, let's act tonight. Lloyd Outer City, East Borough. The Red Rose Theater was still noisy and lively deep into the night. In the reception room in the backyard, Valerie Susan, with her sturdy build and distinct Northern Continent features, sat sprawled on the sofa. She used dried, yellowish tobacco leaves to wrap nearly 10 kinds of South Continent herbs and spices layer by layer, cutting them into long strips. Then, lighting it and biting the end, Valerie Susan took a deep puff and slowly exhaled white smoke tinged with light blue, contentedly saying to the guest on the single sofa beside her. Now this is a cigarette, a real cigarette. Enzo, sitting on the opposite sofa, expressionlessly looked at the somewhat wild lady and went straight to the point. Shaman King Kalaman is currently occupied and has left Pass River Valley, so he arranged for me to meet with you. I can relay anything you need. Nodding and taking another deep drag from her cigarette, Valerie finally smiled and said. No need to be so nervous. Haven't our collaborations with your Rose School of Thought in West Bayern been very successful? If all goes well, the war in West Bayern might end soon. That demigod from the East Taker family in East Bayern is currently confronting the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church. Earl Aaron arrived in Lloyd City today. The Archbishop's intention is to invite His Excellency the Shaman King to find an opportunity to ambush and kill him, making the situation even more chaotic. As soon as Valerie finished speaking, she saw Enzo's face on the opposite side change drastically. The hunter's instinct gave her a slight premonition of danger. It came so suddenly, so urgently, that Valerie immediately judged the problem to be significant. But before she could even lunge from her original position, her vision went dark, as if she had directly seen the deep night outside, and a strong urge to sleep came over her. Enzo, on the other hand, suddenly had an indescribable, unnameable, strange premonition. He immediately closed his eyes, shutting them tightly. He didn't know why he was doing this, but as a mid-sequence beyonder of the fate pathway, trusting his intuition was an instinctive reaction. Immediately after, Enzo frantically turned, trying to rely on his spiritual intuition to rush out of the room, but suddenly his body stiffened, and he stood rooted to the spot, completely sluggish. Imprisonment, death. As the law was cast, invisible ripples spread, and Aaron's figure suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, the sword of judgment, in his hand, imbued with the death law, directly slashed towards Enzo. Enzo, still with his eyes closed, felt a sudden surge of alarm in his heart. His foot suddenly stepped on a pebble, and his body immediately lost balance, falling heavily to the ground. Thump. The pain and shock made Enzo instantly break free from that sluggish state, regaining a smooth feeling. Enzo was no stranger to such accidents. As a winner, he always managed to gain an advantage and seize victory through various low-probability events. Without any hesitation, having regained his mobility, he instantly directed all the bad luck he had accumulated towards the direction from which the sense of crisis originated. Enzo, who was still contemplating which direction to escape after the opponent's attack missed, had not even managed to curl his lips when a sharp pain struck, and his consciousness rapidly slipped into a bottomless abyss. Looking at the horror and confusion remaining on the tightly shut head, and feeling the red moon mark on his wrist, Aaron moved his arm slightly, shaking off the blood from the sword blade. As a favored one of the night, blessed by the authority of misfortune, even the misfortune of Richard, who was already a demigod, could not affect me, let alone someone who wasn't even a demigod. He withdrew his gaze from the careless unlucky fellow and looked at Valerie, who had already broken free from the nightmare's influence. Even under the effect of imprisonment, she had still reached Aaron's vicinity due to her powerful physical constitution. Witnessing Enzo's tragic death, and realizing she had fallen into an ambush, she had given up hope of escape and intended to fight with all her might. The silver ring on her index finger disintegrated, condensing into a terrifying sword of dawn. Bloody light surged, and the great sword swung out, accompanied by the Reaper's weak-point attack. He looked at the suddenly appearing sword of dawn with some surprise. Feeling the violent aura, Aaron's expression became a few shades more serious. His figure continuously vanished and reappeared, as if he was running at high speed around Valerie. Relying on the short-distance teleportation provided by the Traveler's Badge and the danger premonition of the Devil's Button, Aaron could always dodge the opponent's attacks in advance. For a moment, Valerie, who was driven mad by using the sealed artifact, even thought her enemy was not one, but a group. The traveler can always create the effect of an encirclement by himself. Chapter 176 Sequence 5, Punishment Night. After about 5 minutes, Valerie, who hadn't hit her target yet, her eyes gradually turned gray, her movements suddenly became sluggish, and she became slow, as if glue had been poured into her mind and joints. Good opportunity. Aaron, who had been dodging by short-distance travel, his eyes instantly sharpened, and he once again used the laws of imprisonment and whipping to forcibly control Valerie, who was in an abnormal state, raised the judgment sword in his hand, and calmly chanted. Death. Feeling the threat of death, Valerie, who was driven mad by the side effects of the sealed artifact, finally sobered for a moment in her mind, and just as she was about to manipulate the flames, she merged herself with the flames for short-distance teleportation to avoid danger. As if expected, the low, ancient Hermes word sounded, accompanied by an invisible wave reverberating within the area isolated by the law of confinement. Teleportation is forbidden here. The crimson flames surrounding Valerie flickered for a while, but failed to move her from her spot. Correspondingly, Aaron's short-distance travel was also forbidden, and his figure appeared directly in front of her, which was also the reason why Aaron had not used prohibition before. Having missed her last chance to counterattack by using a flame flash, Valerie looked at the long sword emanating a deathly aura, knelt on one knee, and plunged the sword of dawn in front of her. A dawn-like light emerged, erecting an unbreakable invisible wall on both sides, and a slightly illusory silver-white armor covered her body, which was surrounded by crimson flames. The sword light, a mixture of crimson and gold, struck the invisible wall, accompanied by a sharp, piercing roar. Aaron grunted, and rapidly retreated. Valerie, who was also sent flying, slammed hard into the barrier formed by the law of confinement, her silver-white armor shattered with a crash, and the sword of dawn in her hand was knocked away, falling into the distance and transforming into an ancient silver ring. Having lifted the law of prohibition, Aaron shook his slightly numb arm. The high-frequency use of laws and the judgment sword made his head feel a bit swollen. Looking at Valerie, who seemed to have fainted not far away, Aaron was about to go up and capture her alive to interrogate her for information, but before he took a few steps, the devil button in his pocket emitted a chilling sensation. A scene instantly appeared in his mind. Valerie, with blood flowing from her eyes and a miserable appearance, grinned and took out a crimson talisman from her in arms, throwing it at himself who was slowly approaching. Even though his spirituality had not yet given a dangerous feedback, he decisively activated short-distance teleportation, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The next second, a blood-colored talisman emanating a suppressive aura appeared, enveloping the entire space isolated by the law of confinement, naturally including Valerie herself. As the barrier shattered, crimson flames rose from the backyard of the Red Rose Theater, and a charred deep pit with a radius of several tens of meters appeared. 2 beyonder characteristics covered by ash lay quietly at the bottom of the pit, while the dim silver ring suddenly flew out of the pit. A silver door appeared at the edge of the giant pit. Aaron slowly walked out, waved his sleeve to disperse the scorched smell lingering near the deep pit, and at the same time caught the ring. After personally physically judgmenting 2 sequence 5s, the last bit of the judge was completely digested. Feeling the comfort from his body, Aaron couldn't help but smile. Taking off his divination pendant and suspending it over the ring, Aaron was very interested in this sealed artifact that could switch between ring and greatsword forms. However, the divination results disappointed him somewhat. Although its abilities were good, besides its strongest attack method, Sword of Dawn, it also possessed Guardian's armor, derived from the Guardian. But the negative effects are significant and difficult to effectively avoid. As long as it is used, one will inevitably enter a frenzied state, with greatly reduced rationality, and after continuous use for more than 5 minutes, desperate, inhuman roars will cause thought and action blockage, and normal combat rarely ends within 5 minutes. Recalling Valerie's performance in the previous battle, and her final insane act of choosing to perish together without even begging for mercy, Aaron was also slightly enlightened. To turn a sequence 5 beyonder characteristic into a sealed artifact with such ridiculously large negative effects, these Fozak people are truly wasting good things. He put it away, planning to extract the beyonder characteristic from it when he had time, and have Harland Rooney reforge a mystical item. At Aaron's request, Darren Shiroto and Glenn Will, who were only controlling the surrounding scene and not directly participating in the battle, quickly approached the deep pit and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Aaron unharmed. "Earl, we have completely controlled the entire Red Theater, and we have also caught several beyonders mixed in, that Valerie." He withdrew his gaze from the bottom of the pit and was not in a hurry to put away the 2 beyonder characteristics. They would be useful later. Aaron smiled, looked towards the inner city, and said with a laugh. There was a slight change in the situation. Besides her, there was also a sequence 5 winner, but they have both been dealt with by me. Notify them to line up and prepare to welcome that Mr. Judge. Somewhat surprised by the Earl's strength, being able to kill 2 sequence 5s at the same time, but hearing the latter sentence, the two exchanged glances, and a cold smile appeared on their lips. The person Aaron referred to was named Tawari Mock, the judge of the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal of Military Intelligence Department 9 in Lloyd City, belonging to the number 2 figure here. After the original demigod-level deputy director was transferred due to a secret mission, Tawari had been acting as the interim deputy director. Before Aaron received the enfeoffment from George III, almost everyone believed that he would advance further, take charge of a level 1 sealed artifact, and become the true deputy director. And all of this was ruthlessly shattered after Aaron's arrival. Already discontent, he became increasingly arrogant and rampant after gaining the tacit approval of certain important figures. Even though he was removed from the position of interim deputy director, he still retained the title of judge of the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal and the rank of colonel, and he constantly tripped up Glenwill, only slightly restraining himself after the arrival of Alfred Hall, whose status was equally noble. A few minutes later, 2 rows of personal guards wearing the East Taker family's standard black armor stood on either side of the deep pit, and many scantily clad men and women squatted in terror, looking at this group of people. Aaron quietly looked at the red moon in the sky, his brows slightly furrowed, and looked towards the inner city. The beyonder vision provided by the sheriff and his perception on the extraordinary level allowed him to see a black dot slowly enlarging from far to near. Accompanied by an indescribable sense of distortion and chaos, in just a few breaths, Tawari arrived nearby, the distant distance seemingly shortened to a few steps. Looking at this expressionless Sequence 5, mentor of disorder, Aaron enthusiastically stepped forward. "I've long heard of your name, Mr. Former Interim Deputy Director. I apologize for disturbing you so late." Listening to the emphasized, former interim, Tawari's gaze darkened, and he glanced at the 2 rows of murderous beyonder guards, and the burly man who was staring intently at him. Recalling the rumors of Aaron killing the Blood Admiral, he still suppressed his anger and said stiffly, "It's all right, Earl Aaron, I had something to do this afternoon, so I couldn't attend your welcome. I hope you don't mind." Then he looked at Glenwill behind Aaron and reprimanded him sternly. "Glenn, as the deputy judge, don't you know the rules of our Abnormal Affairs Tribunal? You didn't report such a big operation, do you even have me, the judge, in your eyes?" With someone backing him, Glenwill was not afraid at all, no longer enduring silently as before, and responded sarcastically. "I was just afraid that reporting it to Lord Judge would give those people a chance to escape." Before Tawari could respond, Aaron raised his hand, and 2 skeletons emanating spiritual fluctuations floated out of the pit, landing in his palm. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations from the 2 skeletons, comparable to Sequence 5, Tawari, who had been surging with anger and was about to scold, was like being doused with a basin of ice water. "Both Sequence 5s are dead." Feeling the unfriendly gazes around him, his Adam's apple moved, somewhat regretting why he had come alone, and he forced a stiff smile. As expected of the deputy director who successfully hunted the Blood Admiral, such strength truly impresses this humble subordinate. "Since the operation is over, I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, I will personally host a welcoming banquet for you." He nonchalantly resealed the 2 beyonder characteristics in his hand with a wall of spirituality, looked at Tawari, who was turning to leave, and said with a meaningful smile, "The public order in Lloyd City indeed needs strengthening. I plan to establish a new enforcement team directly under me, outside of the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal, with Glenwill as its captain, and Alfred Hall taking over the position of deputy judge. I once heard an old saying, a new emperor, a new court. What do you think?" Feeling the piercing gaze on his back, Tawari, with his back to Aaron, his face flashed with anger and unwillingness, and he said in a low voice, "All decisions are up to Deputy Director Aaron, but I will report this to Military Intelligence Department 9 headquarters." After speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot, not caring about this harmless complaint. The chaos of the mutual confrontation between the colonies of various South Continent nations and their distance from the Northern Continent gave the local Military Intelligence Department 9 a great deal of autonomy. Although Aaron was nominally only a deputy director, neither of the 2 important Military Intelligence Department 9 strongholds in the lone colonial zone of the entire South Continent had a director position, so the deputy director could manage all affairs of Military Intelligence Department 9 within his jurisdiction. The entire Military Intelligence Department 9 in the lone colonial territory of the South Continent only had one director, who was Prince Grove, the Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter, but this ancient prince had not appeared for decades. After lecturing his somewhat disloyal subordinate and instructing an excited Glenwill to handle the follow-up work, Aaron no longer lingered and teleported back to his mansion in the inner city. Skillfully setting up the wall of spirituality, Aaron began to prepare his auxiliary ritual, taking out the 3 altars he had prepared earlier, and using spirit-rich blood to engrave complex symbols and patterns, connecting the altars together. The auxiliary ritual for advancing to Sequence 5, Disciplinary Night, is not complicated, it only requires the advancer to consume the potion within the array. The array is divided into 3 fulcrums, each requiring a separate altar. Inside each altar is a beyonder characteristic obtained by the advancing judge through solo hunting, at least at Sequence 6 level, and the higher the level, the better the ritual's effect. It should be noted that the beyonder characteristics participating in the ritual should retain as much residual spiritual imprint as possible. If they are made into beyonder weapons before participating in the ritual, they will lose their effectiveness. In addition to assisting in advancement, the 3 altars can also directly strengthen any 3 laws of the judge level into rules designated by the disciplinary knight, without requiring long-term application and further digestion of the potion. He exhaled gently, placing the 2 Beyonder characteristics in his hand on 2 of the altars. Aaron's consciousness sank, arriving at the magnificent temple above the dark gold mist. He took out the sequence 5, disciplinary knight, Beyonder characteristic and auxiliary materials that he had exchanged for an Iruziel from the clutter, and then beckoned to retrieve the wraith Beyonder characteristic he had obtained from hunting the Blood Admiral earlier. He responded to his own prayer, bestowing these materials, and then somewhat impatiently returned to the real world. He placed Senior's Beyonder characteristic on the last empty altar, and as the array patterns lit up, 3 distinct voices of painful wailing immediately echoed within the room isolated by the wall of spirituality. Aaron watched this scene with satisfaction. It completely matched the description of the disciplinary knight in Iruziel. At least it meant his array drawing was correct. Looking at the bottle of freshly prepared, golden yellow viscous liquid in his hand, faintly shimmering with a dawn-like glow, Aaron exhaled, adjusted himself to the best state, and then directly drank the potion from the bottle. A cold, viscous sensation slid down his throat, and a moment later, a warm current surged from his abdomen, flowing throughout his body, as if he was being struck by an invisible soft whip, and his body felt a tearing pain. Under this sensation, Aaron found his spirituality spreading outwards, and once again saw the surrounding void, ethereal, empty, filled with boundless dark gold mist. Before Aaron could observe carefully, this scene flashed by, and his spiritual vision, which could originally only see dense spiritual light points and aura colors, seemed to break through some kind of restriction. He saw his own body, or more accurately, the different colored fine lines from the potion he had just swallowed spreading out and intertwining around the 3 altars along the array, and a strange sense of control emerged in his mind. After an unknown period of time, the previously noisy wailing gradually subsided. Aaron trembled and suddenly opened his eyes, stretching his body with the sound of cracking bones. Disciplinary Knight greatly strengthened the physical body, and the abilities already possessed at low and mid sequences were strengthened to varying degrees, mastering the core ability Punishment. When attacking a target of punishment, a dawn-like glow will appear on the body surface, enhancing the power of attacks against the target of punishment, including but not limited to Beyonder abilities, mystical items, etc. Attacks against enemies who violate the rules set by the disciplinary knight will be strengthened by an unknown force and possess the property of guaranteed hit, somewhat similar to a further sublimation of the death law. Chapter 177 Code and Meeting. The prohibition, imprisonment, and flogging laws at the judge level were directly strengthened into rules formulated for the disciplinary knight, with their casting range and intensity continuously increasing as the potion was further digested. The 3 altars around him seemed to have been destroyed by an invisible force, becoming dilapidated, and the 3 Beyonder characteristics of different sequences on the altars also became dim. Even without using the divination pendulum, Aaron could tell that the residual spiritual imprints on these 3 Beyonder characteristics had been significantly consumed, as if they had borne the punishment Aaron suffered after taking the potion. After destroying the engraved array and altars, and collecting the Beyonder characteristics, since the ritual was over, Aaron planned to return to Iruziel to gift the winner Beyonder characteristic to Richard. When they were in Bansi Harbor, Richard and Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting contributed a lot. This could be considered a thank you for Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's help, and coincidentally, he could learn from the Snake of Fate what exactly happened in Bansi Harbor after they left. As for the Wraith Beyonder characteristic, Aaron planned to sell it to Miss Sharon. Of course, if she was willing to increase the price, the extracted low to mid sequence zombie, werewolf, and other Beyonder characteristics could also be sold as a package. Aaron intended to reward the Reaper and the previously acquired marionettist Beyonder characteristic to Glenn Will and Darren Sherlock as a reward for their work during this period. As his true core subordinates, they and the personal guard they brought were the focus of Aaron's cultivation. The deputy director who was previously transferred from Lloyd City was a demigod from the royal family. As for why he was transferred, Aaron guessed it might be to return to Backlund to guard the Blood Emperor's secret mausoleum. Although he had been transferred, there were still many royal family supporters within the Abnormal Affairs Tribunal. To prevent some of his orders or plans from being outwardly obeyed but inwardly defied, Aaron immediately reprimanded the chief judge. He also reorganized the personal guard, specially brought from Iruziel, into an enforcement team directly under his command. After dealing with the traces, Aaron opened the door. The sky outside the window had already begun to lighten. Southwest of the raging sea, in the waters west of the southern continent, the East Tak fleet, which had completed its resupply at Syros Island a few days ago, had passed through the safe channel and left the raging sea. Standing on the flagship deck, which was covered in mysterious symbols, Gusman Will, clad in pure black armor, quietly looked at the distant sea. A moment later, he asked, "When will the fleet reach Nicephorus in West Bayron?" Solo Bint, the deputy captain of the Duke's personal guard, respectfully replied, "Today is March 5th. After leaving the raging sea, our speed can continue to increase. If nothing unexpected happens in between, we can arrive in 10 days at the earliest." "Nothing unexpected?" A strange expression flashed across Gusman Will's stern face, and then he asked. How is the continent doing recently? Have there been any new intelligence reports? Solo Bint pondered for a moment and answered in detail. Although the situation in Nicephorus, West Bayern, is currently tense, there are only small-scale conflicts, and no demigod battles have occurred. Intis currently shows no signs of intervening. However, incidents are constantly occurring in the ancient forest bordering the East Bayern family's colony in Fasak. Lord Joseph has intervened multiple times to block the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church, and the situation is not optimistic. He glanced at the Duke's expressionless face and then said. However, his lordship arrived in Lloyd City a few days ago and eliminated a Sequence 5 of the Fasak Empire on the very first day. Looking at the Duke, whose expression had softened, Solo Bint's face showed admiration. He took out a thick telegram from his pregnant and handed it to Gusman Will. His lordship also implemented the laws he promulgated there. I have already read them, although they are a bit nascent, they are indeed very practical. Your lordship's wisdom fills this humble servant with admiration. Gusman Will raised his eyebrows, took it with great interest, looked at the prominent title on the first page, General Law Code, and began to read it carefully. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. He had originally thought that the laws Aaron proposed and implemented in Lloyd City were merely borrowing from or modifying the laws of the East Tak colony or the northern continent, but as he read, he discovered this was not the case. Currently, the most influential law in the northern continent is the Civil Code, which was proposed, formulated, and promulgated by Roselle more than 100 years ago. Even today, the laws of various countries and even colonial legal systems bear the shadow of the Civil Code. This general law code includes, but is not limited to, land law, criminal law, civil law, commercial law, etc. Although some parts are slightly nascent, it is undeniable that this is the prototype of a mature legal code. The core idea of the general law code is that past precedents have a decisive influence on future judgments. Judges will make decisions on new cases based on precedents or examples of similar past cases. This greatly enhances the authority of the judge and also perfectly aligns with the acting requirements of the arbiter pathway. With the blessing of Beyonder powers, the speed of re-establishing order will be faster. Its precedents can provide widely applicable guidance, and its conservatism also ensures that laws will not be changed arbitrarily. It is quite suitable for the current turbulent colonial areas of the southern continent and also suitable for eliminating the impact of external colonial expansion. Although there may be issues with the timeliness of precedents in the future, this is not a problem in the short term, and the current scope of application is only Lloyd City. As for Roselle's Civil Code, it focuses more on the systematicness and completeness of legal texts. The two have fundamental differences at their roots. Gusman Will, who was still a Sequence 4, had a somewhat complex expression. Being very familiar with the arbiter pathway, he instantly understood the significance of this general law code. It was the cornerstone for Aaron's advancement to a demigod. On one hand, he was proud that his child could formulate such a legal code, and on the other hand, he felt a bit melancholic, thinking that Aaron, who was still an ordinary person a year ago, was now preparing for the demigod ritual, while he, the father, was still a Sequence 4. However, recalling the ancestor's message a few days ago, a trace of fervor flashed in Gusman Will's eyes. Whether I can seize the opportunity to become a Sequence 3 war bishop depends on this trip to the southern continent. Lloyd City, Duke's Mansion. Aaron stood by the window, gazing eastward, in the direction of the East Tak colony. Behind him was Darren Shirlett, dressed in casual clothes. How effective is the promulgation and implementation of the general law code in Lloyd City? I want to hear the most truthful situation. Darren nodded and respectfully began. Thanks to the deterrence of his lordship killing those two Sequence 5s, although some of them still listen to orders but not commands, they no longer dare to obstruct us. But Lloyd City itself has a mixed bag of forces. The south is often harassed by Highland rebels, and the west borders the Intis colony. Therefore, although the code you promulgated is currently effective in the inner city, in the outer city, especially in the areas near the west and south, gangs are mixed, and their backers are not small, only following their own rules. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the east, exuded an aura of authority, and snorted coldly. Aren't they just a few big nobles and the royal family's black gloves? If they block my path and don't repent, there's no need to be polite with them, understand? Looking at Darren, who lowered his head and dared not speak, Aaron softened his tone and said faintly. Glenn should be able to complete his advancement ritual tomorrow and become a Sequence 5. I have already bestowed the marionettist Beyonder characteristic upon you. How is your faceless potion digestion now? How much longer will it take? Darren breathed a sigh of relief, but still dared not look up, responding in a low voice. Thanks to the acting method bestowed by his lordship, I can complete the digestion and attempt advancement in at most 1 month. It's just the mermaid mentioned in the advancement ritual. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, looking at his loyal personal guard and smiling. Mermaids are indeed very rare now. There might still be some in the ruins of the God of Combat east of the Sonia Sea. However, as far as I know, the Church of the Evernight also keeps some mermaids. I can talk to the Archbishop. I hope you don't disappoint my trust and expectations. Continue to promote the general law code here in Lloyd City. This is very important to me. The situation in East and West Bayern is unstable now. For a long time in the future, I may often not be in Lloyd City. If there are important matters, contact my messenger. Looking at his lordship, whose figure suddenly disappeared, Darren's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he was excited by Aaron's promise just now. Russell, East Tack Manor. Aaron first came to the underground hall to retrieve his Scepter of Daybreak. Looking around the underground hall, which had returned to normal, Aaron looked at Valna Will on the bronze throne, and finally couldn't help but ask curiously. How many Beyonder characteristics were extracted from that weather warlock? Valna glanced at Aaron, whose face was full of anticipation, and feeling the unique aura of a disciplinary knight, he nodded with satisfaction and threw over a crystal enveloped in flames. 1 sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic, 2 sequence 3 Beyonder characteristics, and 2 sequence 4 Beyonder characteristics. I didn't continue below the demigod level. They are all in that crystal, you can deal with them as you see fit. I hit the jackpot, truly worthy of an angel, it's a huge windfall, this thought flashed through Aaron's mind instantly. He skillfully took the crystal of mixed Beyonder characteristics and put it away. Seeming to guess what he would ask, Valna continued without waiting for Aaron to speak. One of the sequence 3 War Bishop Beyonder characteristics will be bestowed upon your father. The response to the war in West Bayern will proceed according to our original plan. I have also informed Gusman Will of the details. As for whether he can seize the opportunity to successfully advance, that depends on him. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Aaron's face also broke into a smile. Then, as if he thought of something, he coughed lightly. That, when you make a move in West Bayern, could you please let me know? I want to do something at that time. Valna looked at Aaron and the Scepter of Daybreak, beside him with a slight headache, but finally nodded. Without delay, Aaron directly teleported away and arrived outside the room he had previously arranged for Richard. The door was already open. Richard, blindfolded, seemed to have anticipated Aaron's arrival. After making a gesture to invite him in, he sat on the sofa. Looking at the black cloth, Aaron clicked his tongue. After sitting on the sofa, he took out Enzo's winner Beyonder characteristic and said with a smile. In the southern continent, he unluckily ran into me, so I conveniently dealt with him. It can be considered revenge for your fate, Council. This Beyonder characteristic will be extra compensation for your help in Bansi Harbor last time. Coincidentally, I have something to consult with your speaker. I contacted him but received no response. Not refusing Aaron's good intentions, Richard, with a complex mood, accepted the Beyonder characteristic on the table and took out a silver disc, placing it on the table. A few days after the last battle ended, I received a dream revelation from the speaker, learning that he is currently being pursued by a powerful enemy. To conceal his whereabouts, he is no longer responding. However, there is another way to contact him, but this is a capability possessed only by high-sequence powerhouses of the Fate pathway, so I need to assist. After getting Aaron's consent, Richard used his own blood to engrave complex symbols on the silver disc. With the influx of spirituality, the silver disc transformed into an illusory, scaleless long snake and drilled into Richard's body. Aaron, sitting opposite, instantly felt a second of trance until he heard a familiar voice and reacted. You've really caused me a lot of trouble. You need to pay more, understand? Aaron was silent for a moment, then asked with some uncertainty. Are you the speaker now? Richard snorted, saying very unhappily. Nonsense. If it weren't to help you, would I be in such trouble? I had hidden well enough, but that hateful smelly snake Ouroboros still discovered my tracks. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. Before he could ask, he heard the subsequent explanation. However, that guy can only confirm that I am in Backlund. The specific information has not been leaked, and he dares not make a big fuss in Backlund. But I still need to be cautious. At least, after that guy leaves Backlund, our contact won't be so troublesome. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, then asked. Mr. Speaker, I want to know what exactly happened in Bansi Harbor after we left. I heard that it has been listed as a forbidden zone by the Church of the Storms. Upon hearing this question, Richard made a strange clicking sound with his tongue, and with a mischievous smile, he began. That smelly snake Ouroboros fought with the Pope of the Church of the Storms. You don't need to know the specific process. You just need to know that the sea area near Bansi Harbor is now completely enveloped by Fate Cycle. Ouroboros seems to have discovered something and deliberately isolated that area from the outside world. In short, stay away from Bansi Harbor, and you should also behave yourself recently. If anything happens, I won't have time to help you. Richard will also leave here soon. If there are other matters during this period, I will have him contact your messenger. Aaron coughed lightly, feeling a bit awkward. Knowing that the Snake of Fate was currently in a difficult situation, he gave up the idea of asking for help. Anyway, with his current sequence, above the dark golden mist, and with the Scepter of Daybreak, he was enough to complete his plan. Chapter 178 The Sudden War. Immediately after, he recalled the conversation he overheard when hunting the Sequence 5 Reaper, and realized that if the God of Combat Church's Archbishop had further cooperation with Witch King Kalaman, the situation could become very complicated. Kalaman himself possessed a Grade 1 sealed artifact, the Eyeless General, and that Archbishop must have also hidden a Grade 1 sealed artifact or had the attention of the God of Combat Church's higher-ups to be so reckless. Aaron's thoughts stirred, and he asked, "Chairman, if I want to create a charm of the Destiny domain, what are the corresponding symbolic patterns?" Richard was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. "The specific patterns to engrave are those you just saw. Just pick a part of them and combine them as you wish. What effect comes out depends entirely on your luck. Also, I won't be able to respond to such high-level rituals recently, and don't be lucky enough to pray to Ouroboros, that will only let him discover the anomaly in your destiny." Aaron recalled the mysterious symbolic patterns that appeared when Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting descended, and explained with a smile. "Thank you for your clarification. Don't worry, I plan to pray to the goddess." The Evernight goddess's honored name includes Queen of Misfortune and Fear. Misfortune includes bad luck and is part of destiny. The goddess has corresponding authority and can naturally respond. Richard dragged out an "oh" sound. If you are praying to that one, no matter how you choose the symbolic patterns, the final product's effect should lean towards the domain of misfortune. Also, if this charm is to have an effect on an angel, in addition to the object of prayer, the material carrying the power is best chosen from the drop of blood I gave you back then. Of course, if it's not for dealing with angels, ordinary spiritual materials of the Destiny domain are enough. Then, without waiting for Aaron's reply, as if afraid he would ask other questions, Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting directly ended the descent ritual. Looking at Richard, who was covered in black cloth and calmly put away the silver disc, Aaron awkwardly said, "After you leave this time, can I still find you at the 2 addresses you mentioned before?" Richard chuckled, handed Aaron an antique-style gold coin and a small bottle of light silver blood from his embrace, then walked towards the door, saying, "I shouldn't be returning there for a while. Your messenger can sense my location through this gold coin. Thank you for your help, Earl. My blood has been tainted with divinity and is a very good spiritual material, which should be helpful to you." Aaron watched the chairman leave, examined the Solomon Empire-era gold coin and the small bottle of blood in his hand, then put them away. Without the trouble of finding another room, Aaron directly set up a spiritual wall and ritual in the living room, placing Richard's blood and the precious metals symbolizing the secret domain, which he had prepared earlier, on the altar, and engraved the symbolic patterns that Aaron recalled from this. Skillfully chanting the goddess's honored name, as the candlelight flickered, deep darkness enveloped the altar, and as the peaceful and serene aura dissipated, a silver-gray charm appeared on the altar. Aaron picked up the charm, drew a scarlet moon on his chest, and devoutly chanted, "Praise the goddess." Then he removed the spiritual wall and put away the ritual candles and other materials. Looking at the charm in his hand, Aaron decisively hung the divination pendant over it and closed his eyes. God's Curse, a charm of the misfortune domain, activation incantation, misfortune, can bestow a misfortune curse with a divine aura on the target, with different effects produced at different sequences. Very satisfied with this charm, Aaron was about to take this opportunity to see his sister and mother when Varnawill's solemn and dignified voice instantly echoed in his mind. "They have already started. It's in the waters of West Bayron, and fighting has also begun in East Bayron's colonies. You must immediately go to East Bayron to help Joseph." Aaron's pupils suddenly contracted, the traveler's badge flickered, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Off the coast of the Fasak Empire's colonial area in West Bayron, the East Turok fleet, deliberately sailing away from the coastline, gradually slowed its speed. Gusmanwil stood on the flagship, looking at the small storm ahead that coincidentally blocked the fleet's progress. Dense dark clouds and mist obscured his vision. The hunter pathway is not known for its spiritual perception, but the hunter's intuition from the demigod level and the information Varna had previously sent still made him abandon the idea of directly passing through the storm. Gusmanwil, using the hidden connection between the iron-blooded knight and his soldiers, notified Solobinter to turn the fleet around and bypass the storm ahead. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Gusmanwil, realizing something was wrong, threw out his golden-laid staff, leaving an afterimage in its path, like a launched cannonball. For an iron-blooded knight, even the most ordinary object could be transformed into a terrifying weapon of murder with the enhancement of his unique qualities. The staff, like a cannonball, did not hit anything but stiffened in midair, and along with other surrounding objects, simultaneously shot towards Gusmanwil. Gusman instantly burst into flames, transforming into countless sparks of fire shooting in all directions. After these reddish-yellow flames dispersed, they then converged ahead with a whoosh. The staff had already exploded, and tiny fragments, like a storm of machine gun fire, were engulfed by the flames. Gusman frowned, looking ahead. The space there twisted, and a life-sized puppet appeared. This puppet was identical to Gusman, enveloped in crimson flames, and clad in black armor. Rose School of Thought Saint, Sequence 4, Puppet, Zatwin. His heart sinking slightly, this information surfaced in Gusman's mind, and the crimson long spear he had condensed in his hand was already thrown. Looking at the attack coming straight for him, the Gusman puppet that Zatwin had transformed into did not dodge or evade. He even actively presented his vital areas, a mocking smile on his face. As the puppet's right chest was pierced, Gusman on the deck groaned, his face suddenly turning several shades paler. This was one of the beyonder abilities of the Abomination Pathways Sequence 4 puppet, called Source of Curse. Puppets, in addition to affecting inanimate objects, can also transform into mystical puppets, magical paper figures, and other items, cursing targets through established connections using various methods. This beyonder ability undergoes a qualitative change at Sequence 3. At the current stage, it belongs to the type where harming the enemy also harms oneself. Under normal circumstances, puppet demigods rarely use it. In other words, the puppet harms the enemy by harming himself. The reason Zatwin dared to do this was because he was confident that since they were both Sequence 4, for non-divine purification damage, a puppet could definitely withstand more damage than an iron-blooded knight. His initial, wraith possession, was never intended to truly succeed. Its main purpose was to establish a connection with Gusman through this method, preparing for subsequent curses. His pulling out that strand of hair was a sign of the official start of the curse. Of course, as a demigod, Gusman would not be easily cursed to death, but he was not the only demigod here. The small storm not far away shattered with a roar, and a burly man over 2 meters tall with a thick mustache emerged. Gusman, his face somewhat pale, narrowed his eyes, having already recognized the newcomer. It was Admiral Jaeger Einhorn, the commander of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet, a demigod from the royal family, and currently also a Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight of the Red Priest pathway. The Sonia Sea and East Bayern were separated by the entire South Continent, and the movement of the entire fleet was too large a target, so he came alone. But even without the blessing of the entire fleet, a demigod was still a demigod. Without any hesitation, Gusman's figure flickered and he rushed towards the cabin, simultaneously reaching into his pocket with his right hand. There was a Grade 1 sealed artifact of an imperative mage at the bottom of the cabin, and he needed the assistance of this sealed artifact. The thought had just flashed through his mind when, affected by a source of curse, his actions were interrupted, and his figure stiffened in place, forcibly enduring an attack from Jaeger Einhorn. Relying on the connections established with every sailor and every soldier on the fleet, Gusman distributed the damage, making every member of the fleet tremble. Just then, a powerful voice came from the bottom of the cabin, accompanied by invisible fluctuations, spreading in all directions. Mystery weakened, reality strengthened. It was Solobinter. As a Sequence 5 mentor of disorder, he had the qualification and ability to temporarily activate this Grade 1 sealed artifact. Relying on the imperative of mystery weakened, Gusman broke free from Zatwin's source of curse and concentrated the power of the entire fleet on himself. Feeling the terrifying aura that had condensed, the puppet that Zatwin had transformed into instantly disappeared from its original spot and appeared beside Jaeger Einhorn, dodging the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Jaeger quickly chanted the honored name of the Sonia Sea's Supreme Commander, an angel from the royal family who was a weather warlock. Master of battlefield mists, symbol of weather changes, totem of storms and lightning, great Ahamatova Einhorn. The sky suddenly darkened, the mystery weakened imperative instantly collapsed, and the raging winds mixed with lightning swallowed Gusman's subsequent attack, which had condensed the entire fleet's power, sweeping towards the entire fleet with an undiminished tsunami. A portal composed entirely of brilliant starlight appeared, and from it emerged a creature whose face and figure were somewhat illusory, covered in mysterious symbols, barely discernible as human. All creatures felt the madness and tyranny emanating from that figure, and the rolling dark clouds in the sky grew even larger as a result. Is this Varna Will? It seems that the war back then caused him immense damage, to the point of losing control. Behind Jaeger, the illusory figure of Ahamatova Einhorn, the angel, also appeared. Having been somewhat uncertain, she finally confirmed the identity when she saw the brilliant crown on the head of the suspected Varna Will, the weather warlock. That brilliant crown, seemingly carved entirely from gemstones, was precisely the Grade 0 sealed artifact that Varna Will had seized from the heavily damaged Demoness sect during the Pale Calamity back then. Although Ahamatova did not participate in the War of the Pale Calamity for various reasons, she later learned that this Grade 0 sealed artifact was formed from a Sequence 2 Planeswalker Beyonder characteristic. It was said that its initial origin came from the Tamara family in the 4th epoch, and it was later held by the Demoness sect, containing various strange and peculiar powers. However, because it was not controlled by the 7 Orthodox churches, there was no corresponding number for it, and angels who knew about this Grade 0 sealed artifact preferred to call it Crown of Stars. Ancient Forest, East Bayern, South Continent, at the border between the East Turok colony and the Fasak Empire. East Turok soldiers in black armor and Fasak Empire troops were fighting at the edge of the forest. With the aid of the mystery weakened imperative, even though the East Turok soldiers were not superior in numbers, the battle was not at a disadvantage. Aaron, who had traveled from the northern continent, appeared not far from the battlefield and looked into the depths of the forest with his spiritual intuition. Joseph Will, looking somewhat disheveled and barely maintaining the mystery weakened imperative, was being besieged by two figures also exuding demigod aura. The burly god of combat church archbishop, Anderkorvet, had a complex dark green symbol in each of his left and right eyes, which was precisely the demon hunting eye. A dark green light flashed, seemingly discovering a flaw, and the sword of dawn, completely condensed from light in his hand, was swung fiercely, accompanied by a storm of light that seemed capable of destroying everything. Joseph Will, entangled by which King Kalaman, felt the danger approaching. The pure black ring on his right hand flashed, and his figure suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of mirror. Although he dodged the fatal blow, Joseph Will's face gradually became covered with black patterns, and the trees within a few meters radius centered on him gradually withered. Although this Grade 1 sealed artifact from the Demoness of Despair on his hand could help him hold back the two demigods in front of him, the corresponding negative effects were also extremely severe. Looking at the perilous battlefield, Aaron restrained the urge to immediately help. This was an excellent opportunity to hunt that archbishop. To prevent any potential unforeseen circumstances, he had to eliminate him as quickly as possible. The best and most realistic method was to use the sun-chasing scepter. And this had to be done above the dark gold mist, where various blessings could extend the use time of this sealed artifact to the maximum extent. In reality, he could not bear the negative effects of this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Passing through layers of dark gold mist, Aaron sat on the throne, beckoning to retrieve the Black Emperor card and the sun-chasing scepter. At the same time, he also felt that after achieving Sequence 5, the Sapphira power he could mobilize had further increased. Through the light spots formed by praying to himself, Aaron looked at the fiercely fighting demigod battlefield, staring at the burly figure completely covered in silver-white armor. Since there was no subsequent prayer, this prayer light spot would not last long. Although Aaron did not have time to wait for a good opportunity, he could create the opportunity himself. He decisively took out God's curse, and then in ancient Hermes, he spoke in a low voice. Misfortune. In his right palm, the silver-gray charm suddenly ignited with a dark glow. Without any hesitation, Aaron blended the dark glow with the stirred dark gold mist and threw it into the expanded scene of the prayer image, throwing it towards the god of combat church archbishop, Anderkorvet. Chapter 179 Killing an Accident. With a flicker of complex dark green symbols in his pupils, as if sensing something, the god of combat church's archbishop Anderkorvet abruptly raised his head. It was as if a deep black light appeared from nowhere, covering the entire sky and making his surroundings extremely dim. This change was fleeting, and everything around him instantly returned to normal, appearing as if nothing had happened. However, relying on his demon-hunting eye for its strong sensitivity to negative states like evil, degradation, and curses, Anderkorvet acutely smelled the scent of danger. The reinforcements from East Tak have arrived. This thought flashed through his mind. He had already anticipated this situation when he and Shaman King Karaman failed to kill Joseph Will immediately after joining forces. But he wasn't too worried. The only angel of the East Tak family would be tied up along the West Byron coast. As long as it wasn't an angel, even if a Sequence 3 saint arrived, the two of them could retreat calmly by joining forces. His eyes, filled with complex dark green symbols, scanned his surroundings, but he found no further abnormalities. He frowned slightly, thinking of the strange influence he had just experienced, and after a moment of hesitation, he extended his left palm and crushed a ball of golden light. Golden fragments drifted down, revealing the object wrapped within, an eyeball that seemed to contain a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Without the isolation of the golden shell, dark red, almost black, threads spread outwards from the eyeball. This was a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the god of combat church, numbered 1-05, and also known as the Demon's Eye. Anderkorvet obtained it by hunting a Sequence 4 demon in the northernmost part of the Mist Sea in the northern continent before he took office in the southern continent. A Sequence 4 demon is both a physical demon and a mental demon. Although manifesting an incomplete mythical creature form can easily lead to loss of control, demons can make a part of their body exhibit mythical creature characteristics and maintain them long-term, thereby gaining unique and strange effects. This eyeball was the body part of the slain demon that manifested its mythical creature form. It not only retained numerous abilities related to filth and evil spells but also possessed enhanced malice perception and desire control. But none of this was the reason for its high ranking among the god of combat church's many Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The most important reason was that it contained some pollution from the abyss, which was reflected not only in its attacks but also in its terrifying negative effects. Normally, Anderkorvet would not use the sealed artifact. Even though its effect was powerful, the negative effects after each use had to be completely eliminated by returning to the Twilight Giant Hall in St. Milan, the capital of the Fasak Empire, otherwise, it would leave a huge hidden danger. However, that strange deep black light and the enemy that even his demon-hunting eye couldn't perceive still made him use the sealed artifact. He believed that the malice perception at the demigod level was enough to find that guy who was putting on an act. Just as Anderkorvet was using the demon's eye to search for Aaron with its malice perception, he didn't notice that dark red, almost black, patterns had already gradually covered his dawn armor. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron looked at the prayer light spot with a strange expression. Through the true vision provided by the Sapphira, he could see that the black mist, symbolizing bad luck, on Anderkorvet's body was all surging towards that eerie eyeball. The powerful bad luck brought by divine curse seemed to make this demigod ignore the abnormality on his body, fully devoting himself to searching for Aaron's whereabouts. Tisk, doesn't this just add another layer of restraint to my damage? Feeling the evil and degraded aura, Aaron clicked his tongue and turned his head to glance at the blazing, pure, and infinitely purifying scepter of sun chasing in his right hand. Time was limited, so he no longer hesitated. He immediately mobilized all his power, and with the frantic consumption of spirituality, endless radiance, mixed with a little dark gold mist, condensed into an extremely pure white arrow of light. The spiritual enhancement gained from advancing to sequence 5, as well as the assistance of the Crimson Eye and the Black Emperor card, only made Aaron's face slightly pale, and he didn't become directly exhausted as before. Waving his right hand holding the scepter of sun chasing, the arrow of sun chasing, mixed with some dark gold mist, suddenly plunged into the prayer light spot, heading straight for Archbishop Anderkorvet of the God of Combat Church. On the battlefield in the center of the forest, Shaman King Karaman, who had lost his moonlight transformation ability due to Joseph Will's forbidden full moon effect, somewhat disheveled, smashed a large pit in the ground. Facing a demigod who controlled the imperatives of mysterious weakening and reality enhancement, Karaman, also a demigod, was directly suppressed when alone. His dark wings vibrated slightly, and Karaman instantly left his original position, appearing in the distance. While lamenting the power of an imperative mage in his heart, he also cursed his unreliable teammate, wondering what he was doing. He hadn't felt the aura of divine curse, and being tightly entangled by Joseph Will, he had no time to worry about Anderkorvet. Only now, after enduring a blow to break free from the entanglement, did Karaman turn his gaze to his teammate. When he saw the figure in silver armor covered in corrupted patterns in the distance, before he could utter a warning, he witnessed something that would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. An arrow of light, seemingly condensed from pure radiance, appeared out of thin air above Anderkorvet. Accompanied by terrifying pressure, Karaman, even from a considerable distance, instantly bled black blood from his eyes just by looking at the patterns flowing on the arrow of light. Trembling incessantly, Karaman didn't hesitate for a moment, decisively fleeing into the distance. He completely cast aside the rewards previously promised by the Fasak Empire and the orders from the Rose School of Thought, with only one thought remaining in his mind. An angel. There's actually a sun pathway angel hidden here. Escape, quickly escape. Karaman didn't know, and didn't want to know, why an angel would suddenly appear. As for whether this angel came from the Eternal Blazing Sun Church or other unknown secret organizations, he didn't care. At this critical juncture, self-preservation was naturally the most important thing. When disaster strikes, everyone fends for themselves. As for the Archbishop, he could only wish him good luck. That soul-piercing sense of death awakened Anderkorvet, who had fallen into some strange state. Without any hesitation, in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His body was dark green and gnarled, every inch of skin, every pore, every piece of flesh, seemed to defy normal human perception, combining in a special form, containing an unimaginable sense of impact. He manifested an incomplete mythical creature form, his head didn't change too obviously, just expanded quite a bit, and a dark, vertical slit, like an eye, split open from his forehead to his nose. Although this would come with intense madness and a tendency to lose control, it also brought a significant increase in his inherent strength and level, and it was the most likely method he could think of to survive at the moment. His remaining sanity made him crush a token made of unknown material on his chest. The token was engraved with the Twilight Giant Hall. He then knelt on one knee, and a strange light, a mixture of dawn and degradation, appeared around him, enveloping him with a guardian force connected to the earth. The Grade Zero sealed artifact, empowered by the dark gold mist, instantly shattered the guardian barrier. Endless blazing light emerged, accompanied by Anderkorvet's final desperate and painful wail. Affected by the sealed artifact, Joseph Will, who was constantly emitting plague and disease auras, did not pursue the fleeing Shaman King Karaman. Instead, his figure shifted, and he used an imperative to change his position, his gaze solemn as he looked at the miniature sun that had suddenly expanded in the distance. He also judged the level of the attack. Although he was worried about the unknown angel's purpose, his territory of East-Tak was right behind him, he could neither retreat nor had any path to retreat. Looking at the huge lava pit formed by the dissipation of the sun and the terrifying aftershocks spreading outwards, he tensed his entire body and continuously recited Varner Will's honorific name in his heart. On the edge battlefield of the ancient forest, the soldiers of both sides almost simultaneously ceased their attacks, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at the distant sun. They knelt on one knee in unison, relying on their heavy armor to resist the sweeping aftershocks. At the forefront of the battle, a Sequence 5 guardian, wearing dawn armor and a clergy badge, began to tremble upon hearing that unwilling roar, clearly recognizing it as coming from the archbishop. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately gathered all his soldiers, enduring the grief and anger in his heart, and retreated with alternating cover. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron leaned back on the throne, looking at the huge lava pit that had appeared out of thin air in the ancient forest, and clicked his tongue slightly. Just as he was about to collect his spoils of war, his gaze suddenly sharpened. An orange-red light appeared from the horizon, illuminating the entire forest. Under the twilight glow, directly above the lava pit, a burly old man appeared, wearing a black robe with white edges, a grizzled beard, and a square hat. His eyes were light blue, with few wrinkles, and he naturally exuded an aura of looking down on all things. Aaron, familiar with the information of the major righteous god churches, instantly recognized the identity of this angel. The warrior pathway Sequence 2 Glory, Archbishop Larian of the God of Combat Church. Aaron looked at this entrance, which came with its own celestial phenomenon, through the prayer light spot, and a feeling of having overplayed his hand immediately welled up in his heart. However, after careful observation through true vision, he found that it wasn't the true body that had arrived, but a projection of power formed based on some medium, which also made Aaron breathe a sigh of relief. In the West Byron Sea area, two weather warlocks confronted each other in silence. After roughly confirming that Varner Will's condition was indeed poor, Ahamatova Einhorn, who believed he had probed the true situation, was considering how to retreat. After all, he was only a power projection, and neither his duration nor his strength could compare to Varner, who had arrived with his true body by roaming with the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Crown of Stars. The distorted figure, suspected to be Varner, grabbed at the void with his right hand. The Crown of Stars shone brightly, and the clouds, lightning, and storms filling the sky instantly twisted and deformed. The entire space continuously shrank, like a seal. A gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes slowly appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow the entire sealed space. Behind the deep, boundless illusory door seemed to be a dazzling cosmos. It seemed that he had already obtained the answer he wanted. An illusory figure walked out of the boundless subconscious ocean. As it walked out, the figure rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant dragon covered in large gray-white scales. Incomplete mythical creature form, dragon transformation. The dragon's head had undergone some changes, becoming more lizard-like than human. Its pale gold vertical eyes and the facial scales interwoven with mysterious patterns were cold and distorted. And with the manifestation of this incomplete mythical creature form, throughout the entire sea area, various thoughts, spirits, desires, and wills, like a storm, semi-illusory and semi-real, invaded the mental islands of everyone towards Varner and the fleet behind him. This was a combination of mind deprivation and mental plague, which could cause every affected and corrupted creature to suffer pollution and go mad on the spot. And for angels, such an attack was most insidious, because their mental states all had certain issues, and they could lose control directly at any time due to the tilting of the scales. The shrinking sealed space where the lightning storm raged nearby immediately stopped contracting. The scene behind that deep, boundless illusory door suddenly changed, replaced by a vast, calm blue sea. Layers of illusory doors appeared, obstructing the invasion of the mental plague. With Gusman Will's cooperation, the space where the entire fleet was located twisted and shrank, instantly dyed with dazzling starlight, becoming extremely illusory, as if transforming into a brilliant gem, actively plunging into the deep, boundless illusory door. In the last instant before disappearing, the distorted figure wearing the Crown of Stars condensed a long spear interwoven with flames and lightning in his hand. A phantom portal suddenly appeared beside the giant dragon covered in large gray-white scales. The large gray-white scales had no effect and were instantly pierced by the long spear extending from the portal. Flames and lightning wantonly destroyed, directly damaging half of the dragon's body. The uncontrolled shrinking space nearby was pierced by a silver-white long spear wreathed in flames, and the seal originating from the Crown of Stars was violently broken. The already illusory power projection of Ahamatova Einhorn slowly walked out, his eyes flickering as he looked at the scattered starlight left behind after the distant illusory door dissipated. And the two demigods, Jaeger and Zatwin, who followed him out, twitched their eyelids as they looked at the damaged giant dragon nearby, simultaneously feeling fortunate that they were not the ones who had suffered the direct attack. Ahamatova also turned his gaze, and after a moment of scrutiny, he spoke faintly. "I never expected that even the president of the psychology alchemists would come personally." As his words fell, another illusory figure appeared beside the damaged dragon corpse, chuckling with a voice that brought comfort to body and mind. "Greetings, Your Excellency Ahamatova. Our psychology alchemists naturally wouldn't let an ally in cooperation encounter danger. Using a separated identity to ensure the safety of our allies is also a demonstration of our sincerity." As he spoke, the damaged giant dragon slowly disintegrated, one part turning into streams of light and re-merging into the illusory figure, while the other part transformed into a ball of light enveloped in flames and lightning. Chapter 180 Facing the Angel Projection. Ahomatova nodded slightly noncommittally, took the light cluster that was about to dissipate, and sensed it carefully. After a moment, he asked for confirmation. You just took his frontal attack. How did it feel? The illusory figure was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Although there are still some doubts in some places, it can be generally confirmed that his state is indeed on the verge of losing control. Not caring what doubts the fellow in front of him had, Ahomatova nodded with satisfaction after confirming his thoughts and said nothing more, his figure slowly dissipating. The illusory figure shook its head upon seeing this and also disintegrated into rays of light, escaping into the surrounding sea of subconscious, leaving only Jaeger and Zatwin looking at each other in dismay. Southern Sea of Cyberang, coast of the Loen Kingdom colony. Azure blue light converged into a dazzling light door, and the East Talk fleet, which had escaped the battlefield with the help of the Star Crown, reappeared on the sea surface as space stretched and restored. The entire fleet erupted in cheers of excitement. Unlike the excited crew members, Gusman Will, who was already a demigod, noticed the dissipation of his secondary ancestor's figure, feeling a sense of unease and anxiety in his heart. Before he could pray again, his body was uncontrollably pulled by some force, and a majestic voice simultaneously came from his ear. Do not resist. Gusman Will's heart stirred, recognizing the voice. He dispersed the flame spear he had condensed in his hand and simultaneously transmitted a message to Solobint, ordering him to reorganize the wounded and continue forward. Following the pull, he passed through an illusory door and arrived in a space interwoven with starlight. Walna Will, clad in black armor, stood quietly, the star crown shining with a dreamlike radiance, floating in midair. Recalling the weather warlock who had exuded an infinitely tyrannical and mad aura earlier, Gusman's mind was filled with questions, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Seemingly discerning his doubts, Walna beckoned the star crown over and explained. This Class 0 sealed artifact was formed from the Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 2 planeswalker of the Apprentice pathway. It has a very powerful ability, which I call reappearance. It can reappear Beyonder abilities or individuals closely related to the holder. Of course, there is a certain probability of failure, and the reappeared individuals can only launch one attack before dissipating. That mad and out-of-control weather warlock just now was recreated by me using the star crown and another item. I hid in the dark, secretly manipulating the star crown, combined with the concealment ability of a secret sorcerer's secrecy strengthened to the angel level, to put on a good show for that group of people. Gusman's heart stirred, and some of his doubts were answered, but more questions emerged in his mind. Who was the mad and out-of-control weather warlock that was reappeared? Why did he reveal the specific information of this Class 0 sealed artifact of the family to me? Not caring what his junior was thinking, Walna continued speaking on his own. In addition to the reappearance ability, it can also allow the holder to transform into a symbolic form, and can also avoid fatal attacks through short-term symbolization. The combination of barrier and hidden space abilities can, to a certain extent, seal special items and creatures, and even seal off an area or a scene. After initial mastery, it can transfer creatures, items, and space within that area to another location. It can transfer the holder and enemies to harsh environments, and then roam away, or it can directly bring a certain scene to the location of oneself and the enemy. Speaking of this, he chuckled lightly, adding in a strange tone. And this location can be the abyss, or it can be the cosmos. For some reason, Gusman, who was listening intently, instinctively felt a tremor upon hearing these two names. Slowly pushing the star crown in his hand to Gusman, Walna restrained his smile and said seriously. After today's probing, there should be no more angel-level interventions. I also must lie low for a period, so this Class 0 sealed artifact will temporarily be in your charge. It should be enough to deal with most situations in the southern continent. Looking at his astonished expression, and recalling that Aaron had already wielded a Class 0 sealed artifact of unknown origin when he was Sequence 6, Walna sighed in his heart and added. I have already sealed this Class 0 sealed artifact to a certain extent, reducing both its power and negative effects. When reappearing abilities and individuals, one must have a sufficient understanding of the object to be reappeared, otherwise the holder will experience unknown anomalies. And you must note that if the star crown is not worn, various unpredictable abnormal situations will occur around it, and it may even teleport objects within a certain area to dangerous regions, so it must be sealed. Before you achieve Sequence 3 War Bishop, you need to return to Il-Rojal regularly to reinforce the seal. When used on a blood moon night, one will hear the terrifying ravings of a certain existence. Even a seal cannot block it, and it will bring terrible pollution. After explaining the negative effects of this Class 0 sealed artifact, a blood-colored crystal radiating strong spiritual fluctuations and an iron-blooded aura, like a pulsating flame, appeared out of thin air in Walna's right hand. Feeling a strong attraction from the depths of his spirituality, Gusman suddenly looked up and heard Walna's light chuckle. This is a Sequence 3 War Bishop Beyonder characteristic, and it is related to Aaron, so you can have priority in obtaining the opportunity for advancement. Southern Continent, East Byron, Ancient Forest. The light of dusk swept across the land, and time seemed to freeze here. The entire sky was tinged with a clear sense of decay, as if the day of the whole world was nearing its end, and eternal darkness was about to descend. Archbishop Larian's projection of the God of Combat Church looked grimly at the molten pit on the ground. He felt a strong purifying aura from it, and his deep, majestic voice echoed across the sky. Son. Even though Anderkorvet crushed the Twilight token at the last moment, allowing Larian to successfully project his power, it still couldn't save him. For any Orthodox church, a Sequence 4 Archbishop is a strategic resource, especially with the impending apocalypse. But the reality of death could not be changed. As long as the Beyonder characteristic remained, a new demon hunter could be born after some time. A giant hand made entirely of orange-yellow light reached towards the molten pit on the ground. The aura of decay permeated, and the churning magma turned into black-brown stone. A grayish-brown heart, about the size of a head, covered in pores and shimmering with dawn-like radiance, was pulled out of the deep pit. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the lower half of the heart was completely stained black, like a pulsating black pus sac, emitting an evil and degenerate aura. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron leaned back against his throne, watching the orange-yellow giant hand about to touch the heart. In the end, he couldn't bear to part with his spoils. This is also a Sequence 2 Angel's projection. Last time, when I was Sequence 6, I used the Eye of Chaos to injure the projection medium of King of Curses Baranka, and I endured that backlash. Now that my sequence has advanced further, I can mobilize more power from the Sapphira. The bold survive, the timid starve. Such a good opportunity might not come again. Conflicting thoughts flashed through Aaron's mind. After making up his mind, the golden patterns on his body, radiating divine light, instantly lit up, and waves of inexplicable fluctuations emerged and reverberated in the magnificent palace. The dark gold mist followed the fluctuations, finally surging together into the Eye of Chaos embedded at the top of the throne. A pillar of light shot from the Eye of Chaos directly to the top of the sun-chasing scepter. The light became increasingly dazzling, sweeping the surrounding dark gold mist, emitting waves of terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. The prayer light points that were about to dissipate were also forcibly extended by this power. Golden light, mixed with the power of the dark gold mist, poured out like a flood from an open gate. Above the molten pit, an endless stream of light suddenly emerged, as if it had instantly transformed into the sun descended into reality. Pure and clear light permeated, turning the surrounding area into a shadowless, evil-free, darkless kingdom. Layer upon layer of golden patterns spread outwards, directly crushing the orange-yellow giant hand, dispelling and purifying the decaying aura, and simultaneously extending towards the horizon. A second sun rose in the sky, which had been completely solidified in orange twilight. Half of the sky remained twilight, while the other half was entirely filled with dazzling gold. Larian seemed to have anticipated this attack. The dark green symbols in his pupils looked at the darkless domain that occupied half the sky, yet revealed an incredible bewilderment. He clearly felt the surge of power, a high-level power from the sun domain contending with his twilight domain, but he could not sense the source of the power. Even if the opponent was not his true body, but a power projection through some medium like him, he should at least be able to sense the position of the medium acting as a power transfer. And as a power projection, regardless of status or ability, it was inferior to an ordinary angel, but essentially still a complete mythical creature. The inability to discover the source of the power already indicated many problems. Without further hesitation, he raised his right hand. Under the half of the sky still enveloped in orange-yellow light, rays of twilight light simultaneously underwent strange refractions and intertwined with him, condensing into a giant figure nearly 10 meters tall. This figure was very blurred, containing an eternal and unchanging meaning, like a reflection cast from the mythical era. His skin was grayish-blue, he wore silver-gray armor stained with blood-like patches, and his face had a cluster of light resembling a setting sun, which seemed to be the manifestation of his eyes. This was the complete mythical creature form, the Twilight Giant. The projection's existence time was relatively short, so it naturally had to use its strongest means. His mere existence caused the forest below, along with the void, to bend, making all things uncontrollably begin to decay. Not far away, Shaman King Karaman's dark wings behind him slowly withered under the orange light. He didn't dare to look back and continued to sprint wildly after landing on the ground, relying on his strong physique. But his pale skin still developed granules, slowly turning grayish-blue, and at the center of his forehead, flesh squirmed, as if some monster was about to emerge. He hadn't even seen the mythical creature form yet, merely approaching the figure, and he was already gradually showing signs of losing control. Realizing this, Shaman King Karaman was horrified. He no longer held any luck mentality, took out a grayish-white finger bone from his arms, frantically poured his spirituality into it, and muttered something. Joseph Will was relatively better off. Although he didn't know why, the sudden appearance of crimson gold light that occupied half the sky had enveloped him. Instead of the imagined burning pain, it brought a warm sensation, allowing him to briefly resist the erosion of decay and even remove some of the pollution caused by using the Demonis Pathway sealed artifact. The giant figure standing in the twilight looked at all this with eyes like a setting sun, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, like a carved stone statue. Suddenly, the cluster of light on his face flickered, and then he lowered his body, slamming his fists heavily onto the ground. Bang! The earth shook violently, cracking open a fissure, making Joseph and Karaman unable to control their balance, staggering and almost falling. At this moment, the giant figure, as if from mythical legends, pulled out an illusory greatsword, formed by twilight light, from the earth fissure and fiercely swung it forward. An orange-red light storm suddenly formed, sweeping towards the massive crimson-gold sundae. Wherever this light passed, trees withered, soil turned to sand, and everything irreversibly entered the path of decay. Bang! The storm brewed by twilight was blocked by one miniature sun after another, causing the entire forest to shake. Clang! An arrow of extremely pure white light pierced through the storm, striking the surface of the nearly 10-meter-tall giant figure with the aura of an ancient god, unleashing countless rampant electric sparks. Amidst the silver light, the terrifying figure seemed to stumble, and the silver-gray armor, covered in blood-like patches, dimmed considerably. Just as he raised the twilight greatsword in his hand, Ariana's historical projection suddenly appeared beside him, directly transforming into pure darkness and enveloping him. The deep darkness firmly bound the giant formed by Larian's projection in place. The already dim silver-gray armor was instantly invaded by darkness, and unreal black cracks appeared. As if by prior arrangement, leaving no room to breathe, 5 terrifying darkless spears directly pierced the giant's limbs and head, nailing him in the void. Ariana. Along with Larian's angry roar, the darkless spears shattered with a bang, turning into all-consuming pure white light. Larian's projection finally began to dissipate, breaking into orange-red light points like burning fire. Above the dark gold mist, Aaron lowered his left hand, the faint light of the ring of secrecy on his index finger quieted. He endured the stinging pain of spiritual exhaustion in his mind, controlling the crimson gold light that had devoured the twilight and now occupied the entire sky to retract. He also brought back the bizarre heart formed after the demise of God of Combat Church's Archbishop Andercorvet. Because the battle lasted for a very short time, the backlash of the Eye of Chaos had not yet arrived, so Aaron turned his gaze to Shaman King Karaman, who was sprinting wildly on the ground in the distance. Chapter 181 Incomplete Mythical Creature Forms. Aaron was about to take advantage of the last bit of time to deal with King Kalaman, who was running wildly on the ground in the distance, when he saw an illusory door appear in the void. Behind the door was an illusory, gloomy river emanating endless death, and on that silent river, a somber small boat seemed to sail from the depths of the underworld, as an arm suddenly reached out, grabbed King Kalaman, and dragged him behind the door. After Kalaman's figure disappeared into the river behind the door, his aura was completely concealed by death, and Aaron regretfully withdrew his gaze, pondering in his mind. Such a strong death, a river that seems to lead to the underworld. This is somewhat like the death pathways, ferryman. Did the numinous episcopate secretly make a move? There was no time to ponder further. After sealing the strange heart and placing it among the miscellaneous items, Aaron waved his hand and retrieved a medal that was crystal clear, as if cast from black gems. It was Ariana's knight emblem. He threw it into the fading prayer scene, towards Joseph Will, who was on high alert with a grave expression. Watching Kalaman being dragged into an unknown space by an arm, and the sudden end of the angel-level battle, made Joseph's mind somewhat chaotic. While guarding against possible attacks, he continuously chanted Varna's honored name in his heart, but received no response. Just as he was on guard, a faint light flashed before him, and a black token floated silently, giving him a strange sensation that it was indeed there when he looked at it, but would disappear when he didn't. Joseph, no need to be nervous, I am Aaron. The Sun Pathway Angel just now was a helper I invited. Although the projection of Archbishop Larian of the God of Combat Church was defeated, you still need to be careful of possible accidents. This token does not possess beyonder characteristic or power. Its only function is that once activated, it will establish contact with the Servant of Concealment, Ariana, no matter where she is in the real world. For certain reasons, I might be temporarily out of contact for a period, so I am lending you this token for now. If you encounter danger and need more direct help, and the ancestor does not respond to your plea, you can activate this token while chanting the name, Ariana, in ancient Hermes. In this quiet and peaceful atmosphere, Joseph's mouth slowly widened. After hearing the content of Aaron's telepathic message, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The prayer light points then dispersed. Although he didn't know what kind of backlash he would suffer, for safety's sake, Aaron still stirred the surrounding dark gold mist and spoke in a deep, majestic voice. I need some time to further recover. The Chaos Council is temporarily suspended. Just after he transmitted this scene to every member of the Chaos Council, before Aaron could even sigh in relief, as if a certain time limit had been reached, invisible ripples suddenly spread out from the originally calm Chaos Eye at the top of the throne, radiating in all directions. The entire magnificent temple seemed to tremble. Along with the spreading golden ripples, the high-backed chairs and stone chairs standing in the temple toppled, as if ravaged by flames, bearing scorching marks. Looking at the backlash, which was far more violent than last time, an ominous premonition flashed through Aaron's spiritually exhausted mind. Without leaving any time to breathe, his vision suddenly went dark, and he directly lost consciousness. The golden pattern symbolizing divinity on his body resonated with the magnificent palace, jointly resisting the invasion of the golden ripples, and the dark gold mist surged incessantly within the magnificent temple. In a hazy daze, Aaron seemed to see emptiness, etherealness, and desolation all around him, permeated by boundless dark gold mist. His consciousness seemed to be crushed and integrated into it, spreading towards infinite distances with the diffusion of the dark gold mist. North of Sonia Sea, Sonia Island is the largest island in the sea area, and also the origin of the name Sonia Sea, almost equivalent to a small continent. It was originally the only remaining settlement for elves after the cataclysm, but as time passed, this ancient Beyonder race was plagued by various factors and gradually died out, with only occasional, sporadic appearances proving they had not completely gone extinct. At the end of the Fourth Epoch, the Loen Kingdom occupied this island, but in the 20 Years' War, they suffered a crushing defeat and handed Sonia Island over to the Faesak Empire, which has been over 700 years ago. Checkwald followed the crowd off the White Pigeon and looked with interest at the people coming and going in the port area. There were many people with dark blue hair, but even more were Faesak people nearly 2 meters tall, sturdy, and strong. He graduated from Bishop Montella over a month ago and, after leaving the South Continent, traveled through the violent seas safe passage to Sonia Island. During this time, the incinerator potion had been mostly digested, but it had been almost a month since the hidden existence who called himself the Order Master announced the temporary suspension of the Chaos Council, so the idea of exchanging for the Sequence 6 Conspirer potion formula could only be put on hold for now. Czech sighed in his heart, feeling both anticipation and apprehension, wondering what new changes that hidden existence would bring after his recovery. As he was pondering, his powerful spirituality allowed him to pick up on the conversation of several Faesak people nearby who were clearly dressed as pirates. Johei, I heard that if you sail a few hundred nautical miles northwest from our Sonia Island, you'll enter a sea area that many explorers haven't officially explored yet. That's not a battlefield ruin full of killing intent, that's a sea area full of treasures and opportunities, and I don't know who will get there first. One of them, a scar-faced man emanating spiritual fluctuations, sneered and took a big gulp of expensive Sonia blood wine, then slowly spoke under the envious and fearful gazes of the others. Foolish, there's a Naga tribe active there. They've always been dedicated to finding the rumored underwater city where powerful demons are sealed. That's the object of their faith. Although the danger there is indeed not as terrifying as a divine battle relic, it's not something a mere Sequence 9 like you can fathom. Even a pirate general would face certain risks there. Looking at the expressions on the faces of his subordinates around him, he nodded with satisfaction, then seemed to think of something and said with some excitement. You just came back from the sea, so you probably don't know that something big has happened recently in our Fozak. A few weeks ago, the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church, who had been stationed in the Twilight Temple in St. Milan, went to Trier, the capital of Intis. No one knows what happened, only that the entire sky was covered in twilight. TSK, that was simply like a miracle. It finally managed to rein in those superstitious Intis people. Czech quietly listened with his extraordinary hearing. As a former Intis noble and a victim of Roselle's assassination, he was always more concerned about such matters. Layers of illusory whispers echoed within the magnificent palace, and a vortex of dark gold mist covered the entire temple. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. On the throne deep within the palace sat a figure with a blank expression. The Black Emperor card lay at his feet, dim and lusterless. The dark gold vortex above the throne slowly contracted, condensing into a majestic and vast figure. Aaron, immersed in the illusory whispers, slowly opened his eyes. An unprecedented feeling emerged in his heart. He instinctively raised his arm, but only saw a hand completely composed of dark gold mist, with faint mysterious symbols on it. His previously somewhat sluggish mind instantly cleared. Following the spiritual sensation, Aaron looked down and saw himself sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, or more accurately, only his physical body. As his emotions fluctuated, the surrounding dark gold mist continuously poured in, making Aaron's phantom increasingly solid, but this was accompanied by a strong spiritual warning. His intuition told him that if he continued like this without stopping, he might completely lose himself. Although he was still somewhat unclear about the situation, Aaron instinctively floated towards the throne and merged with his body. As if a certain process was interrupted, the surging dark gold mist stopped pouring in. Aaron's body suddenly opened its eyes, only to find that one arm still could not merge with him, seemingly having contained too much dark gold mist, reaching its capacity limit. Before Aaron could react, with the return of his spiritual body, a series of knowledge abruptly appeared in his mind. After an unknown period, Aaron reopened his eyes. Spirituality connected with the Sapphira, and the illusory arm that could not merge with his body instantly detached, transforming into an even more illusory figure under the manipulation of Aaron's main consciousness. Unlike the figures he had casually molded from dark gold mist before, this figure, originating from his own being, still had mysterious symbols flowing on its surface. Both hearing and vision could be shared, as if it were another self. Looking at the vivid and flexible figure before him, whose every movement could stir the dark gold mist, Aaron recalled the knowledge in his mind and murmured in disbelief. Is this my incomplete mythological creature form? This was different from facing Barranca, the Sequence 2 angel, king of curses, of the Rose school of thought, before. That time, it was less about Aaron repelling him, and more about him actively retreating after the door of summoning was destroyed. This time, confronting an angel displaying a complete mythological creature form head-on with the help of the Chaos Eye caused far more damage than Aaron had anticipated. Moreover, due to the unique nature of this uniqueness, the backlash, comparable to an angel's level, also possessed the characteristics of the sun pathway. That terrifying purification and repulsion directly forcibly stripped the Black Emperor card that had merged with Aaron. Without the protection of the divine patterns, Aaron's consciousness directly faced this backlash. At the moment his consciousness collapsed, it was reaggregated by the power of the Sapphira. With the superposition of various factors, Aaron turned misfortune into a blessing, further deepening his integration with the Sapphira, and prematurely gaining an incomplete mythological creature form within the Sapphira. The knowledge transmitted by the Sapphira refers to this mythological creature form as the Mist of Order. The edicts implemented within one's own territory and the feedback received from them are the foundation for acquiring divinity, and also the mysterious patterns formed during the creation of the mythological creature form. From the moment one acquires the mythological creature form of the Mist of Order, one can gradually transition from being an agent of rules in the low sequence period to a higher-level formulator of rules. In the future, when Aaron achieves angel status and possesses a complete mythological creature form, with the bonus of the Nation of Disorder, he could even alter certain shallow rules for a certain period. However, this separated figure of himself is more like a stripped-down version of an incomplete mythological creature form. On one hand, it's because Aaron's soul alone underwent transformation. His physical body is still Sequence 5 and has not received divinity. Although the soul can regather and restore itself, once the physical body manifests a mythological creature form, it is difficult to revert. On the other hand, this incomplete mythological creature form can only be manifested within the Sapphira. In reality, without sufficient anchors and the support of divinity, the outcome would only be loss of control. But even so, it is not useless to Aaron. This separated part of his consciousness can exist independently within the Sapphira, responding to prayers and making replies on Aaron's behalf. It can even borrow certain sealed artifacts to launch attacks. Although this would lead to additional spiritual consumption, it avoids Aaron having to go above the dark gold mist every time, and also allows for a separation of the Order Master identity. Moreover, with the Sapphira's bonus, having prematurely gained an incomplete mythological creature form, he now truly has the confidence to face certain situations. Even if he were to face the previous backlash again, he would have the real ability to cope. With this thought, Aaron looked at the pile of miscellaneous items, removing the seal he had originally placed. Layers of dark gold mist dispersed accordingly. Looking at the neatly placed and undamaged Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting paper crane and several other sealed artifacts, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand to retrieve the divination pendant. A moment later, he opened his eyes with a complex expression and muttered in a low voice. I didn't expect to be unconscious for almost a month this time. Fortunately, I had informed the members of the Chaos Council beforehand. But this time, it was a blessing in disguise. A month's time was well worth it. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron looked at the items that had fallen below the throne. He first returned the dim Black Emperor card and the now calm sun-chasing scepter to the pile of miscellaneous items. The original strange heart seemed to have been shattered by the backlash, and after reaggregating, it split into two parts. He performed a divination using the divination pendant. The heart on the left, the size of a human head and shimmering with a dawn-like radiance, was a Sequence 4 Demon Hunter Beyonder characteristic. And the black crystal on the right, emanating a fallen, evil, and defiled aura, was a Sequence 4 Demon Beyonder characteristic. The abyss contamination contained within it had not been completely destroyed, and it recontaminated it after the Beyonder characteristic reaggregated. He isolated and sealed the contaminated demon characteristic, and placed the Demon Hunter Beyonder characteristic next to the sun-chasing scepter. Once that demigod Beyonder characteristic was extracted, he could enter Grozel's travels. After confirming through divination that there were no dangerous omens, Aaron returned to the real world, immediately entering a concealed state. He used the true vision provided by the consciousness he left within the Sapphira to look towards the ancient forest. Even after a month, the center of the battlefield was still shrouded in the decay of twilight, and the giant lava pit also emitted a strong purifying aura. There were no signs of danger, nor any new traces of battle. It seemed that the God of Combat Church's representative was very restrained, and the worst-case scenario did not occur. Aaron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After lifting his concealed state, he quickly traveled to St. Annis and found Josephville by sensing Ariana's emblem. Chapter 182 Entering Grozel's Travels. Teleportation is forbidden here. Aaron, who was traversing the spirit world by following his senses, heard a majestic voice, and an invisible ripple brushed past his body. Aaron did not resist. He followed the repelling force and exited the spirit world, his figure solidifying. He looked at the astonished Joseph opposite him and said with a smile, "Long time no see. Has anything happened recently?" Joseph reined in his surprised expression and returned the Ariana emblem, which glowed with a faint light, to Aaron. He smiled for a rare moment and said, "The Forsations have been repelled, and the war in East Byram has ended. We are now using the battlefield ruins of that ancient forest as the new demarcation line. However, the war in West Byram is entering a white-hot phase. Duke Guzman's fleet has successfully joined the war and reversed the previous disadvantage. Looking at the current situation, the war will continue for quite some time." At this point, his tone was a little strange. He glanced at Aaron, whose expression was as usual, and continued. "In addition, according to reliable sources, the God of Combat Church's Grand Patriarch personally went to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's cathedral, but no battle occurred. Aaron, that won that day, he..." Aaron chuckled as he looked at Joseph, who was hesitating to speak. "That angel is a member of a secret organization I joined. It's a gathering formed by a hidden existence. Ancestor Valna is also a member of that organization. That hidden existence is me." Aaron immediately mocked himself in his mind. But his expression remained as usual, very natural, without the slightest hint of guilt. His skill at borrowing others' prestige was practically maxed out. Whether it was the sudden appearance of a sealed artifact of Sequence 0 or the unclear connections with several angels, Valna probably had already guessed something. Therefore, Aaron was not worried about Joseph looking for Valna to confirm later. That old fox still had that much tacit understanding. With the increase in his own strength and the display of his own value, and also for future considerations, he was not averse to appropriately revealing some secrets now. Even an angel is only a member, and the ancestor is actually one of them. Could that hidden existence be a god-level existence? Which one could it be? Somewhat stunned by the enormous amount of information in Aaron's words, Joseph was a little unsure how to respond, and at the same time, he let his imagination run wild. Aaron looked at Joseph's expression, nodded with satisfaction, and did not linger on this topic. Instead, he stated the purpose of his visit. The war in East Byram has ended, and it probably won't have any problems in the shortest time. Therefore, I want to invite you to participate in an adventure. Joseph emerged from his brainstorming, his eyes flickering slightly as he asked in return. Adventure. Aaron nodded and took out Grozel's travels, which he had prepared long ago. He pointed at the book bound with yellowish-brown parchment and said with a smile. Inside this book is a fantasized world, and within it, there's a frost dragon named Northern Dragon, which I've chosen as the demigod ritual target for Bayer Baylor. Moreover, there are also giants, elves, and several people who will be very useful for my future plans inside this book. Both for safety's sake and to prevent them from doing anything too rash, I'd like to invite you to back me up. After all, inviting an angel comes at too great a cost. The world in the book. The Warrior Pathways Demigod Ritual. Joseph didn't know how many times he had been stunned by the information Aaron revealed today, until he heard the last sentence, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He sighed helplessly, nodded, and glanced at the thin brown book, unable to resist asking. How do you enter the world in the book? Also, when are you planning to start? I might need a little more time to make some arrangements, I can't just enter directly. Seeing him nod in agreement, Aaron retracted his gaze with satisfaction and put Grozel's travels away again, explaining. Drop your blood on the cover, and you will be forced into the world in the book. I still need to return to Lloyd City once to bring Bayer Baylor back. We will enter together then. After finishing his conversation with Joseph, Aaron directly activated his teleportation and returned to his mansion in Lloyd's inner city. Looking at Glen Will, who had already advanced to Sequence 5 Reaper, and Dowlin Sherlock, who had completely digested the Faceless Potion, Aaron nodded with satisfaction and said to Glen Will. I just spoke with your grandfather, and we are both very pleased with your performance. Your loyalty and ability are beyond doubt. Therefore, as my personal reward, I will inform you of the demigod advancement ritual in advance. This is unrelated to the family's contribution system. You can prepare in advance without any reservations. Looking at Glen Will, who instantly became excited, Aaron added with a smile. The ritual for advancing to Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight is to form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep camaraderie with them, make them successively stronger, and cooperate tacitly. They must be able to understand your intentions through your eyes and actions, almost becoming one with each other, and then they form the ritual. The stronger the team's power and tacit understanding, the better the ritual's effect. Aaron then turned to Dowlin Sherlock, who also had an excited expression, pondered for a moment, and asked. How has the general law code I instructed you to implement last time been progressing recently? Dowlin cleared his throat and responded solemnly. For some reason, ever since Duke Guzman arrived in the southern continent last month and the war in East Byram ended, those troublemakers have all quieted down. Currently, your general law code has begun to be implemented in Lloyd City, both in the inner and outer cities. We have also publicly dealt with a batch of lawbreakers according to your code as a warning, and the effect is very good at present. Nodding with satisfaction, Aaron looked at Dowlin, whose back was straight, and said with a smile, "You've done very well. Once I'm done with my current matters, I will personally take you to the Church of Evernight to borrow a mermaid to complete your ritual." Aaron finally looked at Bayer Baylor, the tall and burly captain of his personal guard, and slowly spoke, meeting his loyal gaze. "I remember your greatest wish was to personally kill Undying King Agalito, who destroyed everything you had. But all of this requires strength. Now, I can give you a chance to achieve demigod status." As he spoke, Aaron's spirituality dispersed, and the oppressive feeling emanating from his qualitative change in his spiritual body was almost on par with a demigod. His pupils instantly turned golden, and he spoke with majesty. "Bayer Baylor, are you willing to dedicate your loyalty and even your life for this?" Without the slightest hesitation, Bayer Baylor knelt on one knee, his right fist placed on his chest, and responded firmly. "I am willing to dedicate my life to his lordship." Surging layers of dark golden mist enveloped the surroundings. Aaron sat on the throne in the magnificent palace, looking at the dark golden rune in his hand, and nodded with satisfaction. The time flow in the world within Grozel's travels is the same as in the real world. There is no lifespan limit in the book, and one can live forever, but if one stays in the travels for too long, exceeding their own lifespan, they will rapidly age and die upon leaving the travels. These matters, which should have been common sense, would be passively ignored due to the influence of the world within the book on the spiritual level. To maintain his clarity, he specifically created this rune. This rune did not have any powerful offensive effects. Aaron created it by relying on his ability to manifest an incomplete mythical creature form within the Sapphira. Its only function was to help Aaron strengthen his connection with the subconsciousness remaining within the Sapphira, and to use the Saphira's authority to resist the influence of Grozel's travels. Putting away the rune, Aaron turned to the ghostly picture frame on his right, whose surface was covered with intertwined crimson and silver patterns, and counted the marks on it again. Ever since obtaining this sealed artifact, the death row prisoners of the East Tark family had contributed their sinful lives for it, but Aaron, who was not of the Marauder pathway, still had a very shallow grasp of the sealed artifact. The time for plundering was always lost, so much so that even now, there were still only 5 golden marks and 35 grayish-white marks. However, these were not important. Even if the King of the North was killed, he would not die if he did not leave Grozel's travels. Aaron would reason with them, and those who obeyed him would receive true salvation. After preparing all the items, Aaron returned to the real world. He received several sealed artifacts and the prepared Sequence 4 Demon Hunter potion from the open door of sacrifice and bestowal. He exchanged a glance with his subconsciousness in the Sapphira before dismantling the ritual. Breaking through the wall of spirituality, Aaron pushed open the door and directly handed the potion in his hand to Bayer Baylor, slipping him a note and instructing him to open it only after entering the world in the book. Then, he looked at Joseph beside him and said softly, "I need your blood. We will appear in different places after entering the world in the book, and I need a divination medium to find you." Joseph nodded slightly, took the dagger Aaron handed him, and cut his fingertip. Under the guidance of spirituality, blood flowed out, a part of it adhering to the dagger and flying towards Aaron, and another part smeared on the dark brown cover of Grozel's travels. After completing this step, the wound on his fingertip healed instantly. Joseph did not withdraw his spirituality. Instead, he sensed his surroundings with interest, wanting to see how the so-called world in the book was entered, and awaited the change. Suddenly, goose-feather-sized snowflakes appeared before his eyes, and the howling wind echoed in his ears. Immediately after, and bone-chilling cold relentlessly pierced into his body. Joseph stood there somewhat stunned. Although he had been mentally prepared, as a demigod who had obtained divinity, he didn't even realize how he had entered. His heart sank slightly, and he instinctively looked around to ascertain his location. He found that he had left St. Annis at some point and was now in a frost-covered land enveloped by a blizzard. Because the environment was extremely harsh, he couldn't see anything in the distance, and he couldn't even tell if he was on a mountain or a plain. Joseph recalled what Aaron had said earlier: there would be no danger at first, and he could stay put and explore further after everyone had met up. As he was thinking this, his heart suddenly leaped, and he abruptly looked behind him. A momentary blankness flashed across his stern, rigid face, followed by a drastic change in expression. Through the even more violent wind and snow, a colossal figure could vaguely be seen standing at the peak of an icy mountain. It was a translucent giant dragon, nearly 5 meters tall even when standing on 4 legs. It resembled a close relative of a lizard, with an ugly face, eerie blue eyes, and a thick, powerful tail. A pair of enormous, membrane-covered wings grew from its back, merely unfurling them gave the sensation of eclipsing the sky. Its scales were like ice crystals, flowing with a translucent shimmer, the most beautiful and dreamlike part of its entire body. Suddenly, this dragon, as if carved from frost, raised its neck and body, letting out a terrifying roar that pierced through the blizzard. At this moment, standing upright, it exceeded 10 meters. Aaron, who still didn't know what was happening in the world within the book, was carefully collecting the blood from the dagger, preparing it for divination later. He then handed the dagger to the burly Bayer Baylor. He didn't hesitate, used a small copper knife to cut his hand, and blood quickly flowed out. He dipped his right index finger into the blood and smeared it on Grozel's travels. Watching his most devout follower, who could be considered his hidden existence, disappear before his eyes, Aaron picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground, collected the blood, and did not rush to enter. Instead, he waited quietly, wanting to use Bayer Baylor for one last verification. For a moment, Bayer Baylor found himself surrounded by wind and frost, with everything around him a pure white. He really entered a strange world. He raised his broad palm to shield his face, afraid of the wind and snow blinding him, and at the same time, carefully unfolded the note Aaron had given him. He saw the content written by Aaron. In Hermes language, preferably ancient Hermes, chant the following honorific name. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order, who wields rules. Burn after chanting. This. Is this a God-level hidden existence? Bayer Baylor, backed by the East Hark family and a seasoned Sequence 5 himself, also had a deep understanding of the mystical arts. Looking at the note in his hand, he subconsciously took a sharp breath, but only inhaled the biting cold wind and icy snowflakes, his expression changing slightly. He knew very well how dangerous it was to chant the honorific name of a hidden existence whose origin and moral alignment were unknown. This might lead to an outcome more terrifying than death. His mind churning, he suddenly slapped himself, then chanted the honorific name of Lord of Order in ancient Hermes. Saint Annis, City Lord's Mansion. Aaron sat quietly on the soft sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a faint, layered sound of prayer echoed in his ears, clearly coming from a male. Through the subconsciousness remaining within the Sapphira, he saw the light spot representing Bayer Baylor ripple outwards in the magnificent palace, and a smile immediately spread across Aaron's face. He always remembered that this was a real world, and relying entirely on so-called experience could very likely lead him into a dead end. He had to personally confirm whether he could truly continue to connect to the Sapphira after entering Grozel's travels. Having received a satisfactory answer, Aaron no longer hesitated. He picked up the ghostly picture frame that had been maintained in a hidden state beside him, took out the prepared blood, and smeared it onto Grozel's travels. After not waiting long, Aaron suddenly found himself in a vast, white world of ice and snow. Chapter 183, King of the North, Eurysion. Gusts of wind, laden with ice shards and goosefeather snowflakes, slapped Aaron's face and body, causing him to involuntarily tense up and shiver slightly, hunching over, as he surveyed his surroundings. The robust physique brought by his promotion to Sequence 5 disciplinary knight allowed him to quickly adapt to the severe cold, confirming that he was in a world of ice and snow with extremely low visibility. The dark golden talisman he carried close to his chest quietly shattered, transforming into complex mystical symbols that integrated into Aaron's body. His consciousness blurred for a moment, and a dark golden mist rose from his mind island, as if breaking some kind of restraint. Aaron's consciousness instantly cleared, and certain things he had deliberately ignored resurfaced in his mind. The harsh environment prevented him from delaying. After a preliminary observation of his surroundings, he took out the item stained with Bayer Bayl's blood and used the divination pendulum method to determine his location. Then, based on the result, he trudged through the thick snow, under the gloomy sky, quickly moving through the raging winds, occasionally divining again to adjust his direction. About 10 minutes later, Aaron discovered a burly figure covered in silver armor. He exhaled, taking a few steps forward, and clearly saw that it was indeed Bayer Bayle. This half-giant stood silently in the wind and snow, his dawn armor emanating steam, dispelling the cold. Ignoring the complex expression on his loyal subordinate's face, Aaron put away his divination pendulum and asked directly. "Did you burn it?" "I did." Bayer Bayle nodded, seemingly wanting to say something. Aaron gazed at him for a few seconds, confirmed he wasn't lying, and then his expression turned serious. "Remember. To recite his honored name is to be his believer. Believe in him, serve him, and perhaps one day you will receive unimaginable boons. At that time, your reputation will spread throughout the 5 seas, no less than that of the pirate kings." As he spoke, he had intended to make a gesture of a Lord of Order believer, but he sadly realized there was no such thing, so he comforted himself with a few words in his mind. A secret organization must remain secret, these superficial matters are meaningless. Bayer Bayle listened silently, his burly body slightly bent, responding solemnly. "According to your will, I will fulfill my loyalty with my life." Without explaining to this loyal believer, Aaron nodded with satisfaction, withdrew his gaze, took out Joseph Will's blood, and performed divination once more. Although he could sense the general direction, the position was constantly changing. What kind of accident happened? Aaron frowned slightly, leading Bayer Bayle to trudge through the blizzard in the direction of his senses. In the vast expanse of white, the two figures, like black dots, crunched through the snow, moving forward little by little. After nearly 20 minutes, Aaron suddenly stopped, and he and Bale simultaneously looked towards a mountain peak to the west. Beside a massive rock covered in a thick layer of ice, there was a dark, secluded cave, guarded at its entrance by a woman holding an ancient, rustic bow. This woman had lustrous, shining black hair, tied into a simple ponytail. Her facial features were very soft, unlike anyone from any country in the northern continent. She wore a brown, ancient-style hunter jacket and trousers, and her keen spiritual perception caused her to direct her gaze towards them. Seeing her slightly pointed ears, and combining it with the content of Grozel's travels, Aaron immediately knew her identity, the elven singer Shadas. An elf. Bale, standing beside him, looked at the ancient bow in her hand and stepped forward proactively, shielding Aaron. As he approached, Shadas unhesitatingly raised her longbow, the arrow knocked upon it shimmering with flowing silver-white electric light. As expected of elves, most of whom belong to the storm pathway, they are indeed prone to irritability and recklessness. Aaron looked at the tense standoff between the two sides, muttering inwardly, while signaling Bale not to be nervous. Although the plan had deviated, and the demigod helper he invited seemed to have some issues, finding the protagonist's team was still a good outcome. Just then, Aaron's vision blurred, and he saw two thick, sturdy gray-blue giant legs, and a terrifying greatsword plunged into the snow. Aaron looked at the giant leg, which was a little taller than his entire body, and followed the patterns on the greatsword upwards, finally seeing clearly that before him stood a giant nearly 4 meters tall. Even the half-giant Bale looked like a midget in front of him. This giant's skin was gray-blue, his chest, abdomen, and waist were wrapped in thick beast fur, while the rest of his body was exposed, even his feet lacked protection. He leaned on a greatsword wider than a human door, and with his distinctive vertical single eye, he looked down at Aaron and Bale, asking in a rumbling voice. "Who are you? Why have you come to Grozel's camp?" As his words fell, a strangely dressed man in his 30s, who made one feel uncomfortable, also walked out of the cave and saw the two confronting parties. This man had a rather handsome face, flaxen hair, deep brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. Even when sitting, he exuded an air of arrogance. "Let's all be peaceful, don't be so tense. I'm talking to you, Shadas, don't always point your bow at others." He skillfully walked to the elven singer Shadas's side, placed his hand on her shoulder, and chuckled, not at all as arrogant as his demeanor suggested. "Morbid, if you dare touch me again, I'll let you feel the wrath of an elf." Her voice was clear and melodious, but her tone was full of anger and irritability, as if she might raise her hands at any moment and shoot Morbid Soros an arrow. "All right, I'll reflect." Morbid coughed dryly, withdrew his hand, and casually smoothed his pointed, stiff black hat, hiding his embarrassment. The atmosphere softened with Morbid's arrival. Aaron looked at Morbid, who still seemed to enjoy being threatened by Shadas, and couldn't help but inwardly grumble. "You two are being sickeningly sweet. I suspect you're showing off your affection, but I have no proof." Then he lightly coughed, drawing the attention of the men, elf, and giant opposite him. "Groel, we are also here to deal with Elysian, the king of the north. I think we are not enemies, right?" Groel looked down at Aaron and the other person, his vertical single eye no longer filled with wariness, and he laughed heartily. "Yes, since you are also here to deal with Elysian, then we are friends." Shadas glared at Morbid, slapped his hand away, and reluctantly put away her bow, seemingly muttering something under her breath. Morbid smacked his lips, looked at Aaron and his companion, then enthusiastically invited them into the cave, chattering incessantly. "You might find it hard to imagine, but when I first entered here, I was an arrogant, introverted, cultured nobleman, but the long passage of time changed all that. Heh, especially when your companion is a giant who only knows how to grin foolishly and shout slogans." As he said this, Groel, who was following behind with a hunched back, chuckled good-naturedly, raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. His vertical single eye showed none of the ferocity and cruelty often depicted in various giant legends. Morbid sighed, then remembered something and lightly slapped his head. "I've been with them for too long, it's making my brain a bit abnormal. I actually forgot to introduce myself. I am a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer of the Marauder Pathway. You can call me." Aaron glanced at the overly enthusiastic Morbid, interrupting him in a flat tone. "I know, Viscount Morbid Sorost of the Solomon Empire, and now the only surviving direct descendant of the Sorost family." Morbid's expression instantly became incredibly colorful, from initial enthusiasm to surprise, and finally to disbelief, causing him to involuntarily stand still and murmur softly. How is this possible? The old man was an angel." Aaron paused in his steps, a little surprised by the man's reaction, then somewhat understood. The only person Morbid encountered afterward was the former lone soldier Longzul. As an ordinary person, Longzul naturally had limited knowledge. Morbid could at most have learned from him that the Solomon Empire no longer existed, but he had no way of knowing other specific details. Understanding this, Aaron lightly coughed, still offering a word of comfort. "Pale Sorost is not dead, he was merely severely wounded by a mon and is now in a very poor state, hiding everywhere. Morbid's eyes lit up, just about to speak, when he suddenly felt a crazy, tyrannical aura approaching from afar. The pressure from a high-level being was almost palpable. Two more figures suddenly appeared in the cave, Snowman, an ascetic monk dressed in an extremely simple white robe, and Longzel, clad in full black armor. Without any pleasantries, everyone tacitly rushed out of the cave. Unlike the grave expressions of the others, Aaron's expression was more peculiar, because he also sensed Joseph Will's aura at the same time. As everyone rushed out of the cave entrance, they saw a massive figure descend from the sky, landing on a nearby giant rock covered in thick ice. Its membrane-covered wings did not retract, but remained spread, almost obscuring the surrounding light. Unlike their impression, this King of the North was covered in wounds, and opposite him stood a man with dark golden eyes, whose terrifying pressure fully demonstrated his strength. As the ice crystal-like dreamlike scales and the extremely violent, dark blue dragon eyes reflected in everyone's eyes, Elysian, the King of the North, an ice dragon, opened its mouth and spat out a distorted, unstable, and flamboyant ice blue flame towards the cave entrance. Wherever it passed, the void became transparent, completely frozen. The giant Groel proactively stood at the very front, kneeling on his left knee, bending his back forward, and plunging his broad, straight greatsword into the ground before him. A dawn-like light then shone, forming illusory walls to Grozel's left and right, protecting everyone behind him. The ice blue tide surged forward, first split by the vertical greatsword, then crashing against the dawn light on both sides. Accompanying the blossoming of dawn-like radiance from the greatsword, a storm of light swept outwards, piercing through the newly formed ice layer. Grozel's grey-blue figure vanished from the spot. The elven singer Shadas, her hair not yet tied up, held her bow and, embraced by swirling gales, rushed out of the cave without any pause. Morbid Sorost, the Viscount of the Solomon Empire, wearing an asymmetrical black jacket, muttered, "Don't rush," and, finally here, as he ran with large strides, closely following behind Shadas. However, they almost simultaneously stopped, their gazes solemn as they looked at Joseph Will, who had suddenly appeared before them. Looking at this mysterious powerhouse who was fighting the King of the North back and forth, Morbid was about to say something when he heard Aaron's voice from behind. "No need to be nervous. This demigod is the helper I invited. The upcoming battle will be left to Baer Baal. This is his final step to becoming a demigod." Ignoring the expressions of Morbid and the others, Joseph Will nodded. After blocking the King of the North's subsequent attacks, he looked at Baer Baal, who had already taken out the potion, and reminded him. "This fellow is not a demigod from a normal pathway. It is an out-of-control monster that has gathered many ice-type Beyonder characteristics. It can rival a demigod in specific domains, but is inferior in other aspects. Although it was injured by me, it has become even more insane as a result. Directly assisting you would affect the effectiveness of your ritual, so I only used a command to prohibit its flight ability." Baer Baal nodded, without the slightest hesitation, and drank the bottle of silver potion in his hand. To everyone's surprise, he let out a painful roar. As waves of terrifying fluctuations emanated, his body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant, his skin turning dark green and gnarled, containing an unimaginable sense of impact. Morbid and the others felt a stinging in their eyes, and as they gaped, they turned to look at Groel, who was beside them, touching his head with a bewildered expression. Aaron, feeling the chaotic aura emanating from Baer Baal, was not surprised. This was precisely a requirement of the ritual. After consuming the potion, one could temporarily possess power comparable to a demigod, and by hunting a demigod-level monster before losing control, one could successfully advance. Although it was inconvenient to directly intervene in the battle, Aaron could use the subconsciousness within the Sapphira, through Baer Baal's previous light points, to extend his period of losing control. Dark golden mystical symbols appeared in Aaron's pupils. Baer Baal's eyes, which had been consumed by madness and a desire to tear everything apart, flashed with a hint of clarity, and then met the gaze of a pair of extremely violent, dark blue dragon eyes. Rip. The snow parted, and a deep, wide gully was plowed into the ground. This gully extended all the way to where Baer Baal had just been standing. He did not dodge at all, directly blocking the King of the North's dive path. Baer Baal, in his giant form, knelt on one knee and pulled out a translucent, light-formed greatsword from a crack in the earth. Dawn-like light then appeared, erecting an unbreakable, invisible wall. Boom. The collision between the ice dragon and the giant Baer Baal was like a terrifying explosion, shattering all the surrounding snow and ice and pushing it outwards. A huge crater appeared at the center of the collision. Baer Baal did not retreat, instead, he lunged forward, raising his Sword of Dawn and striking at Elysian, the King of the North, who remained stationary. Chapter 184 Promotion and Departure. Layers of ice crystals vanished, dreamlike scales cracked, and the light sword slashed into the head of the King of the North, who had lost his ability to fly, making him let out a deafening shriek. Pale blue blood flowed out and quickly congealed, the ugly head of the frost dragon shook madly, and light like the morning sun spread everywhere. The King of the North, Urisen's shriek quickly turned into a roar, and a terrifying blizzard erupted on the spot, sweeping in all directions. The howling wind carried dense goose feathers, filling every inch of space, and at the same time, an ice-blue halo rapidly expanded, extending outwards along the ground, and wherever it passed, everything it touched turned into ice sculptures from bottom to top. Bayer Bailey was sent flying by a thick, ice-crystal-covered tail. His entire body covered in silver-white armor was violently shattered, and he was instantly engulfed by that ice-blue halo. Ice crystals covered his entire body, and his exposed skin instantly became covered in various patterns, symbols, and markings that could not be described by language and exceeded the normal sensory range. Amidst the sound of his heart beating like muffled thunder, his body once again grew taller, transforming into a gray-blue giant 6 or 7 meters tall. Unlike before, his vertical single eye was bloodshot, openly radiating a violent aura with a clear destructive tendency. His rapidly expanding body directly shattered the ice layer, and the morning light burst forth, rushing towards Urisen, the King of the North, who was charging towards him not far away. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Bayer Bailey's height was even significantly taller than Urisen's non-human standing state, and his strength was equally exaggerated. In the continuous collisions with the opponent's front claws, he even unilaterally suppressed this giant dragon. Urisen, whose head was already cracked, was repelled. His massive dragon body abruptly fell backward, his body collapsing like a mountain, but it could only stir up diffused snow and dust. Looking at the dark green one-eyed giant who was recondensing the morning sun greatsword and rushing towards him, a hint of madness flashed in Urisen's dark blue dragon eyes, his heart contracted with a thump, and he condensed a terrifying pale blue, almost white light. This was a beyonder ability derived from its life, capable of creating an extremely cold hell, attacking indiscriminately, a mutually destructive method. Looking at the terrifying light that seemed to be able to freeze everything, Grozer's face suddenly became solemn, and the greatsword in his hand had already been inserted into the ground, but he saw the human whose name he still didn't know appear at the very front. Under the astonished gazes of Mobert and the others, Aaron's spirituality stirred, the Lord of Mysteries hidden in his sleeve glowed dimly, the violent wind and snow suddenly solidified, and strands of reddish-gold light scattered upon everyone. Shadas opened her mouth, then suddenly looked up at the sky, endless light condensed, seemingly transforming into the sun descended upon reality. The scorching pure light dispersed the wind and snow, melted the ice layer for several kilometers around, and defeated the terrifying pale blue, almost white light that Urisen had condensed. This was precisely the light-chasing domain that Aaron had recorded above the dark gold mist using the Lord of Mysteries, originating from the sun-chasing scepter. Even though it was greatly weakened compared to the original, it was still stronger than a typical demigod attack. Looking at the pure light scattered across the world, the Sequence 5 light priest, ascetic snowman opened his arms, as if embracing divine grace, muttering in a dreamlike voice. God's radiance will eventually spread to every believer. Ignoring his teammates' cult-like remarks, Mobert recovered from his shock, a flicker of imperceptible worry flashing in his eyes. It wasn't that he was worried about not being able to defeat Urisen. Given his status in the Zoroastrian family before his disappearance, his understanding of the extraordinary world was extremely deep, and he could already confirm that Josephwell was at least a demigod of the arbitrator pathway. Moreover, he was certain that this mysterious young man, who knew of the Zoroastrian family, was not of the sun pathway, so the blazing sun in the sky emanating a terrifying aura at least represented a powerful sealed artifact of grade 1. Coupled with the terrifying giant not far away who was fighting Urisen head-on without falling behind, there were a total of 3 powerhouses at the demigod level, so Urisen's fate was already sealed. What worried him was the true purpose of these 3 people who had clearly entered together. One must know that whether it was himself, Longzul, or anyone else, they had all stumbled into this world alone and only learned about Urisen after meeting others. The way Aaron and the others appeared, their highly purposeful actions, and, more importantly, the overwhelming strength they displayed, made Mobert uneasy. Before he could think further, the battle in the distance was already nearing its end. Even though the terrifying blazing sun did not launch an attack, as his innate ability was forcibly interrupted, Urisen's brain seemed to feel a tearing pain. Ah! This frost dragon slowly opened its mouth, letting out a stuttering, broken shriek. Just then, a figure enveloped in light from the dawn rushed to the front of the frost dragon. This was none other than the giantized Bayer Bailey. The patterns, symbols, and markings on his gray-blue skin surged with power, and the glowing greatsword in his hand hummed, developing spiderweb-like cracks, as it directly cleaved into Urisen's already cracked skull. Corrosive dark blue blood splattered, splashing onto the broken silver-white armor and stirring up wisps of blue smoke, and Urisen's head was directly split into 2 along the previous crack, his mournful cry abruptly ceasing. Urisen's headless body trembled, then collapsed with a thud to the ground, like a small mountain made of ice and snow. Inside its body, streaks of pale blue, almost white light burst forth, stirring flesh and blood, rapidly moving, and soon transformed this enormous dragon corpse into a thick, tall, snow-covered double door. Without needing anyone to remind them, all the Beyonders present knew that this was the gate to the outside world. This damned dragon is finally dead, we succeeded. The simple-minded giant Grozer immediately burst into laughter, but feeling the strangeness of the atmosphere, his voice gradually lowered, looking at his teammates around him with some confusion, realizing that their gazes were all directed towards the three newly met friends. Yes, friends, at least Grozer believed that anyone who killed Urizen could be a friend, though others might not think so. Feeling the gazes from behind concentrated on his back, Aaron didn't mind, signaling Josephwill to guard the exit door, while he himself flew towards Bayer Bailey, who was roaring angrily at the sky not far away. The ritual was complete. Although the battle was short, it was extremely dangerous. The power of the Demon Hunter potion had already permeated his entire body during the battle, and the advancement was completed the moment Urizen fell. What Aaron needed to do now was to help Bayer Bailey, who had used a partial, incomplete mythical creature form, regain his sanity. The night mark on his wrist rippled with deep black waves. The power of peaceful slumber instantly enveloped Bayer Bailey, who was struggling to regain his sanity. Aaron immediately prayed softly to himself, and the subconsciousness within Sapphira immediately used the generated prayer images and the prayer light spots left by Bayer Bailey before to transmit power, suppressing that mad will. The patterns, symbols, and markings on Bayer Bailey's body, which exceeded the normal sensory range, rapidly vanished, his skin color returned to normal, and his vertical single eye also disappeared, his body stopping after shrinking to 3 meters. Looking at his naked loyal subordinate, Aaron lightly coughed and dispersed his power, looking around. He cut off Urizen's undamaged skin and threw it to Bayer Bailey, who had just opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power and the indescribable divinity filling his body, Bayer Bailey, with his burly giant physique, knelt on one knee, his head bowed, swearing with barely concealed excitement and gratitude. "I will forever be loyal to Earl Your Highness, I will always be the sharpest sword in your hand." Aaron nodded in satisfaction, watching him tear the dragon's skin into simple clothes and put them on before slowly speaking. Aside from those few people, everything in this book world, although extremely real, is essentially an illusory construct of imagination, with certain limitations. Although Urizen can help you advance, this is ultimately a shortcut. If you leave the book world now, the anchor supporting your divinity will become unstable, and the best result would be falling into slumber. Therefore, I intend for you to stay in the book world for a while first. Next, I will explore a relatively dangerous area, where there should be many monsters. I will let a batch of monsters enter the book world, and you can also use this to digest the Demon Hunter potion. After successfully digesting a part of the potion, the problem of unstable divinity will no longer appear. It just so happens that you can also help me watch over those people. Bayer Bailey nodded solemnly, loyally following Aaron towards the giant dragon corpse that had transformed into a double door not far away. Grozer and his group of people stood together, looking somewhat nervously at the giant, who had returned to normal but still exuded a terrifying pressure, slowly walking behind the young man, finally stopping at the double door, with the initial mysterious powerhouse at his side. Aaron looked back at the strangely alluring double door. If he hadn't used Sapphira to break through the limitations of this book world in advance, he probably would have already entered the light door and left. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Grozer and his silent group of people, breaking the oppressive silence. He raised a finger slightly, pointing as he spoke. Lone soldiers from over 100 years ago, nobles from the 4th epoch, ascetics from the 3rd epoch, and elves who served, Calamity Queen, Gooseneck from the 2nd epoch, and giants who guarded the giant royal court. Have you ever wondered how you, who haven't even acquired divinity, managed to live through these long years? You should know that even some long-lived races, even if they become demigods, their lifespan is only a little over 1,000 years. In this unspeakable silence, Mobert, with a somewhat grim expression, spoke in a low voice. I don't know how many years have passed outside, but it must have been many years. I was asleep most of the time, and time here seemed to be frozen. Aaron nodded. Seeing that they had realized the problem, he stopped beating around the bush and said directly. When you leave this portal and depart from the protection of the book world, the passage of time will directly devour your lives, but I can give you a chance to live. The elf singer Shada spoke with some excitement. What do we have to pay for that? And where did you hear the queen's name? Aaron looked around and chuckled. To save you means to help you recover the missing time. The price is to become a believer of a great existence. You can call him Order Master. As he spoke, he glanced at the devout ascetic and added. Or slowly accumulate merits and pay the corresponding price, which will be very long. Just as Mobert was about to choose the second option, Aaron's faint voice came. The Zoroastrian family has disappeared into the mists of history. Paul Zoroastrian is being pursued by the blasphemer Amon. I presume you have heard some secrets. You should know what that blasphemer means to Beyonders of the Marauder pathway. If you don't want to be turned into a clone by him, I advise you to quickly believe in my lord and gain protection. My lord can even give Paul some help to restore the Zoroastrian family to its former glory. I forgot to tell you, I possess a sequence 4 parasite Beyonder characteristic. Mobert instantly froze, his expression changing for a moment before he spoke. All right, I agree, but I want to give my future contributions to Shada's. Shadas, who had always been ill-tempered, looked at the hand on her shoulder, mumbled for a moment, but still stubbornly turned her head away. Not refusing Mobert's wish, Aaron turned his head to look at Shadas and chuckled. To answer your previous question, Calamity Queen, Gooseneck is not completely dead, there are still remnants of her consciousness. Believe in my lord, and both you and she will receive blessings. Looking at Shadas, whose expression suddenly changed, Aaron did not continue. The time accumulated in the ghost painting frame was not enough to save a second epic elf. After supplementing Mobert's time, there was not much time left. Amidst the clanging of metal, Longzel, who had been silently clad in black armor, looked at Aaron, who had distinct Loen characteristics, and asked with a slight daze. Do you know the Edward family in Backlund? That is, the Edward family living at 18 Delhi Street, Northwest District. Aaron turned his head and shook it. There is no Northwest District now. Looking at Longzel, who was repeating his words in a hoarse, low voice, he curled his lips and added. However, before I entered, I entrusted someone to find the current Edward family and provided them with decent jobs. Under the same conditions, I can send you to meet them. The longing in his heart still made him nod. Seeing this, Aaron chuckled, took out the ghost painting frame, spiritual power surged into it, he selected Mobert and Longzel, and as the hour hand of the painting turned counterclockwise, the gray-white marks quickly disappeared. Invisible waves swept over their bodies, and a vague sense of fullness enveloped them. Mobert followed the strong spiritual pull and looked at the ghost painting frame, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. A moment later, Aaron put away the ghost painting frame, nodded to Bayer Bailey not far away, then suddenly exerted force and pushed open the snow-covered great door. Silently, everything they saw became illusory, then transparent, and then disappeared. Chapter 185 Meeting After Awakening. A vast study room, styled like those of northern continent's great nobles, quickly appeared before their eyes. It was precisely the study of the capital city lord's mansion. Mobert and Longzer stumbled, looked around, their eyes suddenly bewildered for several seconds, then their expressions drastically changed as they looked down at their bodies, their clothes had abruptly turned into decayed ash. After an awkward glance, the two naked men tacitly averted their gazes. Mobert muttered to himself. I must make Shadas change her clothes before leaving later. Aaron had anticipated this and directly threw them 2 sets of clothes. Although their lifespan was replenished by the ghost picture frame, their clothes were clearly not included and would naturally turn to decayed ash upon leaving the world within the book. Looking at Longzer, who seemed to have already sensed something, he smiled and explained. The potion you consumed was fake, and the power you gained was also, just like that frost dragon. Leaving the world within the book, this power will naturally disappear, but the process of digesting the potion and the experience of advancement still exist. With the corresponding potion, you will quickly recover your strength. Seeing Longzer nod, Aaron turned his gaze to the center of the study table, where a book bound with yellowish-brown parchment was laid open. The book rustled open due to an invisible wind, reaching its last page. Not only Aaron, but the others also saw the ending. With the help of Aaron Will and Joseph Will, Boyer Burial killed the King of the North and successfully advanced to Demon Hunter. Aaron stepped forward, closed it, and put it away. He turned to look at the two brought out from Grozel's travels, and without avoiding Joseph Will, who stood beside him, he spoke solemnly. I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is time to offer your loyalty. Mobert's gaze slowly moved from the upper pocket where Grozel's travels was placed to Aaron's face. His Adam's apple twitched, and he nodded resignedly. All right, what should I do? Aaron's face revealed a smile of unclear meaning, and without caring about Joseph Will's somewhat strange gaze, he said with an even more devout tone. It's simple. Follow me in chanting the honored name of that great existence. The Master will answer your prayers. With that, without waiting for their reply, he began. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. The deep, majestic ancient Hermes echoed, and Mobert felt a chill throughout his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. As a direct descendant of the Zoroastrian family, a Viscount who had truly experienced the era of gods, he knew very well what this honored name meant. Those were the gods who stood at the peak of this world, overlooking all beings from the astral world. He knew even more clearly how dangerous it was to chant the honored name of a hidden existence whose origin and benevolence were unknown. This might lead to an outcome more terrifying than death. But thinking of the old men who had been hunted by that blasphemer for countless years, and thinking of Shadas, who was still trapped in Grozel's travels, he swallowed, his voice trembling slightly as he followed along and chanted. Dense dark gold mist exploded before his eyes, engulfing his consciousness like a tsunami. Before he could react, he found himself in a magnificent palace, surrounded by empty stone chairs. In the depths of the palace, on a throne shrouded in dense dark gold mist, a blurred figure, somewhere between illusory and real, sat quietly. An indescribable terrifying pressure filled every corner. His spirituality wildly warned him, and the aura of death permeated his heart. Mobert felt his eyes were about to go blind. He quickly closed his eyes, lowered his head, and held his forehead with both hands, only to realize that he was not a physical entity. It was more like his spiritual body had been brought to this mysterious space by some incredible power. Realizing this, Mobert had already recognized his current situation. He had been noticed by this hidden existence, who was likely a god-level being, and had even entered this existence's divine kingdom. Without any hesitation, Mobert felt a void in his heart, but on the surface, he spoke with extreme piety. "I am willing to become your believer." Seeing that this Viscount understood the situation so clearly, Aaron's subconsciousness subtly curved its lips, then changed to a majestic voice and spoke. "Good. The final reckoning is coming. Paul Zorost's fate is in his own hands." Mobert's heart trembled. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask but feeling he couldn't afford the corresponding price. After thinking for a moment, he respectfully said, "Great Order Master, is the one who taught me to chant your honored name your favored one." Aaron clicked his tongue inwardly and replied with an unchanged tone. "He is my agent of will in the human world. This Friday at 12 a.m., you can return here to attend a secret meeting I will preside over." Agent of will. Divine Counsel. Only these two phrases flickered in Mobert's mind. Just as he was about to speak, he found that everything around him became hazy and illusory, as if covered by a thin veil. A familiar sense of disorientation came over his consciousness. Mobert suddenly opened his eyes and found himself still standing in place. He subconsciously nudged Longzer beside him with his arm, but only received a puzzled look from the other party. Feeling a bit bitter and understanding, just as he was thinking about the Order Master's words, Mobert inadvertently met Aaron's gaze. For some reason, Mobert also subconsciously lowered his head, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. Aaron rubbed his face with his right hand. Although he found the man's behavior a bit strange, he still smiled and said, "This is the South Continent. You two should follow Joseph Will first and get a good understanding of what happened in St. Annis during the years you were gone. Longzer, I will provide you with potions and can also arrange for you to reunite with your family's descendants, but all of this comes with a price. I hope you understand." At this point, Aaron changed to a half-smile, looking pointedly at Mobert and saying, "I forgot to tell you, today is Monday." The scarlet moon was obscured by clouds, and faint starlight scattered on the smooth floor. It was silent, peaceful, and lacked human presence. Aaron came to the deck, feeling the cold night wind, and leisurely walked along the ship's rail, gazing at the turbulent sea. At this moment, the high-altitude clouds had thinned and lightened, and the light of the scarlet moon brightened the dim night slightly. In such an environment, Aaron clearly saw the scene not far away, layers of dark clouds, pressing very low, revealing substantial hurricanes raging back and forth, covering an immeasurably wide sea area. Under the illumination of streaks of silver-white lightning, fine heavy rain danced with the wind, creating a scene like the arrival of doomsday. Such a terrifying calamity was perhaps only a few nautical miles, or even closer, from Aaron, yet this side was almost unaffected, with only a slight increase in wind. The ghost ship he was currently on was built through the combined efforts of Harland Rooney and another newly advanced artisan, using a Wraith Beyonder characteristic and a Seafarer Beyonder characteristic. This was also why Aaron could reach the edge of the Toscate Island's eastern safe passage by ship in a short time, as a sufficiently safe vessel was essential for exploring the sea where the Divine War ruins were located. Without anyone piloting it, the ghost ship left the safe passage and headed towards the hidden passage, towards the legendary Divine War ruins. The light ahead of the ship gradually dimmed, and mist permeated, making visibility very low. It was difficult to distinguish dangerous from non-dangerous areas with the naked eye. After leaving the safe passage, it was easy to encounter various monsters, some of which were enormous and highly aggressive. Once they surfaced, they would swallow the ship whole. The devil's button in his embrace rippled, and an unspeakable malice rose in his heart. Aaron, following his spiritual intuition, suddenly turned his head, and an ominous, dark behemoth had appeared behind him at some point. Golden light flickered in his pupils, and Aaron discovered that it was actually a sailing ship nearly 200 meters long, with its bow and stern rising high, the entire vessel resembling a crescent moon. Its surface was painted black, the cannons on its sides were arranged in 3 rows, orderly from top to bottom, the parts protruding from the deck, apart from the masts, were equally towering and massive, at least equivalent to a 5-story building. The strangest thing about this ship was that it had only one sail, on which a black tombstone was depicted. Death Knell, Undead King Agalaya II. Aaron showed no fear, even a smile appeared on his face. He took out Grozel's Travels from his embrace, the Lord of Mysteries on his left hand glowed faintly, and his right hand tightly gripped the Sword of Judgment. The subconsciousness within the Sapphira suddenly opened its eyes, and the sun-chasing scepter had already leaped from the pile of sundries. Before he could even make the first move, the death knell not far away suddenly turned, moving away at an unprecedented speed. It ran away. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. Without hesitation, the ghost ship beneath his feet became illusory, and the patterns of ocean waves appeared on the ship's surface as it chased after the death knell. Seemingly sensing the threat constantly pursuing it, the death knell emitted a thick black mist. It was filled with a corrupted, evil scent, condensing into a jet-black arrow inscribed with twisted, grotesque symbols that shot forth. An indescribable blatherer seemed to echo in the void. Having endured the torment of blatherer for several epochs within the Sapphira, Aaron possessed an incredible resistance to it and was not controlled or affected by the blatherer. Sensing the terrifying corruption contained within the jet-black arrow, the Lord of Mysteries glowed golden, and the recorded, light-chasing domain was directly released. The escaping brilliant white light stirred up a tsunami. After everything returned to calm, the death knell had long since vanished without a trace. Recalling the scene just now, Aaron sighed softly with some regret. Due to the presence of malicious perception, the best way to hunt high-level devil pathway beyonders was by chance encounters. And the attack just now clearly corresponded to the Sequence 3 blatherer. It should have been the death knell itself that made the move. Withdrawing his gaze, Aaron glanced at the clock in the ship's cabin. It was already close to midnight. After performing a divination to confirm that this sea area would not pose any danger in the short term, Aaron then ascended above the dark gold mist. He let his subconsciousness sit on the throne, while he himself returned to the favored one's exclusive high-backed chair. After familiarizing himself with this peculiar dual perspective, his spirituality extended towards the prayer light points. Dark golden light then rose from the stone chairs below, and figures emerged. Their gazes met, and all discovered the new member who had suddenly appeared, Mobert. Being watched by gazes of unknown meaning, even Mobert, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. As everyone had different thoughts, the magnificent figure on the throne spoke calmly, and a majestic and vast voice echoed. Doomsday is approaching. In the coming years, a world-engulfing war will usher in the prelude to Ragnarok. Your time is running out. From today onwards, the Chaos Council will be held once a month, on the last day of each month. All members were stunned by the immense information revealed in the words of this great existence, but they still remembered to stand and bow. We humbly obey your teachings. Many people's thoughts raced. After trading several mid-sequence formulas, the trading session ended. Even though he really wanted to exchange for the Sequence 4 Parasite Potion in Aaron's hand, he still decided to observe first and propose the trade next time. On one hand, it was out of caution, but most importantly, he was now not only penniless but also signed a bond of servitude, so he couldn't afford a demigod beyonder characteristic at all. Checkwald, who had just traded for the Sequence 6 Conspirer Potion formula, spoke first. A certain important figure from the God of Combat Church personally visited the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's cathedral in the Intis capital. No one knows what happened. Additionally, I have already arrived at the Minsk Mountains in the Fozak Empire. The atmosphere of war here is extraordinarily intense, like, well, a powder keg about to be filled. Checkwald thought for a moment and used a somewhat imprecise adjective as a metaphor. Combining the previous information, everyone had a feeling of impending storm. In this silent atmosphere, Faye Luanidas, who had also successfully traded for the Sequence 6 Seafarer Potion formula, slowly spoke. The Golden Dream has been in the Mist Sea for nearly a month. We followed the treasure map we found along the route, but unfortunately, last week we encountered a rare mist vortex. As a result, we deviated from the normal passage and arrived at an unexplored sea area. We found a primitive island where legendary elves actually lived. But the captain said that deep within the island, there is a demigod in an abnormal state, seemingly contaminated. The captain seems to be trying to weaken the effects of the contamination through a ritual. Hopefully, we can establish contact with that demigod elf and inquire about the exact location of this sea area, and whether the source of the contamination indicates that this sea area is extremely dangerous. Mobert, who had been silent, was startled, and then asked back with both surprise and joy. Elves. You met many elves. He knew that Shadas's greatest wish after leaving Grozel's travels was to find her people. He had originally thought that elves were extinct, but here he received an unexpected pleasant surprise. Although Faye Luanidas was somewhat surprised by the new member's reaction, he patiently explained. Yes, they came to the Mist Sea a long time ago on a massive ghost ship and settled on that island. They seem to worship an existence called Queen of Calamity. Chapter 186, God War Relics. Calamity Queen, Gaoxanamu. A name surfaced in Mobert's mind. Having lived with Shadas for so long in Grozel's travels, he knew some things. His expression changed for a moment, and he did not press further, actively ending the topic. Aaron, however, became interested. Both the island inhabited by elves and the ghost ship that helped their clan migrate held considerable value. After truly achieving Sequence 0, Black Emperor, Roselle realized that the Emperor's subjects were not limited to humans. To truly deal with those outer deities after the original barrier breaks, one must become an outer deity, and thus accommodating the Black Emperor uniqueness is essential. In the future kingdom of God on Earth, not only humans but also elves and giants will prostrate themselves under the Emperor's majesty. By actively acting out and then accommodating the uniqueness of neighboring pathways, the subsequent negative effects of accommodation can be minimized. With this thought, Aaron, feigning to be a favored one, smiled and said, I am quite interested in elves, and I also know about the Calamity Queen, but I've been busy with other matters recently and can't spare the time. You can set up such a ritual, and then pray to the Great Order Master, and you can transmit the spirit world coordinates of that place to me. As Aaron spoke, his spirituality stirred slightly, and a ritual composed of complex and strange symbols appeared before Fey Luanitas. This was what Astarolfo taught him after his memories recovered. Although very curious about what Mr. Favored One was busy with, Fey Luen still restrained his curiosity, concentrated on memorizing for a moment, then slowly nodded. All right, after the captain attempts to communicate with that elven demigod, I will transmit the obtained information to you through this ritual. The others listened quietly, not speaking further, still pondering the profound meaning in the words of that great existence. Seeing the gathering nearing its end, and considering that he had been off the safe passage for a long time, now sailing on a treacherous secret route, Aaron actively ended this chaos council. Figures dissipated into dark golden mist and disappeared into the prayer points behind the stone chairs. Aaron's main consciousness passed through layers of dark golden mist and returned to reality. Looking at the unchanging, mist-shrouded sea around him, Aaron was unsure where he had arrived. Entering the secret route, encountering and chasing the death knell, with the ghost ship in full pursuit, Aaron could only discern that they were traveling eastward, which was the direction of the Divine War ruins. Aaron withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to take out his divination pendant to divine his current location, the entire ship suddenly pitched violently. Looking sharply ahead, the mist cleared, and a colossal fissure impossibly stretched across the sea in front of them. The azure sea was severed by the enormous fissure here, and endless seawater, like a waterfall, plunged vertically into the bottomless gloom. Splash! The ship could no longer stop, rushing straight off the edge and plummeting rapidly. Aaron also lost his balance, uncontrollably heading straight for the ceiling, but his expression remained calm. There was no danger premonition from the devil's button, indicating that this would not bring danger. Relying on his formidable body, he used the ceiling to maintain his posture. Just as they were about to completely fall into the bottomless dark fissure, a fountain-like surge of seawater suddenly gushed upwards from below. It held the ship, tossing it high into the air and flinging it to the other side of the chasm. After a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, Aaron felt the ship had landed steadily on the sea. He turned his head to look out of the cabin window. At this moment, the sunlight outside the window became bright, shining in intensely, causing Aaron's eyes to narrow slightly. He quickly walked to the window and saw that the boundless ocean outside seemed to be burning with golden flames, as if it were perpetually at noon. And just moments ago, it was night. Aaron raised his head and saw that the sky was filled with direct sunlight, with no clouds and no sun visible, just a golden expanse. This place did not seem like a real ocean, or at least not entirely, but rather a site left over from the War of the Gods. As his gaze swept around, he discovered a patch of ruins not far ahead to his left. Most of the ruins were submerged in seawater, with only peaks of gray stones and pillars rising above the surface. At their apex was something like a dome, which, by its own curvature, supported a considerable space. These ruins must have been incredibly vast originally. Through the transparent seawater, Aaron saw that they extended downwards to the seabed, endlessly. He restrained his curiosity well. Aaron withdrew his gaze, for he knew that many ruins within the Divine War ruins contained various mutated monsters, including many out-of-control demigods and ancient evil creatures. Many of the monsters and out-of-control evil entities here could truly kill intruders, but upon being slain, they would leave nothing behind, merely exhausting one's strength. Spirituality surged, and Aaron intended to control the ghost ship to move away from those ruins, when a huge and clear gasp suddenly sounded in his ears. The huge gasping sound slowly and rhythmically entered Aaron's ears, making his spine go cold and his heart inexplicably irritable, yet the devil's button gave no danger premonition. Not wanting to complicate matters, Aaron steered the ghost ship further away, and the gasping sound gradually faded. The sea was still bathed in the midday sun, faintly tinged with a golden hue. As the ship advanced, a point of light ahead and to the side grew larger and larger, refracting a dazzling, dreamy, multicolored brilliance under the sunlight. As golden light appeared in his eyes, he realized that they were 4 colossal pillars carved from pure diamond. They were like the sky-supporting towers of myth, extending downwards, standing firm, and supporting a considerable floating island. On the floating island, the soil was scorched black, without a hint of green. Deep within it, the light was exceptionally bright, surpassing the midday sky. Suddenly, a long neigh came from there. The sound was loud and unrestrained, but it lacked that sense of danger that makes one's hair stand on end. Aaron heard the clip-clop of horses running and saw 2 horses, as if forged from gold, charge out of the floating island. Behind them, they pulled an equally golden, magnificent chariot. A burning sensation, as if from the soul, assailed his entire body. This was remarkably similar to the negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter. Aaron was not stubborn at all, and very sensibly lowered his head, controlling the ghost ship to accelerate away from the sea area. For the next period, this ocean was like the outside world, with only undulating water, vast, silent, and boundless. Aaron occasionally saw strange bonfires floating on the sea, but he found no trace of the Ghost Empire. Frowning, Aaron took out a dark golden token from his embrace, which was the key to opening the Ghost Empire. After entering this divine war ruin, relying on the bloodline sense after lifting the hidden state, Aaron had sailed for some time, but it was as if he had entered a maze. He activated the token again, and the bloodline sense still remained in this sea area. Looking at the vast sea around him, Aaron's gaze lingered on the golden surface of the sea. Just as Aaron was hesitating whether to risk exploring the seabed, he suddenly realized that his surroundings had darkened. The sky, which had always been in a midday state, no longer had sunlight, completely enveloped by dense darkness. This change was so swift and sudden that the night mark on Aaron's wrist emitted soft fluctuations. Drowsiness assailed him. Having realized that the most terrifying night of the Divine War ruins had arrived, Aaron did not resist and sensibly closed his eyes. In a world as if veiled, he suddenly awoke, clearly aware that he was dreaming. Aaron looked around and found himself on a mountaintop. In front was a bottomless cliff, and across the cliff was a mountain covered with countless palaces, countless tall towers, and magnificent city walls. Those buildings were grand and magnificent, layered and encircling. Individually, they were unusually huge, unlike places where humans would reside, and combined, they possessed an indescribable sense of epic, miracle, and myth. The sun hung in the far distance, casting the colors of dusk onto that city, the light seemingly solidified. The Twilight Temple, or more accurately, a giant king's court from a certain memory. This thought flashed through Aaron's mind, but his gaze did not linger. Instead, he looked at the monastic-style black buildings behind him. The mountaintop seemed to form a boundary line, the twilight light cast by the sun was blocked here, while the monastery was enveloped in peaceful black. And behind the monastery seemed to be an even vaster black ocean. Aaron, following a sudden strong sensation, looked there somewhat incredulously. A magnificent silhouette seemed to loom faintly in the black ocean. After several seconds of stunned silence, Aaron's expression became a little strange as he withdrew his gaze, and he also understood why, even with the token's guidance, he still hadn't found the Ghost Empire. The last treasure of this trend-tossed empire did not exist in reality, but in a dream world between reality and illusion. The colossal ship rumored to appear on a foggy night in the Sonia Sea, to the current Aaron, seemed like a projection of the dream world cast into reality based on some medium. Having understood all this, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, the ultimate goal of this trip had been found, but that monastery and the black ocean further behind were clearly fraught with danger. Aaron was prepared to stay in this sea area for a long time. This would allow him to encounter more nights and enter this dream world more times, which would also give him many opportunities for exploration. Having made up his mind, Aaron looked around, searching for a direction to explore. As expected, he found that whether to the left, right, or back, there were continuous black buildings of the monastery, with towering walls separating them from the cliff. No matter where he wanted to explore, unless he jumped off the cliff directly, he couldn't bypass the monastery. And rashly using travel teleportation in such a place was clearly courting death. Since there was no other choice, Aaron walked straight towards the monastery's pitch-black door. This door was nearly 10 meters high, and it didn't seem to be made for humans. Aaron observed it for a few seconds, took a breath, and extended both hands, pressing them against the sides of the door frame. A creaking sound immediately followed. The door's weight was a bit beyond Aaron's expectation, only with the enhanced physical strength of a disciplinary knight could he budge this giant door. Screech! A heavy friction sound rang out, and the door slowly opened, revealing the scene inside. Two dim tall towers and rows of black buildings were connected by covered bridges, enclosing a wide gray stone plaza. The plaza was riddled with pits and embedded with huge arrows, with several bonfires burning, as if it had once been attacked. Behind the plaza was a vast hall supported by 2 rows of thick stone pillars. There were no candles in the hall, yet it was not dark. Aaron looked at the source of the light, and his gaze suddenly froze. The walls and even the dome of the hall were covered with colorful murals that favored gold. They connected to each other, leaving no gaps, giving the place a grand and sacred feeling. On the murals was an ocean burning with flames, which split in the middle, creating a path. The light illuminating the hall emanated from here. On the path, there was a long procession, whose members either bowed reverently or prostrated themselves on the ground, aiming for the depths of the sea. Their leader was a tall, thin man with long silver hair, soft features, closed eyes, and layers of wings on his back. This. Aaron's pupils suddenly constricted. He recognized the leader in that mural. That was the Fate Angel who flashed by in many images when he last contacted Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting. That was Ouroboros, Ouroboros. Aaron's heart tightened, and he forcefully pulled back his thoughts. Then he felt somewhat worried, unsure if he, having come here, had already fallen into the fate cycle created by Ouroboros. At this moment, he instinctively wanted to activate the subconsciousness left on the dark golden mist, to forcefully retrieve memories that might have been erased, but in the end, he suppressed this impulse, preparing to observe first. Aaron had had many exchanges with Fate Counselor Richard before, and had even observed Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting perform Fate Restart, so he had a relatively good understanding of the interpretation of the Fate domain. He then calmed his emotions and looked at the massive mural. From the perspective of interpreting symbolic meaning, there were no looping rivers here, only black sludge with inverted fish, representing the absence of a fate cycle, only the entanglement of misfortune. His heart slightly relaxed. Not to mention that this was a dream world, and the pervasive influence was limited, even if he were cursed by misfortune in reality, as a favored one of the Queen of Misfortune and Fear, Aaron was not worried. He turned his gaze forward and found that this hall was very deep, stretching out of sight, and the light shining in from the mural was confined to this one area. Other areas were quite dim, becoming darker the deeper one went, with only faint glimpses of wooden doors on either side, leading to unknown places. Aaron's gaze fixed on the depths of the mural hall, and his eyes suddenly froze. A tall figure appeared at the very front of those wooden doors. This figure was nearly 2.5 meters tall, wearing heavy, deep black full-plate armor. The cold sensation was almost tangible, his aura contained, silent as the deep sea, and in his eye sockets were two masses of deep red light. The terrifying figure held a long, wide black straight sword already raised. A sudden warning surged in Aaron's heart. Just as he was about to dodge and seize the opportunity to counterattack, a sudden anomaly occurred. Chapter 187 Black Saint. Dazzling sunlight pierced through everything, and everything in the mural hall instantly froze, first blazing white, then fading, and finally disappearing. Aaron suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively rolled over to dodge, only to find himself lying on the deck of the ghost ship, with the outside world returning to midday. Looking at the golden sea around him, Aaron recalled his exploration of the dream world just now and fell into deep thought. He had already learned about the situation of the Ghost Empire, so there was no need to continue searching outside. The remaining focus was to explore the Black Monastery and reach the final Black Ocean through there. The dream world entered after night fell in the God War ruins was composed of the dreams of all living beings. The appearance of the Black Monastery and the Giant King's court could be explained as a projection of some power in the dream world. However, the fate angel depicted in the murals inside the monastery's hall was clearly related to the black armored men who appeared last, at least at the demigod level, or it was a manifestation of his dream. Fate angel, Aurora Order. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, and he already had a guess in his heart. That mysterious demigod was very likely the Aurora Order's Saint of Darkness, Leomaster, a Black Knight of Sequence 4 of the Secret Supplicant Pathway. Or, more accurately, his evil personality. While leading the pilgrimage team to find the true Creator's sanctuary, he was trapped in the God War ruins at the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. In the collective dream, he was affected by some power and developed a split personality. The fact that I can meet him in the dream world indicates that the area where the Saint of Darkness is trapped is within this sea area, and since he is backed by the Aurora Order, he definitely herds more than one demigod. Perhaps I can make use of that good personality, but this requires an attempt after entering the dream world next time. Aaron's thoughts raced, and then he suddenly realized an embarrassing problem. He had no deeply related items to the Aurora Order. The only one he had was the listener's glove that had been contaminated by the Mother Tree of Desire, and he couldn't possibly use that for divination. Lacking a medium for divination, it would take too much time to find the area where the Saint of Darkness was trapped in this vast sea. After pondering for a moment, Aaron walked back into the cabin. A moment later, a paper crane appeared in his hand. He wanted to try to contact Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting. Although he had no items related to the true Creator, Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, as the Snake of Fate, should be able to roughly sense the location of that misfortune mural, and the Saint of Darkness might be trapped nearby. It had been almost 2 months since their last contact, and with no directional clues, Ouroboros should not have remained in Backlund all this time. Thinking this, Aaron wrote a sentence on the paper crane. Where is the misfortune mural in the God War ruins? Placing the paper crane aside, Aaron lay down quietly, feeling the rise and fall of the ghost ship, and looking at the sky filled with gold. Just as Aaron thought he wouldn't get a response and was preparing to find a way to contact Fate Councilman Richard, a familiar drowsiness swept over him. Aaron subconsciously glanced at the golden sky and, seeing no night approaching, voluntarily closed his eyes. After an unknown period, Aaron awoke in his dream, finding himself unknowingly in that familiar barren plain, treading on the dark stones beneath his feet, and walking towards the center of the plain. A huge, scaleless, silver-white long snake coiled around the black spire, its body covered with dense Ouroboros symbols. Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting sat at the very bottom, and as soon as he saw Aaron, he spoke indignantly. That stinky snake Ouroboros just left, why did you run off to the God War ruins again? That place is very unfriendly to beings above demigod level. Without the blessings of those few existences, even if power permeates there, it could cause unknown and terrifying mutations. Saying that, he snorted lightly and added. Responding to you this time was also because I was lucky enough not to cause any mishaps. But Ouroboros has the protection of the true creator and can move freely in most areas of the God War ruins. I advise you not to think about that mural. Looking at the little boy with his hands behind his back, adopting the air of an adult lecturing, Aaron suppressed his smile and explained. I want to deal with the Saint of Darkness from the Aurora Order. He might be trapped near that mural, which is why I'm asking you. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting almost thought he had misheard. As far as he knew, the true creator's sanctuary should be somewhere in the God War ruins. To kill his follower at the evil god's doorstep, what kind of suicidal act was this? Catching a glimpse of Aaron's indifferent expression out of the corner of his eye, and recalling the deep and terrifying darkness in the God War ruins, a terrifying guess surfaced in Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's mind. Could it be that one? Quickly calming the thoughts in his mind, he lightly coughed and said directly. That paper crane will guide you to that mural. The residual power I left on it can temporarily shield Ouroboros's potential gaze. And I suggest you act when night sweeps over the God War ruins. With the blessing of that residual power, you should be much safer, at least you won't be watched by the true creator. At this point, he lightly coughed and directly waved his hand, forcibly ending the dream. Aaron detached from the dream, his expression strange as he looked at the paper crane floating autonomously beside him, pointing in a certain direction. While controlling the ghost ship to sail in that direction, he muttered to himself. Is this because he's afraid I'll attract the true creator? TSK, but his idea coincides with mine. Aaron was not worried about the true creator. The seven gods were all watching, and a mere demigod was not worth the risk for this evil god to act. The most likely to appear was Ouroboros, but with the help of darkness and fate, as long as the battle ended quickly, there would be no problems. Moreover, he also had Grozel's travels. Following the paper crane's guidance, the ghost ship sailed on the Golden Sea. The sky suddenly darkened. Aaron, thinking it was the arrival of a dream, subconsciously looked up and gazed into the distance. Lead-colored clouds emerged one after another, overlapping each other, seemingly completely enveloping the surrounding sea. A huge roar came, and in the blinding flash of lightning, a hurricane rolled in from afar. It connected the clouds above to the sea below, more exaggerated than any giant in legends, like a colossal snake coiling to destroy the world. This terrifying tornado brought mountain-like waves, and the branch-like lightning did not cease with the arrival of the heavy rain, continuously striking the sea surface, splitting into tiny electric snakes that spread in all directions. The pattering raindrops hit the deck of the ghost ship, and a name instantly rose in Aaron's heart, Storm Lord Leodoro. A feeling of the doomsday having arrived lingered in his mind. Not trying to be brave, Aaron controlled the ghost ship to dock beside a small island. He didn't go ashore, no monster appeared, and he quietly waited for the storm to end. Such a storm did not last too long. After about 15 minutes, the waves subsided, the hurricane dissipated, and the midday sun once again dominated the sky. He glanced at the depths of the island, where there seemed to be unusual fluctuations emanating, but Aaron had no desire to explore the island and directly controlled the ship to leave. After about a few hours, just as Aaron was pondering whether his next entry into the dream would be random within a certain range or start from where he last left off, night arrived once again. Aaron quickly regained his clarity and rationality in the dream. He opened his eyes and looked around, finding himself appearing not far from the monastery. The monastery's door remained open, and the original Saint of Darkness had disappeared. Not immediately advancing, Aaron wanted to seize the time to verify his idea before the danger truly emerged. He softly chanted his honored name, established a connection with the subconsciousness within the Sapphira, and let the subconsciousness take over his sleeping body in the outside world. Aaron, lying on the deck of the ghost ship, suddenly opened his eyes. The night mark on his wrist resonated with the thick, viscous darkness around him, and the pulling sensation that seemed capable of dragging one into darkness instantly disappeared. Through the synchronized perspective of the Sapphira's subconsciousness, Aaron in the dream world clearly felt this change. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, and then he ended this attempt. Aaron looked back at the black monastery not far away, gripped the sword of judgment in his hand, and walked back into the mural hall, heading straight into the depths. Feeling no danger, he pushed open the black wooden door. Behind the black wooden door was not an absurd or bizarre scene, but rather a very ordinary hall filled with many miscellaneous items. At the most conspicuous position in the hall was a pair of double iron doors. Just as Aaron was about to walk over, the corner of his eye caught sight of an inconspicuous black wooden door in the corner, identical to the one he had entered through. Aaron frowned, but still turned and walked towards the wooden door. He extended his hand to grasp the handle. The door was not locked. With a gentle push, it opened by itself. Behind the door was a storage room. A full-length mirror stood on the left, and a figure in a linen short robe was huddled on the right. "Who?" the figure in the linen short robe asked urgently but softly, his voice filled with despair and pain. Aaron's tense nerves immediately relaxed. He had already clearly seen the figure's appearance with his night vision. His face was weathered, with deep wrinkles on his forehead, at the corners of his eyes, and around his mouth. He looked exactly like the black-armored demigod from last time, so he should be the good personality of that Saint of Darkness. Aaron, not knowing when the dream would end, did not answer his question and shamelessly spouted nonsense. "Mr. Leomister, I am Mr. B of the Aurora Order. I am here on the orders of Lord Cosma, that Saint of Gloom, to help you escape your predicament. For this, I even brought a holy relic." Hearing the stranger directly call out his name, Leomister was stunned for a moment. And upon hearing Aurora Order and Saint of Gloom, Cosma, he seemed to grasp at the last straw. Although his memory was fragmented due to his split personality, these two sets of words still stirred his remaining memories, making him, who believed himself to be in a desperate situation, instinctively choose to believe. The joy on his face diminished slightly, and he glanced worriedly at the hall. "Mr. B, we'd best close the door first. We can't let that devil catch us, otherwise." The muscles on his face visibly twitched twice, and his smile also vanished, as if recalling something unpleasant. Aaron nodded expressionlessly and gently closed the door. He had originally prepared for the other party not to believe him, but he didn't expect this guy to be so easily deceived. Was this also a sequela of his split personality? Looking at Leomister, whose face still showed fear, Aaron lightly coughed and said, "This space is not stable, so let's make a long story short. The holy relic that can take you out requires your blood." Aaron raised his hand to stop Leomister, who was about to cut his own wrist, and regardless of whether the other party understood, he explained. "Not here, but when you wake up one day and find yourself out of here, in a world you've never seen before, then find a way to send your blood out of the seal." Looking at the somewhat confused Leomister, Aaron did not continue to explain. After night faded, the main personality, Saint of Darkness, would definitely occupy the demigod body in the outside world. Leomister, this split good personality, was definitely suppressed tightly, which could be seen from the pursuit in the dream world alone. But if the main personality, Saint of Darkness, were severely wounded in the dream world, Leomister would most likely gain temporary control of the body and accomplish what Aaron wanted him to do. This was also a last resort. Aaron would not put himself in danger in a place that could trap a powerful demigod and even cause him to split his personality. After all, he didn't want an unbridled evil personality to appear. If not handled well, it could even affect his control over the Sapphira. In this situation, Grozel's travels was undoubtedly the best choice. Just as Aaron was thinking this, two figures were clearly reflected in the full-length mirror opposite Leomister. One was Leomister, with many wrinkles and dark hair, and the other was Aaron Will, with deep eyes, mature and dignified. At this moment, when Aaron made no movement, the him in the mirror slowly turned his head and showed a sinister smile at himself. Ripples suddenly spread across the mirror's surface, and a hand reached out. That Aaron Will, identical to him, crawled out of the mirror, his face stained with a distinct sense of grimness by the darkness. TSK, even with a dark filter, he's still just as handsome. Aaron calmly looked at the other party, raising the sword of judgment in his right hand, from which crimson flames were already flowing. The sinister Aaron Will opposite him curved his lips upward, also raised his right hand, and a long sword wreathed in flames also appeared in his hand. Leomister was so frightened by this sudden change that he trembled, shrinking into a corner and not daring to make a sound. "My copy." Aaron frowned slightly, simultaneously taking a step forward to block in front of Leomister. After all, this guy absolutely couldn't die in the aftermath of the battle. Then he expressionlessly raised his left hand. A scepter, seemingly made entirely of gold and flowing with crimson flames, suddenly appeared in his left hand, seemingly out of nowhere. The sun-chasing scepter. Although actions in dreams must conform to logic to achieve the desired effect, this place certainly could not affect the Sapphira. At least the outer area could not reach the extent of affecting things related to the Sapphira. The experiment outside the Black Monastery just now had confirmed this. Chapter 188 Battle and Speculation. Therefore, Aaron, with the help of the subconscious within the Sapphira, simplified the ritual process, and under the premise that the Scepter of Sundering truly belonged to him, this Grade 0 sealed artifact was retrieved. Looking at the Scepter of Sundering in his hand, Aaron finally smiled. He also believed that the mirror in the dream alone could not replicate the parts related to the Sapphira. The dark and deep Aaron Will stared blankly at the opposite side, instinctively raising his left hand, but his left palm was empty. Then, he saw countless streaks of blazing white flames shooting out, enveloping him layer by layer. Despite casting various decrees, he still couldn't stop them or escape this area. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A massive, blazing fire orb illuminated the room, which was too narrow to dodge, and then disappeared along with the Aaron Will who had walked out of the mirror, leaving only the eerie mirror behind. Unlike before, his own reflection no longer appeared in the mirror, only Lyoma's, curled up in the corner, remained. For some reason, Aaron felt inexplicably calmer at this moment, much like entering a sage's time. The wooden door was blown open by the residual shock waves of the battle, and a loud crash echoed from the hall filled with various sundries. the double iron doors at the center of the hall were directly kicked open. Thump. 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 Heavy footsteps, like drumming, headed directly towards the corner, as if they had already discovered Aaron and Lyoma's hiding place. Through the open crack in the wooden door, Aaron clearly saw the Black Knight in full black armor from his previous dream. He looked exactly like Lyoma's, even the subtle features matched perfectly. The only difference was that his eyes glowed with deep red light. Saint of Darkness. The term flashed through Aaron's mind as he watched the deep red light in the knight's eyes intensify, and he raised the gloomy, broad straight sword in both hands. Stomp. He took a step forward and made a cleaving motion, so fast that even Aaron, a disciplinary knight, almost couldn't track it. Following his spiritual intuition, which was close to the demigod level, the sword of judgment, in Aaron's hand, wreathed in crimson flames, slashed straight upwards diagonally. Unlike the projection in his hand just now, it didn't dissipate but genuinely displayed the power of a demigod-level mystical item. Aaron only felt a slight suffocation in his chest and stabilized himself after taking 2 steps back. With this breathing room, the scepter of sundering in Aaron's left hand glowed, and layers of golden flames encircled Aaron, protecting him in the center. Rip. Subsequent attacks, like black streaks of light, cleaved down, causing the flames to disintegrate layer by layer and shoot out in all directions, making the entire hall tremble. Boom. Under the dark greatsword, the flame vortex emitted an explosive sound, turning into shockwaves that engulfed the area, sending all the piled-up sundries flying into the air. Ignoring the chaotic scene around him, Aaron watched Lyoma's rehide, and a golden light appeared in his pupils as he looked around, trying to find traces of the Saint of Darkness, but found nothing. As a demigod of the secret supplicant pathway, hiding in the shadows is indeed the most practical move, whether for attack or escape. Just then, the shadow beneath Aaron's feet suddenly came alive, grabbing his ankle and flowing upwards like water, wrapping tightly around him. Black Knight, dominate shadow. Before subsequent attacks could arrive, the scepter of sundering glowed brightly, spreading out pure and clear light, which was the domain of light. The light illuminated every corner of the surroundings, turning it into a light-filled realm with not a single trace of darkness, no shadows, and no place for anything to hide. The Saint of Darkness's shadow concealment was directly broken, and the figure holding the black greatsword instantly appeared behind Aaron, seemingly intending to defeat him in one fell swoop using the previous opportunity. A smile played on his lips as Aaron suddenly raised the scepter of sundering in his hand. A pure, ultimate spear of light was hurled at the Saint of Darkness and expanded into a miniature sun large enough to illuminate the entire hall. Although the prohibit shadow concealment decree could also be effective, restricting a demigod, whether in terms of spiritual consumption or the actual damage it could cause, was not as good as directly using the scepter of sundering. Anyway, this was a dream world. As long as the dream ended before the negative effects of the scepter of sundering kicked in, Aaron's current spirituality was enough to deal with just a sequence 4. Watching the sun enlarge in his pupils, the Saint of Darkness immediately raised his hand, grabbed at his glabella, and directly pulled out a ball of darkness, throwing it into his own shadow. His shadow then separated from him, twisting and standing up, presenting another black armored outline. Black Knight, Fallen Shadow. Without any hesitation or choosing to counterattack, that shadow directly disintegrated into a profound black, transforming into a viscous liquid emitting a corrupt and decaying aura, covering the Saint of Darkness. As the blazing white and pitch black collided, the entire hall, formed by the dream, began to tremble, and Aaron seemed to hear a muffled grunt. Feeling his consciousness gradually blurring, Aaron condensed a ray of light and threw it towards Lyoma's, who was curled up not far away. Within the light was a twisted, grotesque symbol. That was a distorted and incomplete version of the Sapphira's symbolic pattern, specifically created by Aaron after communicating with Septon. It allowed Aaron to sense it without fear of it spreading and revealing secrets. After doing all this, Aaron didn't even have time to check on the Saint of Darkness's condition before the dream was torn apart by the spreading battle aftermath. Suddenly opening his eyes, Aaron looked at the still deep night outside and chose not to go back to sleep to enter the next dream. His spirituality directly flowed into the night mark. Under the protection of the authority of concealment, Aaron finally breathed a sigh of relief and curiously surveyed his surroundings. The divine battlefield ruins, shrouded in darkness, were like a dead land. All sounds vanished, with only the occasional blazing white lightning in the distant sky and the faint golden flame somewhere in the distance still emitting light. The paper crane floating beside Aaron seemed to be strongly disturbed, spinning constantly and unable to indicate the direction forward in the darkness. The unknown is always the deepest fear in people's hearts, and the deep darkness around him made Aaron feel an indescribable oppression. Just then, one miniature, blazing sun after another suddenly appeared. These countless small suns interwoven and collectively plunged into the abnormally dazzling golden sun that was rapidly rising deep within the realm. The illusory sun emitted a scorching light that seemed capable of illuminating the entire world. Streaks of light, like sharp swords, pierced through the darkness, and everything quickly returned to the state of midday. After the darkness receded, the illusory sun dissipated into endless golden light, dyeing both the sky and the sea golden. Witnessing the day-night cycle of the divine battlefield ruins for the first time, Aaron endured the stinging in his eyes to watch it all, with only one term remaining in his mind, Sequence 0, Sun. Lowering his head to rub his stinging, sore eyes, Aaron collected his thoughts and recalled the battle in the dream world just now, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Frankly speaking, the strength displayed by that Saint of Darkness could only be said to barely touch the threshold of a demigod. Even without relying on the Scepter of Sundering, Aaron was confident he could fight him with just the Sword of Judgment. As a Saint of Darkness whose prerequisite sequence included a shepherd, he had only used abilities from the Secret Supplicant pathway itself from the beginning of the battle onwards, but his most powerful, hurting ability had never been used. Aaron had taken out the Scepter of Sundering from the very beginning, partly because he was worried about not having enough time in the dream and needing to end the battle quickly, and partly to prevent a sudden attack from an unknown number of demigod souls herded by the Saint of Darkness. Although he didn't have time to check, Aaron was certain that his Spear of Light had caused significant damage to the Saint of Darkness. Yet, in such a situation, he still hadn't used hurting, indicating that there must be a problem. Recalling how the opponent had been constantly pursuing Lyoma's, the good personality, Aaron's thoughts gradually became clear, guessing that it might be due to the good personality's split and resistance, preventing him from continuing to herd the devoured souls. As for whether the internal details were consistent with his thoughts, Aaron didn't care. With a preliminary judgment, he felt even more confident about his subsequent plans. The relatively small ghost ship drifted for a while, guided by the paper crane, until a massive island appeared at the edge of his vision. Black, fragmented architectural complexes stood silently deep within the island. Putting away the paper crane that had fallen to the ground, Aaron continued to steer the ghost ship forward. Just then, he saw a giant hand suddenly emerge from beneath the sea surface and slap the side of the ship. The hand had extremely long fingers, nearly half a meter, and was entirely bare and plain like gray-black. The enormous gray-black hand slapped the sea, and as the sea surface collapsed, it incredibly quickly climbed upwards, pulling out the part beneath the sea inch by inch. Through the blue-gold shimmering water, Aaron first saw a large expanse of gray-black shadow, and then his entire vision was filled with wriggling flesh. The monster seemed to be haphazardly pieced together from countless grayish-black corpses. Behind its two enormous hands were withered, stick-like arms, which originated from a corpse suspected to be a giant. Its grayish-blue skin had festered, and attached to the festering parts were several other heads, a fragmented fusion of various strange creatures. They were layered one upon another, forming a floating island-like mass of flesh. The surface of the flesh mass was covered in a layer of grayish-black fuzz. Upon closer inspection, the so-called fuzz turned out to be a continuous patch of grayish-black wheat ears. From different corpses, from the seams where they were joined, wisps of yellowish-green gas emanated from the swaying wheat ears, spreading outwards, seemingly intending to envelop the area. Looking at this twisted and disgusting monster, Aaron's brows furrowed deeply. Any normal person would feel physiological discomfort. Watching the spreading yellowish-green gas, Aaron simultaneously steered the ghost ship to dodge attacks and head towards the small island, while speaking in a low voice in ancient Hermes. Imprisonment. Unlike before, the target of this decree was Aaron and the ghost ship he was controlling. After advancing to Sequence 5, the sublimation of decrees also allowed Aaron to invent many new usage techniques. Layers of transparent walls created by the decree, along with extremely viscous transparent liquid, formed a barrier that even spirits could not penetrate. Not only did it block the yellowish-green gas, but it also allowed him to deliberately be hit by the monster using the sturdy barrier, leveraging the impact to move faster towards the island. Even so, Aaron's expression remained grave. Although the yellowish-green gas was blocked, he keenly sensed that a twisted, chaotic, and rich life aura easily penetrated the barrier and seeped in. Accompanying the invasion of this power, Aaron's hair grew wildly, quickly exceeding his waist. Some strands of hair seemed to have a life of their own, beginning to coil and bind Aaron's limbs. Aaron was not unfamiliar with this power. It was somewhat similar to the power that the Sanguine Angel used to test him through a trading item, also possessing a strong life aura. Combining this with his location in the divine battlefield ruins, Aaron instantly realized that the monster before him might have formed from prolonged erosion by the Earth Mother's aura. Clutching the Sword of Judgment tightly, Aaron's body also emitted a layer of blazing white flames, burning away the mutated hair, while solemnly speaking in ancient Hermes. Death. Accompanying the decree was a blazing white sword light, flashing forward, leaping over the ship's rail, and falling onto the grayish-black flesh mass made of countless corpses. Then, a blazing white glow rapidly moved across the surface, and with a whoosh, flames shot into the sky. The massive monster remained frozen there, seemingly having lost all its vitality. Crack, crack, crack. Deep, bottomless wounds appeared on its surface, and in 1 second, it split into countless small chunks of flesh. A large amount of yellowish-green mist was released as the monster disintegrated, and the fragmented chunks of flesh each extended tentacles, surging forward with dense mist. The chunks of flesh from the seabed continuously surged upwards, and the monster, shattered by Aaron, recondensed, becoming even larger than before, emitting a tyrannical aura comparable to a demigod in the mist. Looking at the increasingly dense yellowish-green mist and the reappearing monster, Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, with no intention of turning back to contend with it. He fully propelled the ghost ship and finally escaped that sea area, where the Earth Mother's aura lingered, before the yellowish-green mist closed in. The island was not far away. It seemed that another power was restricting the spread of the Earth Mother's aura. Aaron looked back at the no longer surging yellowish-green mist before dispelling the imprisonment decree. Aaron, who was surveying the island before him, suddenly felt a slight spiritual stir, an inexplicable, faint pull. He abruptly reached into the sea and, upon withdrawing his hand, was holding a greenish-black grotesque fish. The fish's surface had protruding bones forming a twisted, grotesque symbol, precisely the symbol Aaron had transmitted to Lyomas at the end of the shattered dream world. Aaron, who already had the answer in his heart, looked at the fish's swollen belly, used a single finger as a knife, and after cutting it open, saw 3 bloody fingers stuffed inside. He took out the 3 fingers and stacked them, still bloody. After a brief solidification, the fingers melted like candles, turning into a pool of viscous flesh and blood. The flesh and blood wriggled, drawing a crimson word on the ghost ship's deck. Help. Chapter 189, Battle in the Travel Notes. As expected, Aaron collected the flesh and blood on the deck. Looking at the island in front of him, he pondered for a moment before leaving the ghost ship and beginning his initial exploration. He had to ensure his safety while he was in a deep sleep. Before he had walked a few steps, Aaron stopped. Under his feet was a skull buried in the sand. Spiritual energy emanated from it, and in the direction leading to the depths of the island, there were scattered bones. Among them were many beyonders. Even from a distance, Aaron could clearly feel the spiritual fluctuations from some of the bones, indicating they were at least mid-sequence beyonders. Looking at the severely corroded Aurora Order badges scattered next to many of the bones, Aaron guessed that these people might have been the group of believers who went on a pilgrimage with the Saint of Blackness. Even a demigod was trapped, so the fate of those believers was obvious. Silently collecting the sealed artifacts that had merged with the bones or other objects scattered on the ground, Aaron had already arrived at the entrance of the Black Monastery. The paper crane in his pocket seemed to sense something, floating in midair and emitting a faint silver light. Suppressing his curiosity, and after confirming that there were no strange creatures outside the monastery, Aaron returned to the ghost ship. He smeared the blood separated from the Saint of Blackness's flesh onto the surface of Grozel's travels. Whether it was an illusion or not, Aaron felt a momentary blur, and the Black Monastery in the distance seemed to have a fleeting double image. As the blood was absorbed and disappeared, Aaron sacrificed Grozel's travels to the dark gold mist. His consciousness sank back to the throne. With a wave of his hand, a small metal bottle from the pile of sundries flew over. This contained a small tube of blood he had previously extracted from his own body, which he had brought to the dark gold mist earlier, to facilitate his spirit body entering Grozel's travels. After unscrewing the cap, Aaron did not immediately smear his blood onto the dark brown cover of the book. Without the protection of a physical body, the spirit body itself had a higher probability of being damaged in a demigod battle. Although the sun-chasing scepter had the best effect, its own beyonder characteristic was too high. Directly integrating it into the spirit body without protection was no different from directly consuming a magical potion, at least, the result was the same. Aaron first integrated the Black Emperor card into his spirit body. As that blasphemy card integrated, Aaron's spirit body seemed to swell slightly, but in reality, it became much denser, with dark gold patterns appearing. After thinking for a moment, he took out the Mask of Death, which he hadn't used for a long time, from the pile of sundries and integrated it into his spirit body. 2 clusters of pitch-black flames then flickered in his eye sockets, as if they had a life of their own. Through meditation and adjusting his spirituality, Aaron completely reigned in the coldness originating from death. The abnormality in his eyes quickly returned to normal. Aaron unscrewed the cap of the metal bottle, poured out a few drops of blood, and smeared them onto the cover of Grozel's travels. After a brief wait, what he saw was initially blurry, as if countless transparent things were hidden within, then it became clear. There was a blue sky, white clouds, gray-brown city walls, and people coming and going, including giants with characteristic vertical single eyes. Through divination, Aaron found Bayer Bilal and the others, who were still near the ice field. This demon hunter was already in very good condition, no longer on the verge of losing control as he had been over a month ago. Without pleasantries, Aaron threw the letter written by Mober to Shadas and the others, then immediately took Bayer Bilal and activated the teleportation. Using the remaining flesh and blood of the Saint of Blackness, he quickly pinpointed his location on a desolate plain. The Saint of Blackness still maintained his giant form, covered in black armor. His left eye glowed with a deep red light, while his right eye was bloodshot, filled with pain and despair, but still retaining a glimmer of hope. The ground beneath his feet was stained with a layer of viscous blackness, which was still spreading outwards. The light in his right eye gradually dimmed. Even though the main personality was severely wounded in the last dream, after breaking free from the power that caused his personality split, the benevolent personality had lost its last protection and was about to be devoured. Having already sensed the strangeness of this place, the main personality of the Saint of Blackness felt his unease gradually intensify. Suddenly, he turned his head and swung the straight, deep greatsword in his hand backwards. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp, sharp explosion, the Sword of Dawn, as if condensed from light, bloomed with layers of dawn, transforming into a storm of light that enveloped the Saint of Blackness. The viscous liquid emanating a corrupt aura was purified by the storm of light but did not hit the enemy. Eyes covered in dark green symbols suddenly looked to the side. Shadows flickered there, but the figure of the Saint of Blackness had unknowingly emerged from the darkness, his black greatsword already striking. Without any fear, Bayer Billow's body condensed the armor of dawn. He also raised the light sword in his hand, and the area within 40 to 50 meters around him was instantly filled with dawn, preventing the Saint of Blackness from using shadows to jump and evade attacks again. Wearing a black crown and a white bone mask, Aaron stepped out of the void. With the enhancement of the Black Emperor card and the bonus of the Mask of Death to the Aura of Death, the imprisonment decree successfully bound the Saint of Blackness, who had just emerged from the shadows. The ground then collapsed. The sudden decree caused the Saint of Blackness's body to stiffen for a moment, losing the opportunity to dodge or counterattack. There was no emotion in his cold eyes. He slightly tilted his head, accompanied by surging black viscous liquid. The light sword, aiming for his head, ultimately veered off, only shattering his right cheek and half of his body. The Black Knight, broken into fragments, flew backward. A cruel smile appeared on his half-remaining face. The other personality that had troubled him was finally obliterated. The true Black Knight had returned. The broken body rapidly wriggled and reassembled, transforming into a thin blanket of flowing flesh and blood, covering the shattered ground. When a layer of flesh and blood grew on the desolate plain, a twisted, swaying black shadow rose from within the flesh and blood. This was a soul he had pastored after his promotion to Black Knight, with the help of the Holy Word Angel, Stiff. It was also the demigod soul he had pastored the longest. It came from a powerful vampire from the forsaken land of the gods, corresponding to the sequence for Shaman King of the Moon Pathway. If the target pastored by a shepherd is at the demigod level, due to their solid spirit body, they can be directly released, but only one at a time, unless the corresponding shepherd has become a Sequence 3 Trinity Templar. Now, he was severely wounded, and the forceful elimination of his split personality had damaged his spirit body, preventing him from pastoring too many souls simultaneously. The twisted, swaying Shaman King shadow reached out and dug out one of its eyes, a phantom eye, a blood-red eye. This eye shimmered with clear and scarlet light, instantly illuminating the entire desolate plain, as if a red moon had descended there. Its pupils reflected the towering figure of the giant clad in the armor of dawn and Aaron in midair. Without hesitation, the Shaman King shadow clenched the hand holding its eyeball, allowing the scarlet moon to be completely swallowed by darkness. Around Aaron and Bayer Billow, deep, solidified darkness then emerged, binding them in place, making the scene there appear frozen. Flesh and blood surged together, forming a knight covered in black full armor, wielding a deep greatsword, and exuding an immense sense of oppression. Through the gaps in this Black Knight's faceplate, two clusters of deep red light flickered faintly, instantly locking onto the strange spirit body suspended in midair. Bayer Billow roared, and his body expanded again, but the shadow beneath his feet suddenly came alive, grabbing his ankles and rising like water, tightly entangling him. Black Knight, control shadow. The Saint of Blackness's eyes were cold. He manipulated the Shaman King soul to entangle Bayer Billow, while he himself charged towards Aaron in midair, swinging the long, wide, and deep greatsword in his hand. Feeling the sense of restraint coming from various parts of his body, Aaron's expression remained unchanged. The white bone mask emitted a strong aura of death, and a phantom door of the underworld suddenly opened. The power emanating from the small underworld spread towards the charging Saint of Blackness. The power of the underworld awakened the pastored souls, all the souls wailed within Liamaster's body. Dazzling electric arcs and a psychic storm spread outwards from his body. The deep red light in his eyes flickered. His damaged spirit body was restrained by the souls pastored within him, and his figure also froze in midair. Seizing this opening, the subconsciousness waiting for an opportunity within the Sapphira raised the sun-chasing scepter, which had been accumulating power. Using his prayer light points, it passed through numerous obstacles. The sublimated sun-chasing arrow shot towards the Saint of Blackness, who was entangled by souls. Having just shielded the pastored souls from the underworld's interference, the light arrow, emanating endless purifying flames, had already arrived before him. The deep red light in his eyes collapsed into a singularity, and he only managed to let out half a desperate roar. The creator of all things. Behind the curtain of darkness. Watching the Saint of Blackness being swallowed by the sun, the restraints on Aaron's body also dissipated. After helping Bayer Billow completely purify the uncontrolled Shaman King soul, the rising sun gradually extinguished. A mass of pitch-black liquid surged in the giant pit formed by lava, with spiritual light of different colors shimmering within the blackness. Unsure if night had already fallen in the real world, Aaron had no time to check his gains. He put all his spoils into the spiritual box. Without hesitation, Aaron's spirit body suddenly expanded, enveloping the spiritual box, and directly ended the summoning, returning to the dark gold mist. After putting the spoils back into the pile of sundries, Aaron returned directly to the real world. Opening his eyes, he was met with a deep darkness. The night mark on his wrist spontaneously emitted fluctuations, pulsating with the surrounding darkness, resisting some kind of power. The obstructing saint of blackness had been eliminated, and the hindrance to exploration no longer existed. Aaron did not hesitate. After confirming his own good condition, he directly entered the dream world. Opening his eyes again, Aaron was back at the entrance of the Black Monastery. Unlike before, the painting of misfortune on the hall wall was already blurry. Aaron had anticipated this. The monastery was pieced together from various dreams from different beings in the Divine War ruins, or perhaps remnants of past dreams. The previous mural was clearly a manifestation of a certain memory of the Saint of Blackness. After his demise, only damaged and blurry dream remnants naturally remained. Passing through black wooden doors that contained unknown dreams, Aaron arrived at a winding black staircase leading downwards. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass windows high above, bringing a fiery sacred glow. Aaron examined the human skull carvings on the black staircase handrail, feeling the underworld aura on the steps, which was identical to that of the Mask of Death. He thought of the numinous episcopate Undying who had searched for traces of the former death. That demigod seemed to have lost control in his whispers, forever wandering in an underwater ruin. An Undying could probably provide enough time for the ghost picture frame. This thought flashed through his mind, but Aaron's steps did not stop, he continued downwards. Perhaps due to the protection of some power, the journey was surprisingly peaceful, without the expected dangers. After walking down the stairs and arriving at the bottom floor of the monastery, Aaron finally stopped before a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. His spirituality gave a warning of danger, but the token in his hand guided Aaron to push open this wooden door. After a moment of hesitation, spiritual energy surged into the night mark on his wrist. Gritting his teeth, he opened the black wooden door covered in strange patterns. Inside was a vast sea, directly illuminated by dazzling sunlight. Large expanses of rich golden light seemed to be hidden within the waves. That was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before his death, he was affected by the power of darkness, fell into a dream, and dreamt of himself being torn apart, his blood staining the sea. Clang! As the black wooden door opened, an unimaginably strong aura permeated out, causing the entire monastery to shake noticeably, as if it had encountered an earthquake capable of destroying the world. Illuminated by that golden light, Aaron immediately felt his spirit body melting and his spirit evaporating. It seemed it wouldn't be long before he would become nourishment for this dream. Deep blackness surged from his wrist, eliminating this pain. Pulled by this power, Aaron seemed to rise high into the sky, as if looking down at the ocean behind the door. As the golden light grew more intense, a wave-like black ocean gradually appeared at the end of space, with a massive shadowy outline rising and falling within it. The token in his hand instantly emitted strong fluctuations. Aaron's lips were somewhat dry as he murmured to himself, "Ghost Empire." Before he could observe carefully, even more dazzling and blinding golden light appeared before his eyes. The dream shattered with a roar, and the sky of the Divine War ruins was once again dominated by midday. The stinging sensation from his spirit body transferred from the dream world to reality. Aaron rubbed his forehead to alleviate the pain. Suddenly, he looked up ahead. The void twisted, and Astolfo emerged from the colorful space. Lines on his body lit up, seemingly shielding him from some power's perception. As the letter fell, a voice also came. "This is your letter. Although I don't know why you came here, I must warn you. This area is very dangerous. My awakened memories indicate that this is the battlefield where the creator of the second epoch fell. This place is not far from the core battlefield. Not only does it retain the unwilling will of that creator, but also the residual divine power of other true gods has been radiating the sea area. If you need help, I can take you away, including this ghost ship." Chapter 190 Amon in the Destiny Hermit. Aaron paused, seeing Astolfo had clearly misunderstood something, then put away the letter and shook his head with a smile. Aaron could clearly sense that Astolfo was no stranger to the ruins of the god War. After pondering for a moment, he re-described the scene he had witnessed in the dream world, including the black ocean that appeared at the end. In a sense, they were already a community of shared interests, so Aaron didn't mind revealing some secrets. Astolfo listened quietly, then fell silent. Aaron didn't press him, sitting down to unfold Audrey's letter and read it. "Dear Aaron, Father told me yesterday that the Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee you previously proposed has been approved by Parliament, and the King has signed the formal law. It may not be long before it is officially established. My father has reserved a position for my elder brother, Hibbert Hall, in this soon-to-be-established committee. I hope you don't mind. Additionally, the Grain Act, which was pushed for repeal last year, has been in effect for nearly 5 months now. Even in East Chester County, I can feel the change. Everything you once told me is happening, yet no one seems to care. Whether in East Chester or Backlund, almost all newspapers are vying to report on the war in the South Continent, while ignoring the people struggling at the very bottom. I asked Father, but received no answer. Mrs. Maria, the psychology teacher I hired in East Chester County, told me that there are many things in the world one must find the answers to with one's own eyes. The social season in Loen Kingdom is approaching, and I will soon return to Backlund. Perhaps I can find the answer there. I haven't sent you many gifts. Newspaper information is always inaccurate. I feel deeply powerless about the war in the South Continent. I don't know what I should do, or what I can do. I saw a lucky symbol in a book and engraved it on an amulet I made myself. It is enclosed with this letter. I hope you remain safe and sound. After reading the letter, Aaron took out an elegant and exquisite amulet from the envelope, examined it for a while, then smiled as he carefully placed it back in the envelope with the letter and put it away. He looked up, meeting Astolfo's gaze, and its voice spoke again, though somewhat ethereal. The terrifying ocean you saw in the dream world is the core area of the God War ruins. It is filled with the Creator's crazy will and various conflicting residual divine powers, extremely chaotic, with broken order and mutated rules, full of countless dangers. However, due to the conflict of various divine powers, that ocean in the core area of the God War ruins has also been divided into safe zones. As long as one does not explore blindly, there will not be too many problems. On the outskirts of the core area, there is a region originating from God of spiritual creatures Thorsna. He was once a subordinate god of Kvastor, the ancient god and variant king of the second epoch, and also of the prisoner pathway. He once joined an organization called Rose Redemption in the third epoch and participated in the assassination of the creator of the third epoch. But he was not a god after all, and was torn apart by that creator. A part of his body, carrying a high-level Beyonder characteristic, remained permanently in the God War ruins, suppressed by the creator's power. Thorsna not only suffered severe injuries but also lost his chance to advance to Sequence 0, his last chance. Seemingly sensing Aaron's unusual gaze, Astolfo coughed lightly, composed himself, and added with a smile. If you want to go, I do have a way to send you there, but it is also dangerous. Several epochs have passed, and anything can happen. But what I can confirm is that it is sturdy enough, and the presence of those residual divine powers also indirectly protects that Beyonder characteristic. Aaron's expression remained unchanged, but his mind raced. He turned to glance at the black monastery on the island, then fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. With a relatively safe way to reach the core area, the next step was how to truly enter the Black Ocean and see the true Ghost Empire. All giving requires corresponding compensation. To truly reach the Black Ocean, Evernight Goddess is unavoidable, and this requires a sacrifice. Without hesitation, Aaron, not avoiding Astolfo who stood beside him, skillfully prayed to himself, sacrificing both the divination pendant and the death mask. He handed both mystical items to Astolfo, who was silently staring at the altar. Seeing its somewhat puzzled gaze, he coughed lightly and explained. When I explored the dream world just now, I encountered a staircase filled with deathly aura on the lower level of the hall. That came from the dream of an undying from the numinous episcopate. Undying. Astolfo withdrew his gaze and asked, timely. Aaron nodded, pointing at the death mask, and explained with a smile. Yes, he came here to search for the remnants of the former death god, for their so-called artificial death god plan, but lost control in his ravings and remained forever in an underwater ruin. And the essence of this mask is a Sequence 4 undying Beyonder characteristic, and it even contains residual power from a death console. Your connection to the spirit world can maximize the divination pendant's ability, and the death mask, as a medium for divination, should be able to pinpoint the location of that underwater ruin. Whatever that remnant of the death god is, it will be a sufficiently rich sacrifice. Although unsure what Aaron meant by sacrifice, Astolfo still accepted the divination pendant and the death mask. On its body, which was gradually shedding its puppet form, lines lit up, extending towards the two items. Pale light instantly rose, accompanied by a rich deathly aura spreading outwards, then smoothed out by a force in an instant. Moments later, Astolfo suddenly opened its eyes, looking in a certain direction, a strong deathly aura flashing in its eyes, and said in a solemn voice. It should be there. I heard a horn, and such a strong deathly aura cannot be possessed by just an undying. Aaron was slightly surprised by his messenger's reaction. Although he wasn't clear about Astolfo's current strength, he could make a rough judgment compared to the several demigods he had met. Even if it hadn't recovered to the saint level, it was definitely a top-tier demigod. For it to show such an expression, it seemed the Undying's defeat back then was not unjust. Following Astolfo's gaze towards the distant sea, Aaron saw nothing but a golden expanse. He mused aloud. Is this direction towards the sea area where God of spiritual creatures Thorsna's remnants are, as you said? The pale deathly aura in its eyes had faded. Astolfo slowly shook its head and explained. That area also belongs to the outskirts of the core region and is not far from where we are going. With this ghost ship, I can quickly transport you and avoid some dangerous areas. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. He no longer lingered, quickly packed up, and the ghost ship docked beside the island instantly became ethereal and transparent, disappearing from its spot. On May 5, 1347, at 9 p.m., along the quietly flowing Tasik River, within the wide river valley flanked by two sides, a dozen people stood silently at different positions. Mobert, dressed in northern continent noble attire and wearing a mask, was among them. He looked at the eye-sized emblem in his hand, silent. The front of this emblem was inscribed with symbolic representations corresponding to fate and concealment, while the back bore tiny ancient Hermes inscriptions, "Hold this, and you may join." It was precisely the Fate Hermit's gathering emblem from the Jacob demigod. Mobert had left the South Continent almost at the same time as Aaron over a month ago, but his destination was the Tasik River estuary within Loen territory. Having already learned much information from Aaron, Mobert looked at the symbolic representations on the emblem in his hand, a self-mocking smile curling on his lips as he muttered to himself. Fate Hermits, they are all just pitiful wretches. Suddenly, he looked up at his surroundings. Thin mist had risen on both banks of the wide river valley at some unknown time. Mobert silently watched the changes unfold, infusing his spirituality into the emblem in his hand, while silently chanting the honored name of the Order Master in his heart. As he infused his spirituality, a hazy glow bloomed on the emblem's surface. They quickly condensed into inconspicuous beams of light, shooting upwards into the air. Not long after, the same beams returned, dispersing into a thin glow that enveloped him, and his figure gradually blurred, disappearing from his spot. Aaron sat inside the ghost ship, looking at the slightly blurry golden sea and the many islands quickly passing by, a somewhat unfamiliar prayer sounding in his ears. His consciousness connected to the subconsciousness within the Sapphira, silently observing this scene through the prayer light spot. The day and night in the God War ruins were not synchronized with the outside world, and the alternating times were irregular. Since leaving the island where the Black Monastery was located, night had not yet fallen. Collecting his thoughts, the prayer light spot in Aaron's vision seemed to be covered by a hazy mist. Moments later, the image became clear again. In an elegantly decorated, antique-style hall reminiscent of the Fourth Epic nobility, a huge round table was placed. Aaron's glance revealed 49 chairs. Many chairs were empty, whether because their occupants hadn't attended this gathering or had already fallen. Relying on the true vision provided by the Sapphira, Aaron carefully observed the members participating in the gathering. Their strengths are all good. Even the weakest are mid-sequence, and the spirit body in the very center is the most concentrated in color, which is beyond what a demigod can possess. Sequence 3, Mentor of Deceit. Is he the initiator of this gathering? However, this sequence doesn't seem to have such means. He must be borrowing a powerful sealed artifact. It's held only twice a year, which might be due to the limitations of this sealed artifact itself. But his state seems a bit off. Aside from sparse colors, everything else is unobservable. It's somewhat like a remotely controlled dummy. TSK, how cautious. Amidst his thoughts, Aaron's gaze towards the prayer image suddenly froze. In the corner of his vision, a hooded man sat at the edge of the hall. His spirit body color was only mid-sequence level, yet he was entangled by a transparent, illusory figure. It had hands and feet, but like a python, it twisted around the hooded man's spirit body, its head resting on top of his spirit body. In the hazy image, it vaguely wore a black classical robe and a matching pointed soft hat, with a crystal-like monocle on its face. A smile played on its lips as it quietly watched the Mentor of Deceit, seated in the very center, yet made no move, perhaps having noticed something amiss or having other plans. And the hooded man, who was Parasite, was completely unaware of all this. Subconsciously reaching out his palm but grasping at air, Aaron came back to his senses, exchanging an awkward glance with Astolfo, who was floating in front of him, controlling the ghost ship. The subconsciousness within the Sapphira quickly retrieved the sun-chasing scepter from the pile of miscellaneous items. Feeling the heat radiating from it, Aaron inwardly relaxed. An Amon mixed into an organization fighting Amon. What a twisted sense of humor. Looking at Mobert, who remained silent in the prayer light spot, Aaron looked at the mask on his face and couldn't help but feel fortunate. This mask was specially crafted by Harland Rooney for him. Its essence was a sequence 6 faceless beyonder characteristic. Besides basic changes to appearance and physique, it could also temporarily conceal one's sequence, only revealing the faceless aura. Although it was only effective below the demigod level and had significant negative side effects, it was extremely useful for Mobert. Somewhat worried that this guy would speak up and attract the attention of that Amon clone, Aaron directly transmitted the strange scene he had just witnessed in the prayer light spot to Mobert. In another corner of the hall, Mobert cautiously observed his surroundings. After silently listening to the transactions of several members, he was about to propose buying the 2 auxiliary materials needed to advance to Sequence 4 Parasite. Suddenly, a thick, dark golden mist surged before his eyes. As he stared in a daze, he saw the terrifying blasphemer described in his family records and the vision that abruptly appeared in his mind. His body involuntarily trembled slightly, and cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. The words on the tip of his tongue immediately got stuck in his throat. However, with the mask providing concealment and shielding, the Amon clone, whose full attention was on the mentor of deceit, did not notice the faceless anomaly in the corner. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead without a trace, Mobert devoutly expressed his gratitude to the Order Master in his heart, then dismissed the matter of purchasing auxiliary materials from his mind. Due to various reasons, Beyonder materials of the Marauder pathway were extremely scarce in the outside world, which was why Mobert had intended to propose a trade at the Fate Hermit's gathering. Those at lower sequence levels might not notice, but an Amon clone would certainly realize they were auxiliary materials for advancing to Parasite. He absolutely would not continue such a suicidal act. But he also didn't dare to say nothing. He occasionally spoke to participate in some low-level transactions, while simultaneously restraining his gaze from looking at the Parasite hooded man.